Chapter 1. The Tower of Chaos. Master, the 3-year period has come to an end. I must ascend a mountain now. 3 years ago, I vowed to relinquish my cultivation and destroy my Dantian to guard your grave. You promised that after 3 years, you would bestow upon me an extraordinary opportunity. Now that 3 years have passed, I have yet to witness any such fortune. Chen Feng knelt before a tomb, murmuring to himself, recalling the solemn promise his master made before his demise that if he forsook his cultivation and guarded the grave for 3 years, a tremendous opportunity would await him. Could not help but smile bitterly. His master, Jian Shenzi, was the lord of the 9th peak of the Shenyue sword sect. Having attained enlightenment through the sword at a young age, Jian Shenzi had become the unparalleled sword sovereign of the sect, his realm surpassing that of other peak masters, reaching the pinnacle of the chaos realm, the 9th layer. Warriors pursue the path of cultivation, with realms categorized as follows: Body Refinement Realm, True Martial Realm, Celestial Martial Realm, Chaos Realm, Yin-Yang Realm, Void Deity Realm, and Human Emperor Realm. 3 years prior, Jian Shenzi had attempted to break through to the Yin-Yang Realm, but inadvertently glimpsed the secrets of heaven and was met with the wrath of the heavenly path. Before his demise, he instructed Chen Feng to abandon his cultivation, destroy his Dantian, and guard his grave for 3 years. After this period, he would grant Chen Feng a great opportunity to reconstruct his Dantian and embark on the path of greatness. Perhaps my master was deceived as well, Chen Feng mused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother Feng, has the great opportunity your master spoke of materialized? At that moment, a graceful figure approached. I'm sorry, Linger, for making you wait for 3 years in vain. It seems my master was indeed deceived. The opportunity he spoke of has not appeared. I am now a complete and utter failure, with no hope of cultivating martial arts any longer. If you are unwilling to marry me, I can understand. I wish you happiness. Chen Feng replied helplessly. Out of trust in his master, he had renounced his cultivation, severing all potential for martial arts. Now that the promised opportunity had not manifested, it meant he would never again be able to cultivate. Yet, Shenlinger shared a deep bond with him. Since his master's passing, she had been by his side, bringing him food at intervals during his vigil at the grave. He had intended to propose to her after obtaining the opportunity his master had promised, planning a grand wedding. Who could have foreseen the twists of fate? Not only had he failed to receive the opportunity, but he had also become a mere failure, unable to cultivate martial arts any longer. Continuing to be with Shenlinger would only serve to burden her. Brother Feng, I won't allow you to say such things. Tears glistened in Shenlinger's eyes as she stepped forward, gently kissing the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Brother Feng, even if you become a failure and can no longer cultivate, I am still willing to marry you and care for you for a lifetime. Linger you. Chen Feng was deeply moved. Shenlinger's heartfelt sincerity struck him profoundly. Yet, he had deemed her to be one who valued status and wealth, and his assumptions seemed utterly ludicrous now. He declared, Linger, I, Chen Feng, shall never betray you in this life. Should I do so, may the heavens strike me down. Brother Feng, please do not make such oaths. I understand your intentions and your love for me. Shenlinger smiled gently. She shifted her tone, reminding him, Brother Feng, I recall you mentioning that your master entrusted you with a Qiyang pill before his death. It is said to be a supreme treasure with miraculous effects. You should consume it at once. Perhaps there is still a chance for recovery. Indeed, I still possess a Qiyang pill. Linger, if you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten. Chen Feng scratched his head awkwardly as he retrieved a beautifully embroidered box from his robes. Upon opening the box, a rich fragrance of the elixir wafted out, intoxicating the senses. Shenlinger frowned slightly, her gaze fixated on the Qiyang pill in Chen Feng's hand. The aroma was exquisite. It was the treasure she had yearned for over the past 3 years. What a pity for this Qiyang pill. I no longer possess a Dantian. Consuming it would be a waste. Linger, you are on the brink of a breakthrough. I shall bestow this Qiyang pill upon you. Chen Feng, oblivious to Shenlinger's expression, smiled as he offered her the pill. Upon receiving the Qiyang pill, Shenlinger's face shifted slightly, her gaze filled with fervor and madness as she immediately consumed it. It truly is a divine pill. As soon as I swallowed it, a torrent of terrifying true essence surged into my dantian. Shun Linger exclaimed, overjoyed. Of course, Linger, this is the Qiyang pill. My master cherished this elixir dearly. Had it not been for his imminent demise, he would never have entrusted it to me. Chen Feng replied with a smile. The Qiyang pill is indeed extraordinary. Gaining this treasure today makes my 3 years of feigning patience with a failure like you worthwhile. 3 years. 3 years, Chen Feng. Do you know how I spent these past 3 years? You worthless fool. You should have handed over the Qiyang pill to me sooner. Shun Linger revealed a cold smile, her expression filled with hatred and disdain as she gazed at Chen Feng. 3 years ago, upon hearing that Jian Shenzi had entrusted the Qiyang pill to Chen Feng on his deathbed, she was ecstatic. The Qiyang pill was a priceless treasure. Acquiring it would allow her to break through at least one major realm. Initially, she had considered killing Chen Feng to seize the pill, reasoning that he was already a failure and his death would go unnoticed. However, she reconsidered. What if Chen Feng had hidden the Qiyang pill very well? If he were dead, no one would ever know where the pill was concealed, and she would never be able to obtain it. After much deliberation, she altered her strategy, deciding to feign affection and allure Chen Feng with her beauty, caring for him in his daily life and pretending to be sincere, believing she could coax him into willingly handing over the pill in no time. She had assumed her charm would easily lead Chen Feng to yield the Qiyang pill to her. Little did she expect him to be so despicable and shameless. Whenever she mentioned the Qiyang pill, he would dodge the topic, resulting in a 3-year delay, during which her disdain for him had reached its peak. A failure who continuously professed his love for her, expressing a desire to marry her. It was utterly revolting. If she continued to pretend around Chen Feng, she would surely be sick. Linger, what are you saying? Chen Feng stared at Shen Linger in shock. Haha, Chen Feng, you fool. Linger has made her intentions abundantly clear. How can you still not comprehend? Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed. It's you, Li Wentian. Turning towards the voice, Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the figure. It was none other than Li Wentian, the direct disciple of the Lord of the Seventh Peak of the Shenyue Sword Sect. Indeed, it is I. Li Wentian sneered contemptuously, taunting. Chen Feng, you must still be unaware, right? You treat Shen Linger like a precious gem, coddling her to the extreme, afraid even to touch a finger, lest you tarnish her purity. Little do you know, Shen Linger has long lost her innocence. She has become my plaything, reveling in my embrace, toyed with numerous times. Just yesterday, she was still kneeling before me, singing and playing. What a delightful experience. Shen Linger's face flushed as she bashfully interjected, Brother Wentian, why reveal such intimate matters to this failure? What do I care? This failure is destined to die today. Are you afraid he will disclose it? Li Wentian scoffed. Linger, you must tell me. This cannot be true. Li Wentian forced you to say this. Chen Feng roared. Enough, Chen Feng. Have I not made myself clear? I am with you solely for the Qiyang pill. Now that I have it, you hold no further value. Shen Linger coldly huffed, indifferently stating, Chen Feng, do you know? When I kissed you just now, I felt utterly nauseated, as if I were physically repulsed, wishing to kill you on the spot. But for the sake of the Qiyang pill, I had to endure. Now I can finally end you. With a swift motion, Shen Linger drew her sword and pierced it through Chen Feng's chest, the actions flowing seamlessly. It was as if she had rehearsed the act of killing Chen Feng countless times in her mind. This fool is truly laughable. 3 years ago, he was the most talented disciple of the Shenyue Sword Sect. The sect master wished to take him as a direct disciple. Yet he, in his foolishness, not only rejected the sect master, but also believed Jian Kensi's nonsensical words, forsaking his cultivation and destroying his dantian, remaining here to guard a grave for 3 years. He has lived his life as a joke, and in death he will be left to rot, devoured by beasts, ultimately meeting a fate of dismemberment. Li Wentian laughed heartily, pulling Shen Linger into his embrace, giving her a playful squeeze before striding away towards the seventh peak. Master, I have no regrets in being your disciple in this life. I shall join you now. Alas, What a pity for that Qiyang pill to have been given to a worthless woman. Chen Feng collapsed before the tomb, blood gushing from his chest, staining the gravestone crimson. As the gravestone soaked in blood, a terrifying golden light erupted, enveloping Chen Feng's lifeless body. This foolish child is the new master chosen by Jianqinzi? How tragic to be so deeply infatuated only to be deceived by a woman, losing even his life. Very well, let me lend you a helping hand in gratitude for Jianqinzi freeing me from the shackles of the heavenly path. Tower of Chaos, awaken. Chen Feng, from this day forth, you shall be the 99th master of the Tower of Chaos. You must utilize the Tower of Chaos wisely for your cultivation, taking it upon yourself to combat the heavenly path. Chapter 2. The Celestial and Demonic Body. Shenlinger, Li Wentian, you shall pay for your sins. The despicable couple, I, Chen Feng, will not let you escape even in death. Fueled by rage, Chen Feng abruptly awoke, his memories frozen at the moment he was slain by Shenlinger, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury and hatred. Where am I? Is this hell? I must have descended here after being murdered by that wretched Shenlinger. Gradually regaining his composure, Chen Feng surveyed his surroundings, discovering an expanse of utter darkness. In the distance, a realm of nothingness unveiled a shimmering golden tower, its mysterious golden patterns swirling and intertwining. If this is indeed hell, then where's the path to the Yellow Springs? What is this golden tower doing here? With a heart full of bewilderment, Chen Feng approached the golden tower. Suddenly, a gust of chilling wind swept through, and the space around him shifted, causing Chen Feng to vanish from his original spot. Upon reappearing, he found himself inside the tower, surrounded by a resplendent golden brilliance. The tower walls were adorned with countless golden secret patterns and auspicious totems, vividly lifelike. At the center of the tower lay 11 spirit tablets. The material of the tablets was indiscernible, imperishable, and uncorrupted, radiating a golden glow. As Chen Feng drew closer, he realized that each tablet bore a name, representing individuals who, in their lifetimes, wielded unparalleled divine powers, defying life and death, and shook the heavens and the earth. Emperor Chu, the supreme ruler from 300 years ago, the most exceptional genius of this era, who suppressed it for a full 700 years, from 1,000 years ago to 300 years ago. It is said that he once walked out of the Forbidden Land, later ascending to a mysterious heavenly realm, but unfortunately, he never returned alive. He had long since perished. The Blade of Severing Heaven, who entered the Tao through the blade, established the supreme sword technique, once claiming that on the day he perfected his swordsmanship, he could sever the heavens with a single strike. He existed between 2,000 and 1,100 years ago, also sweeping through the entire era. He and Emperor Chu were separated by a little over a century, thus they likely did not know each other. If they did not know each other, why then do the spirit tablets of Emperor Chu and the Blade of Severing Heaven stand side by side here? Furrowing his brow in confusion, Chen Feng moved to examine the other spirit tablets, only to find that those inscribed upon them also hailed from different eras, separated by centuries or even millennia, with some spanning as far back as 30,000 years. In the distance, a golden stone staircase, similarly etched with golden secret patterns, beckoned. Could there be more spirit tablets above? How many prodigies does this golden tower conceal? Intrigued, Chen Feng attempted to ascend the staircase to the second floor of the tower, only to discover that it was barred by a divine talisman, rendering passage impossible. Young master, you have awoken. A concerned voice echoed within the tower. Who goes there? Chen Feng was momentarily startled. I am a Chaos Tower, you may call me Elder Tower. As the voice resonated, a surge of memories flooded into Chen Feng's mind. Through these recollections, he finally understood the events that had transpired. 3 years prior, his master, Jianqinzi, had sought the secrets of the heavens, and by a stroke of fortune, rescued the Chaos Tower from the shackles of the heavenly path, only to meet a tragic end at its hands. In his dying moments, his master had entrusted him with arrangements to help him become the new master of the Chaos Tower. To sever his own cultivation and destroy his Dantian was necessary, for the Chaos Tower could only accept a master devoid of cultivation and Dantian of its fundamental laws. Should one possess a cultivation and a Dantian, they would be tainted by the karma of the heavenly path, and, as the Chaos Tower was birthed to combat the heavenly path, should it enter the body of such a person, that individual would meet a disastrous end. Chen Feng was to guard the tomb for 3 years, a test of his filial piety and perseverance. It was only at the moment of his death at Shunlinger's hands that he had passed all trials. The Chaos Tower, in accordance with the pact with Jianshenzi, had chosen Chen Feng as its new master. As for the spirit tablets within the tower, they, like Chen Feng, had once been the previous masters of the Chaos Tower, standing against the heavenly path, defying fate, and ultimately meeting their untimely demise at its merciless hands. Young master, the heavenly path is devoid of compassion, treating all beings as mere fodder. The Chaos Tower was born to combat this, and all past tower masters have sought to, in the name of the Chaos God, reconstruct the heavenly path. I understand now. Chen Feng nodded and inquired, Elder Tower, given that my Dantian is destroyed and my cultivation is lost, how should I proceed with my training? Rest assured, young master. All prior tower masters were similarly unable to cultivate due to their shattered Dantians. Before you lies a jade vial, simply drink the contents within, and you shall reform your Dantian and experience a surge in cultivation. Such miraculous properties? Chen Feng exclaimed in surprise. Did Emperor Chu and the blade of severing heaven also consume this? Indeed, young master, all 98 tower masters before you have done the same. By drinking from a jade vial, young master, you will embark upon a unique path of cultivation. The path of cultivation taken by ordinary warriors is guided by the heavenly path. Even if one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, they remain shackled by its constraints. However, the path of cultivation you shall tread, I refer to as the celestial and demonic path of journey to the utmost peak, to become both celestial and demonic, free from the constraints of the heavenly path, liberated from the cycles of the 3 realms and 6 paths of reincarnation. Chen Feng's heart trembled at these words, gazing at the jade vial that had suddenly appeared before him, crystalline and translucent, a delicate pink hue, containing what seemed to be a divine blood he had never encountered before. Transcending to immortality or descending into darkness, embodying both the ethereal and the infernal, M.Y. Master has tragically fallen victim to the unyielding will of the heavens, and my beloved has betrayed me with cold indifference. I, Chen Feng, find myself utterly detached from this world. What significance does ascension hold? What consequence does damnation bear? Chen Feng grasped the jade vial and consumed the divine blood within in a single gulp. Boom! The divine blood surged through his body like a tempest, and Chen Feng felt as though his flesh and bones were shattering apart. Engulfed in excruciating agony, the horrific energy contained within the divine blood erupted within him, instantaneously obliterating his internal organs and skeletal structure, overwhelming him with a pain so profound it rendered him nearly lifeless. Ah! Chen Feng's eyes were veined with blood as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The overwhelming energy crushed his bones, then reformed them, tore apart his organs, and resurrected them anew. Time and again, this cycle repeated, with each instance of shattered bones and destroyed organs inflicting upon Chen Feng a torment akin to 1,000 cuts. The blood of immortals and demons reshapes the meridians, fortifying the corporeal form. Young master, you must endure. Chen Feng bore the piercing agony as his body was annihilated and reformed repeatedly by the blood of immortals and demons. It was an unbearable torment. He felt as if he were being torn asunder by the divine blood. Wishing for death to come swiftly, his consciousness began to blur, yet he dared not succumb to slumber. Fearing that he might never awaken again, I can do this. I can withstand. With my master gone and my beloved's betrayal, the pain of this world pales in comparison to heartache. I possess nothing left to fear. Ha ha! Let this heart-wrenching anguish intensify. Chen Feng laughed maniacally. What does suffering matter? Can it rival the agony of losing a loved one? Can it compare to the betrayal of one's heart? Fueled by an indomitable will, Chen Feng endured 99 cycles of bone shattering and rebirth, 99 instances of flesh and blood regeneration. I could see this moment. Blood seeped from Chen Feng's eyes, and his complexion was deathly pale. A most ghastly sight, young master. You are remarkable. Before you, the Chaos Tower had 98 masters, all of whom consumed the blood of immortals and demons, undergoing the baptism. The most formidable among them endured only 49 cycles of bone shattering and rebirth. The process of bone shattering and regeneration is indeed excruciating. Once unconscious, the Chaos Tower will forcibly terminate the process to preserve the Master's life. Yet you, young master, have persevered. It is truly astonishing. The blood of immortals and demons can facilitate 99 cycles of bone shattering and rebirth, and you're the only one to have successfully completed the ordeal. The more cycles of bone shattering and rebirth, the more potent the effects. Boom! Chen Feng's bones resonated within him, a thunderous roar, his flesh brimming with vitality, his skin becoming translucent. Why Dantian has been reshaped. Chen Feng rejoiced within. Young master, you have perfectly absorbed the blood of immortals and demons. It is no longer a mere reshaping of the Dantian. Release your consciousness and feel your newfound power. Chen Feng focused his mind and released his consciousness. His Dantian was now brimming with abundant true essence, and his strength surged, his cultivation realm surpassing his previous state. True martial realm 8th layer. 9th layer, breakthrough, heavenly martial realm 1st layer. Chen Feng's realm skyrocketed, surpassing his prior destroyed Dantian, achieving a breakthrough into the heavenly martial realm. 3 years ago, at the age of 13, Chen Feng broke through to the true martial realm, becoming a renowned swordsmanship genius within the Divine Moon Sword sect, attracting the attention of the sect's leader who wished to take him as a personal disciple. Now, at 16, having broken through to the heavenly martial realm, news of his achievement would undoubtedly astonish the Divine Moon Sword sect once again. Finding a warrior who could achieve such a feat at this age, even throughout the Greyjoy dynasty, would be exceedingly rare. Haha, young master, aside from your realm's elevation, take a moment to observe your body. Chen Feng stripped off his clothing and examined his skin closely, only to discover it had become translucent, with a rosy hue akin to exquisite jade. Most mysteriously, golden patterns adorned his skin, resembling secret markings, shimmering resplendently, akin to those inscribed upon the walls of the Chaos Tower. Utterly extraordinary. Tower Elder, what has happened to my body? Chen Feng inquired, astonished. Congratulations, young master, congratulations. Your flesh and blood have endured 99 cycles of bone shattering and rebirth. You have awakened the immortal demon physique, a testament to your perfect absorption of the blood of immortals and demons. What is the immortal demon physique? Chen Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Young master, the immortal demon physique is a peerless treasure body, an unparalleled sacred body. Upon full maturation, it can effortlessly dominate ancient supremacy and vanquish the celestial and demonic realms. Among the previous 98 masters of the Chaos Tower, some awakened the supreme divine body, but regrettably, they fell to the heavens before their body could fully develop. Young master, having awakened the immortal demon physique, you must cultivate diligently to achieve the complete form of your treasure body. Yes, I shall cultivate earnestly. Chen Feng's mind stirred. He felt no lingering attachments to the world and resolved to devote all his thoughts to the path of martial cultivation henceforth. Young master, to assist you in your training, I will introduce you to a friend. You will introduce me to a friend. Who is it? Chen Feng scanned his surroundings. This golden tower contained no one else apart from him. Even the Tower Elder had remained concealed, merely speaking without revealing his true form. Could it be? Chen Feng speculated, fixing his gaze intently upon the spirit tablets. Indeed, young master is quite astute. The souls of past masters who perished at the hands of the heavens returned to the Chaos Tower, residing within the spirit tablets, both to enjoy the tower's protection and to guide the next master, forming a lineage. Young master, the 98th master before you is Emperor Chu. I shall summon him forth to meet you. Emperor Chu, the new young master of the Chaos Tower, has arrived. Will you not reveal yourself? Chapter 3. A sword to shatter the heavens. Buzz. a spirit tablet shimmered with golden light, upon which the name Emperor Chu was inscribed. The golden light descended, coalescing into the form of a middle-aged man. The man was tall and imposing, exuding a dominating presence. His sharp gaze scrutinized Chen Feng as he spoke. "Is this the new master?" "Indeed, Emperor Chu, this is Chen Feng, the 99th master of the Chaos Tower. According to tradition, you are to impart your most esteemed technique to him." "Very well, I understand." Emperor Chu nodded, his aura overwhelming yet calm. Chen Feng gazed intently at Emperor Chu. This extraordinary figure once suppressed an entire era, and after 300 years, he finally stood before him. Even in death, Emperor Chu radiated an unmatched grandeur. "Chen Feng, we of our lineage have lofty aspirations. It is our duty to reconstruct the heavenly order. Today, I, Emperor Chu, shall impart to you a technique known as the sword to shatter the heavens. Pay close attention, for this sword technique is immensely formidable. As a former sovereign, Emperor Chu had once reigned supreme over an era, and his pride lay in this very sword technique, a creation born from his relentless dedication. Capable of slaying foes even in dire circumstances, and even reversing fate and death at this moment, Emperor Chu demonstrated a sword to shatter the heavens, breaking down the technique for Chen Feng to facilitate swift comprehension and integration. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and Emperor Chu remarked, "Chen Feng, this technique is complex yet extraordinarily powerful. It took me half a year to truly grasp it. There is no need for haste. Remain here and cultivate diligently, and I shall guide you." "Thank you, Emperor Chu." Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Mentally sketching the technique demonstrated by Emperor Chu, he drew forth a sword and began to emulate the movements, striving to replicate the essence of the technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Chen Feng relentlessly practiced the sword technique, his speed increasing exponentially, his movements growing increasingly intricate, drawing ever closer to the sword to shatter the heavens performed by Emperor Chu. "Is this what talent looks like?" Emperor Chu observed from the sidelines, astonished. In just 3 days, Chen Feng had absorbed nearly 70% of his most cherished sword technique to this rate within a week. Chen Feng would likely master a sword to shatter the heavens. The young master indeed possesses extraordinary talent. What is most remarkable is his unwavering focus during cultivation, a rare quality that allows him to fully immerse himself. Indeed, despite his youth, Chen Feng remains untainted by the allure of the world, a feat that is truly impressive. Emperor Chu pondered, perplexed, and inquired, "How can Chen Feng, at such a young age, remain so unfettered? Does he not have parents or a significant other to concern himself with?" The young master has endured a tragic fate. His parents passed away early, raised by his master, who perished at the hands of the heavens while striving to free us from their grasp. As for his beloved, she feigned affection for him to obtain the red sun pill, only to betray him thereafter, taking his life with a single strike. It is no wonder that Chen Feng is able to maintain a mind free of distractions. He has, after all, lost all his kin and loved ones in this world, leaving him with nothing but himself. The Emperor of Chu shook his head and smiled, feeling a twinge of pity for the young man. "No, he still has us." Old Tower's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. "Indeed, he has us," the Emperor of Chu thought, his heart stirring. While it was true that Chen Feng was alone in the world, from the moment he became the new master of the Chaos Tower, he was irrevocably linked to it, and they, in turn, would be forever bound to him, accompanying him through eternity. Swish, 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 Chen Feng continued to practice his swordsmanship, tirelessly, until the Emperor of Chu finally spoke up to call halt. "Chen Feng, you have been practicing for 3 consecutive days. It is time for you to rest." "Master Chu, the sword technique breaking the heavens is simply too profound. I have yet to grasp its essence, so I cannot afford to rest." Chen Feng cast a deep glance at the Emperor of Chu and disregarded his advice, continuing his relentless training. 5 days later, Chen Feng remained immersed in his sword practice, drenched in sweat, his sword rising and falling with fervor. This young man is extraordinarily gifted. It is not the talent of genius that is to be feared, but the relentless effort of a prodigy. The Emperor of Chu watched in astonishment as Chen Feng perfected breaking the heavens, having accomplished what was deemed impossible in merely 5 days. Breaking the heavens. Chen Feng roared, his sword striking with incredible speed, creating a myriad of afterimages that fell like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Boom! Accompanying the strike was a terrifying sonic boom that reverberated through the Golden Tower. I've done it! At last, I've succeeded! Chen Feng was elated. This was the first sword technique he had mastered since the reconstruction of his dantian, and it did not disappoint. Congratulations, Chen Feng, you have mastered breaking the heavens. I have no further profound techniques to impart, said the Emperor of Chu, looking at Chen Feng with admiration. This technique will grow in power as your realm advances. Thank you, Master Chu. Chen Feng expressed heartfelt gratitude to the Emperor, recognizing the significance of the trust placed in him by passing on such a treasured sword technique. Old Tower, aside from Master Chu, are there any supreme techniques from Duantiandao and the others that I could learn? Having mastered breaking the heavens, Chen Feng was eager to devote every moment to the pursuit of other extraordinary techniques. Young master, you may certainly learn, but the souls of Duantiandao and the others are still in slumber. They will only awaken at the appropriate moment to bestow upon you their techniques. I see, Chen Feng replied, somewhat disappointed. He had initially thought he could train freely and absorb the supreme techniques of those masters, but now it seemed he would have to wait for the right moment. There is no need for dismay, young master. The path of cultivation involves not only mastering martial arts, but also refining one's heart and mind. There once was a tower master who, despite mastering all martial techniques, lacked a stable heart and was ultimately struck down by the heavenly tribulations during his ascent to the pinnacle of martial arts. A truly lamentable fate. Take heed, young master. The lessons of the past serve as guides for the future. In addition to honing your martial skills within the Chaos Tower, you must also temper your heart amidst the mundane world. Remember, only those who have perfected their martial arts and possess an unyielding resolve can ascend to the summit and traverse the heavenly path. Both elements are indispensable. Thank you for your guidance, Old Tower. I understand. Chen Feng had an epiphany. Being excessively fixated on martial training often led to neglecting the cultivation of one's heart, resulting in instability and ultimately failure. Young master, once Duantiandao awakens, I will inform you immediately. You may now leave the Chaos Tower to temper your heart in the mundane world. Very well. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 5 days in the Chaos Tower, and he was eager to discover what had transpired in the outside world. With a thought, he exited the Chaos Tower, returning to the tomb of his master. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Feng bowed 3 times and said, Master, I finally understand your benevolent intentions. I have become the 99th master of the Chaos Tower, and I will strive diligently to revive the 9th peak, taking it upon myself to combat the heavenly path and avenge you. Reforge the heavenly way. Having made his vow, Chen Feng turned to leave. When he reappeared, he was back at the 9th peak, gazing at a courtyard that had once been his master's residence. He walked toward the courtyard. Bang! A shattering sound erupted as someone inside was rummaging through boxes and smashing things. Little junior sister, it has been 3 years since Master passed, and now even the eldest senior brother is dead. All the brothers have aligned themselves with other peaks, yet you alone choose to remain at the 9th peak? Little junior sister, you may stay at the 9th peak, but you must distribute your master's collected treasures. Let us part amicably. We do not wish to impose that a group of over a dozen individuals surrounded a frail woman. Zhang Chong, I will not permit you to speak such nonsense. The eldest senior brother is clearly alive and well. The woman rebutted with unwavering determination. Haha, Su Yaching, my poor little junior sister. It is a pity that your heart is devoted to the eldest senior brother, yet he does not even cast a glance in your direction. The eldest senior brother is wholly focused on Shun Linger. Just 5 days ago, Shun Linger conspired with Li Wentian to murder the eldest senior brother. You probably are unaware of this, are you? A sense of foreboding welled up within Su Yaching. She had been tidying the courtyard, intending to wait for the eldest senior brother to return after seizing the opportunity mentioned by their master. However, upon hearing Zhang Chong's words, she suddenly realized why the eldest senior brother had not returned. No, it cannot be. Counting the days, the eldest senior brother should have already seized the opportunity spoken of by Master and must have restored his cultivation. How could Shen Linger and Li Wantian possibly kill him? Su Yaqing gritted her teeth. Until she saw Chen Feng's corpse, she would not believe he had perished so inexplicably. Foolish woman, what opportunity are you speaking of? Master deceived us all, especially the eldest senior brother. Once the eldest senior brother was astonishingly talented, even the sect master wished to take him as a disciple. Regrettably, his vision was clouded. He mistakenly trusted that fool Jian Chenzi and wasted his cultivation, rendering himself a cripple. His death at the hands of Shen Linger was merely the consequence of his own actions. He deserved to die. And you, little junior sister? Hee, since you were so infatuated with the eldest senior brother and so stubbornly refused to share the treasures collected by Master, we have no choice but to take you. Zhang Chong, Li Zhong, and the others leered, their expressions greedy as they gazed at Su Yaqing's delicate form. What do you intend to do? Su Yaqing exclaimed, panic rising as she retreated. Little junior sister, you must still be a maiden, right? Since the eldest senior brother will never have the chance to enjoy you, let us, the second and third senior brothers, take our turn. Zhang Chong licked his lips, a lewd grin spreading across his face as his wicked hands reached for Su Yaqing's chest. Da-da. No. Su Yaqing's face turned pale with terror, and she screamed in horror. Ha, little junior sister, scream all you like. No one will come to save you, even if you shout until your throat is raw. Zhang Chong laughed maniacally, confident that no one would come to her aid since the ninth peak had been abandoned after Jian Chenzi's demise. After they had had their way with Su Yaqing, they would kill her and leave her body to rot in the wilderness. Who would be the wiser? As Zhang Chong grew increasingly brazen, convinced that no one would intervene, he lunged towards Su Yaqing, ready to violate her. But in the next moment, a flash of cold light whizzed past, and Zhang Chong's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, his arms were severed. Zhang Chong howled in agony, blood splattering everywhere. Who goes there? Zhang Chong bellowed, his arms gushing blood, his face contorted in pain. Second junior brother, what? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Chen Feng appeared expressionless behind Zhang Chong. Chen Feng, are you a ghost or a man? Zhang Chong turned abruptly, terror coursing through him as he stared at Chen Feng. Second junior brother, while I was away for a few days, you sought to seize Master's treasures and committed heinous acts, even attempting to violate little junior sister. You cannot be allowed to live. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he coldly regarded Zhang Chong. Why you aren't dead? How are you still alive? Zhang Chong stammered in terror. Second senior brother, why are you afraid? This waste is alone. Can he truly turn the tide? Li Zhong let out a disdainful hum and then remarked, this waste is deliberately trying to intimidate us. His cultivation has been utterly destroyed and his Dantian ruined, which is an undeniable fact. Even if he were to obtain the so-called fortune mentioned by our master, he remains merely immortal. Can he truly vanquish us all single-handedly? Zhang Chong felt a considerable sense of relief and said, Third junior brother, you speak most wisely. Fellow junior brothers, we conspire to seize our master's treasures and plot against our junior sister. This matter has already come to the attention of Chen Feng, that today's events must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, we shall be branded as traitors. I could see that point. There will be no refuge for us within the Shun Yu Sword sect. Second senior brother, what do you propose we do? We shall heed your counsel. The group, in a state of bewilderment, understood the gravity of their betrayal. Plotting against their master and intending harm upon their junior sister was an unforgivable sin. If word reached Chen Feng, their demise would be certain. We must kill. It is imperative. Zhang Chong's gaze turned fierce. Having just suffered the agony of losing his arms at Chen Feng's hands, he harbored a deep-seated hatred. Now he saw an opportunity to eliminate Chen Feng. Fellow junior brothers, not only must Chen Feng die, but our junior sister must be silenced as well. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth and declared, once we have dispatched Chen Feng and our junior sister, we shall claim that Chen Feng harbored ill intentions, seeking to harm her, and was thus slain by us. Our junior sister tragically fell victim to Chen Feng's hands. This plan would serve to cast the blame upon Chen Feng, though it was lamentable that they would not have the chance to exploit the beauty of their junior sister, whose grace was unparalleled. Zhong greedily licked his lips, a hint of regret gleaming in his eyes. Eldest brother, what shall we do? Su Yaqing stood behind Chen Feng, trembling with fear. Are you afraid, junior sister? Chen Feng's expression remained calm, dismissing the threats posed by Zhang Chong and Li Zhong. I am not afraid. To die alongside you, eldest brother, would be my greatest fortune. Su Yaqing beamed, for among her senior brothers, only Chen Feng was loyal and righteous, and she had secretly cherished feelings for him. To face adversity together today filled her heart with contentment. We shall not perish, Chen Feng replied coolly. The ones who shall die are them. For their betrayal of the sect alone, they are deserving of death. Chen Feng, how brazen you are! Zhang Chong bellowed. Everyone, attack together. Do not grant him a moment's respite. With that, Zhang Chong roared, and Li Zhong and the others swiftly drew their swords, charging towards Chen Feng. Kill! Unfazed by the dozen or so attackers, Chen Feng unsheathed his sword and surged into the fray. With a flurry of movements, he unleashed his martial prowess, overwhelming Li Zhong and the others with sheer force. Swords rose and fell, and blood splattered. Li Zhong found himself losing a leg before he could even scream. The other junior brothers were no match for Chen Feng, falling one by one, their blood painting the ground. Li Zhong's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, You have broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Most of the junior brothers were merely at the true martial realm, with a few at the body refinement realm. Chen Feng, being in the heavenly martial realm, found it as easy as crushing ants to dispatch them. In mere moments, all but Li Zhong and Zhang Chong lay dead. Li Zhong, with a severed leg, and Zhang Chong, both arms severed, remained. Li Zhong, you joined the ninth peak under my direct guidance. Chen Feng, drenched in the blood of his former brothers, gazed at Li Zhong with a calm demeanor and continued, While I can somewhat comprehend the betrayal of the others, I cannot fathom yours. Our master treated you well, and I have been nothing but kind to you. Our junior sister has shown you great kindness. Li Zhong, why did you choose to betray the sect? Why did you even contemplate harming our junior sister? Fearful for his life, Li Zhong immediately knelt, banging his head against the ground until blood flowed. I was wrong. Eldest brother, I was blinded by foolishness and deceived by that beast, Zhang Chong, committing such a grave error. Eldest brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, please spare my wretched life. You were the one who proposed to seize our master's treasures. You wretch, and yet you shift the blame upon me. You deserve death more than anyone. Zhang Chong's eyes burned with rage as he glared at Li Zhong. Chen Feng found the entire scene absurd, witnessing once close-knit brothers turning against one another in violent conflict. How ludicrous! Eldest brother, do not heed Zhang Chong's lies. I was deceived by him. Li Zhong, appearing earnest and humble, cast all blame onto Zhang Chong. Li Zhong, do you recall the first rule of the Ninth Peak's teachings? Eldest brother, I remember. Of course I do. The first rule is betrayal of the sect is punishable by death. With a chilling flash of his sword, as Li Zhong spoke the final word, a decisive blade severed his neck, his head tumbling to the ground amid a fountain of blood. You truly are ruthless. Chen Feng, I should have killed you sooner. Zhang Chong howled in fury. With a swift thrust, Chen Feng pierced Zhang Chong's heart, and he collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth. You betrayed the sect, sought to seize our master's treasures, and plotted against our junior sister. Each of these transgressions warrants death. Gazing upon the sea of corpses, Chen Feng's demeanor was one of cold indifference. His actions were not those of a merciless killer, but rather of one executing justice upon the deserving. All dead? Su Yaqing struggled to calm her racing heart. As the courtyard was filled with the bodies of the slain, the ground stained crimson with blood, and a metallic scent lingering in the air. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Eldest brother, you were right. They committed heinous acts, and justice has been served. They deserve to die. Junior sister, let us clear away the bodies. This is our master's former residence. We must not allow their blood to tarnish our sect. Chen Feng's expression returned to tranquility as he cast a gentle glance at Su Yaqing. Eldest brother, what shall we do with the bodies of these traitors? Should we bury them? Su Yaqing inquired curiously. Burn them. They do not deserve to be buried upon the land of the Ninth Peak. Chen Feng spoke with genuine disdain for Zhang Chong and the others. These traitors had committed unforgivable sins, and to inter them at the ninth peak would be to pollute its sanctity. I shall take care of it at once, Su Yaqing replied, watching Chen Feng's figure, sensing the changes within him. That air of indifference seemed to indicate he had seen through everything, and no matter how Chen Feng transformed, he would always remain her eldest brother. Eldest brother, Su Yaqing murmured softly, hastening from the courtyard to retrieve tools, assisting Chen Feng in disposing of the corpses, which they would burn upon the mountainside. Chapter 5. Intrigues and Schemes. Seizing the ninth peak. After clearing the courtyard of the bodies and wiping away the blood, Chen Feng entered the house. Master, your disciples dared to betray the sect. I shall cleanse the path for you. Chen Feng's expression shifted as he lit 3 incense sticks before the spirit tablet of Jian Qinzi. After Jian Qinzi's death, the ninth peak had become a mere shadow of its former self. As the eldest brother, he should have revitalized the ninth peak, yet he had crippled himself to guard Jian Qinzi's grave, leading to a fragmentation of loyalty within the sect. Without Jian Qinzi, the ninth peak lacked a central figure of authority. Zhang Chang, Li Zhong, and others sought to divide Jian Qinzi's treasures and usurp Su Yaqing, precisely due to this vacuum of leadership. Eldest brother, your bed has been prepared. Now, only the 2 of us remain at the ninth peak. What shall we do next? Su Yaqing entered, holding a translucent jade ring. Eldest brother, this is the storage ring used by our master. It contains several secret sword techniques and some precious herbs. Junior sister, you should keep this ring, Chen Feng replied solemnly. Now that I have returned, I must revitalize the ninth peak. It is good that you have this resolve, for our master valued you above all else. Su Yaqing paused before continuing. Eldest brother, you have already obtained the fortune our master spoke of before his death. With you leading, the ninth peak is sure to be revitalized. Just then, a figure burst into the courtyard. Shouting, Su Yaqing, are you not leaving? Are you forcing me to kill you? You and your useless brothers have defected to the 7th peak. How dare you linger here at the 9th peak? The voice was known before the figure appeared. Who dares? Chen Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Eldest brother, it is someone from the 5th peak's law enforcement hall, taking advantage of their backing to attempt to annex the 9th peak, Su Yaqing replied coldly. Who provides them with such backing? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled, glancing at Su Yaqing. Who else could it be? It is that scoundrel Li Yu. He is the cousin of Li Wentian. Su Yaqing gritted her teeth in resentment, harboring a profound loathing for Li Yu, especially upon discovering Li Wentian's collusion with Shen Linger in their underhanded dealings against Chen Feng. This knowledge only served to stoke the flames of her fury. Master brother, it was only in your absence that Li Yu and his cohorts dared to act so brazenly. Now that you have returned, they shall no longer be allowed to flaunt their arrogance. A smile graced Su Yaqing's face. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded slightly, his gaze icy and sharp as a blade. Directed towards the entrance, he observed 5 individuals approaching with boisterous arrogance, led by none other than Li Yu. Clad in resplendent attire, a golden sword hanging at his waist, and opulent boots adorned with white jade. Su Yaqing, are you pretending to be deaf in my presence? Li Yu stormed into the room, his fury palpable, and his eyes immediately fell upon Chen Feng. You are Chen Feng? He inquired, surprise evident in his voice. Indeed, that is I, Chen Feng replied, his demeanor unflinching, and no wonder Su Yaqing dared to ignore my words. It seems you are a shield. Li Yu sneered darkly. I thought you had perished long ago. Brother Yu, there's been talk outside that this worthless Chen Feng was slain by his beloved Shenlin. Is it true? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, brother Yu. This matter reeks of treachery. How could this waste not be dead? Shenlinger merely pierced him with a sword. It does not necessarily mean he was killed. Li Yu remarked, casting a cold glance at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, consider yourself fortunate. Shenlinger failed to take your life, but I shall finish the job. Li Yu licked his lips, revealing a murderous intent. His smile twisted. You are Li Yu? Chen Feng responded calmly, undeterred by the threat. Indeed, I am Li Yu, and I shall soon send you to the underworld. He laughed loudly, dismissing Chen Feng entirely. 3 years prior, before Chen Feng had self-destructed his Dantian and rendered his cultivation useless, he had been a renowned genius within the Shenyue sword sect. Now, however, he was merely a name synonymous with failure, posing no threat whatsoever. Waste. Once I have dealt with you, I shall enjoy tormenting that wretched Su Yaching. Li Yu's gaze lingered greedily on her, filled with lecherous desire. Yet before he could utter another word, he suddenly froze, his expression turning to shock. Thud! Blood gushed forth. Unbeknownst to him, a crimson line had appeared around his neck, revealing itself to be a sword mark that encircled him entirely, severing his head. As his body swayed, the decapitated head fell to the ground. Blood still steaming. You are Li Yu. Thus, I have not erred in my target, Chen Feng observed coldly. The four individuals who had followed Li Yu stood in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the scene. Li Yu has been killed. The shriek echoed throughout the room, jolting them back to reality as they beheld the severed head. Who else could it be? Li Yu is a formidable figure at the 8th level of true martial realm. How could he have met his demise? Su Yuan's face turned pale with terror as he turned to Chen Feng, fear gripping his heart. Did you do this? Does it matter? Chen Feng replied, his expression indifferent, showing no interest in the fate of a dying man like Su Yuan. Run. The other three, sensing Chen Feng's murderous intent, fled rapidly towards the exit. Having come, you shall die here. Chen Feng rushed out, his sword flashing like lightning, striking down with deadly precision. Swish, swish, swish. 3 heads flew simultaneously, blood spraying forth, leaving only 3 lifeless bodies in their wake. As the bodies continued to run forward, their heads severed, Su Yuan watched in horror, blood splattering on him, and he fell to his knees, weeping in despair. Su Yaching, I am your cousin. You must plead for my life. Su Yuan, terrified and desperate, looked to Su Yaching for mercy, seeking to leverage their familial bond. You dare acknowledge me as your cousin. You aided the oppressors. You deserve to die. Su Yaching retorted angrily. He is your cousin. Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Not closely related, Su Yaching dismissed, recalling how Su Yuan had previously flaunted his authority alongside Li Yu without regard for their kinship. I understand, Chen Feng replied coolly. Answer my questions truthfully, or you shall perish. Master Feng, I shall answer. Anything I know, I will tell you. Su Yuan, kneeling and bowing his head, abandoned his dignity for the sake of survival. Who commanded you to annex the 9th peak? Master Feng, it was Li Wentian. He mentioned that the disciples of the 9th peak had defected to the 7th peak, leaving only you and Su Yaching. Li Wentian also claimed that you were killed by Shun Linger at the grave of Jian Shenzi. Thus, the 9th peak is left with but one survivor, Su Yaching. Su Yuan trembled as he spoke, his eyes wide with fear. Is this true? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, glancing back at Su Yaching, who nodded in affirmation, revealing a grave expression. He had not anticipated such a rule to exist. Master Brother. This rule was enacted only after Master S passing, clearly aimed at targeting the 9th peak. Moreover, Master had entrusted you to assume the mantle of Peak Master before his demise. How could they claim that no new Peak Master was established? Su Yaching's brows knitted in concern as she continued. I have already informed Li Yu and his ilk of this, yet they refuse to acknowledge your status as Peak Master, intent on seizing control of the 9th peak. They must be punished. Cousin, the position of Peak Master must be recognized by the Sect Master and the other 8 Peak Masters. You cannot be unaware of this, Su Yuan countered, in this urgent situation. We must act according to necessity. Su Yaching huffed in defiance. Now that Master Brother has returned, we must strive to gain the Sect Masters and the other 8 Peak Masters' recognition. Chen Feng shook his head in resignation. Striving for recognition from the Sect Master and the other 8 Peak Masters. Easier said than done. If becoming Peak Master were so simple, the Xinyue Sword Sect would have descended into chaos long ago. However, with the situation pressing upon us, I cannot afford to watch the 9th peak fall into enemy hands. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I must claim the title of Peak Master. Little junior sister. Let him go. Absolutely not. Master Brother, this person cannot be spared. If you kill Li Yu and the others once word gets out. Su Yaching's expression turned anxious, her concern for Chen Feng evident. Li was Li Wentian's cousin and a disciple of the 5th Peak's law enforcement hall. Should news of Li Yu's death spread, it would spell disaster. Not worry. Let him go. Chen Feng remained composed, intentionally allowing Su Yuan to disseminate news of today's events. Chapter 6. The Ice and Fire Spring. Su Yaqing found Chen Feng's intentions inscrutable and complied with his directive, releasing Su Yuan. Master brother, you should not show such leniency. These people are despicable. After Master S' death, they have sought every means to monopolize the ninth peak. They even went so far as to enact new sect rules. All these regulations are aimed directly at our ninth peak. Su Yaqing was incensed at Chen Feng's decision to let Su Yuan go. Worrying for his safety, Su Yuan's betrayal warranted death, and his release posed an endless threat. If today's events were to leak, Chen Feng would undoubtedly find himself in peril. I am aware of the situation. Little junior sister, there is no need for your concern. Chen Feng reassured her with a faint smile, gently ruffling her hair for comfort. Master brother, you have changed. Su Yaqing's clear eyes reflected a deep contemplation as she regarded Chen Feng. In the past, he had been a bastion of justice, indignant in the face of injustice. Now, he exuded a mature composure, unfazed by troublesome dilemmas, always appearing as though victory was assured, as if he held all strings in his grasp. Enough, little junior sister. Cease your overthinking, and no matter how I change, I shall forever remain your master brother. Chen Feng smiled warmly. Indeed, you will always be my master brother, and I will forever be your little junior sister. Su Yaqing's sweet smile lit up her face, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling, and two adorable dimples appeared on her cheeks. Chen Feng proceeded to transport the bodies of Li Yu and his companions to the back mountain to be burned. Having incinerated corpses twice in a single day, he recognized that the days ahead would not be tranquil. The ninth peak cannot be without a master for even a day. My immediate priority is to enhance my strength. Seize the title of Peak Master, and secure the recognition of the other 8 Peak Masters and the Sect Master as soon as possible. In Chen Feng's eyes, a flicker of determination ignited deep within his heart. Little junior sister, I must make a trip to the 3rd peak, Chen Feng declared solemnly. The 3rd peak, that is the labor office, responsible for allocating tasks for the Xinyue Sword Sect. Upon completion of these tasks, one can earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for various elixirs, precious artifacts, and martial arts techniques. Su Yaqing gazed deeply at Chen Feng. Elder brother, how long do you intend to be away? She inquired with curiosity. No more than half a month, Chen Feng replied, a hint of concern for Su Yaqing's safety evident in his voice. Little junior sister, after I depart, you must leave the 9th peak. Those individuals have their eyes set on it, and they will undoubtedly return. Stay away for a while and avoid any conflict until I return that I understand. Elder brother, Su Yaqing said with a grin. Oh, I previously constructed a thatched hut on the back mountain and planted some vegetables, storing some food as well that I can stay there for the time being. Chen Feng nodded in approval. Very well. With a flick of his finger, he summoned his sword into the AI in an instant. The sword soared, shimmering with radiant light, transforming into a flying sword that ascended into the sky. Go. Chen Feng stepped lightly and leaped onto the flying sword. With a whoosh, the sword sliced through the air, producing a sharp, sonic boom. Chen Feng stood upon the flying sword, swiftly departing the 9th peak and heading towards the 3rd peak, the art of sword flight, a technique of the heavenly martial realm. Watching Chen Feng soar away with such grace, Su Yaqing was utterly astonished. Despite witnessing him slay several adversaries moments ago, she had not connected Chen Feng with the heavenly martial realm point 3 years prior. Elder brother had willingly crippled his own cultivation and destroyed his dantian to guard Master S' tomb for 3 years. Su Yaqing furrowed her brow in shock, realizing, I had thought elder brother had succumbed to despair during these 3 years. But little did I know that he had been diligently cultivating. He has not only restored his dantian, but has also surpassed his former prowess, with elder brother breaking through to the heavenly martial realm. Harboring lofty ambitions, I cannot be a hindrance to him. Su Yaqing's eyes began to shine with anticipation for Chen Feng's journey. She promptly gathered her belongings, took Master S' tablet, and headed towards the back mountain of the 9th peak. After Chen Feng received his task from the labor office of the 3rd peak, he immediately set off for Xinyue Sword Mountain, embarking on a half-month journey of cultivation under the divine moon. The land transformed into mountains, nurturing countless spirits and producing wondrous essences, giving rise to sacred herbs and celestial grasses. Thus, the Xinyue Sword Mountain was born. The expanse of Xinyue Sword Mountain stretched endlessly. undulating majestically, its peaks harboring myriad life forms. Steeped in profound mystery. 3 days later, a gaunt figure emerged deep within the mountain ranges of Shenhua Sword Mountain. It was the purple-blood silver wolf, a creature of strength rivaling that of the true martial realm. Featured on this mission's list, this gaunt figure was none other than Chen Feng, who, with a stern expression, confronted a 3-meter-long, bloodthirsty silver wolf. Roar! The purple-blood silver wolf howled to the heavens, its massive blood-red fangs glistening menacingly. Its piercing gaze fixed upon Chen Feng, and with a powerful stomp of its forelegs, it unleashed a surge of formidable force, lunging towards Chen Feng with ferocity. Seeking death, I will use your blood to refine my sword techniques. Chen Feng's gaze darkened as he charged towards the purple-blood silver wolf, wielding his 3-foot-long sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that struck heavily against the beast. With a sizzling sound, the sword, sharp as lightning, sliced through the wolf's abdomen, blood spilling forth profusely, its organs tumbling to the ground, splattering Chen Feng's face with crimson. This marks the 17th beast core, and a faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips as he drove his sword through the silver wolf's chest, extracting its purple heart. The beast core, I still require 3 more to meet the mission's target. Over the past 3 days at Shenhua Sword Mountain, Chen Feng had hunted numerous purple-blood silver wolves and golden fang sword tigers. These beasts possessing considerable strength, comparable to true martial realm warriors. Each beast core held significant value, redeemable for 100 contribution points at the labor office in the Shenhua Sword Sect. All cultivation resources could be exchanged for contribution points. And the most common method to acquire these points was by undertaking tasks at the labor office on the 3rd peak. I must accumulate contribution points to exchange for elixirs, secret techniques, and treasured weapons. Chen Feng's resolve was unwavering to rebuild the 9th peak. The first step is to successfully claim the position of Peak Master. The second step is to recruit new disciples. All of these require support from elixirs, secret techniques, and treasured weapons. Chen Feng was acutely aware of his upcoming plans. He needed to hunt as many beasts as possible, acquiring their cores to exchange for contribution points and subsequently procure elixirs and secret techniques. Realizing the hour was late, he decided it was time to return to the Icefire Spring for rest. As he observed the sunset painting the horizon with hues of orange and crimson, he gathered all the beast cores and swiftly flew toward a nearby spring. This spring was peculiar, featuring 2 distinct colors. One half was fiery red, boiling like magma, while the other half shimmered silver and was as cold as ice. Chen Feng referred to it as the Icefire Spring. He had discovered it while pursuing a golden fang sword tiger. The spring was rich in spiritual energy, and after soaking in it, one could swiftly regain vitality. However, Chen Feng could only immerse himself in the silver, frosty waters. As he possessed the immortal demon body, an innate pure yang physique, his flesh was immensely heated, and soaking in the silver frosty waters was incredibly refreshing, allowing him to absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy, refining it into true essence within his body to enhance his strength. Should he immerse himself in the fiery red waters, his body would ignite into ashes. Chen Feng shed his blood-stained robes and leaped into the silver frosty spring, alleviating his fatigue. Without the nurturing of the Icefire Spring over the past few days, it would have been impossible for Chen Feng to continuously hunt beasts. The exertion of slaying these creatures had drained his true essence, leaving him with numerous wounds that required time to heal. The abundant spiritual energy of the Icefire Spring could restore Chen Feng to his prime in a short period. Exhaling, Chen Feng reclined in the silver frosty waters, releasing a stream of fiery icy mist, an enigmatic phenomenon. He felt his flesh relax, every cell within his body absorbing the spiritual energy, powerful force surging through him, filling his dantian with true essence that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Chen Feng's gaze sparkled with intensity as the power within him surged vigorously, the spiritual energy coursing through his bones, cleansing his meridians. Boom! His bones echoed in unison. As Chen Feng exhaled fiery icy mist, his eyes shimmering brightly, radiating golden light, and he instantaneously broke through to the second level of the heavenly martial realm. Chapter 7. Despicable and Shameless. After his breakthrough to the second level of the heavenly martial realm, Chen Feng spent the night resting in the silver frosty spring. As dawn broke, the eastern sky revealed a hint of pale light, and the ice-fire spring erupted with layers of white mist. This white mist was a treasure, spiritual juice, the essence of the ice-fire spring. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed brightly as he swiftly rose, sitting cross-legged within the ice-fire spring. Activating the secret technique of the mixed yuan heavenly skill, voraciously devouring the white mist. The mixed yuan heavenly skill was the foundational cultivation technique Chen Feng practiced. This technique was obtained by Jian Shenzi from a forbidden place a decade ago. However, at that time, Jian Shenzi was already cultivating another foundational technique and could no longer practice the mixed yuan heavenly skill, so he passed it on to Chen Feng. The uniqueness of the mixed yuan heavenly skill lies in its ability to absorb and refine the true essence of other warriors' blood, melting it into one's own true essence for personal use. In addition to absorbing and refining the true essence of other warriors, the mixed yuan heavenly skill also enhances one's capacity to absorb spiritual energy rapidly. A crimson glow enveloped Chen Feng's body, rich and vibrant like blood, his flesh gradually becoming translucent, the outline of his bones and meridians faintly visible, his body resembling a brilliant piece of jade. Above the ice-fire spring, white mist swirled and enveloped him, as he operated the mixed yuan heavenly skill, solidifying the mist into a delicate membrane resembling a cicada's wing, adhering to his flesh with a pop. Chen Feng's skin glowed rosy, quickly absorbing the white mist. This was the essence spiritual juice of the ice-fire spring, purifying and cleansing his body of impurities and refining his bones, just as Chen Feng immersed himself in the refining of the white mist. A slender figure approached swiftly from a distance. It was a woman, clad in a flowing azure gown, her face partially veiled by a delicate gauze. Her movements were as graceful as a swallow. And with each step she took, bloodstains marked the ground beneath her. Drip, drip. Fresh blood fell to the earth, staining the hem of her azure gown crimson, upon noticing the swirling white mist in the distance. Her gaze sharpened as she spotted a pool of water one half fiery red and the other half silver frosty. It is the ice-fire spring, a sanctuary for healing. A wave of joy surged within her. But she quickly cast a glance at her abdomen, where a gruesome bloodstain marred her skin, blood continuing to seep from the wound. She dashed towards the ice-fire spring, murmuring to herself, "I cultivate the ice god technique. An ice attribute secret method. I must not step into the silver frosty waters, or my flesh may instantly freeze into ice." She immediately shed her azure long skirt and removed the delicate veil, exposing her bare body as she placed her pair of fair and tender feet into the fiery red spring water before slowly reclining. The ice god technique. Immersed in the scalding waters, she swiftly activated her secret method to heal her wounds. An abundance of spiritual energy surged into her body, and the ghastly scar on her abdomen began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, while her pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. To her astonishment, the Shunyue Sword Mountain harbored such a miraculous sanctuary for healing. How splendid! The woman slightly closed her eyes, her beautiful gaze shimmering like clear waters. Gradually, her injuries fully mended, and she exhaled wisps of white mist. At this moment, as the sky brightened, a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the fiery spring and dispersing the layers of white mist hovering above it. With a blissful smile, the woman reveled in the nurturing embrace of the crimson waters. Suddenly, her enchanting gaze fixed upon the man before her. How lewd! How despicable and shameless! You dare to spy on this palace's bath. I shall gouge out your eyes. A sharp, piercing scream erupted, followed by a torrent of invective. Chen Feng opened his eyes, frowning slightly as he coldly regarded the woman before him. She stood before him completely unclad, yet he remained calm and composed, his expression betraying no hint of disturbance. Despite her bare form, her curves accentuated, exposing a generous expanse of delicate skin, he was utterly indifferent. "Put on some clothes before speaking to me." Chen Feng's tone bore a hint of detachment. You, despicable. What was that look you just gave me? Utterly vile. The woman, having swiftly donned her azure long skirt, glared at Chen Feng with an air of arrogance. "To spy on this palace's bath, and yet you do not gouge out your own eyes?" The woman's demeanor was icy and aloof. "This palace?" Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. No, no." The woman hastily shook her head. "Not this palace. You, daring to spy on me while I bathe, may yet escape with your life." With a disdainful snort, she asserted her unyielding stance. "I discovered this place first and arrived before you. If anyone is to be accused of spying, it should be you." Chen Feng's voice was neither servile nor overbearing. "I care not." The woman stomped her foot in anger, declaring, "You have seen my body, tarnished my purity. If you do not gouge out your eyes, I shall slay you." "Nonsense," Chen Feng retorted coldly. "It is you who, in your nakedness, have sullied my eyes, and now you shamelessly turn it back on me. How utterly laughable. I sullied your eyes." The woman widened her eyes, astonished, staring intently at Chen Feng. She, exposed and revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin, had sullied his eyes. This shameless beast deserved to die 1,000 deaths. "I will kill you," she bellowed, drawing her sword and lunging at Chen Feng. However, she abruptly halted, her expression shifting as her chest heaved unevenly. With a sudden gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen as she collapsed into the fiery spring. "What trickery is this?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow. He had been prepared for battle. Who would have thought that before the fight even began, she would suddenly spew blood and fall into the scorching waters? "Are you dead?" Chen Feng swiftly approached and kicked the woman's cold. She murmured, her face pale, lips cracked, wisps of frost lingering in her hair as she lay in the fiery waters, her arms wrapped around her chest, trembling uncontrollably. "This is fiery spring water, as hot as magma. My body feels like it's on fire, and you still feel cold? Woman, what in the world are you trying to pull?" A hint of doubt stirred within Chen Feng. Yet at that moment, a chill began to emanate from the woman's body, and Chen Feng felt a sudden chill at his feet. Looking down, he was astonished to see the fiery spring water beginning to freeze. "You are cultivating an ice attribute technique. You are being backlashed by your own practice." Chen Feng was suddenly alarmed, finally grasping the source of the issue. This woman practiced an ice attribute secret method, immensely powerful, granting her strength while simultaneously rebounding upon her, disrupting her balance. Her brow was frosted, her hair entwined with icy mist, frozen solid. If this continued, it would not be long before she succumbed to the cold. Chen Feng's brow furrowed tightly, recalling how she had berated him without cause earlier. He felt a surge of anger, yet he could not bring himself to abandon a stranger in peril. "Woman, fortunate for you that you encountered me. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly perish today," Chen Feng scoffed, immediately moving to assist her, removing her azure long skirt. The woman glared at Chen Feng with venomous eyes, yet she was currently being ravaged by the backlash of the ice god technique, her life hanging by a thread, her body unable to move, the chill seeping into her bones, her dantian frozen solid. "Do not look at me with such eyes," faced once more with her nakedness, revealing her immaculate and tender skin. Chen Feng remained unmoved. He continued, "Were it not to save you, I would not deign to glance at her bare form." His words were undoubtedly the highest form of belittlement and disdain directed at her. The woman glared at Chen Feng with an even more venomous gaze, wishing to pierce him with her sword. How noble her status was, yet in Chen Feng's eyes, she was worth less than a mere trifle. Her body, once a source of pride, pure and pristine, now stood before him in its entirety, and he regarded it with indifference. Chen Feng must die, the woman internally lamented, but Chen Feng paid no heed to her myriad of thoughts. He extended his hand, gently caressing her delicate back. Indeed, it was soft to the touch. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters, as he swiftly activated his mixed yuan heavenly technique, absorbing the cold energy from her body. The woman trembled at his touch, unable to suppress a soft moan. It was the first time in her life that a man had touched her body so intimately, their breaths mingling audibly. "He dares to take liberties with me." Though it was to save her, she found it utterly intolerable. She vowed to kill him. Chapter 8. Allow me to cultivate with you. I know what you are thinking. Chen Feng's brow furrowed. Woman, even if you truly wish to kill me, you must wait until I have saved you first. You have taken liberties with me, tarnished my purity. I will not spare you." The woman felt a deep sense of grievance, her ruby lips tightly pressed together. Chen Feng responded expressionlessly. Were it not for his kind heart, she would certainly be dead by now at this moment. Chen Feng was absorbing the cold energy from her body, using his mixed yuan heavenly technique. A torrent of frigid energy surged forth from her, flooding into his meridians. The terrifying chill penetrated his veins, rushing towards his dantian. Gradually, Chen Feng's brow began to frost, his skin translucent as the icy energy coursed within him, his blood freezing solid. "Are you all right?" The woman, her expression shifting, began to worry for Chen Feng's safety. She was acutely aware of how tyrannical the cold energy within her was. During previous assaults, she had been backlashed by the ice god technique, and it was only thanks to the palace's elder that she had survived. She had ventured into the Shenyue Sword Mountain, seeking a remedy for the cold energy's onslaught, only to find herself gravely injured, her own cold energy flaring up, leading to her current perilous state. Fortunately, Chen Feng was there to help her expel the cold energy, alleviating her suffering. However, now, the vast amounts of cold energy surging into Chen Feng's body were freezing his blood, placing his life in jeopardy. "Do not worry. I shall not perish. Immortal demon body." Chen Feng suddenly roared, channeling his true essence, his flesh becoming crystalline and translucent, a surge of formidable power erupting forth, driving the cold energy from his body. The frozen blood began to melt away, the frost on his brow dissipating into water. Witnessing this, the woman was taken aback, her delicate brows knitting in concern as she gazed at Chen Feng. Pure yang body, utterly firm and yang. She was utterly astonished. The pure yang body was exceedingly rare, and she had scoured the entire Great Zhou dynasty without finding a single warrior possessing such a physique. Who could have anticipated that her search would yield such a result without any effort? The youth before her was indeed a warrior, with a pure yang body, His flesh was exceedingly firm and yang, perfectly countering the cold energy's onslaught. If she could cultivate with such a warrior, she would never again be plagued by the cold energy. With this thought, a greedy smile graced her lips as she looked at Chen Feng. "It seems you have already recovered." Chen Feng observed the peculiar expression on the woman's face and immediately halted his actions. Retracting the essence within him and withdrawing his celestial demon form, "My friend, I must sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. It appears I have failed to recognize your stature." The woman smiled gracefully. "First, please don your attire." Chen Feng felt a weight in his heart. Was this truly the nature of women? Their moods shifted more swiftly than the weather. "I have indeed acted rashly." The woman elegantly gestured, and her azure gown enveloped her form. "My friend, there was a misunderstanding earlier. I misjudged your intentions." Her demeanor was now humble, lacking the previous arrogance and haughtiness. "Speak plainly." Chen Feng furrowed his brow immediately. "Friend, I implore you to allow me the honor of dual cultivation alongside you." The woman offered a sweet smile, her sincerity evident. Repay your life-saving grace. Please do not refuse my request for dual cultivation." The more beautiful a woman, the less trustworthy her words seemed, and the more ruthless her actions could be, akin to a viper. Chen Feng's mind churned with doubt, his gaze complex as it lingered on the woman before him. This woman was indeed stunning. Her phoenix eyes, willow-like brows, and lips as red as cherries formed a visage of exquisite beauty, devoid of any flaw, her complexion radiant like polished jade. And as for her figure, it was absolutely perfect. Her physique was as slender as a willow, gracefully alluring, with a pair of bosoms that rose majestically, reminiscent of towering peaks, evoking a primal desire to touch. This woman was undeniably a rare gem. However, the more beautiful a woman, the more wary one must be, for a beautiful woman with a ruthless heart could devour a man whole without leaving a trace. "What is it? Friend, do you find me extraordinarily beautiful and captivating? Are you unable to contain your eagerness to engage in dual cultivation with me?" The woman flashed a beguiling smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Feng. "I harbor no interest in you." In response to her overture, Chen Feng remained utterly unmoved and cold, We are mere acquaintances brought together by chance, without any destined connection, that I intervened only because I perceived you were in danger. My assistance was given freely, and you need not express gratitude. From this point forward, you may pursue your path while I tread mine. Should you dare to persist in your entanglements, seeking to sway my resolve with your beauty, I shall show you no mercy. I, too, can kill. With that, a murderous intent emanated from Chen Feng's gaze, coldly fixed upon the woman, that a chill coursed through her at his unwavering stare, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. I understand now. The woman haughtily snorted, pride emanating from her words. You shall remember my name. I am Zhou Mei'er, and one day you shall kneel before me, begging for my favor. Chen Feng cast a deep glance at Zhou Mei'er. Her emotions were volatile, making her a troublesome adversary. He chose to disregard her words and turned to leave. Have you no intention of revealing your name? Is it beneath you to converse with me? Zhou Mei'er fumed, her teeth clenched as she watched Chen Feng's receding figure. If I were not so gravely injured, I would surely capture you today. Nevertheless, she resigned herself to fate. Perhaps destiny had not yet unveiled itself, and she could not force the issue. It was time for her to return to the palace. Zhou Mei'er's gaze grew icy. Having been away from the royal palace for several days, her ancestors had urged her to return. As the first female emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, her noble status meant that many matters could not be dictated by her whims. She had to consider the greater picture, with numerous affairs awaiting her attention back in the palace. She had no choice but to return the seventh peak of the Divine Moonsword sect. Li Xiao, I have investigated the labor office at the third peak. 4 days ago, that wretched Chen Feng accepted a mission to the Divine Moon Sword Mountain. Intending to hunt beasts for contribution points, Su Yuan knelt tremblingly, fearful of Li Wentian's sudden wrath. Su Yuan, how long have you been with my cousin? Li Wentian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His back turned to Su Yuan. 3 years. Su Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. So long. Li Wentian chuckled, turning to face Shen Linger, who had been standing quietly beside him, but he reached out, gently lifting her chin, and smiled. Linger, that little wretch is still alive. What do you propose we do? Kill him. Shen Linger's eyes glinted coldly. Indeed, he must be eliminated. A slight smirk graced Li Wentian's lips as he continued. If you were to kill him again, would you be willing? Brother Wentian, do not even suggest it. Even if you asked me to kill him 100 times, 1,000 times, or 10,000 times, I would not bat an eyelash. Shen Linger huffed, her eyes brimming with disdain and loathing for Chen Feng. Haha, Linger, I adore your merciless and charming demeanor. Wentian laughed heartily, giving Shen Linger a playful squeeze. However, his expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Su Yuan. Su Yuan, considering your 3 years of service to my cousin, I shall grant you one last chance. Wentian's smile was a facade, his eyes exuding a chilling menace. Su Yuan trembled as he knelt, feeling the dread of Li Wentian's gaze. Since Chen Feng is at the Divine Moon Sword Mountain, I shall assign you 5 individuals, 3 at the Celestial Martial Realm, and 2 at the Pinnacle True Martial Realm, to accompany you in a siege against Chen Feng. Wentian's grin was sinister as he added, Su Yuan, should you fail to return with Chen Feng's head this time, you may as well end your own life. I have no desire to dirty my hands with the likes of you. Rest assured, Li Xiao, I will certainly dismember Chen Feng and present his head to you. Su Yuan exhaled in relief, brimming with confidence as he promptly vowed. 3 at the Celestial Martial Realm and 2 at the Pinnacle True Martial Realm. What a grand arrangement. Li Wentian was showing no restraint in his quest to eliminate Chen Feng. Chapter 9. Murder and Treasure Acquisition. The Crimson Essence Crystal. It is the devouring flame python. Within the Divine Moon Sword Mountain, enveloped in mist, a man faced off against a python from a distance. This man was Chen Feng. The devouring flame python measured approximately 15 meters in length, as thick as a barrel, its body rugged and mottled, adorned with crimson scales coiling around a tree. Its eyes gleamed with a chilling light, its mouth agape, glaring menacingly at Chen Feng. The devouring flame python, when enraged, possessed strength comparable to the 3rd layer of the Celestial Martial Realm. Indeed, formidable. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, having only recently broken through to the 2nd layer of the Celestial Martial Realm. Slaying the devouring flame python would not be an easy feat. Boom. Just as Chen Feng pondered, the devouring flame python lashed out, launching an aggressive attack. What a wretched beast! I have yet to strike you. Yet you dare to attack first. Chen Feng scoffed. He felt the winds whip past his ears as the massive red python, akin to a long whip, lashed fiercely at him. Die. Chen Feng roared, undeterred, as he swung his sword in a horizontal arc. Sizzle! The sound of the sword slicing through flesh resonated. The python's body was cut, crimson scales falling away, blood gushing forth. Roar! The devouring flame python's eyes widened in fury, its mouth agape in a thunderous roar as it lunged at Chen Feng. You seek death. Today shall serve as your trial. Chen Feng's gaze grew icy as he charged toward the devouring flame python, but a sword to pierce the heavens. Chen Feng bellowed, swinging his 3-foot blade. His internal essence surged, unleashing a formidable force that manifested as an unstoppable sword chi. Boom! Bang! This strike was imbued with immense power, unstoppable in its might. The powerful sword chi pierced through the python's maw. Erupting from within its body, boom! The massive python collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Chen Feng stood proudly, atop the python's head, and with a single stroke, severed the python's head and extracted the crimson beast core. A single beast core from the devouring flame python was worth at least 3 from the purple blood silver wolf. Chen Feng smiled slightly, promptly stowing the beast core. In just 4 days, he had completed the labor office's task, and the beast core in his possession could be exchanged for at least 2,000 contribution points. With 11 days remaining and accounting for the last day of travel back to the Divine Moonsword sect, he could spend 10 more days in the Divine Moonsword Mountain for training. Chen Feng did not pause. Having slain the devouring flame python and claimed its core, he continued his cultivation. Soon he ventured deeper into the Divine Moonsword Mountain, hearing the sounds of battle echoing from a valley ahead, and he hastened toward in the valley. 2 men and a woman appeared disheveled, their bodies stained with blood. Before them loomed a golden-horned giant rhinoceros, towering at approximately 5 meters, its body covered in iron-like scales, impervious to blades and spears, with a magnificent golden horn atop its head, exuding an intimidating presence. Why you go? If this continues, we shall be dragged to our doom by this golden-horned giant rhinoceros. The young woman, her face smeared with blood, gazed anxiously at the youth beside her. Lu Yen, wherever the golden-horned giant rhinoceros roams, there must be the elusive red marrow mystic crystal. We have finally discovered this place. We cannot let our efforts go to waste. Zhao Yu's eyes were resolute. Determined to acquire the red marrow mystic crystal, that a deep gash marred his chest, exposing bone, a wound inflicted by the rhinoceros's formidable golden horn. Despite his injuries, Zhao Yu refused to retreat. The crystal was too tantalizingly close to abandon. Brother Yu, that golden horn giant rhinoceros is a fully grown beast, its power comparable to the 5th realm of the heavenly martial stage. Among us 3, you are the strongest, yet you are merely at the 3rd realm, remarked another youth named Li Tong, whose arm was broken and bloodied, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yu. Brother Yu, if we continue this fight, we are surely doomed. Li Tong, silence. If you wish to leave, do so. I will acquire the red marrow mystic crystal today. Zhao Yu's eyes were bloodshot, filled with unwillingness as he brandished the red cherry spear and charged once more at the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. Brother Yu, Lu Yin and Li Tong exchanged glances. They were now at the brink of action, compelled to strike. They had both sustained injuries, yet the rhinoceros was equally wounded. It was now a test of endurance to see who could outlast the other. Together, Lu Yin and Li Tong gritted their teeth and followed Zhao Yu in their assault against the beast. With a furious roar, the golden-horned giant rhinoceros lunged forward, its golden horn crashing into Zhao Yu's chest, sending him flying 30 meters. As Zhao Yu was propelled away, his spear pierced through the iron-colored scales of the rhinoceros, plunging into its abdomen. The creature bellowed in agony, thrashing about and charging towards Lu Yin and Li Tong. With a resounding crash, both were sent flying 50 meters, their swords embedded in the beast's flesh. The golden-horned giant rhinoceros, though wounded, was still formidable. Had it not been for its iron scales, it might have already succumbed to Zhao Yu and his companions. Zhao Yu crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his chest a tapestry of broken bones and lacerations. Lu Yin and Li Tong fared similarly, several bones shattered, their bodies stained crimson. The rhinoceros, panting heavily, glared at Zhao Yu and charged again, intent on finishing him off. Damn it! This beast intends to kill me. Zhao Yu shouted in alarm, his severe injuries leaving him no time to evade the impending attack. In that critical moment, a flash of sword light cleaved the air, slicing downwards. The sharp blade severed the golden horn. Zhao Yu, taken aback, watched in disbelief as a figure appeared before him. Another strike followed. The force was immense, the blade sharp beyond measure, decapitating the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. Is it dead? Witnessing the severed head tumble to the ground, Zhao Yu felt incredulous. Lu Yin and Li Tong, still shaken, stared at the sudden apparition. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely rescue. Zhao Yu slowly rose and expressed his gratitude, swiftly retrieving a medicinal pill from his storage ring and consuming it. The pill dissolved instantly, and he felt his wounds healing rapidly, his complexion gradually regaining color. Chen Feng, with an expressionless gaze, regarded Zhao Yu and stated, I slayed the golden-horned giant rhinoceros for its core and the red marrow mystic crystal. There is no need for thanks. Zhao Yu's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Lu Yin and Li Tong mirrored his frown, their initial gratitude evaporating. Fellow cultivator, we were the first to discover the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. And we found the red marrow mystic crystal as well. Lu Yin huffed, continuing, we have battled the rhinoceros for quite some time, all for the sake of the red marrow mystic crystal. Is it not excessive for you to seek to claim it so readily? Indeed, we have risked our lives for this crystal, Li Tong added coldly. Your intentions to seize it are truly excessive. Lu Yin and Li Tong, filled with indignation, promptly retrieved medicinal pills to mend their injuries. Prepare to face Chen Feng should he dare to forcibly take the red marrow mystic crystal. Chen Feng, keenly aware of their movements, understood their thoughts. I require only 1/4, he declared sternly. Impossible. Zhao Yu, having regained much of his strength, spoke with newfound firmness. Fellow cultivator, the golden-horned giant rhinoceros was gravely wounded by the three of us. It is only because of your 2 strikes that it was slain that we nearly lost our lives for the red marrow mystic crystal. And you wish to take a quarter so brazenly? It is a pipe dream. Chen Feng smirked derisively. Though the rhinoceros was injured, it was certainly not gravely, so my 2 strikes were not merely the result of opportunism. I executed the supreme technique of the Chu people, heaven-splitting sword, first severing the golden horn, then decapitating the beast. Had I not intervened, Zhao Yu would have perished, and so would Lu Yin and Li Tong. Now, Zhao Yu, you dare to invert right and wrong, accusing me of opportunism? It is quite laughable. What are you laughing at? Lu Yan's eyes glinted with coldness. I laugh at your foolishness, Chen Feng retorted coldly. I slayed the golden-horned giant rhinoceros, saving your lives. Now, all I seek is 1/4 of the red marrow mystic crystal, which is hardly excessive, and yet you, in your ignorance, absurdly accuse me of opportunism. Since that is the case, I shall change my mind that I now desire not just 1/4 of the red marrow mystic crystal, that I want all. At these words, Zhao Yu, Lu Yin, and Li Tong's expressions shifted drastically. The 3 exchanged knowing glances. And taking advantage of their recovered strength, they immediately launched an attack on Chen Feng. You seek death, boy. Today, not a single shard of the red marrow mystic crystal will you take, and you shall lose your life here. Zhao Yu bellowed, thrusting his red cherry spear menacingly at Chen Feng. Chapter 10. Slaying 3 in succession. With a resounding clash, Chen Feng parried Zhao Yu's fierce thrust with a strike of his sword. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Li Tong approached with swords drawn, attacking from both the front and back. With a clang, metal met metal. Chen Feng countered with a swift motion, his sword slicing horizontally to deflect Lu Yin and Li Tong's assault. Brother Yu, this person is formidable. With their strikes thwarted, Lu Yan's expression darkened as she swiftly retreated, maintaining a 5-meter distance from Chen Feng. Brother Yu, this fellow possesses great strength. That last strike left Li Tong's arm numb. He staggered back, his eyes filled with animosity as he glared at Chen Feng. Such a young age. To achieve the second realm of the heavenly martial stage with such a fierce and domineering sword technique is indeed exceptional. Zhao Yu's heart sank as he scrutinized Chen Feng. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17, yet his swordsmanship was extraordinarily lethal. The previous thrust he executed was akin to a dragon's flight. Majestic and overwhelming. Any ordinary martial artist would have surely been slain by such a strike, yet was effortlessly neutralized by Chen Feng, prompting Zhao Yu to reassess him. Fellow cultivator, this is the sacred moon sword mountain. The holy mountain of our sacred moon sword sect, Zhao Yu said, his brow knitted. Should you insist on killing and seizing treasures here, and provoke the sacred moon sword sect, do not expect to leave alive. You are also disciples of the sacred moon sword sect? Chen Feng inquired, puzzled as he surveyed Zhao Yu and his companions, having never encountered them within the sect. Zhao Yu was slightly taken aback, his brow furrowing. Fellow cultivator, which peak of the sacred moon sword sect do you hail from? Lu Yin and Li Tong wore similarly perplexed expressions. They had trained within the sect for nearly a decade and had never seen a swordsman of such caliber. I am Chen Feng, a direct disciple of the ninth peak. Chen Feng promptly revealed his identity. What? You are Chen Feng? Zhao Yu exclaimed in shock, staring incredulously at Chen Feng. Rumors had it that Chen Feng had forsaken his cultivation and destroyed his dantian to guard the tomb of his master. Sword Master Chen Zi, for 3 years. Yet, the person before him exuded a profound aura, his swordsmanship exceptional, and his dantian brimming with genuine energy. Where was the sign of having forsaken his cultivation? Could the rumors be false? Brother Yu, considering the timeline, it is indeed true that the master of the ninth peak, Sword Master Chen Zi, has been dead for 3 years. This young man could very well be Chen Feng, Lu Yin mused, her brows furrowing as her beautiful eyes narrowed coldly at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you guarded Sword Master Chen Zi's tomb for 3 years, and it is widely said that you destroyed your dantian and lost all your cultivation. What extraordinary encounter have you had that enabled you to recover? Lu Yan's expression darkened, suspicion evident that Chen Feng must have experienced an immense fortuity. Brother Yu, Lu Yan is right. If this fellow is indeed Chen Feng, then he must have encountered something extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he possibly have restored his dantian? Li Tong's spirits lifted, a glimmer of excitement surfacing in his eyes. Fortuity? Zhao Yu, with a chilling smile, comprehended the insinuations in Lu Yin and Li Tong's earlier remarks. He proclaimed, since you truly are Chen Feng, then present the extraordinary encounters you possess as barter, and we shall grant you 1/10 of the red marrow profound crystal. He chuckled. It appears that the 3 of you remain oblivious to your precarious situation. Even with death imminent, you dare to threaten me. In that case, I shall escort you to your demise. Chen Feng sneered mockingly, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. You are audacious. Zhao Yu bellowed. I am Zhao Yu, a disciple of the treasure pavilion of the 6th peak, a 3rd-tier warrior of the heavenly martial realm. These 2 are my junior brother and sister, Li Tong and Lu Yin. They are 1st-tier warriors of the heavenly martial realm. Now that we 3 have united, do you believe you stand a chance? So, you are disciples of the 6th peak. You must possess treasures. That a smirk crept onto Chen Feng's lips, followed by a dismissive retort. Against the 3 of you, disgraceful members of the Shen Yu sword sect, I hold a complete certainty of victory. All together, let us slay him. Zhao Yu, enraged by Chen Feng's ridicule, was filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin and Li Tong exchanged a glance, their eyes burning with hatred, and promptly charged at Chen Feng. Seeking death, Chen Feng scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain as he rushed toward Zhao Yu. Among the trio, Zhao Yu was the strongest. If he were to eliminate Zhao Yu, the other 2 would pose little threat. Kill! As Chen Feng charged at him, Zhao Yu shouted, brandishing his red cherry spear. Unleashing a magnificent spear technique that pierced through all obstacles. Boom! A sonic boom reverberated through the air. Receive my spear. Zhao Yu's true essence surged forth, coalescing into this strike, exuding an overwhelming might that fiercely thrust towards Chen Feng. A sword that breaks the heavens. Facing Zhao Yu's full-force attack, Chen Feng neither dodged nor evaded, immediately executing the legendary technique of Chu Ren Huang, the sword that breaks the heavens in an instant. The swords' might converged, vast and imposing, as Chen Feng swung his sword with great ferocity. Bang! The powerful sword aura swept through, dispersing Zhao Yu's spear momentum, crushing his technique with an overwhelming force. Zhao Yu stared blankly, bewildered by the display. Could this possibly be the sword technique of a second-tier warrior of the heavenly martial realm? He muttered in disbelief. Bang! The red cherry spear was severed. Zizti! The razor-sharp sword energy sliced through flesh. And Zhao Yu felt a sudden chill at his neck. When he touched it, his hand was wet. Looking down, he realized it was drenched in blood. Puffed! Blood gushed forth from his neck. His head tilted, and his head rolled away. Witnessing Zhao Yu's demise, Lu Yin and Li Tong were utterly shocked. Zhao Yu was a third-tier warrior proficient with a spear, and an ordinary warrior could not match him. Yet now he had been decapitated by Chen Feng's sword. Flee! Lu Yin and Li Tong, filled with terror, immediately turned to escape. Fortunately, they had been slightly slower than Zhao Yu. Otherwise, they too would have fallen victim to Chen Feng. This boy must have obtained some extraordinary fortune. This news must be spread. Lu Yin, in a state of panic, recalled Chen Feng's swift execution of Zhao Yu, causing a cold sweat to break out on her back. Indeed, this boy possesses great opportunities. If this secret were revealed, he would surely meet his demise. Li Tong clenched his teeth nervously, unwilling to look back, and desperately fled forward. You cannot escape. Chen Feng's gaze darkened, his true essence coalescing as he unleashed a formidable sword aura, a sword that breaks the heavens. Chen Feng once again manifested the legendary technique of Chu Ren Huang, forcefully striking with his sword. Whoosh! Chen Feng's sword transformed into a flying sword, radiating brilliant light, unleashing an unstoppable sword force towards Lu Yin and Li Tong. Puffed! Puffed! The flying sword pierced through them. Lu Yin and Li Tong's pupils constricted, blood spilling from their mouths as they incredulously looked down to find gaping wounds in their chests, their internal organs instantly crushed and torn apart. How is this possible? Lu Yin, drenched in blood, gazed at Chen Feng in despair, unable to fathom the reality. Gather! Chen Feng smiled, promptly retracting the flying sword. Looking at the corpses of Zhao Yu, Li Tong, and Lu Yin, he activated the Hunyuan heavenly art, devouring their essence and true essence. Their bodies rapidly withered, becoming desiccated husks as Chen Feng drained them completely. Consider it a fitting end. Chen Feng grinned, feeling his dantian swell with renewed vigor as he absorbed their essence. The prior expenditure of true essence was now replenished. These three were merely seeking death. I saved them from the golden-horned giant rhinoceros, and asking for merely 1/4 of the red marrow profound crystal was hardly excessive. They dared to threaten me and covet my fortune. How utterly despicable. As disciples of the Sixth Peak's treasure pavilion, they must possess treasures. I shall search through them. Chen Feng turned the 3 shriveled corpses over, meticulously inspecting them. Soon, his gaze fell upon their fingers, each adorned with a spatial ring, an item capable of storing treasures for convenience. Let me see what treasures lie within these rings. Chen Feng smiled faintly, releasing his divine sense to explore the internal spaces of the 3 rings. 15 return to origin pills. Unfortunately, merely first-tier elixirs. 2 soul enhancement pills, useful for strengthening divine sense. These are rather good, being second-tier elixirs. 5 green immortal grasses, capable of detoxification, though of low grade, being yellow-tier lower grade. After examining the treasures within the 3 spatial rings, only the 2 soul enhancement pills held significant value. He gathered all the items into 1 ring for ease of transport and placed the other 2 rings into the same one. I must incinerate these 3 bodies to leave no trace, lest I attract the attention of the unscrupulous. Chen Feng set fire to the remains, eradicating all evidence and reducing Zhao Yu and the others to ashes. It is time to procure the red marrow profound crystal. This treasure is a spiritual artifact, graded as yellow-tier middle grade, highly suitable for warriors of the heavenly martial realm. Chen Feng revealed a smile as he made his way towards the lair of the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. Soon he entered a cavern with smooth, rounded walls, and deep within, a faint red glow flickered into view. There it is. Chen Feng's heart raced as he quickly ventured deeper into the cave, revealing a multitude of red crystal stones, numbering over 100, radiating a dazzling crimson light. Excellent. The quantity of red marrow profound crystals far exceeds my expectations. Over 100. This bounty will undoubtedly assist me in breaking through a small realm. Chen Feng was filled with elation as he swiftly gathered the red marrow profound crystals into his jade ring. With such a substantial hoard of red marrow profound crystals, Chen Feng was cautious and quickly exited the cavern. Passing by the golden-horned giant rhinoceros, he sliced open its abdomen and extracted the beast core. Without delay, he returned to the ice and fire spring to refine his newfound treasures. The red marrow profound crystals are invaluable. I must absorb and refine them before others take notice. Chen Feng submerged himself in the silvery frost spring, channeling his true essence and activating the Hunyuan heavenly art. He took a red marrow profound crystal from his ring, placing it in his palm and absorbing it with the Hunyuan heavenly art. Buzz! The red marrow profound crystal rapidly dissolved, transforming into a drop of thick, red blood, gradually seeping into Chen Feng's body until it vanished entirely. That was swift. Chen Feng was astonished. A single red marrow profound crystal had been absorbed in less than 10 breaths at this pace. Within the span of a mere incense stick, I shall completely refine and absorb them all. Chen Feng shook his head in resignation. His training resources were far too scarce to support his cultivation pace. For a warrior to achieve success on the path of martial arts, talent, techniques, elixirs, and various precious resources are all indispensable. Those scions of ancient families, which one did not grow up using top-tier resources. In terms of talent, Chen Feng did not fall short of anyone, yet his lack of resources rendered his realm and cultivation levels incomparable to those from prominent families. If I cannot match them in resources, then I shall strive to outwork them. Chen Feng's gaze burned with determination, resolutely committing to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. If working twice as hard is insufficient, then I shall work 10 times harder. If that is still not enough, then I shall exert 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold. I shall undoubtedly surpass them. Chen Feng retrieved another red marrow profound crystal, placing it in his palm and channeling the Hunyuan heavenly art once more. Soon, he had refined and absorbed all over 100 red marrow profound crystals. At that moment, his true essence surged within him, his flesh and blood radiant, glowing with a brilliant red light. Boom! A formidable, tyrannical force erupted from his dantian. Breakthrough! Chen Feng roared, his immense power surging through his meridians, causing his bones to crack and resonate in harmony. His gaze was piercing, glowing with a dazzling crimson light, and intricate mystical patterns began to appear on his fair skin, unfathomably marvelous. Boom! Chen Feng's dantian reverberated once more with an explosive sound that he inhaled the white mist, his breath becoming increasingly profound, and the secret patterns on his skin gradually became clearer, allowing him to break through to the 3rd level of the celestial martial realm. Yet, his breakthroughs did not cease there. Chen Feng felt his vitality surge, his eyes bloodshot, and the true essence within him erupted uncontrollably. Boom! The dantian exploded with a resonant sound. Chen Feng unexpectedly achieved another breakthrough, ascending directly to the 4th level of the celestial martial realm. The red mucus mysterious crystal is indeed formidable. It enabled me to leap through 2 minor realms in one go. A wave of elation washed over Chen Feng, having just recently broken through. I must not be hasty. I should first consolidate my foundation and utilize the ice-fire spring to further nourish my immortal demon body. Chen Feng slightly closed his eyes, stabilizing his breath, and immediately began to circulate the primordial heaven technique, absorbing the spiritual energy from the silver frost spring to refine his body. Su Yuan, are you certain that Chen Feng, that little beast, has arrived at the divine moon sword mountain? Senior brother Sun, I swear to the heavens that Chen Feng has definitely come to the divine moon sword mountain. Before arriving here, I even made a trip to the labor office on the 3rd peak. Chen Feng's current task lasts for half a month, and he has been here for at most 4 days. Su Yuan, you need not swear. We are here to repay a favor to young Master Li by exterminating Chen Feng. Once we locate him, we will assuredly slay him and bring back his head for young Master Li. If we fail to find Chen Feng, we will have no choice but to deliver your head instead. Sun Hu let out a chilling laugh. We will certainly find him. Su Yuan gritted his teeth. If Chen Feng does not die this time, there will be him who perishes, he cursed. Where on earth is that beast hiding? Once I find him, I will ensure he is torn to shreds. Since you are so certain, let us continue searching. If we do not locate him within half an hour, we will have no choice but to take your head to young Master Li. Sun Hu's expression darkened. They had spent several hours at the Divine Moon Sword Mountain without finding any trace of Chen Feng. Sun Hu could not help but suspect whether Su Yuan was lying, deliberately misleading them. Very well. If we cannot find Chen Feng within half an hour, do not trouble yourselves. I shall take matters into my own hands, Su Yuan said solemnly, convinced that Chen Feng had indeed come to the Divine Moon Sword Mountain and that they would certainly find him. The six of them pressed on, delving deeper into the Divine Moon Sword Mountain, soon arriving at a valley. Brother Hu, there are signs of struggle here, Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed. Sun Hu hurried forward, scrutinizing the surroundings, and indeed found traces of conflict. There are even the remains of a golden-horned giant rhinoceros, and a ground strewn with ashes, the ashes of burnt corpses. Someone has deliberately destroyed the evidence. Wishing to avoid detection, Sun Hu pinched a bit of ash and brought it to his nose, detecting the scent of charred human flesh. Who could have done this? Could it possibly be Chen Feng? Su Yuan was suddenly alarmed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. The likelihood is slim. Sun Hu shot Su Yuan a cold glare before continuing. The golden-horned giant rhinoceros possesses immense strength, comparable to a third-level celestial martial realm warrior. According to your previous assertions, Chen Feng would certainly not be a match for the golden-horned giant rhinoceros. The team must have been slain by someone else. As for the corpses turned to ash, they too were likely dispatched by the same individual. This person's strength should not be underestimated. We cannot ascertain whether they are friend or foe, and it is best not to provoke them. Brother Hu makes a valid point. Given Chen Feng's capabilities, he could not have accomplished this alone. Lin Hao nodded gravely, in complete agreement with Sun Hu's assessment. The signs here are evident. The prior battle was intense, and it is possible that Chen Feng passed through here. Sun Hu surveyed the area, carefully assessing the terrain, and frowned. Everyone, move forward. That little beast Chen Feng should not be far from here. Sun Hu scoffed, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Once we find him, there will be no need for further discussion. We shall strike him down without hesitation. Chapter 12. A great battle at the fourth level of the celestial martial realm. Chen Feng lay in the silver frost spring, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy, his fleshly body growing increasingly vigorous and powerful under the abundant spiritual nourishment, his crystalline form brimming with vitality. I have exhausted the spiritual energy in the silver frost spring. As my realm rises, the resources I require for cultivation grow ever greater. I must devise a way to acquire more resources. Chen Feng opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light emanating from their depths. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy as he looked into the distance. Someone approaches, 6 individuals, approximately 3,000 meters away from me. Chen Feng's formidable spiritual sense detected their presence instantly. Despite the distance, who could it be? Is it that woman, Zhou Meyer? Is she unwilling to relent and seeks vengeance against me? If that is the case, I shall undoubtedly kill her. Chen Feng's expression turned cold, his murderous intent igniting that he immediately rose, donned his clothing, and departed from the ice fire spring. Subsequently, Chen Feng concealed himself within the thicket, masking his aura to evade detection at that moment. Sun Hu, Su Yuan, and the others scoured the area, and, upon encountering the thick mist ahead, Sun Hu strode forward. It is the ice fire spring. Sun Hu was taken aback. The ice fire spring is a sanctuary for healing, with its waters imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Highly beneficial for martial artists. Brother Hu, someone has been here. Lin Hao observed the surrounding traces, noting that the branches had been trampled and there were footprints. Sun Hu furrowed his brow, extending his hand into the ice fire spring, sensing that the spiritual energy within was thin and no longer suitable for cultivation. Indeed, someone has been here, and it appears that person has only just departed. Could it be Chen Feng? Su Yuan's face darkened, urgency mounting within him. They had agreed to locate Chen Feng within half an hour, and time was running short. If they could not find him soon, it would be his demise. That it is possible. Expand the search radius. Once we locate Chen Feng, we shall strike immediately. Sun, whose gaze was sharp as he surveyed the surroundings, resolute in his belief that Chen Feng had been there. It is them. Chen Feng, concealed within the thicket, recognized Su Yuan's face. Previously, on the 9th peak, he had slain Li Yu and others, disregarding Su Yaqing's counsel, deliberately letting Su Yuan go, intending for him to inform Li Wentian of his whereabouts. Now he had indeed come. Individuals like Su Yuan, who are opportunistic and sycophantic, only cling to the feet of the powerful. Why releasing a single Su Yuan, I have drawn in 5 more. The leader among them is a 4th-level celestial martial realm warrior. And notably, there are 2 others at the 3rd and 2nd levels of the celestial martial realm. The remaining 2 are at the true martial realm, posing no threat to me. As for Su Yuan, I could eliminate him with a mere flick of my hand, rendering him utterly inconsequential. Chen Feng assessed the situation in his mind, recognizing that 3 individuals warranted his caution. One was Sun Hu, a 4th-level celestial martial realm warrior. The second was Lin Hao, at the 3rd level, and the third was Wang Yun, at the 2nd level. These 3, being of the celestial martial realm, could pose a threat to Chen Feng, and he must remain vigilant. These sycophants, colluding with Li Wentian, all deserve to die. I shall annihilate them all. Chen Feng declared fiercely, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, harboring a profound hatred for Li Wentian. Sun Hu, Su Yuan, and the others conducted a thorough search of the vicinity, yet still could not locate Chen Feng. Su Yuan, growing increasingly anxious, bellowed, "Chen Feng, I know you are hiding here. If you do not emerge to face your death, your beautiful little junior sister will soon be ravaged to death by a dozen men." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's fury ignited, and he sprang up from the thicket. "Su Yuan, Su Yaqing is your cousin. What have you done to her, you beast?" Chen Feng glared furiously at Su Yuan. "You little wretch, you finally dare to show yourself." Su Yuan sneered coldly, continuing, "Rather than worrying about that little harlot Su Yaqing, you should be more concerned about your own fate, for today you shall surely die. Senior brother Sun, this little wretch is Chen Feng. You must strike him down. Fear not, since he has revealed himself. He cannot escape." Sun Hu looked at Chen Feng with utmost confidence that he coldly declared, "Little wretch, we have searched high and low for you. Lin Hao, you take care of him. I will report to young Master Li, and you will receive credit for the kill." "Thank you, Brother Hu." Lin Hao was elated. Slaying Chen Feng would not be difficult, and it would be a significant achievement to present to Li Wentian. Since Brother Sun had bestowed this opportunity upon him, he was naturally grateful. Not let me down. Rest assured, Brother Hu, I will not disappoint you in killing this little wretch, Chen Feng. Lin Hao smiled slightly, instantly donning an expression of assured victory, but he then hardened his gaze, looking coldly at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, you might as well end it yourself. I can grant you a complete corpse. You, a mere 3rd-level celestial martial realm warrior, dare to boast before me. You seek death." Chen Feng's footsteps were unsteady as a surge of true essence erupted within him. Previously, he had suppressed his cultivation level, leading others to perceive him as merely at the 1st level of the heavenly martial realm. However, in this moment, as he unleashed his full power, his aura soared dramatically. "Damn it, Tiger Brother, this little bastard is at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm." Lin Hao cursed furiously, panic rising within him as he swiftly retreated. It was too late to escape now. The wind howled as Chen Feng moved with astonishing speed, charging towards Lin Hao and striking down with a palm. "It's not so easy to kill me." Lin Hao abruptly turned, channeling his true essence to counter with a palm strike of his own. Boom! Their palms collided. Lin Hao was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell to the ground. His face paled, in stark contrast. Chen Feng remained unscathed, standing firm in place. "You dare to kill him? I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Sun Hu glared at Chen Feng with a fierce intensity. "You are not capable of such." Chen Feng's expression hardened as he struck down once more, shattering Lin Hao's crown. Blood sprayed forth. Lin Hao was instantly slain. "Ah, little bastard, I will kill you!" Sun Hu roared in rage. Infuriated that Chen Feng, a mere beast, had the audacity to resist and had killed Lin Hao, an act deserving of the gravest punishment. If he did not make Chen Feng suffer, how could he ever hold his head high again? "Kill!" With a thunderous shout, Sun Hu brandished a black blade, swinging it fiercely at Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Sparks flew. Chen Feng unsheathed his treasured sword, parrying the blow with a horizontal strike. "Little bastard, you possess some skill." Sun Hu observed Chen Feng with surprise, coldly stating, "This ends now. Battle technique. Wild blade tiger roar." Sun Hu's eyes turned icy as he swung the black blade, unleashing a torrent of terrifying blade energy that was overwhelmingly fierce. Boom! Boom! Trees around them were cleaved as the blade energy surged menacingly, creating sonic booms in the air. "Ha! Chen Feng, even if you can break through to the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm. So what? Brother-son's battle technique is invincible, having slain practitioners at the 5th level of the heavenly martial realm. Today, you shall still die." Seeing Sun Hu employ his battle technique, Su Yuan was filled with excitement, brimming with confidence as he mocked Chen Feng. Sun Hu's invocation of his technique meant he was serious about eliminating Chen Feng. No need to watch. That beast is doomed. Brother whose battle technique is boundless, easily severing practitioners at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm like chopping vegetables. Wang Yun chuckled softly, having lost all interest in the unfolding events, assured that Chen Feng would soon be cleaved in two by Sun Hu. "Little bastard, die!" Sun Hu bellowed, the wild blade dancing in a frenzy, its sharp energy slicing towards Chen Feng. "And no matter how formidable your technique, or how masterful your blade, I too can slay you with a single sword." Sword that shatters the heavens. Chen Feng's gaze sparked like lightning, his true essence surging as it coalesced into this one strike. Boom! Chen Feng unleashed his ultimate skill, the sword's formidable energy bursting forth from his being. "Kill!" Faced with the descending black blade, Chen Feng remained undaunted, thrusting his sword with unparalleled force. Chapter 13. Ultimate Domination. Boom! Blade met sword. The fierce clash was monumental. Chen Feng's strike embodied divine might, overwhelming in its power. The sword energy swept forth with grandeur, cleaving through many trees in the vicinity. Die! Sun Hu had succumbed to madness, bellowing in fury that his technique, the wild blade tiger roar, could even fell 5th-level practitioners. How could it fail to kill Chen Feng? An illusion? It must be an illusion. But suddenly, a chilling wave of lethal sword energy pierced through Sun Hu's chest. Sun Hu's complexion changed drastically, blood gushing forth from his mouth. It was only at this moment that he realized he had lost that previous clash. No, it cannot be. How could I lose to this little bastard? Sun Hu's voice was hoarse with rage, his eyes bloodshot, consumed with disbelief. "I will not lose. I absolutely will not lose. I, Sun Hu, am a genius of the blade." Sun Hu's eyes were fierce, yet soon he was spewing blood, glancing down to discover a gaping wound in his chest. The sword energy had truly pierced him. It was not an illusion. "A little bastard, I will kill you!" Sun Hu, mouth stained with blood, screamed in madness, swinging the black blade at Chen Feng. "Die!" Chen Feng remained impassive, cutting down with his sword, and Sun Hu's head was instantly severed from his body. Blood burst forth. Thud! Sun Hu's head hit the ground, muttering, "What a swift sword!" Witnessing Sun Hu's decapitation at Chen Feng's hands, Su Yuan, Wang Yun, and the others stood frozen in shock that he died just like that. Brother Sun, he wasn't formidable at all. Su Yuan trembled, his face ashen with fear. "Brother, who has been killed? What are you waiting for? Run!" Wang Yun suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting, "The information about Chen Feng was wrong. He is at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm and possesses extraordinary strength. Indeed, let us flee. We must inform Li Wentian of what has transpired here." Su Yuan, panicked and disoriented, hurriedly dashed away. "None of you shall escape." Chen Feng's expression was as cold as ice as he pursued them, his sword striking down fiercely. Zing! The blade rose and fell. A true martial realm warrior was slain on the spot, his head flying high. Damn. In just a few days, this beast has grown even stronger. I must flee quickly. Su Yuan was utterly shocked, never expecting Chen Feng to become so powerful. His foolishness in pursuing Chen Feng had led him to his own demise. Die. Chen Feng's swordsmanship was ruthless, showing no hesitation or mercy. Swish, another strike fell. Another true martial realm warrior was slain, his head soaring, blood gushing. At this point, only Su Yuan and Wang Yun remained of the original 6, fleeing quickly, one in front of the other. Chen Feng pursued with increasing speed, leaping to block their path. You have nowhere left to run. Wang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration, filled with regret. He had thought it would be easy to kill Chen Feng and gain some credit. Who could have imagined that Chen Feng would be this formidable, leading to near total annihilation of their group? Chen Feng, we have no enmity or grievance. I did not attack you earlier. You need not kill me. Wang Yun's eyes were sharp as he attempted to persuade Chen Feng to spare his life. From a moment you stood before me, we were no longer without enmity. Chen Feng coldly snorted, regarding Wang Yun with indifference, and continued, draw your sword. I will fight you. Wang Yun's face twisted in anger as he charged at Chen Feng. Knowing he could not sway him to show mercy at this point, if he wished to survive, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Good. At least you still possess the courage to battle. Chen Feng chuckled mockingly, knowing he had already slain both Sun Hu and Lin Hao, and that Wang Yun, at merely the second level of the heavenly martial realm, would be an effortless task to eliminate. Die. As Wang Yun launched a furious attack, Chen Feng did not flinch or evade, bringing his sword down decisively. This strike was as swift as lightning. Wang Yun felt a cold sensation at his neck, and upon touching it, found his hand drenched in blood. Puffed. Blood gushed forth. Wang Yun suddenly saw darkness before his eyes, his head tilting as it fell from his shoulders. Witnessing Wang Yun's death, Su Yuan's legs turned to jelly, his body trembling uncontrollably, and with a thud, he fell to his knees before Chen Feng, bowing 3 times. Bang! 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 Su Yuan's forehead was covered in blood as he wept, full of regret, saying, Master, Master Feng, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I beg you, spare me this once. I swear to the heavens that I will repent. But it was too late. Chen Feng's expression was devoid of emotion as he coldly stated, Su Yuan, I have spared you once before. This time, you must die. Chen Feng's demeanor turned icy as he raised his sword, severing Su Yuan's head, having killed 6 individuals without a trace of mercy. Chen Feng was resolute in eradicating those deserving of death. Li Wentian, Shun Linger, you vile pair. Soon, your turn will come. Chen Feng's eyes were filled with hatred, for Li Wentian and Shun Linger had conspired against him, previously stealing his Qiang Dan, and now daring to send others to kill him. He would not forget this blood debt. If it did not eliminate these 2, the fire of rage within him would remain unquenched, and his heart would be unbalanced. These individuals were all lackeys of Li Wentian. Their vital essence could not be wasted. Chen Feng coldly snorted, immediately activating the primordial heaven technique, devouring the vital essence from the corpses of Sun Hu and the others, refining it into true essence within his dantian. The 6 corpses lay shriveled like dried wood. He examined their remains for any valuable items, determined to extract every last bit of utility from them. What I lack most now is cultivation resources. I must collect everything I can. Chen Feng shook his head. The 9th peak was the most impoverished mountain of the Xinyue sword sect during the lifetime of Jian Shenzi. Resources were already scarce, but Jian Shenzi's character was one of indifference to worldly affairs, so he paid little mind to it. However, now that Jian Shenzi was deceased, Chen Feng aspired to succeed him as the peak master of the 9th peak. To do so, he must enhance his strength and compete fiercely for cultivation resources, leaving no opportunity unseized. After inspecting the bodies of Sun Hu and others, he discovered several jade stone storage rings. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he probed the rings, only to find them filled with mere spirit stones and low-grade elixirs. Iwentian's treatment of his lackeys left much to be desired. These fellows were simply too destitute. Chen Feng retrieved the spirit stones and elixirs from the storage rings, disdainfully snorting at their worth. The spirit stones were of the lowest grade, their spiritual energy exceedingly thin, while the elixirs were nothing but the most inferior grade 1 elixirs. I must devise a way to procure more cultivation resources. This endeavor is an insatiable abyss. If I wish to break through to higher realms and attain greater power, such resources are indispensable. Chen Feng sighed, swallowing the spirit stones and elixirs whole. These trifles were not worth the effort of storage, merely wasting the space of the rings. As he ingested them, they dissolved instantly, transforming into spiritual energy that coursed through his body. At his current level, ordinary spirit stones and elixirs were ineffective. He felt nothing from them, their impact far inferior to the essence of blood from the bodies of Sun Hu and the others. The mission had been accomplished, and it was time for me to return to the Shenyue Sword sect. A smile graced Chen Feng's face as he stored all the beast cores in a ring on his finger. The beast cores I possess can be exchanged for 2,000 contribution points at the labor office on the third peak point. 2,000 contribution points is quite substantial. With these contribution points, I have 3 choices. The first option is to exchange them at the first peak's Divine Elixir Pavilion for 3 Grade 2 elixirs. The second option is to trade them at the second peak's Weapon Forging Hall for a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon. The third option is to redeem 3 mid-grade yellow-tier martial arts techniques at the 7th peak's Scripture Repository. Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation. The 2,000 contribution points afforded him 3 choices, which on the surface seemed ample. Yet in reality, the options were still too few, as he could only select one that he was in dire need of cultivation resources. He lacked elixirs, precious techniques, and divine weapons. If possible, he would desire all 3. Rather than agonizing over which to choose, I shall return to the Shenyue Sword sect first. I can ponder my decision while on the way. Chen Feng incinerated the bodies of Sun Hu and the others and swiftly soared into the distance. Chapter 14. The Divine Alchemist. Upon returning to the Shenyue Sword sect, Chen Feng immediately headed to the labor office on the 3rd peak to submit the beast cores and claim his reward for this mission, totaling 2,000 contribution points. The contribution points were directly stored in his identity token. Holding the token, Chen Feng made his way to the 1st peak. The 1st peak of the Shenyue Sword sect housed the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Primarily responsible for alchemical concoctions, 2,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 3 Grade 2 elixirs, a decision Chen Feng made after careful consideration. With the Chaos Tower in his possession and having mastered the unparalleled supreme art of one sword breaking the heavens from the Emperor of Chu, he need not squander contribution points on martial arts techniques, as for redeeming a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon. He was indeed somewhat tempted that a mid-grade yellow-tier weapon would significantly enhance his strength. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately chose to forego this option. What I truly need is to elevate my own strength, rather than relying on external forces like divine weapons. Only by becoming formidable within can one truly be powerful. Chen Feng was acutely aware of the importance of advancing his realm. Exchanging the 2,000 contribution points for 3 Grade 2 elixirs was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice at present. Before long, Chen Feng arrived at the 1st peak. Upon entering, he was greeted by the intoxicating aroma of elixirs that permeated the air, a scent that invigorated his senses, gazing at the towering pavilions in the distance. Magnificent and awe-inspiring, he recognized this as the Divine Elixir Pavilion. The sounds of bustling disciples filled the air. This was the most vibrant place in the Shenyue Sword sect, known for its alchemical creations that occasionally yielded high-grade elixirs. Causing quite a stirred, if only I could become a divine alchemist, I would no longer need to seek out others to purchase elixirs. The elixirs available in the market are of little value. Their grades far too low. Truly high-grade elixirs are priceless. Who would ever sell them? Chen Feng sighed, filled with a longing to become a divine alchemist. Alas, the requirements to achieve such a status were exceedingly stringent. One must possess talent, and the other must be spiritual power. Both are indispensable. The prerequisites are much more demanding than those for becoming a martial artist. Chen Feng's spiritual power was adequate, at level 3, but his talent remained uncertain. The talent required to become a divine alchemist is one in a myriad. I should refrain from daydreaming and focus on diligently cultivating martial arts. For I too can become an unrivaled supreme. Chen Feng chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Having endured betrayal and love and the tragic loss of his master, he no longer entertained fantasies, choosing instead to ground himself in reality. Heaven's senior sister Luo Lixue has arrived at the Divine Elixir Pavilion. Everyone, hurry to take a look. Who? Who is Luo Lixue? The question came from Chen Feng, who had guarded Jian Shenzi's tomb for 3 years, remaining largely ignorant of the events that transpired in the Shenyue sword sect during that time. You don't even know who Luo Lixue is? Truly, you are unworthy of being a disciple of the Shenyue sword sect. A fellow disciple shot him a disdainful glare. Luo Lixue is the personal disciple of the Peak Master of the First Peak. She joined the Shenyue sword sect 3 years ago and, at the tender age of 17, became a grade 3 divine alchemist. It is said that her spiritual power has reached grade 6, and her talent is exceptional. She is destined to become a grade 6 divine alchemist in the future. Not only that, but senior sister Luo Lixue is also hailed as the most beautiful woman in the Shenyue sword sect. Oh, her face and figure are simply perfect. Just the thought of her visage is enough to leave one breathless. Is such exaggeration truly necessary? Chen Feng chuckled, believing that the disciple was certainly overstating things. Humph, you must be new here, right? Once you see senior sister Luo Lixue, you will realize that I was not exaggerating in the least. I must take my leave. Senior sister Luo Lixue has long been in seclusion and rarely makes an appearance. Her sudden appearance at the Divine Elixir Pavilion is sure to cause quite a commotion. I must quickly secure a spot, or else I may find myself without even a place to stand. You should not dawdle either. Hurry to claim your position. Once news of senior sister Luo Lixue's presence spreads, it will be an overwhelming crowd, and you won't see even a hair of her. The disciple waved his hand and dashed towards the pavilion. Is it really that serious? She is merely a woman. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Having experienced betrayal from Shen Linger, he viewed matters of love with indifference. The more beautiful a woman, the less trustworthy she seemed, as the news of Luo Lixue's arrival at the Divine Elixir Pavilion spread. More and more disciples gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of her stunning beauty. Chen Feng remained unfazed. He had no desire to admire Luo Lixue's allure, nor did he wish to push through the throngs for a fleeting moment of excitement. Such affairs were nothing but a waste of time. Chen Feng only wished to swiftly exchange for 3 grade 2 elixirs and then depart. After much effort, he finally squeezed into the crowd and arrived at the first floor of the Divine Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, the first floor was packed to the brim, every gaze fixated on the alchemical chamber. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the chamber swung open, and an elderly man with white hair emerged, closely followed by a young maiden. She has come out. Senior sister Luo Lixue has emerged from the alchemical chamber. I wonder what grade of elixir she has concocted this time. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Chen Feng glanced over and noticed the young maiden. She was clad in a light blue robe that perfectly accentuated her delicate figure. Her eyes sparkled like 2 clear crystals, radiating an innocent light. Her face was exquisite, with flawless features and skin as white as snow. This moment, she followed the elderly man closely behind, wearing a gentle smile, exuding an adorable charm that stirred the hearts of those who beheld her. Chen Feng's gaze flickered momentarily. Though the young maiden was indeed beautiful, captivating beyond measure, he understood that he had no connection with her and did not wish to indulge in unrealistic fantasies. What does her beauty matter to him? His heart was solely set on the pursuit of martial arts. The elderly man had a kind demeanor, his face adorned with a smile as he surveyed the crowd. He spoke warmly. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Lixue successfully refined a 4th grade pill, albeit a mid-tier one, which is quite impressive that I believe it won't be long before she is capable of producing a top-tier 4th grade pill. Upon her announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone stood agape, utterly shocked. How astonishing is senior sister Luo Lixue, who could actually concoct a 4th grade pill, and a mid-tier one at that. If I recall correctly, she is merely a 3rd grade alchemist, right? Just look at the 3 red clouds embroidered on her robe. It is indeed a mark of a 3rd grade alchemist. Remarkable, with the prowess of a 3rd grade alchemist. To concoct a 4th grade pill, it seems that in no time, she will be eligible to take the examination for a 4th grade alchemist, 8T to 17. a fourth-grade alchemist, such an exceptional figure on the vast Kangling continent. In that moment, the crowd was filled with admiration and envy towards Luo Lixia. Such a celestial beauty, to wed her would be a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Everyone, please disperse. Do not disturb others who wish to purchase pills. Kindly suggested the elderly man with white hair. Reluctantly, the crowd began to leave, still mesmerized by Luo Lixia. It was not until Luo Lixia stepped forward and said gently, "Dear junior brothers, it is best to depart early. The path of martial cultivation is long and arduous. I encourage you all to persevere. Senior sister personally cheering me on, I'm certain to break through a minor realm today." Indeed, with senior sister's encouragement, I feel invigorated. I shall practice swordplay all night without rest. Upon hearing Luo Lixia's encouragement, the crowd erupted into cheers. Eventually, they left reluctantly, leaving behind a dozen or so individuals, including Chen Feng. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Feng sighed in relief and approached the elderly man with white hair, holding his identity token. "Elder He, I possess 2,000 contribution points and wish to exchange them for 3 second-grade pills." The elderly man, known as Jingtian, was referred to as Elder He by the disciples of the Xinyue sword sect. He was a 5th-grade alchemist, the peak master of the first peak, and the head of the alchemist pavilion, as well as Luo Lixia's master. "Very well, please present your identity token." Jingtian glanced at Chen Feng, noting that possessing 2,000 contribution points indicated considerable effort on his part. "Here you go." Chen Feng handed over the jade identity token. This token signified the status of disciples within the Xinyue sword sect, with each disciple possessing one primarily for storing their identity information and contribution points. After receiving the token, Jingtian inspected the information within using his spiritual sense. He frowned and inquired, "You are Chen Feng, the direct disciple of Jian Chanzi from the 9th peak?" "Yes, I am indeed Chen Feng, disciple of Jian Chanzi from the 9th peak," Chen Feng replied, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor, his expression tinged with confusion at Jingtian's recognition. "Lixia, go greet him. He is the direct disciple of your savior," Jingtian instructed, turning to Luo Lixia. 3 years ago, Jian Chanzi met an untimely death. Chen Feng, loyal and honorable, adhered to Jian Chanzi's dying wish, renouncing his own cultivation and destroying his dantian, guarding his grave for 3 years. He is undoubtedly a person of great loyalty. Lixia, have you not longed to repay Jian Chanzi's kindness? Since he has passed, you should express your gratitude to Chen Feng, who has inherited Jian Chanzi's legacy. Luo Lixia nodded eagerly. 10 years ago, she had encountered peril in a forbidden area, nearly losing her life. Fortunately, Jian Chanzi had come to her rescue. 3 years prior, having matured enough to leave her family. She rushed to the Xinyue sword sect to apprentice under Jian Chanzi in gratitude, only to find him tragically slain by the heavenly path. Disappointed, she ultimately became a disciple of Jingtian, becoming an alchemist. Now, encountering Jian Chanzi's direct disciple, who had demonstrated such loyalty by guarding his grave for 3 years, she felt a sense of filial piety. Although she had been unable to repay Jian Chanzi's life-saving grace, she could now express her gratitude to Chen Feng. With graceful poise, she approached Chen Feng and smiled warmly. "Hello, Chen Feng. I am Luo Lixia. Your master once saved my life. If you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help." "Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary." Chen Feng politely declined, adding, "The one who saved you is my master. If you wish to express your gratitude, you may pay respects at his grave. There's no need to transfer that gratitude to me." Luo Lixia, "I, Chen Feng, do not accept unearned rewards. I did not save you, so I cannot accept your gratitude." Chapter 15. Alchemical Talent. Luo Lixia was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Chen Feng's response to her gratitude would be such, nor his dignified demeanor. She, a celestial beauty, had always been cherished and adored, with men vying for her favor. Yet here was Chen Feng, dismissing her advances with disdain. How infuriating! Were it not for Jian Chanzi being your master, I would hardly have engaged with you, she thought. Chen Feng's arrogance made her question his potential for greatness. in the crowd. He Jingtian could not help but raise an eyebrow at Chen Feng's haughty attitude, reflecting on Jian Chanzi's extraordinary talent. He regretted that his direct disciple had turned out to be such an unremarkable character. Chen Feng, since you refuse to accept Li Shua's gratitude, then take this fourth-grade pill. Your master saved Li Shua's life. Such a debt of gratitude cannot go unpaid. Accept this pill, and Li Shue will feel at peace, He Jingtian insisted, delivering the fourth-grade pill to Chen Feng with an air of authority. If Chen Feng accepted the pill, it would resolve Luo Li Shua's concern, and they would no longer be entangled. Very well, I will accept this pill. Chen Feng reluctantly acquiesced, wishing to avoid further complications with Luo Li Shue. Witnessing Chen Feng's impatience, the onlookers seethed with anger. Luo Li Shue was their goddess. How arrogant of Chen Feng to reject her goodwill. Who did he think he was to spurn such an opportunity? Not just a fool, but a waste. They murmured. 3 years prior, he may have been the most talented sword cultivator in the Shenyue sword sect. But now, his cultivation was obliterated, his dantian destroyed. He was nothing but a complete failure. With such a background, how could he dare refuse Luo Li Shua's kindness and accept a fourth-grade pill? He would surely regret it once he left the alchemist pavilion. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to? Yet it's a fourth-grade pill. Who would overlook that? Murmured the crowd, plotting revenge. They would follow Chen Feng after he left the alchemist pavilion, intending to seize the fourth-grade pill by force. Unfazed by their scheming, Chen Feng stated, Luo Li Shue, I have accepted the fourth-grade pill. Your master's life-saving grace has been repaid. From now on, we share no further ties. Excellent. Luo Li Shue chuckled lightly, noting that she had never encountered someone so ungrateful as Chen Feng. Such a person was destined for a life of insignificance, merely existing as an ant. Accepting a pill to rid herself of his entanglements had resolved one of her troubles. Chen Feng smiled faintly, aware that possessing the Chaos Tower meant he wished to remain unbothered. Should anyone discover his secret, it would spell disaster for him. Elder He, I have 2,000 contribution points on my identity token. Please prepare 3 second-grade pills for me. 1 spirit soul pill and 2 transformation pills, Chen Feng stated calmly. Spirit soul pill? He Jingtian furrowed his brow, cautioning Chen Feng the spirit soul pill enhances spiritual awareness and soul strength. You are neither an alchemist nor a blacksmith. This pill holds little value for you. Are you certain you wish to exchange for it? Yes, I am certain. Chen Feng's demeanor was remarkably serious, devoid of any hint of jest. Very well, He Jingtian shook his head. This Chen Feng, aside from his loyalty and righteousness, possesses no other redeeming qualities. As a martial artist, it is an utter waste to exchange contribution points for a soul pill. Chen Feng, those 2,000 contribution points must have been left to you by your master, Jian Chenzi, correct? I do not wish to see you stray from the righteous path, so allow me to remind you once more. Are you truly certain you wish to exchange for a soul pill? He Jingtian's brow furrowed. In his eyes, the 2,000 contribution points in Chen Feng's possession could only have come from Jian Chenzi. For given Chen Feng's abilities, how could he have amassed such wealth? As Jian Chenzi's closest friend in life, He Jingtian could not bear to witness Chen Feng squander these points, which were the fruits of Jian Chenzi's labor. Thank you for your reminder. Elder He, I have made my decision. I would like to exchange for 1 soul pill and 2 transformation pills. Chen Feng replied with a slight smile. His intention behind the exchange of the soul pill was clear to him. So be it, but I must advise you. Once the exchange is successful, there will be no possibility of turning back, He Jingtian stated solemnly. He felt regret for Jian Chenzi, having taken on such a disciple as Chen Feng. Not only did Chen Feng ignore his counsel, but his obstinacy also foretold a future of mediocrity and ineptitude. Li Shui, go fetch 1 soul pill and 2 transformation pills for Chen Feng. He Jingtian commanded, casting a glance at Luo Li Shui. Yes, master, she responded, her slender figure swaying like a willow as she walked, captivating those around her, leaving them enchanted. Before long, Luo Li Shui returned with 3 pills in hand. Here are the pills you requested. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude, his gaze as clear as water, briefly sweeping over Luo Li Shui without lingering. Elder He, there is one more matter I would like to trouble you with. After placing the 3 pills into his storage ring, he looked at He Jing Tian with humility. He Jing Tian's eyes narrowed, a hint of displeasure flickering within. Chen Feng had just spoken with such righteous fervor against accepting favors. And now he dared to ask for assistance. What a foolish individual. Speak, He Jing Tian replied coldly, his demeanor now devoid of the earlier warmth. That it is as follows. I possess a 3rd-tier soul force. Yet I am uncertain of my alchemical talent. If Elder He has a way to assist me in testing my alchemical aptitude, I would be immensely grateful. Chen Feng spoke with conviction, undeterred by He Jing Tian's frosty demeanor. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Luo Li Shui could not help but let out a laugh. I apologize. I truly couldn't hold back. Think you wish to test your alchemical talent with only a 3rd-tier soul force. Chen Feng, are you intentionally trying to mock my master? Laughter erupted among the onlookers, who deemed Chen Feng utterly foolish. A 3rd-tier soul force. And he still hopes to test his alchemical talent. This imbecile must believe he has a chance to become a master alchemist. No wonder he desires a soul pill. Chen Feng, you are a direct disciple of Jian Chenzi, and I once shared a bond with him, so I shall speak plainly. Indeed, you were once the foremost talent in the sword path of the Shun Yu Sword sect, with astonishing potential. However, 3 years ago, for the sake of a promise, you crippled your own cultivation and destroyed your Dantian. While your loyalty is commendable, it is also profoundly foolish, now that you have become a mere shell of your former self. Why continue to struggle? Would it not be better to live a simple life as an ordinary person? He Jing Tian sighed, lamenting Chen Feng's lofty ambitions. Unable to practice martial arts, the notion of aspiring to become a master alchemist was nothing short of ridiculous. He continued, Chen Feng, it is not my intention to undermine your confidence, but your 3rd-tier soul force clearly indicates a lack of talent in alchemy. Why waste any more time? It would be wise to seek alternative paths. Chen Feng offered an awkward smile. He felt no anger, understanding that He Jing Tian's words were those of a concerned elder. Elder He, I still wish to pursue the possibility of discovering my alchemical talent. Master, since Chen Feng is so determined, let us assist him in testing his alchemical aptitude. After all, it will only take a brief moment and will not delay any matters. Luo Li Shui smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of disdain as she anticipated the moment when Chen Feng would face the harsh reality of his lack of talent. Chen Feng had been so confident. Once he discovered that he had no aptitude, would he be able to bear the blow? The corners of Luo Li Shui's mouth lifted slightly, already relishing the impending misfortune of Chen Feng. Chapter 16. Legendary Level. In that case, let us proceed with the test. He Jing Tian shook his head slightly, cautioning Chen Feng, do not harbor excessive expectations. Alchemical talent is exceedingly rare, and you are already 16 years old. If you possessed any aptitude, it would have been discovered long ago. How could it have come to this point? He Jing Tian urged Chen Feng to temper his expectations, hoping to spare him the blow to his pride that might follow the test. Thank you for the reminder, Elder He. I understand. Chen Feng smiled. Follow me. He Jing Tian led the way deeper into the alchemist pavilion, with Luo Li Shui closely behind. Let us go and witness the spectacle. Watch as Chen Feng, that useless fool, humiliates himself. Indeed, once Chen Feng is exposed as having the most abysmal alchemical talent, he will come to realize just how foolish he truly is, how laughable it is that he, a mere waste, dares to dream of becoming a master alchemist. The crowd derided Chen Feng, holding him in deep contempt, especially since he had audaciously rejected their goddess and managed to procure a 4th-tier pill. Inciting their jealousy, they could only wish it were them instead. Chen Feng followed He Jing Tian into a chamber. Many disciples quickly gathered, standing outside the chamber to witness the unfolding drama. He Jing Tian promptly retrieved a translucent crystal stone from a cabinet. This crystal is known as the soul testing stone, utilized to gauge a person's alchemical talent. Li Shui demonstrate its use for Chen Feng. He Jing Tian handed the soul testing stone to Luo Li Shui. Yes, master, she replied as she took the soul testing stone. Her beautiful eyes shimmered, and she released a surge of soul force, directly infusing it into the stone. While demonstrating the process, she explained, Chen Feng, simply infuse your soul force into the soul testing stone, and it will react within 10 breaths, displaying different colors according to the level of alchemical talent. Alchemical talent is categorized into 9 tiers. In other words, the soul testing stone can reveal 9 different colors. From lowest to highest, they are red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, ink black, and crimson gold. As she spoke, the soul testing stone in Luo Li Shui's hand began to radiate a glow. Buzz! The soul testing stone vibrated violently, emanating dazzling purple light. Heavens, it's purple! It's actually purple! Luo Li Shui, not only possessing a 6th-tier soul force, but also a 7th-tier alchemical talent. How astonishing! Incredible! Senior sister Luo Li Shui is truly a once-in-a-thousand-years alchemical genius, excelling in both soul force and alchemical talent. The crowd was awestruck, envy etched on their faces. They recognized Luo Li Shui's genius, but had not anticipated her to be so extraordinary compared to her. They felt utterly ordinary, like frogs at the bottom of a well, while Luo Li Shui soared like the moon in the sky, unattainable. Luo Li Shui's lips curled into a smile, relishing the admiration of those around her. Chen Feng, I have explained how to use the soul testing stone. Now it is your turn to test your alchemical talent and enlighten us all. Li Shui. Do not become arrogant. He Jing Tian frowned and cautioned, concerned that Luo Li Shui might become conceited. I understand, Master, Luo Li Shui replied, reining in her smile and adopting a gentle demeanor as she regarded Chen Feng. With a graceful sway, she approached him and handed him the soul testing stone. Thank you, Chen Feng said with a note of gratitude, taking the soul testing stone and infusing it with his soul force. It begins. It begins. The show is about to unfold. Chen Feng, that useless fool, was merely setting himself up for humiliation. 3 years ago. How dazzling he had been. So much so that even the sect leader had wished to take him as a disciple, yet his arrogance had led him to reject the offer. What does it matter how impressive he once was? He remains a waste. Once his alchemical talent test concludes, we shall enjoy our time mocking him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Feng held the soul testing stone, preparing to test his alchemical aptitude. Luo Li Shui couldn't suppress her delight, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Chen Feng's embarrassment. What a pity Jian Shenzi was so misguided as to take on such a disciple. He Jing Tian let out a soft sigh, feeling a deep disappointment towards Chen Feng, lamenting the situation of Jian Shenzi. He knew all too well that Chen Feng's alchemical aptitude test would undoubtedly result in humiliation for himself. As for the opinions of those around him, Chen Feng remained indifferent, fully engrossed in observing the Soul Heaven Stone, relishing the experience. Suddenly, the Soul Heaven Stone underwent a transformation. A brilliant red light surged forth, dazzling in its intensity. Upon seeing the red glow, Luo Li Shui couldn't help but chuckle, speaking sarcastically. Wow, such a rich red light. Chen Feng, it seems you possess only the most rudimentary alchemical talent, making you ill-suited for the path of alchemy. What a pity, with a laugh, she continued. I told you, Chen Feng is nothing but a waste. Not only is he useless in martial arts, but he is also a failure in alchemy. That a person like him is nothing but refuse. Indeed, if I were in his position, I would have long since chosen to depart from this world. As the crowd witnessed the emergence of the red light from the Soul Heaven Stone, they all directed scornful remarks at Chen Feng, their faces displaying disdain, further reinforcing their contempt for him. He Jingtian shook his head, remarking, Chen Feng, it's time for you to let go of hope. However, scarcely had he spoken when the Soul Heaven Stone transformed once more. The red light suddenly faded, giving way to an orange glow. Yet, what did an orange light signify? It still could not alter the fact that Chen Feng was deemed a failure. Indeed, the orange glow indicated a second-tier alchemical talent. Still considered worthless, tread the path of alchemy. One required at least a third-tier talent. Otherwise, it was destined to be a futile journey, rendering Chen Feng utterly devoid of merit. The crowd's words dripped with derision, regarding Chen Feng with utter disregard. Luo Li Shui laughed haughtily, asserting, a second-tier alchemical talent changes nothing, nor does it alter my perception of him that a second-tier talent is simply too low. Perhaps if it were a third tier, There might be a chance, He Jingtian murmured softly, shaking his head in further disappointment towards Chen Feng. Yet at that moment, the soul heaven stone shifted once again. The orange light faded, revealing a yellow glow. Witnessing this, He Jingtian's eyes narrowed, staring at Chen Feng in surprise. Master, is the soul heaven stone broken? Why doesn't it display the final result all at once? Luo Lixue frowned, her expression darkening, incredulous that Chen Feng had tested for a third-tier alchemical talent. This is impossible. The soul heaven stone must be malfunctioning. Sister Luo Lixue was correct. Traditionally, the soul heaven stone displayed the final result in one go. Why had it changed repeatedly in Chen Feng's hands? This soul heaven stone must certainly be defective. I told you, if the soul heaven stone wasn't broken, how could this waste of a person, Chen Feng, possibly test for a third-tier alchemical talent? It must be faulty. As the crowd begrudgingly acknowledged Chen Feng's supposed third-tier talent, they ground their teeth in resentment, glaring at him fiercely. Apart from the theory of the soul heaven stone being broken, they could conceive of no other explanation. He Jingtian, too, found himself at a loss, as this was his first encounter with such an anomaly. Hesitating for a moment, the soul heaven stone transformed yet again. The yellow light faded, and a resplendent green glow burst forth. Green, is this boy exhibiting a fourth-tier alchemical talent? Luo Lixue's expression changed for the first time, staring at Chen Feng in astonishment. Before she could voice her inquiries, the soul heaven stone changed once more. The green light instantaneously morphed into a cyan glow. The crowd was left dumbfounded, yet there was no time to be astonished. As the color of the soul heaven stone shifted again, the cyan glow transitioned into a blue glow, a serene sky blue that uplifted the spirit. At this point, the crowd was utterly stunned. Including He Jingtian, they all gazed at Chen Feng in bewilderment. With no time for contemplation, the soul heaven stone transformed again, shifting from blue to purple. Seventh-tier alchemical talent? No, this is impossible. Chen Feng possesses only third-tier soul power. How could he possibly have a seventh-tier alchemical talent like mine? Luo Lixue was taken aback, her heart trembling, her beautiful eyes reflecting waves of disbelief. Wait, the soul heaven stone is still shaking violently. Chen Feng's alchemical talent exceeds even seventh tier. Luo Lixue was in a state of shock, her complexion pale, fixating on Chen Feng. Suddenly, the color of the soul heaven stone shifted yet again, this time from purple to black, deep black as ink. This was the color representing an eighth-tier alchemical talent. He Jingtian was astounded, rooted to the spot. The legendary level of alchemical talent had truly manifested. This was indeed eighth-tier alchemical talent, a rarity beyond measure. This cannot be. The soul heaven stone is certainly broken. Chen Feng cannot possibly test for eighth-tier alchemical talent. How could his talent surpass mine? Luo Lixue's pupils contracted, her face drained of color, staring incredulously at Chen Feng, exclaiming loudly. Chapter 17. Becoming dual cultivation partners with him. Aside from the soul heaven stone being broken, I cannot conceive of any other reason. If the soul heaven stone were not defective, how could this waste of a person, Chen Feng, have the audacity to test for eighth-tier alchemical talent? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their words laced with disdain and contempt for Chen Feng, believing the soul heaven stone must indeed be broken. Otherwise, how could he possess eighth-tier alchemical talent? Could it truly be that the soul heaven stone had malfunctioned? Yet, having tested numerous times in the past, the soul heaven stone had never broken. Why did it falter now with Chen Feng? As a fifth-tier alchemist, He Jingtian felt a wave of doubt wash over him. Just then, the soul heaven stone transformed once more. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, it shifted from a deep black to a brilliant crimson gold. Crimson gold, ninth-tier alchemical talent. Ninth-tier alchemical talent. How could someone so obscure as him possess such a talent? Luo Lixue's gaze was filled with disgust as she coldly scrutinized Chen Feng, refusing to believe that he could surpass her with a ninth-tier alchemical talent. Master, Chen Feng has now tested for ninth-tier alchemical talent. I assent enough to suggest that the soul heaven stone is broken. If this were true, then Chen Feng's alchemical talent would rival that of the alchemy king. Luo He Jingtian inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. Suddenly, A loud explosion echoed through the air. Under the gaze of the crowd, the crimson gold soul heaven stone in Chen Feng's hands unexpectedly shattered into countless crystalline fragments. Ah, the soul heaven stone was indeed broken. It has exploded. Luo Lishua laughed mockingly, reveling in the misfortune, unwilling to accept that Chen Feng could possess ninth-tier alchemical talent. For someone like him, a frog at the bottom of a well was unworthy of such a gift. Sister Luo Lishua has keen insight. She was right. The soul heaven stone is indeed broken. Indeed, Chen Feng, this waste, cannot possibly possess ninth-tier alchemical talent. This waste must have employed some underhanded means to intentionally damage the soul heaven stone, attempting to masquerade as an alchemical genius and deceive Elder He. It's utterly laughable. Amidst their words, the crowd dismissed any notion that Chen Feng had resorted to deceit. However, in stark contrast, Chen Feng stood there, utterly bewildered. All he wished was to gauge his alchemical talent. Why would he resort to cheating or sabotage? Moreover, he was utterly ignorant of alchemy and knew not how to cheat or manipulate. Elder He, has the test concluded? Chen Feng asked awkwardly, glancing at the debris strewn across the ground. Yes, it is concluded. He Jingtian collected his thoughts, a peculiar expression flickering in his gaze as he looked at Chen Feng. However, He Jingtian concealed this well, ensuring none of the others present noticed. Chen Feng, your test was marred by issues with the soul heaven stone. Your results will be evaluated based on the first color displayed by the stone. The first color displayed? That would be red. Chen Feng pondered, shaking his head. Indeed, I possess no alchemical talent. He Jingtian regarded Chen Feng with a complex expression. Foolish child, you do possess alchemical talent. Rather, your talent is so extraordinary and monstrous that it surpasses the ninth tier, reaching a supreme level of alchemical aptitude. He Jingtian sighed, thinking to himself, but the fact that you possess supreme-level alchemical talent must never be revealed. I can only keep it hidden, lest it attracts perilous attention. Supreme-level alchemical talent exists only in legends, transcending the ninth tier. Had it not been for Chen Feng's talent shattering the soul heaven stone, He Jingtian might have genuinely believed it was defective. Yet, the explosion of the soul heaven stone signified that it had not malfunctioned. Rather, Chen Feng's alchemical talent was so extraordinary that the stone could not withstand it. Nonetheless, He Jingtian could only bury this secret deep within, afraid to disclose it, for supreme-level alchemical talent is exceedingly rare, and within the chaotic and complex factions of the Shen Yu sword sect, should word get out that Chen Feng possesses such talent, he would undoubtedly attract the malice of those with ulterior motives. It would certainly lead to perilous consequences. He Jingtian cast a deep glance at Chen Feng. To safeguard Chen Feng's safety, he deliberately addressed the onlookers outside, saying, "Everyone, please disperse. This spectacle has come to an end." Chen Feng's final test result was red, indicating a mere first-grade alchemy talent, the most abysmal alchemy aptitude. Chen Feng is utterly ill-suited for the path of alchemy. As He Jingtian announced the results, Chen Feng's reputation as a waste was firmly established. I have long asserted that how could this waste, Chen Feng, possibly possess a ninth-grade alchemy talent? Now that old He has personally declared it. It is clear that Chen Feng's alchemy talent is the most inferior, and he is incapable of treading the path of alchemy. This fool overestimates himself, daring to entertain the delusion of pursuing the alchemical way. He truly knows not his place. Chen Feng is thoroughly ruined. In martial arts, his cultivation is in shambles, and his dantian is completely destroyed. In alchemy, he possesses only the most pathetic talent. Henceforth, he can only be an ordinary person. An ordinary person? This waste will not survive long. He possesses 3 second-grade elixirs and 1 fourth-grade elixir. Who wouldn't covet that? There are countless individuals eager to kill him and seize his elixirs. This waste won't last much longer. Possessing treasures is a crime. Everyone is acutely aware that Chen Feng holds such a bounty of elixirs, and many harbor covetous thoughts, eyeing him with greed. Luo Lishua smiled with ill intent. She consoled, "Chen Feng, do not be disheartened. Although your alchemy talent is indeed abysmal, and you are destined not to cultivate the alchemical path, you can pursue martial arts, though. No, I almost forgot. Your dantian is destroyed, and you cannot cultivate martial arts. Chen Feng chuckled softly. Unwilling to argue further, he replied, "No need for your concern." Subsequently, he saluted He Jingtian and stated, "I shall take my leave now." Chen Feng's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. He did not appear despondent due to the revelation of his dismal first-grade alchemy talent, for he was never one destined for the path of alchemy. He merely sought to ascertain if he possessed any innate talent for it. If he did, he could cultivate both alchemy and martial arts. If not, dedicating himself entirely to martial cultivation would also be a viable option. Chen Feng turned and departed. Observing his haughty silhouette, Luo Lixue felt a flicker of disdain in her beautiful eyes. "He is truly arrogant." Luo Lixue snorted softly and coldly remarked, "Forget it. With my status, why should I stoop to argue with a waste like him? He is destined to achieve nothing great, existing in a realm entirely different from mine." Luo Lixue slightly shook her head and then let out a wry smile. Were it not for Chen Feng being the direct disciple of Jianxinzi, she would never have had to associate with such a waste. The people around her were all prodigies, sons and daughters of noble families. Chen Feng, a mere ant, does not even qualify to be her friend. Why must she lower herself to engage with him? Just then, He Jingtian approached Luo Lixue. His expression exceedingly grave, he urged, "Lixue, you should interact more with Chen Feng in the future, da." Luo Lixue was taken aback. She already felt a visceral aversion towards Chen Feng. Such an arrogant and rebellious individual could hardly amount to anything great, yet her master wanted her to engage with him more. "Master, I've already given that fellow a fourth-grade elixir, which suffices as a repayment for Jianxinzi's life-saving grace. Why should I lower my status to associate with him?" Luo Lixue furrowed her brow and inquired, feeling quite uncomfortable. If it were to become public knowledge that she was associating with a waste, would that not tarnish her reputation, lowering her status? He Jingtian spoke sternly. "What if I told you that the Soul Heaven Stone is intact?" "What?" Luo Lixue's heart trembled violently, her complexion instantly paling to "if the Soul Heaven Stone is intact." Does that not imply? Luo Lixue instinctively covered her mouth, utterly shocked. "Lixue, this matter must not be disclosed. Engaging more with Chen Feng may present you with an opportunity." He Jingtian continued, "I purposely claim that the Soul Heaven Stone was damaged, and that Chen Feng merely tested as having a first-grade alchemy talent, which is quite poor. In reality, it is far from the truth. Chen Feng's alchemy talent is extraordinarily formidable, and indeed far superior to yours. Lixue, you must interact more with Chen Feng and privately impart your alchemical knowledge to him. If you are fortunate enough to become his dual cultivation partner in the future, you will reap boundless benefits." Luo Lixue's cheeks flushed crimson. Becoming a dual cultivation partner with Chen Feng. That is simply outrageous. She had always believed that Chen Feng was arrogant and proud, and that his first-grade alchemy talent was indeed worthless. Such a person could scarcely achieve greatness. However, at this moment, after hearing He Jingtian's explanation, she suddenly understood He Jingtian intentionally concealed Chen Feng's true talent, both to protect him and to create an opportunity for her to interact with him, allowing her to privately teach Chen Feng the art of alchemy. Over time, feelings would surely blossom between them. "Did I understand, Master? I will certainly engage more with Chen Feng and teach him the art of alchemy, striving to win him over and not disappoint your kindness towards me." Luo Lixue bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. Yet her gaze was resolute as she resolved to win over Chen Feng and become his dual cultivation partner. Chen Feng's alchemy talent is exceptional. As long as she imparts her knowledge to him, given time, he will undoubtedly become a renowned top-tier alchemist. And she, too, could benefit from this, potentially standing at the pinnacle of the alchemical realm in the future. Chapter 18. Murder and Theft. After leaving the Divine Alchemy Pavilion, Chen Feng sensed that someone was stealthily tailing him. They seek to kill me and seize my treasures. Chen Feng remained composed as he made his way to the 9th peak, waiting for them to make their move. Quite patient, indeed. I shall see how long you can endure. Let me create a little opportunity for you to strike. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at a bamboo grove. The terrain was steep and secluded, making it an ideal spot for murder and disposal, as anticipated. No sooner had Chen Feng entered the bamboo grove than 3 individuals suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Do you truly intend to kill me and seize my elixirs?" Chen Feng's brows furrowed. He recognized the three individuals. They were the same ones who had been watching him in the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. They had been tailing him, undoubtedly for his elixirs. After all, the fourth-grade elixir crafted by Luo Lixue was currently in his possession. Who would not be envious? His reputation as a waste had spread far and wide. Even if they killed him, no one would pursue the matter. The three before him had clearly considered this, emboldened to brazenly follow him with the intent to kill and steal. Chen Feng, if you know what is good for you, immediately hand over the 4 elixirs on you. Wang Yong had coveted those 4 elixirs for a long time and had been waiting for Chen Feng to leave the Divine Alchemy Pavilion to kill him and take them. Now he had finally been granted an opportunity that he was a 4th-tier martial artist. If he could obtain even 1 4th-grade elixir to nourish his flesh and blood, after some diligent cultivation, he would certainly break through to the 5th tier of martial arts. His eyes gleamed with malice as he coldly declared, "If you do not comply, I will make your life a living hell." Brother Wang, why waste words on him? Just attack. Chen Feng is already a waste, and no one will care even if we kill him. Ding Fong sneered, already viewing Chen Feng as a piece of meat on the chopping block. Indeed, Brother Wang, this is a desolate bamboo grove, perfect for murder and burial. Han Jiao glared at Chen Feng, awaiting Wang Yong's command to slay him. In a rush. After all, this waste, Chen Feng, has nowhere to escape. If he willingly hands over the 4 elixirs, it would save us some effort. Wang Yong was brimming with confidence, grinning as he stared at Chen Feng. He continued, "Chen Feng, hand over the 4 elixirs, and I might just leave your corpse intact." Chen Feng chuckled at once, his gaze filled with mockery as he regarded Wang Yong, Ding Fong, and Han Jiao. "Just the 3 of you?" Chen Feng maintained his composure. Waste? What do you mean by that?" Wang Yong frowned, his voice turning icy. "The 3 of us are more than enough to deal with you." No. What I mean is, you 3 are simply insufficient to take me down." A smile played at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth. "If you wish to kill and steal, you must first consider your own abilities. Unfortunately, it seems you clearly lack the capability. You might as well prepare to lose your lives. You dare to speak so brazenly even when death is imminent. You are courting death." Wang Yong bellowed, suddenly drawing his blade and charging at Chen Feng. His movements were swift and his blade technique fierce, as the sharp blade swung towards Chen Feng's head. Battle technique. Savage blade technique. Wang Yong's true energy erupted violently as he unleashed a terrifyingly powerful battle technique that, in an instant, the bamboo grove was filled with the chaotic slashes of the blade, the sound of sonic booms resonating through the air. Bamboo stalks were severed one after another. The formidable blade energy rushed directly towards Chen Feng. With this opening move, Brother Wang unleashed an unbeatable killing strike, offering Chen Feng no chance of survival. This waste, Chen Feng, knows not the danger he is in, daring to provoke Brother Wang. With this strike, he is undoubtedly doomed. Ding Fong and Han Jiao could not help but chuckle mockingly. They had already envisioned the tragic scene of Chen Feng being cleaved in 2. A single sword strike shatters the heavens. As Wang Yong unleashed a furious strike, Chen Feng's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He manifested his swordsmanship, executing the supreme technique of the Chu people, a sword shattering the heavens. Instantly, a formidable sword aura swept through the surroundings, sharp and menacing, exuding a chilling intent to kill. This is bad. This fool is merely pretending. His cultivation remains intact, and his dantian is undamaged. Wang Yong's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing Chen Feng's unwavering stance, boldly confronting him with his swordplay, igniting a foreboding premonition. Chen Feng had concealed his true abilities too well. Damn it! No matter how deeply you hide, you have not cultivated in 3 years of guarding the tomb. Wang Yong's eyes glinted cold as frost as he roared. "In this battle, you shall surely die. Boom! Die for me!" Wang Yong brought his great blade crashing down. Bang! A deafening clang of metal reverberated. Chen Feng stood resolute, enveloped in a potent sword aura that refused to dissipate. In stark contrast, Wang Yong was violently thrown back by the fierce collision. Cough, cough! Wang Yong fell to the ground, violently coughing up blood, his face as pale as death. His blade had shattered. How could this be? Wang Yong howled in despair, fixing his gaze on Chen Feng, blood streaming from his mouth as he demanded, "I've already perfected my combat techniques. My blade is invincible. How could I lose to you? Die." In response to Wang Yong's furious inquiry, Chen Feng merely scoffed, delivering a decisive strike. Sizzle. Wang Yong's head fell from his shoulders, a fountain of blood erupting forth. There was a grievous miscalculation. Chen Feng had concealed himself too well. He was certainly not the fool they believed him to be. Ding Feng's pupils contracted in horror. In that moment, he dared not hesitate, instantly employing his agility to flee into the distance. This beast is so treacherous. He must have realized we were stalking him, deliberately luring us to this desolate bamboo grove with the intent to kill us. Hanzhou snapped back to reality, pondering deeply. Chen Feng had returned to the ninth peak without even passing through this abandoned bamboo grove. Yet he had intentionally taken a detour to arrive here. His malicious intentions were glaringly evident. Flee. Without daring to linger, Han Jiu sprinted away. Since we have come, one must leave their life behind. Chen Feng let out a cold snort. He had indeed taken a deliberate detour to this desolate bamboo grove with the intention of slaying Wang Yong and the others, erasing all traces. Now that Wang Yong had been slain, Ding Feng and Han Jiu still thought they could escape? Utterly ridiculous. Die. Chen Feng's movements were swift and lethal as he darted through the bamboo thicket, pursuing Ding Feng. Within 10 meters of Ding Feng, Chen Feng suddenly executed a powerful downward strike, the overwhelming sword aura sweeping across, cleaving Ding Feng in half before he could even mount a defense, leaving him lifeless on the spot. No, please don't kill me. Upon seeing Chen Feng catch up and slay Ding Feng, Hanzhou no longer dared to flee. Thud. His legs weakened, trembling, and he felt his knees at Chen Feng's feet. Bang, bang, bang. He struck his forehead against the ground with force. Bowing thrice before Chen Feng, "Brother Feng, spare me. I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 10-year-old child." Hanzhou wept as he knelt. "But you are only 20. Where do you get an 80-year-old mother and a 10-year-old child?" Chen Feng chuckled mockingly, his gaze contemptuous as he regarded Hanzhou. "The fool. Next time you spin a tale, do think it through. Otherwise, you only reveal your foolishness. However, for you to weave another lie, you may have to wait until your next life." Chen Feng's expression darkened as he raised his hand, delivering a fatal strike that severed Hanzhou's head. 3 lives extinguished. Chen Feng's emotions remained largely unchanged, as calm and composed as ever. "I am in dire need of cultivation resources. These 3 corpses cannot go to waste." Chen Feng activated his mixed origin heavenly skill, devouring the essence of blood from Wang Yong, Ding Feng, and Hanzhou, rapidly withering the 3 bodies into dried husks. Subsequently, Chen Feng searched the 3 desiccated corpses, discovering 3 identity tokens, revealing that Wang Yong, Ding Feng, and Hanzhou hail from the forging hall of the second peak. Furthermore, Chen Feng found 3 storage rings. Upon probing with his divine sense, he discovered they contained nothing but a heap of worthless scrap metal. These 3 were destitute, just like me. No wonder they sought to kill and plunder, attempting to seize my precious pill. Alas, they were blind, mistaking me for an easy target, and instead encountered a living hell, leading them straight to their demise. Chen Feng stowed the 3 storage rings into his own, as such rings typically bore a value of 10 spirit stones. Even the legs of flies are meat, and he would not squander any opportunity to acquire cultivation resources. Now I possess 4 pills, 1 4th-grade pill of medium quality, worth at least 10,000 spirit stones, and 3 2nd-grade pills of uncertain quality, likely valued around 2,000 spirit stones. These items could attract unwanted attention. I must hasten back to the 9th peak to consume and refine those pills. Chen Feng's heart sank. He set fire to the bodies of Wang Yong and the others before swiftly heading towards the 9th peak. Meanwhile, from the depths of the abandoned bamboo grove, a graceful figure emerged. It was Luo Lixue. Her face was pale, her heart filled with shock as she had witnessed Chen Feng's swordsmanship firsthand, slaying 3 individuals with ease. Her emotions surged tumultuously, unable to settle. She murmured, "Chen Feng has concealed himself too deeply. Unparalleled alchemical talent, unfathomable martial prowess. What has he experienced in these 3 years? Chapter 19. Why did you not avoid? Upon returning to the ninth peak, Chen Feng found no one around and immediately proceeded to the back mountain. His junior sister, Su Yaqing, had mentioned that she had built a small hut there. Chen Feng needed to ascertain Su Yaqing's safety. He hurriedly made his way to the back mountain, relieved to see Su Yaqing cooking over a fire. His anxious heart finally easing as he exhaled. Elder brother, why have you returned? Su Yaqing, hearing footsteps, looked up at once. Chen Feng's eyes glistened with moisture as he approached and embraced Su Yaqing. It's good that you are safe. Junior sister T.O. Chen Feng, who had grown up without parents under the guidance of Jian Chanzi, his fellow disciples were his family. Had it not been for Zhang Chong and others betraying the sect and attempting to harm his junior sister, he would never have resorted to slaying them. Now, Chen Feng's only remaining family was his junior sister, Su Yaqing. He silently vowed to protect her for life. Earlier, Su Yuan had threatened him, stating that if he did not reveal himself, Su Yaqing would suffer a terrible fate. Enraged, he unleashed his fury, annihilating Su Yuan and his cohorts. Family, that is Su Yaqing. She is now Chen Feng's only forbidden line. Touching her would mean death. Suddenly embraced by Chen Feng, Su Yaqing basked in the warmth of his chest. Her face flushed crimson, feeling shy, and she nervously inquired, Elder, what's wrong? Since you left, I've been here in the back mountain, cooking for myself and never leaving. How could anything happen to me? Chen Feng released Su Yaqing and recounted the events he had encountered on the Shenyue Sword Mountain. After hearing his tale, Su Yaqing felt a chill run down her spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. These people were utterly heinous, daring to act so viciously. They deserved to die. Su Yaqing gritted her teeth, her face aflame with anger. Standing up for Chen Feng. Elder brother, you weren't hurt, were you? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with concern that I am unharmed. Chen Feng chuckled, retrieving 2 pills from his storage ring and handing them to Su Yaqing. Junior sister, keep these 2 pills. They will greatly benefit your cultivation. You should be on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly martial realm, right? Huh. Elder brother, where did these pills come from? Su Yaqing was taken aback. I completed a task at the labor office and received 2,000 contribution points as a reward, which I exchanged for these pills at the Divine Pill Pavilion. Chen Feng smiled. Oh, that is how it is. Su Yaqing beamed with joy. Elder brother, I've already reached the 9th level of the true martial realm. Without pills, I will surely break through to the heavenly martial realm in 2 months. But you, elder brother, need these cultivation resources even more than I do. If you wish to compete for the position of the 9th peak master, you will require pills to enhance your strength. You should aim to break through to the chaotic realm. There is still a long way to go, so I cannot take your pills and hold you back. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. His junior sister truly cared for him from the heart. Junior sister, take these pills. They will aid you in breaking through to the chaotic realm. Isn't a matter of 1 or 2 pills. We will have plenty of cultivation resources in the future. Elder brother, you are right. I will accept these 2 pills then. Su Yaqing gratefully accepted the 2 second-grade pills, quickly stowing them in her storage ring. I will help elder brother keep these 2 pills safe for future needs. Su Yaqing pondered in her heart, fully aware that Chen Feng aspired to compete for the position of the 9th peak's master, a path fraught with formidable challenges. She felt powerless to assist him, having already done all she could. Upon witnessing Su Yaqing accept the 2 elixirs, a smile graced Chen Feng's lips. His little junior sister was akin to family, and naturally, he wished to share his treasures with her. Senior brother, you haven't had your meal yet, have you? I just finished cooking. Let's dine together. Su Yaqing beamed, eagerly inviting Chen Feng. The last time they had shared a meal was 3 years prior. And now that Chen Feng had finally returned, her joy knew no bounds. Very well, Chen Feng replied, settling beside Su Yaqing. The atmosphere was warm as the brother-sister duo enjoyed their meal, sharing laughter and conversation. However, amidst their dining, Chen Feng suddenly halted his chopsticks, a glint of coldness flashing his eyes as he gazed intently into the distance. Senior brother, what is it? Su Yaqing inquired, her brow furrowing. Someone is approaching. Chen Feng's expression grew grave as he slowly rose, positioning himself protectively behind Su Yaqing. Chen Feng, you've made it quite difficult for me. A thunderous voice echoed, and a figure descended from the sky with haste. It's you, Lu Xiao. Chen Feng recognized her immediately. She was the Fifth Peak's Master's direct disciple. Lu Xiao, renowned for her formidable strength point 3 years ago, she had been acknowledged as a prodigy of the sword. Slightly inferior to Chen Feng at that time. After spending 3 years guarding the tomb without training, Chen Feng had only recently emerged, and he surmised that Lu Xiao's prowess must now eclipse his own. I thought you might not recognize me. Lu Xiao stood poised on a blade of azure light, her gaze haughty and disdainful as she regarded Chen Feng. Chen Feng, your tenure guarding the tomb has concluded. Why did you not come to see me at the earliest opportunity? Lu Xiao, we're neither kin nor ally. Why should I rush to see you? Chen Feng shook his head, finding her utterly unreasonable. You dare claim we're not connected? Chen Feng. Lu Xiao's anger boiled over as she stomped her foot, her delicate teeth clenched in frustration as she glared at him. Since we are not bound by any personal ties, I shall not show you any kindness. You have slain Li Yu and others, my junior brothers. How do you intend to settle this score? Lu Xiao, my senior brother, acted in self-defense against Li Yu and his cohort. They brought their fate upon themselves. Su Yaqing's gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare upon Lu Xiao, continuing, conversely, you have consistently indulged your junior brother's misdeeds, fostering their arrogance and recklessness, which ultimately led to their demise. Who can be blamed for that? Silence. Lu Xiao shot a glare at Su Yaqing, reprimanding. Who are you to speak? I'm addressing your senior brother, not you. Be silent. Lu Xiao. Chen Feng interjected with a cold snort. Was my little junior sister wrong in her assertion? You have coddled your junior brothers to the point of their arrogance, and when they dared to provoke me, I merely acted to discipline them. What fault lies with me? You twist the truth, Lu Xiao retorted, unable to contain her fury as Chen Feng chastised her for the sake of Su Yaqing. Chen Feng, for the sake of my junior brothers. I shall seek justice today. With that, Lu Xiao leaped from her azure sword, brandishing it with a swift motion, thrusting it directly toward Chen Feng's chest. Thud! Chen Feng neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the blade to pierce him. Blood erupting forth. You, vile creature! Lu Xiao glared at Chen Feng, her expression filled with resentment. She was certain he could have evaded the strike, for she knew his cultivation had been restored and he was stronger than before. Such a blow should have been negligible. How could he not avoid it? Her beautiful eyes narrowed in confusion as she gazed at him, asking mournfully, Why did you not evade? Because I am unafraid. Chen Feng replied, his face unchanging, his eyes clear as he met her gaze with calmness. Why are you not afraid? Do you not fear that I might kill you with this strike? Lu Xiao's brows knitted tightly. Her expression a complex mix of emotions. I am not afraid because I understand you, Chen Feng answered serenely. Others might slay me for their selfish gains, but you would not. It is not in your nature to commit such acts. Chapter 20. Li Wentian. I shall surely kill you. Lu Xiao fell silent, her mind racing as she processed his words, unable to find peace. She contemplated deeply. Perhaps this young man before her understood her far more than she had imagined. Why do you believe I would not kill you? Lu Xiao voiced her inner doubts. She had always been aloof and proud towards outsiders, who perceived her as merely reclusive and unapproachable. Yet Chen Feng remained unfazed, even when she threatened him with her sword. Considering the time, Lu Xiao, we have known each other for nearly a decade. Chen Feng remarked that I was raised by my master, and you joined the Xinyue sword sect at the age of 6. That was when I first laid eyes on you. Later, you became the direct disciple of the Fifth Peak's master, and our encounters dwindled. Indeed, we are not related by blood, but if examined closely, one could argue we are akin to childhood friends that I know your character. And you are equally familiar with mine. You know well that I, Chen Feng, would never indiscriminately kill the innocent. My slaying of Li Yu and his companions was purely their own doing. That I am certain you believe this. And thus I dare assert that you would not kill me. Su Yaqing, listening to Chen Feng's narrative from the sidelines, realized how intimately connected he was with Lu Xiao. They had grown up together, albeit one at the 9th peak and the other at the 5th peak. First, tend to your wounds. Lu Xiao withdrew her sword, her demeanor softening as she looked tenderly at Chen Feng. The wound is not deep. It is of no grave concern. Chen Feng circulated his inner energy to seal the wound, Recognizing that Lu Shuyao had shown restraint with her strike, Liu was a disciple of Li Wentian. He conspired to seize the ninth peak, and I was left with no choice but to act against him and his cohorts. How does this involve Li Wentian? Lu Xiao furrowed her brows slightly. Li Wentian was renowned, standing out among the 9 direct disciples. Rumors suggested that the sect master harbored intentions of taking him as a direct disciple, which would elevate his status within the Xinyue Sword sect. Chen Feng, you have no connection to Li Wentian. Why would he target the 9th peak? Lu Shuyao questioned, her curiosity piqued. However, upon mentioning Li Wentian, Chen Feng's expression shifted, a flicker of rage crossing his features. Lu Shuyao, I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Li Wentian. What? Lu Xiao exclaimed, her brow furrowing in shock. You, a direct disciple of the 9th peak, and he, a direct disciple of the 7th peak, have no prior ties. Moreover, you spent 3 years guarding the tomb without any contact with him. How can you claim such a profound enmity? This matter pertains to Shenlinger. Chen Feng's eyes darkened with murderous intent as he spoke coldly. I once had an association with Shenlinger, but mere days ago, she conspired with Li Wentian, colluding with him to seize my Qiyang Dan and even attempted to take my life. Had it not been for my master's protection, I would likely be dead by now, did I swear. Unless I slay those 2 beasts, Chen Feng, will never rest. As he spoke, Chen Feng's eyes turned bloodshot. Filled with an unsettling intensity, Lu Xiao's heart trembled. Although she had not witnessed the torment Chen Feng suffered at the hands of Li Wentian and Shenlinga, his description felt vivid and real, allowing her to sense his fury. How despicable they are! A cold light flickered in Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes, her sympathy for Chen Feng's plight evident. And no wonder you harbor such a deep-seated hatred for Li Wentian. Senior brother, you have never spoken of this before. I had no idea Li Wentian and his ilk were so base and unscrupulous, inflicting such inhumane acts upon you, that we must seek vengeance. It is imperative. Su Yaqing bit her lip, her expression darkening with pain for Chen Feng's ordeal. Little junior sister, I will surely take revenge. This matter does not concern you. Chen Feng's demeanor was serious. Understood, senior brother, Su Yaqing replied. My involvement would only serve as a burden to you. Being merely at the 9th level of the true martial realm, Su Yaqing was no match for the formidable Li Wentian. Her interference would not aid Chen Feng, but rather distract him from his goal of retribution. Lu Xiao, now that you are aware of the truth, will you still assist in avenging Li Yu and the others? Chen Feng's gaze darkened, and he fixed a serious stare upon Lu Xiao. He continued, if you remain resolute in seeking vengeance for them, I, Chen Feng, shall accompany you to the very end. Lu Xiao's expression was exceedingly complex. Her purpose in seeking Chen Feng was twofold, to reminisce about old times and to demand an explanation. The innocent and tragic deaths of Li Yu and the others, slain by Chen Feng, warranted some form of justification. The 5th peak, as the enforcement hall, could not allow their deaths to remain shrouded in mystery. Alas, this matter was indeed troublesome. Lu Xiao sighed, sheathed her azure sword, and shook her head, saying, Chen Feng, we have been childhood friends, old acquaintances. Now that I have come to know the truth, I cannot bring myself to take action against you. However, this situation cannot be easily resolved. Setting aside the enforcement hall of the 5th peak, just the matter of Li Wentian poses a significant challenge for you. At this juncture, Lu Xiao's complexion shifted slightly, and she changed her tone to add, you may not be aware, but Li Wentian has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the heavenly martial realm, mere steps away from the chaotic realm. Rumor has it that once he breaks through to the chaotic realm, the sect master will take him as a direct disciple. 3 years ago, you were nothing short of exceptional. Your talent in swordsmanship was astonishing, and the sect master once considered you for the position of a direct disciple, but sadly, you declined. Now, it seems that this coveted position may be seized by Li Wentian. Lu Xiao felt a wave of emotion swell within her. Recalling the past, how extraordinary Chen Feng had been, a prodigy in swordsmanship. No matter how intricate or esoteric a sword technique was, he could grasp it after a single glance and master it after a few attempts. At that time, Lu Xiao had also been a swordsmanship talent, often regarded alongside Chen Feng as the dual prodigies of the Divine Moonsword sect. Yet she was self-aware, recognizing her diligence could only supplement her shortcomings. While Chen Feng's innate brilliance was truly unattainable, however, now, Chen Feng had faded into obscurity, no longer the remarkable swordsmanship genius of yore. Lu Xiao's thoughts became disordered as she gazed at Chen Feng, shaking her head in both disappointment and despair. Given the current predicament, she felt compelled to assist Chen Feng. Otherwise, he would inevitably fall victim to Li Wentian's wrath. She declared, "Chen Feng, I will do my utmost to help you resolve the troubles with Li Wentian. From now on, do not provoke him again." Sigh, you cannot afford to trifle with someone like Li Wentian. Observing Lu Xiao's concern for him, Chen Feng could not help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. She was wholeheartedly intent on helping Chen Feng with his troubles regarding Li Wentian, and it was utterly infuriating that he would mock her instead of expressing gratitude. Were it not for their childhood bond, she would have been indifferent to Chen Feng's fate. Noticing her anger, Chen Feng remained unfazed and, with a calm tone, inquired, "Lu Xiao, I am confident that I understand you well. But how much do you truly know about me?" Lu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Just how well did she understand Chen Feng? It seemed she had never considered this question before, especially after the death of Jian Shenzi. Chen Feng's choice to forfeit his cultivation, destroy his dantian, and guard Jian Shenzi's grave for 3 years had never crossed her mind as anything but foolishness. "Heh, Lu Xiao, though we have been childhood friends for many years, you do not truly know me." Chen Feng smiled indifferently and continued, "If you do not understand me, how can you claim that I cannot contend with Li Wentian? Li Wentian is indeed powerful and comes from a prestigious lineage. How can you possibly challenge him?" Lu Xiao retorted. Unwilling to concede, eye in her eyes, Chen Feng was genuinely no match for Li Wentian. To continue antagonizing him would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Courting disaster. Enough. Lu Xiao, your fear of Li Wentian and his lineage has nothing to do with me. To me, what if Li Wentian is powerful? What if he comes from a prestigious family? Chen Feng's expression remained impassive as he coldly declared, "Li Wentian, I will certainly kill him. No one can stop me." Chapter 21. If I speak up, can I protect Chen Feng? What a grand declaration. Lu Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, reclaim your former confidence. Finally, you exhibit the pride of your past. How astonishing you were back then. Your talent in swordsmanship was unparalleled, leaving many disciples in awe." Lu Xiao had once envied and admired Chen Feng, for who could not respect such remarkable skill at a young age? But soon, she shook her head, sighing, "Chen Feng, I know you are ambitious, but you truly cannot afford to provoke Li Wentian." Chen Feng smiled. Unwilling to elaborate further, he stated, "The outcome will prove everything to Li Wentian will surely die." Suddenly, a round of applause rang out. From a distance, 2 figures approached, a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. A perfect match. What a statement. Li Wentian will surely die. The handsome man smirked, revealing a disdainful smile that I would like to see how a worthless fool like you intends to kill me. Ew, Li Wentian. Lu Xiao's expression darkened as she glared at the handsome man with hostility. "Lu Xiao. This is a matter between Chen Feng and me. It has nothing to do with you." Li Wentian sneered, then added, "If you interfere, do not blame me for being merciless and killing you alongside him. Li Wentian, you are arrogant." Lu Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered, her stance shifting as a powerful aura erupted. Buzz, the azure sword trembled violently, exuding a fierce and domineering sword intent. "To kill me alongside him? Humph, let's see if you possess such capability." "How interesting," Li Wentian chuckled lightly, his expression full of contempt and mockery. You wish to challenge me? What harm is there in a battle?" Lu Xiao shouted, brandishing her azure sword and lunging at Li Wentian. Seeking death, Li Wentian's murderous intent flared as he swiftly dodged Lu Xiao's strike. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at her. Clang! A resounding clash echoed. Lu Xiao raised her sword defensively, blocking Li Wentian's strike. Boom! The immense force of the palm struck Lu Xiao, despite her defense, sending her staggering back several meters. Damn it! Li Wentian hasn't even drawn his sword. Yet his palm's strength forces me back. His power is unfathomable. Lu Xiao's expression turned grim as a fellow swordsman. Li Wentian's ability to push her back without unsheathing his sword indicated an overwhelming strength. Should he wield his sword, she would be utterly defenseless. Liu Xiao, you are no match for me. I do not wish to kill you. Retreat quickly. Li Wentian's demeanor was haughty. He was at the 9th layer of the heavenly martial realm, unmatched among the disciples of the divine moon sword sect. Though Lu Xiao was a swordsmanship prodigy, she was 3 years his junior and only at the 8th layer of the heavenly martial realm. The gap in their realms rendered her no match for him. If you insist on opposing me, I will not hesitate to draw my sword to slay you, even if it incurs the wrath of the 5th Peak's master. But know that this fate is of your own making. Do not blame me. I have come today to kill Chen Feng. Anyone who obstructs me shall die. Li Wentian's words were domineering, his attitude unyielding. He would not tolerate anyone standing his way to kill Chen Feng. This wretched creature had killed his cousin Liu, along with the others he had sent, and if he did not eliminate Chen Feng, how could he hope to secure his standing within the divine moonsword sect? Li Wentian, I will protect Chen Feng. If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. Lu Xiao declared with a tone that brooked no dissent. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Li Wentian's lips curled into a cruel smile. Clang. The clear sound of a sword echoed. A deep black sword appeared in Li Wentian's hand. Die. Li Wentian surged forward, his inner energy erupting, unleashing a formidable sword aura. Whoosh. The sword struck with immense force, aiming directly at Lu Xiao. The black killing sword. This was Li Wentian's weapon, a mid-grade Xian-tier treasure. Lu Xiao's heart raced in alarm, and without a moment to lose, she summoned her inner energy, unleashing the power of the 8th layer of the heavenly martial realm, and swung her azure sword downward with all her might. Bang! The two overwhelming forces collided. The surrounding trees splintered, and dust filled the air. Boom! Lu Xiao was sent flying 10 meters, her slender body crashing heavily to the ground. Puffed, blood surged within her, and she spat out a mouthful of crimson. Her complexion paling. Li Wentian's swordsmanship far surpasses mine. Lu Xiao lay on the ground, a glimmer of despair flickering in her eyes. I could see that moment. Li Wentian approached her, his intent to kill palpable. Damn it. He truly dares to kill me. Lu Xiao gasped in shock. Despite being the direct disciple of the 5th Peak's master and a renowned swordsmanship prodigy of the divine moonsword sect, Li Wentian's brazen intent to kill her left her astounded. Did he not fear being held accountable by the sect? Li Wentian's sword energy was overwhelming, exuding a chilling intent to kill as his long sword lunged towards Lu Xiao's chest. Let her go, Li Wentian. The one you seek to kill is me, and you wouldn't want to offend the master of the 5th Peak, would you? At this critical moment, Chen Feng stepped forward, his expression calm and composed, unaffected by Li Wentian's presence. You worthless fool, have you finally mustered the courage to show yourself? Li Wentian abruptly retracted his sword, sparing Lu Xiao's life, but he had no desire to kill her, for doing so would undoubtedly provoke the master of the 5th Peak and bring him trouble. His gaze turned mocking and cold as he fixated on Chen Feng, saying, had you stood up sooner, Lu Xiao would not have had to suffer. Ha! Chen Feng, you truly are a useless wretch, hiding behind women. Brother Wentian, you speak the truth. Chen Feng, that scoundrel, is utterly worthless except for living off women. Shenlinger covered her mouth, laughing, her words dripping with scorn. Allowing this useless man to live is nothing short of an affront to our eyes. Li Wentian chuckled, casting an appreciative glance at Shenlinger. Fear not, Sister Linga. After today, this wretch shall no longer be a blight upon our vision. He is as good as dead. Their taunts harmonized in a cruel symphony, deliberately belittling Chen Feng. Anger surged within him, his eyes sharp and filled with malice as he glared at Shenlinga. Shenlinga, I must have been blind to be deceived by you, this wretched woman. Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. He bellowed. I, Chen Feng, swear that if I do not kill you, I shall not be human. What a vicious vow. Chen Feng, in your next life, you shall remain a beast. Li Wentian laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he lunged at Chen Feng. You must die today. No one can save you. Oh, is that so? What if I can? Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the air, revealing a gentle smile as she gazed at Li Wentian. Calmly, she inquired, Li Wentian, if I speak, can I save Chen Feng? Li Wentian halted in his tracks, turning sharply to face the speaker with an icy stare. You, Luo Lixue. Upon recognizing her, Li Wentian felt a jolt of surprise, his expression exceedingly complex. Luo Lixue, you have no ties to Chen Feng. Why must you save him? I wish to. With a soft laugh, Luo Lixue stepped closer to Li Wentian. Her smile bright as she asked, I will ask you just once. If I speak, can I save Chen Feng? Chapter 22. Unfamiliar Faces, Unfounded Affections. Woman, what do you think you are, just because you possess some beauty? Do you think you can command Brother Wentian? Shen Linger, infuriated by Luo Lixue's superior appearance, coldly mocked her, seeking to humiliate her. In the face of Shen Linger's derision, Luo Lixue remained unfazed, smiling as she approached her. Shen Linger felt a twinge of unease, but summoned her courage to retort, Humph, with Brother Wentian here, what do you dare do to me? Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. Shen Linger stood in stunned silence, suddenly realizing that this seemingly self-assured woman had just struck her across the face. What was even more humiliating was that it had occurred before all present. Her rage boiled over as she screamed, You shameless woman, I will kill you! Slap, just as before. Luo Lixue remained composed, delivering another sharp slap to Shen Linger's face. You show me disrespect today. I merely repay you with 2 slaps, should you dare disrespect me again in the future. I will not hesitate to end your life, that I keep my word. You are insufferable, Brother Wentian, avenge me. Shen Linger's face flushed red from the blows, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Luo Lixue. Li Wentian remained silent, casting a cold glance at Shen Linger. What a foolish woman, to think she still harbored hopes of revenge. How laughable. Not to mention that even if Luo Lixue had killed Shen Linger, no one in the entire Xinhua sword sect would dare hold her accountable. Brother Wentian. Seeing Li Wentian's in action, Shen Linger grew frustrated and tearfully complained, Do you no longer care for Linger? This woman has humiliated me. Why won't you help me take revenge? Enough? Foolish woman. Li Wentian glared at Shen Linger with disdain. Li Wentian, keep your woman in check. Beware that she may bring your ruin as she can betray Chen Feng for you today. She can just as easily betray you for someone stronger tomorrow. Luo Lixue's expression was as tranquil as water as she gently warned him. That is not for you to worry about. Li Wentian huffed, questioning, But you, Luo Lixue, what is your relationship with Chen Feng? Why are you so intent on protecting him? I have already stated for my own reasons, I wish to protect Chen Feng. Luo Lixue smiled lightly. Continuing, you need only answer. If I wish to protect him, can I? Or do you, Li Wentian, intend to make an enemy of me by killing Chen Feng in my presence? Luo Lixue. Li Wentian gritted his teeth in resentment. He dared to offend anyone in the Xinhua sword sect, but not Luo Lixue. This woman had an unfathomable background and unparalleled alchemical talent. Offending her would sever any future dealings with the alchemists, making it impossible for him and his family to acquire any medicinal pills. Luo Lixue, I will give you face and spare Chen Feng for now, but you may protect him for a moment. Not forever. This wretch is as good as dead. Li Wentian's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, Let us see how long you can keep him safe. To your disappointment, I can protect him until the end of time. Luo Lixue smiled sweetly. Infuriating, let us leave. Li Wentian stormed off, venting his anger on Shen Linger. Shen Linger pouted in grievance, not daring to speak further for fear of provoking Li Wentian's wrath. Once Li Wentian and Shen Linger departed, Luo Lixue's beautiful eyes gradually softened. She gazed tenderly at Chen Feng, her demeanor shifting to one of concern as she asked, Are you all right? Thank you. I'm fine. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude, though a frown creased his brow. Luo Lixue, how did you come to be here? He, I came specifically to find you. Luo Lixue smiled sweetly, then continued, What is this? Are you not welcoming me? Of course you're welcome as a guest. Chen Feng's eyes were clear, unaffected by Luo Lixue's beauty. He spoke with a firm yet respectful tone. Regardless of the circumstances, I am grateful for your assistance. That it was a trivial matter. No need to dwell on it. Luo Lishue seemed unconcerned, her gaze thoughtful as she regarded Chen Feng. That I did not expect you to have such a rich history, having suffered betrayal at the hands of that woman. And oh wonder you harbor animosity towards women. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. I do not hold animosity towards women. I simply do not care, and no matter how beautiful or alluring, they have no bearing on my life. You are quite composed. Luo Lishue regarded Chen Feng with newfound admiration. Initially, she had looked down upon him, but after he Jingtian's reminder, she realized her own arrogance. Chen Feng's alchemical talent far surpassed hers, earning him her respect. Having witnessed the earlier events, she finally understood why Chen Feng had developed a distrust towards women. After experiencing betrayal and nearly losing his life, anyone would likely carry a shadow in their heart. Keeping a distance from other women, he would never dare to trust their words again. Let us be frank. Luo Lishue, why have you sought me out? You saved my life, and I will do my utmost to fulfill any request you have. Without hesitation, Chen Feng's gaze was earnest, his attitude sincere. He was a man who sought vengeance for grievances and repaid kindness. Can't we simply discuss our affections without entangling ourselves in interests? Luo Lishue smiled slightly, surprised by Chen Feng's directness. This is our first meeting. We have never crossed paths before. What affection can there be? Chen Feng's expression turned serious, unwilling to engage further with Luo Lishue, fearing she might uncover his secrets. Luo Lishue, I am grateful for your help and will certainly repay you. You are my savior. That defines our relationship. Beyond that, we have no other ties. Chen Feng, must you truly cast me aside? Luo Lishue's delicate brows knitted tightly. Her status was of the utmost nobility. She had never been so intimate with anyone, especially not with a man. Were it not for Chen Feng's unparalleled talent in alchemy, she would have preferred to sever all ties with him. She remarked, I treat you sincerely, yet you push me away. Are you not afraid of breaking my heart? Su Yaqing and Lu Shuiyao exchanged bewildered glances. What was the nature of the relationship between Chen Feng and Luo Lishue? When had they grown so close that Luo Lishue would speak of treating him sincerely? Su Yaqing scoffed and said, Senior brother, with Luo Lishue being so proactive, you cannot let her down. Lu Shuiyao frowned and questioned, Chen Feng, just how far have you and Luo Lishue progressed? Lu Shuiyao, do not speak nonsense. And you too, little junior sister, refrain from such wild conjectures. Chen Feng's face flushed with embarrassment, rendering him speechless. He turned to Luo Lishue and said, Luo Lishue, you must clarify. Your words are ambiguous, and my junior sister and Lu Shuiyao have misunderstood our relationship. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Chen Feng, are we not in that kind of relationship? Luo Lishue's face turned crimson at once, and seeing Chen Feng's urgency, she felt immense joy. Luo Lishue, what exactly are you trying to imply? Chen Feng's brow furrowed as he declared, if you do not speak plainly, I shall issue an eviction order. Humph, look at how anxious you are. What is it? Are you so afraid of having any connection with me? Luo Lishue huffed, her demeanor both proud and charming, her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter as she gazed at Chen Feng. She then explained, Lu Xiao, little junior sister, you have indeed overthought things. I have no relationship with Chen Feng, and certainly no intimate ties. With Luo Lishue stepping forward to clarify, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He stated, I owe you a favor. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. No, you do not owe me just one favor, but two. Luo Lishue smiled faintly and continued, after I leave, Li Wentian will undoubtedly come to kill you. Just as he previously stated, I can protect you for a moment, but not for eternity. Thus, I intend to find a way to assist you, at least to ensure that Li Wentian will not come to harm you for the next 3 months. Chen Feng was taken aback. Luo Lishue possessed such formidable power that she could guarantee Li Wentian would not come to kill him. Luo Lishue, do you truly have a method to ensure Li Wentian will not come for me within 3 months? Chen Feng inquired with a furrowed brow that if Li Wentian did not pursue him within that time frame, he was confident that after 3 months, he could surpass Li Wentian and subdue him. Indeed, I have a way. Luo Lishue had made up her mind and asked, Chen Feng, do you wish to compete for the position of the Ninth Peaks Master? Of course, The position of the ninth peak's master is mine for the taking. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. Very well. Then you must visit the sect leader. Luo Lishua's expression turned serious. I am to visit the sect leader? Will this approach truly yield results? Chen Feng felt that Luo Lishua's suggestion was rather implausible. Would the sect leader exert pressure on Li Wentian for his sake? You will know the efficacy of it once you go, Luo Lishue replied confidently, her smile exuding assurance. Chapter 23. Conditions. Chen Feng harbored doubts regarding Luo Lishue's assertions. Could he truly approach the sect leader to resolve the troubles brought about by Li Wentian, ensuring that Li Wentian would not pursue him for 3 months? Li Wentian was a renowned genius of the Xinyue sword sect, his strength approaching the chaotic realm. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had been deemed a waste by many in the outside world due to his 3-year vigil over Jian Chanzi's tomb. Could he really ask the sect leader for assistance? Would the sect leader truly help him? For now, he could only gamble on a dying horse as if it were alive. With skepticism in his heart, Chen Feng departed from the 9th peak in the evening, making his way to the main peak. You wish to compete for the position of the 9th peak's master? In the grand hall of the main peak, a stunning woman in her 30s scrutinized Chen Feng with her slightly moving eyes. She continued, Chen Feng, are you aware of the requirements for ordinary disciples to compete for the position of peak master? I am not aware, Chen Feng replied. Kneeling in the grand hall, he faced the cold inquiries of the beautiful woman without a shred of fear. Haha, this lad is truly foolish. He dares to speak of competing for the position of peak master without even knowing the conditions. Such bravado, and he fears not the consequences. Indeed, this boy is utterly oblivious. Our Xinyue sword sect has always maintained stringent criteria for selecting a peak master. Those lacking in ability who aspire to become peak masters are merely indulging in wishful thinking. Youngster Chen Feng, do you still believe you are the exceptional sword path genius you once were? Several elders seated in the hall regarded Chen Feng with derision, their eyes filled with scorn that if you wish to compete for the position of the 9th peak's master, simply state the conditions. Should I fail to meet them, I shall withdraw from the competition. Chen Feng remained unperturbed, neither servile nor arrogant. Chen Feng, considering the outstanding contributions your master Jian Chanzi made to the Xinyue sword sect, if you depart now, this sect leader shall regard you as if you have never been here. The beautiful woman's eyes flickered slightly as she added, you are far from meeting the requirements to compete for the position of peak master. Within 3 to 5 years, you shall not be able to reach them. Regardless of how stringent or challenging the conditions may be, I am willing to give it a try. Chen Feng's resolve was unwavering. Chen Feng, be silent. The Grand Elder's sharp gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. He snorted coldly and declared, the competition for the position of peak master is no child's play. The sect leader has made it abundantly clear. Within 3 to 5 years, you will not be able to meet the conditions. You dare to persist in your absurdity here. You are simply courting disaster, were it not for your master's past merits. I would have expelled you long ago. Undeterred by the Grand Elder's cruel mockery and belittlement, Chen Feng stood firm. Pray, sect leader, name the conditions for competing for the position of peak master. Are you truly so obstinate? The beautiful woman rose slowly, looking down at Chen Feng with a disdainful gaze. The first condition for competing for the position of peak master is that you must reach the chaotic realm. Secondly, Chen Feng, you must defeat the other contenders for the position of peak master. The third condition is that you must gain the recognition of the other 8 peak masters. Chen Feng, which of these 3 conditions do you believe you can fulfill? At this point, the beautiful woman paused, coldly fixing her gaze on Chen Feng. 3 months. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with determination as he replied earnestly, Sect leader, please grant me 3 months' time. In 3 months, I will break through to the chaotic realm, defeat the others, and earn the recognition of the other 8 peak masters. The beautiful woman, named Yu Qili, had served as the sect leader of the Xinyue sword sect for nearly a decade. As a former top martial arts genius, she understood the immense difficulty of a realm breakthrough. Particularly, transitioning from the heavenly martial realm to the chaotic realm was a formidable barrier. Many martial artists toil for years, even their entire lives, without breaking through such a bottleneck. Yet now, Chen Feng had the audacity to claim he would achieve it in 3 months, which struck Yu Qili as utterly ludicrous. You should currently be merely a fourth-tier martial artist of the heavenly martial realm. Correct? Indeed, Chen Feng did not conceal the truth. The fourth tier of the heavenly martial realm, wishing to break through to the chaotic realm, entailed overcoming 5 minor realms and 1 major realm. Yu Qili's expression darkened. 3 months? Chen Feng, your arrogance knows no bounds. Chen Feng, depart at once. The competition for the position of peak master is beyond your reach. The Grand Elder's voice rang out harshly. Indeed, Chen Feng, considering your master's kindness. You should leave now. The second elder stepped forward, shaking his head and sighing, feeling pity for Chen Feng. 3 years prior, had Chen Feng not been so stubborn and insisted on crippling his own cultivation to guard Jian Chanzi's tomb, he might have truly had a chance to become the master of the 9th peak by now. What a pity. Chen Feng, having squandered his future and wasted 3 years, was now 16 years old and had only reached the 4th tier of the heavenly martial realm. Although he was a martial genius, he was not among the very top. I only need 3 months. Chen Feng was unwilling to leave in defeat. He answered resolutely, I implore the sect leader and the elders to grant me 3 months of time. If, after 3 months, I cannot break through to the chaotic realm, I am willing to accept any punishment, even if it means expulsion from the Xinyue Sword sect or execution by sect rules. I shall harbor no grievances. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yu Qili and the 5 elders fell into silence. Observing Chen Feng's stubbornness, they felt a pang of compassion, for they knew well that his claims were utterly unattainable. In a mere 3 months, barely 100 days, how much could Chen Feng truly change? To leap from the 4th tier of the heavenly martial realm to the chaotic realm in less than 100 days was nothing short of a fantasy. Even among the offspring of noble families, nurtured by countless precious pills and resources, achieving such a breakthrough was far from guaranteed. Chen Feng's request for 3 months is utterly foolish and simply impossible to fulfill. I implore the sect master and the 5 elders to grant the junior 3 months' time. Bang! 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 Chen Feng bowed thrice, resolutely declaring, I must inherit my master's legacy and become the master of the 9th peak. I cannot bear to witness its demise. Sect master Yu, since this child is so earnest, please grant him this request. Suddenly, an elderly figure entered, his hair as white as snow. Elder He, Yu Qili furrowed her brows, surprised by He Jingtian's unexpected appearance. Indeed, sect master, since senior brother Chen is so sincere, why not give him 3 months? It's merely 3 months, after all. It won't hinder anything. What if senior brother Chen truly succeeds? Luo Lixue smiled sweetly, her grace unparalleled, following closely behind He Jingtian. Luo girl, how did you get involved in this? Yu Qili frowned, not expecting Luo Lixue to intercede for Chen Feng. The sudden appearance of He Jingtian had already astonished her, and now, with Luo Lixue as well, her perception of Chen Feng shifted. Yu Qili pondered. A handsome figure strode in from outside the hall. It was Li Wentian, with a calm demeanor and a smile in his eyes. He said, Sect Master, I too wish to plead on Chen Feng's behalf, earnestly requesting you to grant him 3 months. Why are you involving yourself in this? A hint of coldness flickered in Yu Qili's gaze as she fixed her eyes on Li Wentian. Sect Master, I have some personal grievances with Chen Feng that I wish to resolve in 3 months. Li Wentian replied with a faint smile, continuing, After 3 months, I too wish to compete for the position of master of the 9th peak. Suddenly, Li Wentian's expression turned icy, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Chen Feng, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Chen Feng, you surely won't mind if I join you in this competition for the position of master. Will you? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, instantly perceiving Li Wentian's malicious intent that he responded. On the contrary, I would be delighted, Li Wentian, if you were to compete with me for the position of master. I cannot be happier. Why would I mind? Ha! Our grievances could be resolved at that time. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause echoed through the air. Luo Lixue clapped her hands, laughing. Isn't this the perfect outcome for everyone? Competition fosters progress. Sect Master, please grant Chen Feng these 3 additional months. After 3 months, we shall hold the official selection for the Master of the 9th Peak. Then, many will surely participate. allowing us to select a formidable warrior for the sect and a new master for the ninth peak. Yu Qili chuckled softly, having discerned the intentions of Luo Lixue and the others, as well as the underlying motives of Chen Feng and Li Wentian. She declared, "Very well. In that case, we shall officially select the master of the ninth peak in 3 months." Upon hearing Yu Qili finally relent and grant Chen Feng 3 additional months, Luo Lixue's face blossomed with joy. With a beaming smile, she said, "Li Wentian, you are a man of integrity, since you have agreed to resolve your grievances with Chen Feng in 3 months. You won't resort to underhanded tactics to eliminate him, will you? Rest assured, I, Li Wentian, am a man of my word. Allowing Chen Feng to live for 3 more months is hardly asking too much." Li Wentian replied with an air of arrogance, naturally intending to keep his promise. "Humph, even if I grant this useless Chen Feng 3 months, what can he possibly change? In 3 months, he shall still meet a tragic end." Li Wentian's gaze was deep and frigid, filled with lethal intent towards Chen Feng. Chapter 24. The conclusion will prove everything. Chen Feng, 3 months from now, I will personally slay you. Cherish your final 3 months. Li Wentian's eyes glinted with malice. Coldly fixated on Chen Feng, "I shall accompany you." Chen Feng showed no sign of fear. Witnessing the tension between Li Wentian and Chen Feng, Yu Qili couldn't help but frown slightly. She recognized the animosity between them, but had not anticipated that their grievances ran so deep to the point of irreconcilable enmity. Yu Qili shook her head. 3 months shall be the limit. Regardless of your grievances, no conflicts are permitted during this period. Otherwise, you will be expelled from the Shenyue Sword Sect. All past grudges and enmities shall be addressed on the day of the selection for the master of the ninth peak. Li Wentian nodded eagerly, replying, "I will remember this. During these 3 months, I will diligently cultivate, striving to achieve remarkable progress and secure the position of master." He shot a fierce glare at Chen Feng, saying, "Prepare to wash your neck clean and await your demise." Subsequently, Li Wentian bid farewell to Yu Qili and the 5 elders before turning to leave. Chen Feng had accomplished his goal. At least for the next 3 months, he would not face an assassination attempt from Li Wentian. He humbly stated, "Sect Master, esteemed elders, I shall take my leave. Chen Feng, you only have 3 months." Yu Qili's expression darkened as she said sternly, "I hope you can truly fulfill your earlier promises. Do not let Jian Shenzi rest in peace." Chen Feng abruptly halted, turning back to cast a meaningful glance at Yu Qili. His gaze was resolute as he replied, "The conclusion will prove everything." With that, Chen Feng strode confidently out of the hall. This boy only knows how to boast. It is truly laughable. Consider Jian Shenzi's unparalleled dominance. It is astonishing that he was so blind as to take on such a disciple. Indeed, Jian Shenzi's legacy is tarnished. With a disciple like Chen Feng, his inheritance is left without a successor. Completely severed. Alas, Chen Feng was once extraordinary. A single misstep has led to irretrievable ruin. Now, having offended Li Wentian, his death in 3 months is a foregone conclusion. The 5 elders could not help but shake their heads. Feeling disheartened by Chen Feng's performance, perhaps, in the end, it will be Li Wentian who meets his demise. Who can say for certain? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, laced with a teasing tone. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening as he turned to the speaker. Upon recognizing it was Luo Lixue, his demeanor softened. He replied kindly, "Luo girl, with your talent, your discernment should not be so poor." The Grand Elder jested. "Given your prowess, you can discern my talent, yet you fail to recognize Chen Feng's potential. Does that not imply your judgment is flawed as well?" Luo Lixue smiled sweetly. With her status and influence, she felt no need to fear anyone within the Shenyue Sword Sect. Even in the presence of Sect Master Yu Qili, she remained composed and treated her as an equal. "I apologize for my lack of insight. I truly did not perceive Chen Feng's potential. Luo Lixue, do you possess any unique insights? Why not share them with us?" The Grand Elder responded with a forced smile that it is not so much insight as it is a perspective I hold. Luo Lixue chuckled softly and continued, "Everyone should be aware that 3 years ago, Chen Feng willingly abandoned his cultivation and destroyed his dantian to guard Jian Shenzi's tomb. But now, Chen Feng has restored his cultivation and even advanced to the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm. Does this not raise questions? Or has anyone considered that perhaps Chen Feng possesses exceptional talent, allowing for such rapid recovery? Perhaps Chen Feng is merely lying, deceiving everyone. He may never have abandoned his cultivation or destroyed his dantian. The Grand Elder huffed dismissively, his arrogance palpable. Grand Elder, do not speak frivolously. Yu Qili's brows knitted tightly as she said sternly, I witnessed Chen Feng's self-destruction of his cultivation and dantian with my own eyes. What? Do you believe this sect master is lying? I would not dare. The Grand Elder was taken aback, realizing that Yu Qili had witnessed Chen Feng's actions firsthand, which could not be fabricated. Luo girl. Please continue. Yu Qili's beautiful eyes flickered, sensing something amiss. Could it be that she had truly misjudged? Chen Feng, exceptional talent. Luo Lishue smiled faintly and continued. Chen Feng guarded Jian Chenzi's tomb for 3 years. Now, if we count the days, it has only been 6 or 7 days since he ended that duty. How could his dantian have recovered and his cultivation advanced in such a short span? With so many unanswered questions, the 5 elders choose to ignore them, dismissing Chen Feng as a mere waste, mocking and belittling him, which only serves to chill his heart. Upon hearing this, all 5 elders were momentarily taken aback. They had indeed not considered these issues deeply, merely thinking Chen Feng was overreaching by aspiring to compete for the position of master, believing he was courting death by offending Li Wentian. However, after hearing Luo Lishua's analysis, the 5 elders began to understand the deeper implications. Are you suggesting that Chen Feng is not a waste, but rather a genius? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, deeply displeased, for he had just chastised Chen Feng, humiliating him more than anyone else, leaving Chen Feng utterly shamed. Whether he was a genius or a failure, the truth would reveal itself in 3 months. Luo Lishue smiled faintly, already prepared to witness the unfolding drama. Lishue, you are speaking too much. Mind your position and apologize to the Grand Elder, Jingtian admonished, his brow knitted. Yes, master, Luo Lishue replied, her demeanor shifting from solemnity to a radiant smile. Grand Elder, I sincerely apologize. My behavior earlier was unbecoming. It is of no consequence. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, his expression revealing a shadow of indignation as he fixed his gaze on Heejin. Old He, you have truly acquired a remarkable disciple. You flatter me, Grand Elder, He Jingtian chuckled, well aware of the Grand Elder's narrow-mindedness and irritation. However, in this situation, he cared little for the Grand Elder's feelings. He deliberately remarked, my disciple excels in every aspect. Her alchemical talent is unparalleled, and her wisdom astute. The only concern I have is her penchant for speaking the truth, which may offend others. The Grand Elder's gaze turned icy as he suppressed his fury, grinding his teeth in resentment. Let us go, Lishue. Return to alchemy, divine alchemists. We must focus intently and refrain from meddling in affairs that may disturb our peace of mind, He Jingtian advised earnestly. I shall remember your words, Luo Lishue replied sincerely, secretly delighting in the Grand Elder's vexation, regretting only that Chen Feng did not witness this scene, as it served as a form of retribution for him. After bidding farewell to Yu Qili and the 5 elders, He Jingtian departed the Grand Hall with Luo Lishue. Once they were out of sight, the Grand Elder could no longer contain his anger and said grimly, Sect Master, that Luo Lishue is utterly arrogant. Grand Elder, please calm down, Yu Qili replied with an awkward smile. The Grand Elder, at his advanced age, was still quarreling with a young girl like Luo Lishue. Was it truly Luo Lishue's arrogance, or merely the Grand Elder's own narrow-mindedness? Yu Qili observed him meaningfully before shaking her head with a bittersweet smile. If my father were the Dan King Luo, I would certainly be even more arrogant than this girl. Grand Elder, you should blame your lack of a worthy father rather than this girl. Chapter 25. The Forbidden Land, after departing from the main peak. Chen Feng soared back to the 9th peak on his sword. Upon his return, Su Yaqing inquired, Senior brother, how did it go? The sect master has agreed. Grant me 3 more months, and the competition for the position of peak master will commence. Chen Feng replied, 3 months, senior brother. Might that be a bit too short? Su Yaqing murmured, concerned for Chen Feng. Currently, Li Wentian's strength was nearing the chaos realm, and the gap between him and Chen Feng was vast. Could such a significant disparity truly be bridged in merely 3 months? 3 months may be brief, but it is the maximum time the sect master can afford me to secure this period. Even Luo Lishue went to the main peak to plead on my behalf. Chen Feng sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of obtaining these 3 months. Her again. Su Yaqing exclaimed in surprise. Curiosity piqued. Senior brother, do you think Luo Lishue has developed feelings for you? How could that be? I met Luo Lishue only by chance. Prior to this, we had only crossed paths at the Divine Alchemy Pavilion. Her visit to the 9th peak to help me alleviate Li Wentian's threat was her second encounter. How could she possibly harbor feelings for me? Chen Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. During our time at the main peak, she intervened on my behalf with the sect master. This was our 3rd meeting. Her feelings for me are certainly not romantic. Perhaps she has ulterior motives that remain undisclosed. The notion of Luo Lishue liking him was so far-fetched that even in dreams, Chen Feng could not fathom it. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Luo Lishue hailed from a prestigious family, and at her young age, her alchemical prowess and spiritual strength were among the finest. In contrast, he had grown up without parents. Raised by his master, who had been brutally slain 3 years prior, he felt abandoned. How could someone like him ever attract Luo Lishue's affection? If one day she were to profess her feelings, it would surely be a jest or a cruel tease. Chen Feng dared not indulge in such hopes, for a person of his background was destined to be unworthy of love, unworthy of any woman's affection. His only recourse was to channel all his emotions into the martial path. Senior brother, do not be disheartened. If Luo Lishue does not like you, it is her lack of discernment, Su Yaqing said, offering a comforting smile upon seeing Chen Feng's downcast expression. Disheartened? Little junior sister, you underestimate me. I would not mourn over such matters. Chen Feng shook his head, clarifying that his earlier melancholy stemmed from thoughts of his tragic past. Not from Luo Lishue. She is merely a woman. What significance does her beauty hold? I view such matters with indifference. I shall not allow a woman to disrupt my focus, he continued. Little junior sister, I am acutely aware that Luo Lishue and I inhabit different realms. I harbor no expectations of her. Just as he finished speaking, a figure gracefully approached, her demeanor elegant, adorned with a smile. It was Luo Lishue. She had heard every word Chen Feng spoke, but chose not to interrupt, eager to understand his genuine thoughts rather than pressure him into liking her. Chen Feng immediately noticed Luo Lishue's presence. You and I are not of the same world. That is the truth, he stated earnestly. Have you finished speaking? Luo Lishue replied with a calm smile. Seemingly unaffected, her happiness evident as she recognized the accuracy of Chen Feng's assessment. 3 months is indeed a short span. Merely breaking through to the chaos realm will be exceedingly difficult for you, not to mention surpassing Li Wentian, an even greater challenge. Chen Feng, you must make the most of these 3 months. What are your plans? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. The more Luo Lishue offered her assistance, the more perplexed he became, fearing she might uncover his secrets or harbor ulterior motives. Otherwise, why would she assist him? Given their lack of close ties, was it merely to repay the debt of gratitude for Jian Shenzi's rescue? That seemed unlikely. The debt had been settled the moment Chen Feng accepted the 4th grade elixir. Luo Lishue owed him nothing. Chen Feng's expression hardened as he frowned, stating, Until I ascertain your true intentions, I shall not disclose my plans for the next 3 months. Are you worried I might harm you? Luo Lishue's beautiful eyes flickered, her brows furrowing in displeasure as she gazed at Chen Feng. Interpret it as you will, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, indifferent to her opinion. Chen Feng, you owe me 2 favors. If I had not intervened, you would have perished long ago, Luo Lishue huffed defiantly. Does that not warrant your trust? Not at all, Chen Feng responded without hesitation. You wound me deeply. Luo Lishue's expression fell instantly. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. How could I possibly hurt your heart? Chen Feng chuckled. Trusting Luo Lishue, even if she had saved him twice, or even 10 or 20 times, Chen Feng would not place his faith in her before their lives had been intertwined. He harbored too many secrets. Should they be revealed, The mere existence of the Chaos Tower could incite a terrifying storm of bloodshed within the martial world. At that point, Chen Feng would become a significant threat, relentlessly pursued without respite. Thus, he could not afford to trust Luo Lixue, fearing her potential ulterior motives aimed at uncovering his secrets. Were it not for the secrets he possessed, what reason would someone of Luo Lixue's stature have to assist him? Was it sympathy? Charity? Chen Feng was no fool. He would not be naive enough to believe that Luo Lixue was so generous. Consequently, he harbored reservations and remained vigilant around her. Luo Lixue, I acknowledge I owe you 2 favors, and I shall repay them. That if you have matters to attend to or enemies to eliminate, do not hesitate to inform me. That I, Chen Feng, will not hesitate or refuse, even if it means traversing a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. I will not waver. However, if you seek to exploit this opportunity to uncover my plans or delve into my secrets, that is not to be. He concluded, our relationship is confined to you being my savior. Nothing more. Nothing less. Chen Feng harbored an exceptionally strong sense of vigilance. Having suffered betrayal, he dared not easily trust women. Luo Lixue, infuriated, stomped her feet, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Were it not for Chen Feng's extraordinary alchemical talent, she would have been disinclined to engage with him. This fool, this detestable man, he truly knows nothing of cherishing beauty. Humph. Luo Lixue took a deep breath to calm herself and, with a haughty tone, declared, forget it. I can't be bothered to explain anything to you. 3 months is far too brief. There is much for you to accomplish ahead. I do not wish to waste any of your time, for I do not want to witness your demise. Chen Feng, I advise you, if you wish to break through to the Chaos Realm within 3 months and defeat Li Wentian thereafter, your only recourse is to venture into the Forbidden Land. Your master, Jian Xinzi, has been there and garnered certain fortunes that I believe you can, too. After speaking, Luo Lixue retrieved an ornate pouch from her spatial ring and tossed it to Chen Feng. This pouch contains over a dozen medicinal pills, healing, detoxifying, and consolidating true essence. It encompasses various types, so use them sparingly. Chen Feng, this is all I can do to assist you. The rest must rely on your own efforts. 3 months will pass swiftly. I hope you can defeat Li Wentian and become the Lord of the 9th Peak. Do not let Jian Xinzi die with regrets. With that, Luo Lixue waved her hand grandly and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure and holding the ornate pouch, Chen Feng fell into silence. He murmured, what could this woman possibly gain from helping me? Aside from the Chaos Tower, what do I possess that is worth her elaborate efforts? Chapter 26. The Malevolent Grand Elder. Chen Feng could not fathom the reason behind Luo Lixue's relentless assistance. Yet, she spoke a truth. 3 months are indeed fleeting, that if he wished to break through to the Chaos Realm and defeat Li Wentian within that time frame, his sole option was to enter the Forbidden Land for training. The Forbidden Land is a unique existence, housing legendary treasures and rare opportunities. Securing even a fraction of these would greatly benefit Chen Feng, making the breakthrough to the Chaos Realm seem trivial. However, the Forbidden Land is also home to bizarre entities, rumored to be exceedingly terrifying. It is a mysterious realm, interconnecting various continents. Within the confines of the Forbidden Land, warriors from other continents, in addition to those from Qianyuan continent, would appear, exchanging resources. Chen Feng belonged to the Shunyu sword sect, situated in the Dezhou dynasty. The Dezhou dynasty is merely a small nation within the Qianyuan continent. Thus, as a warrior of Qianyuan continent, Chen Feng understood that should he venture into the Forbidden Land, he might encounter warriors from other continents, placing him in a perilous situation due to the lack of mutual understanding. Senior brother, do not heed Luo Lixue's nonsense. Su Yaqing expressed her concern, adding, you absolutely must not go to the Forbidden Land. That place is both terrifying and dangerous. Should you perish there, no one would even know. Yes, I understand, little junior sister, Chen Feng replied, wishing to alleviate Su Yaqing's worries. Rest assured, I will not go to the Forbidden Land. It is far too dangerous. My master nearly lost his life there, let alone me. As long as you do not go to the Forbidden Land, I will not worry. Su Yaqing sighed in relief. Chen Feng smiled. Please help me pack my belongings. I intend to leave the ninth peak tonight for Shun Yu Sword Mountain to enter seclusion. All right, senior brother. Su Yaqing nodded with a smile and entered the room to assist Chen Feng in packing. Observing her fragile silhouette, Chen Feng's resolve grew steadfast. The Forbidden Land was his only choice. He was acutely aware that achieving a breakthrough to the Chaos Realm in a short time was fraught with difficulty. Only by venturing into the Forbidden Land could he hope to acquire the resources and opportunities necessary for a swift advancement. Surpassing Li Wentian, his declaration of going to Shun Yu Sword Mountain for seclusion was merely to comfort Su Yaqing. Soon, Su Yaqing emerged from the room with a bundle, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she looked at Chen Feng. Senior brother, when will you return from this journey? In 3 months. Chen Feng's gaze was intense as he declared, Little junior sister, the day of the ninth peak master selection will be the day of my return. Understand, senior brother, Su Yaqing nodded sadly. Chen Feng had only just returned from Shun Yu Sword Mountain, and now he was to leave once more, this time for an extended period of 3 months, which saddened her greatly. Yet, she felt powerless, as aside from supporting Chen Feng, she could offer him no other assistance. Noticing the tears in Su Yaqing's eyes, Chen Feng stepped forward, gently wiping away her tears with his fingers. Little junior sister, today's parting is for the sake of our future reunion. Do not worry. I will take care of myself and ensure you need not fret. Su Yaqing managed a smile. Senior brother, take care while you are away. I will look after myself and await your return. She embraced Chen Feng tightly. After I depart, do not linger at the ninth peak. Go to the fifth peak. I have spoken with Lu Xiuyao, and for these 3 months, you shall stay with her. Chen Feng's expression grew serious. Little junior sister, knowing you are with Lu Xiuyao brings me some comfort. The ninth peak now has only you and me left. You are my sole family, and I must protect you. All right, senior brother. After you leave, I will promptly head to the fifth peak, Su Yaqing replied, her heart stirred. Chen Feng regarded her as family, and indeed, as his only family, making her realize just how significant her place was in his heart. She must survive and await his return, always by his side. I am leaving, little junior sister, until we meet again in 3 months. Take care. Chen Feng stepped lightly, soaring into the sky on his sword, departing into the distance. Senior brother, take care. Su Yaqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she wiped her face and watched him leave. At the foot of the ninth peak, a graceful figure abruptly halted. Luo Lishue. Her bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at the silhouette soaring from the ninth peak, murmuring, Chen Feng, do your best. Do not let us down. Chen Feng flew on his sword, traversing the realms until he reached the heights of Shun Yu Sword Mountain. Suddenly, a sound explosion pierced the air. Immediately after, a sharp arrow tore through the space, hurtling towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng noticed the arrow in an instant. He maneuvered his flying sword to evade it. Swoosh! In that fleeting moment, the sharp arrow grazed his waist, drawing blood. His expression darkened as he scanned his surroundings, sensing a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. Who is it? Chen Feng dared not underestimate the situation, hovering in midair and assuming a defensive stance. Ha! I didn't expect you, a mere waste, to possess some skills. That arrow was so swift, yet you managed to evade it. You are indeed not simple. A figure materialized, wielding a golden bow and carrying a quiver of arrows, regarding Chen Feng with cold indifference. Who are you? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure before him. I have no quarrel with you. Why do you attack me? Did Li Wentian send you? That little brat Li Wentian is not worthy to command me. The figure sneered contemptuously at Chen Feng. Forget it. I shall let you die with clarity. My name is Wang Xen, and I am here to kill you. Chen Feng's brow furrowed, his voice icy as he demanded. Who seeks my death? Wang Xen grinned menacingly, his gaze sharp and fixed on Chen Feng. Several names flashed through Chen Feng's mind. He had taken many lives recently, but he believed he had done so cleanly, erasing all traces to avoid detection. IS at the Grand Elder. Chen Feng suddenly recalled the events in the Grand Hall, where the Grand Elder had vehemently targeted him, evidently harboring murderous intent. However, due to his status, the Grand Elder could not act directly and had resorted to sending Wang Xian to kill him. You truly are a clever one, that upon realizing Chen Feng had deduced the Grand Elder was the mastermind. A chilling glint flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. Chen Feng, blame yourself for being ungrateful. Daring to offend even the Grand Elder, he has commanded me to ensure your demise, forbidding you from returning alive to Shen Yu Sword Sect. Such malice. Chen Feng gritted his teeth in fury. He had merely countered a few words from the Grand Elder in the Great Hall, yet it had provoked a vengeful wrath so severe that the Grand Elder even contemplated his death. How despicable! With a resentful gaze, Chen Feng declared fiercely, "If I do not perish, I shall surely slay the Grand Elder. Alas, you have no chance left." Wang Xian shook his head ominously, stating, "You are merely at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm, while I am a practitioner at the 6th level. Killing you is as effortless as breathing. Chen Feng, submit to your demise, or do not blame me for my ruthless actions." With a cold snort, Wang Xian swiftly knocked an arrow, channeling his true essence into the projectile. Whoosh! Wang Xian released the arrow, the sound of it slicing through the air piercingly clear. "It is you who shall die." Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with a fierce resolve. He would not resign himself to inaction, unleashing a thunderous roar but a sword that shatters the heavens. Facing the arrow shot by Wang Xian, Chen Feng summoned all his true essence, invoking the ultimate skill of the true human emperor, striking down with a devastating blow. Clang! Sing! The razor-sharp sword energy cleaved the golden arrow, splitting it asunder. Witnessing this, Wang Xian was taken aback, his pupils constricting in shock as he gazed at Chen Feng. Damn it! The Grand Elder's information was incorrect. This fool is not at the 4th level of the heavenly martial realm at all. Without a moment's pause, Wang Xian once again readied his bow, aiming at Chen Feng. But at that moment, Chen Feng charged forward with his sword, moving with astonishing speed. Before Wang Xian could release a second arrow, Chen Feng's sword descended with tremendous force. Wang Xian felt a chill wash over him, followed by a torrent of blood bursting forth. A warrior skilled in archery is not adept in close combat. Wang Xian, your arrogance and carelessness have led you to confront me, a swordsman. You deserve your fate. Chen Feng's sword cleaved through Wang Xian's skull, severing his head in two until his last breath. Wang Xian could scarcely believe that he would meet his end at the hands of Chen Feng. Chapter 27. The Tomb of the Immortal Emperor. After slaying Wang Xian, Chen Feng gasped for breath, cold sweat trickling down his back. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant. Otherwise, he would have already fallen victim to Wang Xian's arrow. Such cruelty! Merely opposing the Grand Elder with a few words had warranted a death sentence. Chen Feng's eyes turned icy as he vowed, "One day, I shall kill that old scoundrel." The recent life-and-death struggle had left him shaken. Had Wang Xian not been so careless, believing he could easily eliminate Chen Feng, it would have been Chen Feng who lay dead now. Still haunted by the encounter, Chen Feng activated the primordial heavenly art to absorb Wang Xian's essence. He glanced at the wound on his abdomen, a sharp pain radiating from it. Thankfully, it was just a scrape and not severed. "I must depart from this place." The Grand Elder, narrow-minded as he is, may not have sent only Wang Xian to eliminate me. Chen Feng dared not linger, swiftly taking to the skies on his sword, flying far away, as expected. No sooner had Chen Feng taken flight than several warriors rapidly pursued him. Wang Xian has actually been killed. He was at the 6th level of the heavenly martial realm. What shall we do? That beast Chen Feng had concealed his strength too well. Who would have thought he was so formidable? Indeed, now that Chen Feng is soaring through the skies, he has already crossed beyond the territory of the divine Moon Sword Mountain. Where could he possibly be heading? Should we continue the chase? Let us not pursue. We hold no enmity with Chen Feng. There is no need to risk our lives. We shall report everything that transpired here to the Grand Elder, and let him decide. If he insists on killing Chen Feng, then let him pursue him himself. After deliberating for quite some time, the warriors ultimately chose to abandon their pursuit of Chen Feng. For them, it was merely a task entrusted by the Grand Elder, an attempt to intercept Chen Feng along the way. However, now that Wang Xian had been killed by Chen Feng, it was evident that Chen Feng was no ordinary foe. Continuing the chase could very well lead to their own demise. They were merely acting on the Grand Elder's orders to earn some extra rewards and had no intention of truly risking their lives. Chen Feng flew for 5 consecutive days, traversing the Qianyuan continent, until he arrived at a desolate expanse. This place is one of the 9 forbidden zones, known as the Great Wilderness, which, according to legend, was once a battlefield for gods and demons. Ever since the Great War between the deities and demons, this land has been barren, devoid of life. It is said that within the depths of the Great Wilderness, there exist eerie and terrifying phenomena. Those who tread upon this forbidden ground meet their demise. Ahead lies the realm of the Great Wilderness. The forbidden place my master once ventured into is indeed the Great Wilderness. Guided by the map my master left behind, I should be able to navigate through the Great Wilderness safely. Chen Feng retrieved a sheepskin map from his storage ring. Crafted by his master, Jianxinzi 10 years ago, Jianxinzi had delved deep into the Great Wilderness in search of opportunities, discovering the primordial heavenly art along with other invaluable cultivation resources. Later, Jianxinzi had made a rapid ascent in strength, becoming a top-tier warrior of the Divine Moonsword sect. Subsequently, he illustrated his experiences in the Great Wilderness on this sheepskin map, intending to explore it once more for opportunities. Regrettably, Jianxinzi was slain by the heavenly Tao, and this sheepskin map was never utilized. Now, this sheepskin map has fallen into my hands, thus completing the cycle of fate. My master had yearned for a second exploration of the Great Wilderness. Yet he could not await the opportunity. Now, it is my turn to take his place and explore the Great Wilderness for a second time, that I hope my master's spirit in the heavens blesses me to find opportunities in the Great Wilderness and to successfully break through to the chaotic realm. Chen Feng's gaze was intense as he focused on the sheepskin map, studying the geographical distribution of the Great Wilderness. The Great Wilderness is fraught with peril, and dangers lurk at every corner. Eerie entities exist here, tainted with the aura of gods and demons, and a moment's carelessness could lead to death. This place was once a battleground for gods and demons, and it is not an exaggeration to call it a relic of that conflict. The catastrophic nature of that divine war led to the collapse of the laws of heaven and earth, resulting in untold suffering. Consequently, after the war, this land became a desolate wasteland, devoid of life and human presence. Once a battlefield for gods and demons, it is now a perilous ruin. The danger is self-evident. Chen Feng dared not act recklessly. He meticulously analyzed the geographical distribution of the Great Wilderness according to the sheepskin map, discerning where the dangers lay and which areas were comparatively safe. Just as Chen Feng was engrossed in studying the sheepskin map, suddenly, numerous celestial ships descended from the sky. Celestial ships are magical artifacts resembling boats, which can be propelled by practitioners using their true essence, accommodating dozens or even more individuals at once. Chen Feng focused intently. He noticed that one of the celestial ships bore a sail inscribed with the character Jiang. Not far away, on another celestial ship, the sail displayed the character Ji. Many other celestial ships had sails marked with various characters, representing different factions. Have I arrived at an opportune moment? Why have so many powerful forces suddenly descended upon the Great Wilderness? Is something amiss? Chen Feng's mind swirled with questions as he scrutinized the massive celestial ships above. Any faction capable of possessing celestial ships should not be underestimated, and the simultaneous appearance of so many ships heading in the same direction indicated that something significant was unfolding. Fellow Taoist, what are you still dawdling for? The tomb of the immortal emperor is about to open. If you do not hurry over, you may miss out on the opportunity entirely. In the midst of his contemplation, a rotund Taoist priest sidled up to Chen Feng, laughing heartily. Who are you? Chen Feng was startled, realizing only upon hearing the Taoist's voice that he had been oblivious to the priest's presence. Had the Taoist chosen to ambush him, he might have already met his end. He, this humble one, is the virtuous celestial. Fellow Taoist, why not kneel and offer 3 respectful bows, beseeching me for protection? The rotund Taoist grinned broadly, his words dripping with exaggeration. Chen Feng scrutinized the rotund figure. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, his body plump and resembling a chubby little mound, with a visage like yours. You dare claim to be the virtuous celestial? I would say you are more akin to the unvirtuous celestial. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, sensing that the rotund Taoist bore him no malice. Otherwise, the Taoist would have had the opportunity to eliminate him earlier. Fellow Taoist, you certainly have a way with words. The rotund Taoist beamed at Chen Feng. Continuing, I am indeed virtuous. Chen Feng, the Taoist exclaimed with a grin. Chen Feng, I sense your aura. You are merely at the heavenly martial realm. Are you not? To think that with your strength, you would dare to join the fray in the great wilderness. I am genuinely impressed. Fortunately, I carry incense with me. When you perish in the great wilderness, I shall chant the rebirth incantation for you and light incense to see you off. Bao Yud, given your words, should I be grateful to you? Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The rotund Taoist had the audacity to curse him to death right from the outset. His tongue was quite sharp. Fellow Taoist Chen, our meeting is indeed a fateful encounter. There is no need for gratitude. Just send me a few thousand spirit stones, or at the very least, a few medicinal pills will suffice. Bao Yud beamed, rubbing his hands together eagerly as he gazed expectantly at Chen Feng. Get lost? Chen Feng huffed coldly. Bao Yud, you are being exceedingly greedy, demanding thousands of spirit stones and several medicinal pills with just a few words. Do I look like someone who possesses such riches? Chen Feng shook his head, deliberately portraying a pitiful image that in truth, within Chen Feng's storage ring, there were indeed a dozen pills gifted to him by Luo Lishue upon his departure from the Xinhua sword sect. However, those pills were meant solely for life preservation, and Chen Feng was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary, as for giving them to Bao Yud. That was utterly absurd, unless Bao Yud were to place a blade against Chen Feng's throat and threaten him with death. There was no way Chen Feng would part with those precious pills. Chen Feng, my friend, do you truly have no spirit stones or pills on you? Bao Yud furrowed his brows, his eyes shimmering with an unsettling glint, darting about with intent. Humph, if you don't believe me, then search me. Chen Feng immediately spread his arms wide, unafraid, inviting Bao Yud to search him. Seeing Chen Feng's candidness, Bao Yud revealed a smirk that my dear friend Chen Feng. Searching you is unnecessary. Your sincerity is commendable. How could I possibly doubt you? Alas, should you fail to provide me with spirit stones and pills, if misfortune befalls you in the great wilderness, there will be no one to collect your remains, nor to chant a sutra for your passage to the afterlife. After your demise, you will become a wandering soul, forever trapped in the great wilderness, adrift and alone. Bao Yud, do you truly wish for my demise? Chen Feng's brows knitted tightly, his expression grave and his gaze complex as he stared at Bao Yud. Dear Chen Feng, it is not I who wishes you dead, but rather you who are courting disaster. Bao Yud grinned, continuing, in these days, the tomb of the immortal emperor is opened wide, attracting the foremost powers from all directions. Did you not see those celestial ships that just soared past? The Jiang family and the Ji family. Both esteemed clans have mobilized. This alone speaks volumes about the magnitude of the immortal emperor's tomb and the tremendous opportunities it promises. Chen Feng, by arriving here now, are you not merely offering yourself as a sacrifice? Chen Feng shuddered, realizing the gravity of the situation, suddenly feeling that seeking opportunities in the great wilderness at this moment was far from a wise decision. He frowned. And what about you, Bao Yud? If my presence here is tantamount to offering my head, then what is yours? I am unlike you. Bao Yud explained with a smile. I am but a mere undertaker by trade. Whenever a scion of an esteemed family unexpectedly passes, I simply carry away the body, bury it, and recite a few sutras for the departed soul that, of course, such services cannot be rendered for free. I take the treasures upon the corpse as my due compensation. Chen Feng was left speechless, his eyes filled with disdain as he coldly regarded Bao Yud. This Bao Yud was utterly devoid of conscience, engaging in the despicable act of grave robbing. By the sound of it, he had likely done so countless times before. It was truly remarkable that he, as a Taoist, could devise such a means of livelihood. Chen Feng could not help but express his disbelief. And oh, more of this. My friend Chen Feng, the tomb of the immortal emperor is about to open. I must hurry over, lest I become overwhelmed by the sheer number of corpses should a battle ensue. Bao Yud's eyes sparkled at the thought of forthcoming conflict. As the more corpses there were, the more opportunities he would have to scavenge. By the way, Chen Feng, Why not accompany me? There will surely be numerous corpses, and I cannot manage them alone. Any treasures you find amongst the bodies shall belong to you. I shall not lay claim to them." After taking a few steps, Baoyud suddenly turned back to glance at Chen Feng. "It is indeed possible. However, I cannot recite sutras for the departed souls. How then shall we provide them with guidance?" Chen Feng felt a flicker of intrigue. Scavenging from the dead was not foreign to him, yet he had never engaged in reciting sutras. "Haha, as it happens. I cannot either," Baoyud chuckled, casting a knowing look at Chen Feng. Chapter 28. The Palace of the Immortal Emperor. "You, a Taoist, cannot recite sutras for the departed." Chen Feng was taken aback, fixing his gaze on Baoyud. Questioning, "Baoyud, your identity as a Taoist cannot possibly be genuine, can it?" "Dear Chen Feng, do not speak carelessly. My identity as a Taoist is as genuine as it gets," Baoyud replied with a chuckle. "I have always engaged in virtuous deeds. Otherwise, I would not undertake such laborious tasks as carrying corpses, would I? Would you not agree? Isn't it for the treasures upon the corpses?" Chen Feng frowned, skeptical of Baoyud's words, which seemed insincere. "Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should set forth promptly." Baoyud suddenly appeared somewhat sheepish, quickly diverting the conversation as he moved ahead. Chen Feng hastily followed suit. In a desolate expanse, the air was thick with swirling yellow sand, and numerous celestial ships were docked nearby. Not far off, the ground had caved in, revealing a massive pit, pulsing with energy fluctuations. An elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor descended slowly from one of the celestial ships. He stroked his long beard, his piercing gaze fixated on the giant pit. The imperial array has collapsed. The tomb of the immortal emperor has now revealed itself. "Jiang Changfeng, I did not expect even you to be present." The elderly man's eyes narrowed sharply, locking onto a middle-aged man. "Jiang girl, you have also come with your father." His gaze then shifted to the young maiden standing behind the middle-aged man. "The tomb of the immortal emperor is open." A grand spectacle seldom seen in a millennium. Bring Qingyue to witness the world. Jiang Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his temples graying, his brows sharp and eyes bright, exuding a formidable presence. "And you, Elder Ji, how is it that you are the one leading the expedition this time? Where is Ji Bailing? Why has he not come in person?" Jiang Changfeng's brows knitted tightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the white-haired elder. "The family head is on the cusp of a breakthrough and is currently in seclusion. Thus, I shall lead the way to the tomb of the immortal emperor, allowing the younger generation of our clan to gain some experience." Elder Ji replied with a composed smile. "Indeed, the Ji clan is flourishing, possessing vast power and deep roots. The younger generation must undoubtedly be exceptional. With the tomb of the immortal emperor opening suddenly, they're sure to reap great rewards. Qingyue, quickly come greet your Uncle Ji. Should a conflict arise in the tomb of the immortal emperor, it would be wise for your Uncle Ji to show you some leniency." Jiang Changfeng said with a laugh. "Yes, father." The young maiden beamed as she stepped forward from behind Jiang Changfeng. She appeared around 16, her skin fair and delicate, her features exquisitely refined, especially her clear, bright eyes, sparkling like crystal water. Her graceful form swayed like a willow as she approached Elder Ji. "I am Jiang Qingyue, greeting Uncle Ji." With her charming smile, Jiang Qingyue was captivating, her gentle demeanor refreshing to behold. Elder Ji nodded approvingly, saying, "The Jiang girl has blossomed into a fine young lady. Jiang Changfeng, your daughter is yet unmarried. Why not forge a marital alliance with my Ji clan? Our young master, Ji Changkong, is a prodigy unmatched in martial talent. Surely, he and your daughter would make a perfect match, that if they were to wed, it would be a match made in heaven." Jiang Changfeng's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of seriousness flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, Ji Changkong is undoubtedly a peerless talent, destined for greatness, yet matters of marriage should be left to their own choosing." "Haha, indeed." Elder Ji laughed heartily, adding, "What a pity that the young master is not present today. Otherwise, he could cultivate a bond with the Jiang girl. How dare you, you old rascal? Such a fine girl as Jiang Qingyue, you wish to monopolize?" Suddenly, a booming voice echoed across the sky as a celestial ship descended. A towering figure emerged from the ship, exuding an overwhelming aura. My son, Wang Tung, possesses the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Elder Ji, if we speak of compatibility, my son Wang Tung is even more suited to Jiang Qingwei. Wang Xian declared, his tone brimming with arrogance. Wang Xian, you have gone too far. Elder Ji's brows knitted in concern, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure. Elder Ji, if you disagree, let Ji Changkong and my son Wang Tung engage in a duel. Does Ji Changkong dare? Wang Xian boasted. My son Wang Tung holds the demeanor of an immortal emperor, destined for greatness, while Ji Changkong is merely a stepping stone. Wang Xian laughed heartily. Chen Feng stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. The more fiercely Wang Xian and Elder Ji clashed, the better it was for him. With the tomb of the immortal emperor opening, the Jiang family would gain an advantage, allowing them to seize more treasures of the immortal emperor. Boom! As they spoke, the giant pit collapsed once more, as if an unfathomable terror had descended. Wang Xian's expression darkened. Elder Ji, I have no time to quarrel with you. Securing the treasures of the immortal emperor is paramount. He strode forward, hastening to the edge of the pit, peering down. It is a subterranean palace. Wang Xian was taken aback, his gaze resolute, contemplating a direct leap into the vast pit before him. This subterranean palace had materialized abruptly, exuding a faint golden glow, its aura ancient and venerable. The intricate patterns etched upon the outer walls of the palace resembled an enigmatic totem from antiquity, symbolizing auspiciousness. Undoubtedly, this subterranean chamber had once been the palace of the celestial emperor, a dwelling for the divine sovereign in ancient times. However, following a cataclysmic battle between gods and demons, marked by profound tragedy and devastation, the divine beings perished, many celestial emperors fell, and along with their palace, they sank into obscurity, concealed beneath the sands of time. In its prime, this palace had been resplendent, majestic in its glory, yet the merciless passage of time had rendered it a mere shadow of its former self. Now a dilapidated underground structure. Its antiquity and decay bore witness to the ravages of time, yet the mysterious totems etched upon its walls still radiated a golden starlight, a testament to the former splendor of the celestial emperor's palace and a symbol of the invincibility of the celestial emperors. At that moment, Chen Feng, Elder Ji, and the others quickly gathered around. Witnessing the emergence of the subterranean palace, their hearts raced, each yearning to be the first to plunge into the vast pit and enter the palace. This chamber had once housed treasures of the celestial emperors, and despite being buried for countless ages, the invaluable artifacts concealed within were surely still intact, indestructible and eternal. Acquire even a fraction of these treasures would greatly benefit their family's influence. Who would be first? Wang Xian furrowed his brow. The palace lay within reach, the treasures of the celestial emperors tantalizingly close. The one who entered first would seize the advantage. Thus, the privilege of being the first to enter the palace was of paramount importance. I shall go first, Elder Ji boldly declared, stepping forward with a serious expression. This palace has just appeared, and it undoubtedly harbors lethal dangers that I, being seasoned and unyielding, dare to take the lead. Today, I shall be the first to enter the subterranean palace. Should any peril arise, you may retreat. I will face the initial onslaught. Elder Ji's demeanor was noble, as if he were selflessly considering Wang Xian and Jiang Chongfeng's safety. However, Wang Xian saw through Elder Ji's intentions and retorted coldly. Elder Ji, do you not have any shame? The imperial formation has collapsed. What danger could this palace possibly hold? You wish to be the first merely to seize the opportunity and claim the supreme treasures for yourself. Wang Xian, silence. I act with righteousness. How dare you insult me? Elder Ji, incensed by the revelation of his motives, glared at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, if you do not allow me to enter first, do you intend to be the one to step in ahead of me? Ha! If the seniors are so courteous, then allow the younger generation to enter first. A hearty laugh echoed. Suddenly, a streak of sword light cleaved through the clouds, hurtling towards the subterranean palace. It was Jianyun. This individual, a disciple of the heavenly sword manner, had mastered the sword path and was now at the Yin-Yang realm, formidable in strength. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yun laughed boisterously as he charged towards the palace. Break for me! He swung his sword with great force, the blade's energy surging as it struck the palace doors. Boom! Accompanied by the thunderous sound of his strike, a terrifying sonic boom erupted. The palace doors trembled violently. In an instant, the myriad secret patterns engraved upon the doors ignited with golden light. Boom! Subsequently, a wave of terrifying energy surged forth from the palace doors. Bang! In a heartbeat, Jinyun was engulfed by this dreadful energy, obliterated from existence without a trace. This scene unfolded so rapidly that the onlookers scarcely had time to react. Jinyun was reduced to ashes, his cries never escaping his lips. A swordsman of the yin-yang realm, annihilated in such a manner? Wang Xian's heart quaked, filled with a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, he had refrained from rash action. Otherwise, he too might have faced a similar fate. The subterranean palace concealed lethal dangers. The presence of the celestial emperor lingered, exuding an unparalleled might, not to be underestimated. Chen Feng exclaimed in shock. The sudden demise of Jian, leaving them all shaken. We must first break the celestial emperor's restrictions. Otherwise, none shall enter this palace. Elder Ji's expression grew stern. The mysterious patterns etched upon the palace's exterior were remnants left by the celestial emperor in life, even though time had eroded them. A trace of their power remained, capable of easily obliterating them. Very well. Let us join forces to break the celestial emperor's restrictions, and then we shall enter the palace. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. The palace was fraught with peril, and he dared not act hastily. Chapter 29. The Imperial Artifact, the Sealing Pot. What are these people doing? Chen Feng furrowed his brow, concealed behind a celestial vessel, a sense of confusion welling within him. The subterranean palace had emerged, undoubtedly harboring numerous treasures of the celestial emperors. Chen Feng's eyes glimmered with fervor as he fixated on the palace, yearning to rush in and seize the treasures. Enough! Chen Feng, my friend, the items within the palace are beyond our reach. Bao Yid shot Chen Feng a glance, then continued. Did you see that corpse on the ground? That was Jian Yun, the supreme sword master of the heavenly sword manor. A formidable yin-yang realm expert. Surely, he possessed many treasures. Chen Feng, my friend, for us, recovering the body and picking up the leftovers is the rightful path. Bao Yud's mind raced as he gazed upon Jian Yun's corpse, his eyes sparkling with greed, itching to rush into the battlefield to recover the body. Bao Yud, can't you have a bit of ambition? Yes, there are treasures on Jian Yun's corpse, but compared to the celestial emperor's treasures within that palace, they are utterly negligible. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, snorting dismissively, casting a sidelong glance at Bao Yud, who was utterly lacking in ambition, fixated only on scavenging from a corpse instead of aspiring to seize the celestial emperor's treasures. Even if there are good things on the corpse, can they compare to the treasures of the celestial emperor's palace? Chen Feng, it's not that I lack ambition. Rather, you are too greedy. Bao Yud sighed and shook his head. You likely do not recognize those major powers, do you? No, I do not, Chen Feng replied. Exactly. Bao Yud smiled faintly and elaborated. I've traveled extensively over the years, visiting many continents, and thus have learned more than you. Of course, I'm also more familiar with the top-tier clans than you are. The Jiang family, the Ji family, the Wang family, and the so-called Heavenly Sword Manor are all among the most powerful factions. Especially the Jiang and Ji families, which have produced celestial emperors, their heritage is immensely formidable. As for the Wang family, they are also rising stars among the many clans. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Teng, is said to have been born under auspicious omens, with celestial phenomena marking his birth, a true prodigy destined to dominate an era. Most astonishingly, at the age of 8, Wang Teng received the favor of the heavenly Tao and obtained a celestial emperor's legacy, rendering his strength unfathomable. That old scoundrel Wang Xian has been loudly proclaiming that his son Wang Teng possesses the demeanor of a celestial emperor. He is not exaggerating. His son indeed has the potential of a celestial emperor. Bao Yu continued, his voice tinged with admiration. Now look at you, Chen Feng. You possess no wealth, average martial talent, and lack a family legacy that in the future, you will be lucky if you can join a mediocre sect and learn some inferior combat techniques, which will ultimately prove futile. Chen Feng, Forgive my bluntness, but a martial artist like you is destined to be trampled beneath the feet of a prodigy like Wang Tong, lacking even the qualification to be a stepping stone. At this moment, Bao Yud shook his head in resignation, regarding Chen Feng with pity. In contrast, Chen Feng remained unfazed, indifferent to Bao Yud's words. His gaze was unwavering, his martial heart resolute, as he calmly replied, "What if Wang Tong is formidable? It has no bearing on me. Chen Feng, I shall focus solely on my cultivation, that if one day Wang Tong dares to obstruct my path, I will undoubtedly slay him." Bao Yud regarded Chen Feng with a knowing look, deeming him foolish. Slay Wang Tong? Surely, you jest. The disparity is monumental. He swiftly changed the subject, wishing to avoid further undermining Chen Feng's confidence. Chen Feng, the old fellows Jiang Chen Feng and the others are about to summon their imperial artifacts to break open the palace doors. Such a grand spectacle is rarely witnessed. You should come and see. Coming. Chen Feng quickly approached, hiding behind a celestial vessel. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Chen Feng and the others. He saw Jiang Chen Feng retrieving a green pot from his storage ring, its surface intricately engraved with dense patterns, emanating a soft green glow. Quite extraordinary. This pot was likely an imperial artifact, perhaps once used by a celestial emperor, imbued with their essence, that if I could obtain it, subduing Li Wentian would be as easy as pie. Chen Feng murmured softly, his gaze fervently fixed upon the green pot in Jiang Changfeng's hand. "Daoist Chen Feng," he remarked, "that is not a urinal, but rather the Feng Tian pot, an unparalleled divine artifact passed down through the Jiang family." Bao Yud shot a glance at Chen Feng. "Is that so? I had assumed it was merely a urinal, looking rather moldy and unappealing." Chen Feng forced an awkward smile, having mistakenly perceived the green pot as a urinal. The Feng Tian pot was an imperial artifact refined by the immortal Emperor Feng Tian, capable of containing the very heavens and earth, tainted with the essence of the immortal emperor, rendering it virtually indestructible. Bao Yud explained earnestly, "Were I to possess such a treasured imperial artifact, I would have no regrets in death." "What is it?" Chen Feng's attention was drawn as he noticed Wang Xian retrieving a broken spear from his storage ring. His curiosity piqued. The broken spear emanated a golden radiance, despite its corroded tip. It appeared exceptionally sharp, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Undoubtedly, although merely a broken spear, it was a remarkable treasure. It is the Han Tian divine spear, though regrettably broken. Otherwise, such an imperial artifact would undoubtedly astonish the vast wilderness. Bao Yud couldn't help but shake his head slightly, lamenting his inability to witness the complete Han Tian divine spear. The Han Tian divine spear is an unparalleled weapon forged by the immortal Emperor Han Tian. Its tip, incredibly sharp, said to be able to pierce the heavens. Moreover, countless imperial runes are inscribed upon its shaft, bestowing it with immense power. It is feared that Wang Tong's inheritance from the immortal emperor originates from Han Tian. How terrifying that is! Is this immortal Emperor Han Tian truly formidable? Chen Feng felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Formidable. That is an understatement. Bao Yud regarded Chen Feng with a penetrating gaze before continuing. The immortal Emperor Han Tian, also known as the War Emperor Han Tian, was undefeated in 100 battles, having never known defeat in his lifetime. A true invincible immortal emperor. Then how did he fall? Chen Feng inquired with curiosity. Who informed you that the immortal Emperor Han Tian has fallen? Bao Yud's expression darkened, and he spoke solemnly. Daoist Chen Feng, one must not indulge in baseless conjectures, especially concerning an immortal emperor. Be cautious with your words, lest you invite heavenly retribution. Thank you for the warning. I shall heed it and refrain from speaking recklessly. Chen Feng promptly closed his mouth, deducing from Bao Yud's words that there still existed immortal emperors who remain alive but chose not to reveal themselves. As for the Feng Tian pot and the Han Tian divine spear, I wonder what imperial artifact the Ji family possesses. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Presently, the Jiang family unveiled the Feng Tian pot, while the Wang family brandished the broken Han Tian divine spear. Yet the Ji family had yet to reveal any imperial artifact, leaving Chen Feng puzzled. The Ji family's imperial artifact is a mirror known as the Howled mirror, which should be in Ji Bailing's possession. However, since Ji Bailing is currently in seclusion, the Ji family cannot produce their imperial artifact, Bao Yud responded. How do you know this so well? Chen Feng's suspicion was aroused, and he cast a thoughtful glance at Bao Yud. I was once chased and beaten by Ji Bailing, that old rascal, while he wielded the howled mirror. Bao Yud's expression grew slightly awkward. Huh. Ji Bailing is the head of the Ji family. Why would he chase and beat you? Chen Feng questioned. This story is rather lengthy. Bao Yud shook his head, adopting a look of grievance. Initially, Ji Bailing's wife passed away before he could recite the rebirth chant to guide her spirit. He hastily buried her in a grave. Unable to bear it, I unearthed Ji Bailing's wife from her grave and recited the rebirth chant thrice to help her spirit ascend to this point. Bao Yud appeared even more aggrieved, exclaiming, "My act of digging up the grave was a deed of virtue, intended to assist Ji Bailing's wife in transcending her spirit. That old rascal Ji Bailing, instead of being grateful, sought to kill me, even resorting to using the howled mirror in an attempt to turn me to dust. Fortunately, I was blessed with good fortune and managed to escape that calamity." After listening to Bao Yud's explanation, Chen Feng fell into silence to help Ji Bailing's wife transcend. Bao Yud had indeed excavated her grave. Was this the action of a sane person? No wonder Ji Bailing was willing to use the howled mirror to exact vengeance on Bao Yud. If it were anyone else, they would not easily forgive such an intrusion into their wife's grave. Bao Yud, it is evident you do not know the rebirth chant, yet you dare assert that you unearthed Ji Bailing's wife to assist her spirit? Do you not possess any sense of shame? Bao Yud, if it comes to that, perhaps you should change your name to Bao Wuda instead. Chen Feng could not help but chuckle, unable to restrain his ridicule. Chen Feng understood clearly that Bao Yud's act of digging up Ji Bailing's wife's grave was not for the sake of helping her spirit, but rather for the burial goods. After all, Ji Bailing was the head of the Ji family. Upon his wife's death, would the burial goods not be plentiful? Chapter 30. The quest for treasure on the immortal ship. Bao Wuda. Bao Yud was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, defending, "I've spent my life accumulating virtues and doing good, aiding the deceased and transcending countless souls. How can there be talk of lacking virtue?" Taoist Chen Feng, your misunderstanding of me runs too deep. Bao Yud wore a look of grievance and transcending souls. How do you recite the rebirth chant? Recite it for me. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Taoist Chen Feng, quickly look. Jiang Chang Feng and those old fellows are about to break the door. Bao Yud immediately changed the subject. At that moment, Jiang Chang Feng formed a seal and hurled the Feng Tian pot into the air. Instantly, the Feng Tian pot erupted with dazzling brilliance, and a formidable energy surged forth, crashing violently against the gates of the underground palace. Simultaneously, Wang Xian chanted softly, muttering some mysterious incantation. The Han Tian divine spear unleashed terrifying divine power, its formidable force soaring skyward. Boom! The earth trembled. A violent sonic boom reverberated. The broken Han Tian divine spear struck heavily against the gates of the underground palace. Boom! Bang! Under the assault of the Feng Tian pot and the Han Tian divine spear, the gates of the underground palace shattered. "It is open." Wang Xian's heart surged with joy as he immediately retracted the Han Tian divine spear. "Let us all advance into the immortal emperor's palace." Jiang Changfeng retrieved the Feng Tian pot, a smile gracing his lips as he led the Jiang family members into the underground palace. "Those of the Ji family, follow me into the underground palace to seek treasures." Elder Ji commanded loudly, taking charge of the expedition to search for treasures within the immortal emperor's palace, determined to uncover several imperial treasures to further enhance the Ji family's foundation. Everyone, follow closely. Upon entering the underground palace, seize any treasure at the first opportunity. Wang Xian's gaze darkened. He was resolute in his intent to claim the imperial artifacts within the immortal emperor's palace. As the crowd surged into the underground palace, soon the ground was deserted. The corpse of Jianyun lay sprawled on the ground. Now that they have all left, I can finally assist Jianyun with his burial. Bao Yud's heart swelled with joy as he hastened forward. He sprinted, his rotund form moving swiftly, reaching the side of Jianyun's corpse, and was the first to remove Jianyun's storage ring, stashing it away. My word, I have struck it rich. Haha, this is Jianyun's storage ring. Bao Yud was elated. Jianyun was the supreme sword master of the Tianjin Villa and a formidable being of the Yin Yang realm. His storage ring was bound to contain an abundance of sword techniques and precious elixirs. Worth a fortune. Taoist Chen Feng, why are you dawdling? Come quickly, I have truly struck it rich, Bao Yud called out joyfully. Noticing Chen Feng had not followed, he turned back to look, only to find Chen Feng had vanished without a trace. Causing his brow to furrow, where has Taoist Chen Feng gone? Bao Yud muttered to himself, but soon dismissed the thought as fierce fighting erupted within the underground palace, corpses being flung out. The Jiang family, Ji family, Wang family, and the Tianjin villa, along with numerous rogue cultivators, were embroiled in a fierce battle for the imperial treasures within the underground palace. Many martial artists were slain, their corpses and blood scattered, expelled from the underground palace. Witnessing this scene, Bao Yud was ecstatic, rushing into the pile of corpses that I have struck it rich. Ha! Truly struck it rich. Navigating through the heap of bodies, Bao Yud clutched a large handful of storage rings, all pilfered from the corpses he had stripped. Ha! Keep fighting, strike with all your might. The more who perish, the better. Bao Yud was overwhelmed with excitement. Scavenging from the dead was incredibly exhilarating. Regrettably, Chen Feng had slipped away. Otherwise, he too could have shared in the spoils and accumulated ample resources for cultivation. Fortunately, Taoist Chen Feng is not here. All these corpses are mine. Bao Yud rolled up his sleeves, readying himself for the task at hand. Just then, Chen Feng stealthily boarded a celestial vessel. Rather than taking the perilous risk of scavenging amidst corpses, Chen Feng preferred to directly plunder treasures from the celestial ship. This moment. The martial artists of the prominent families had all ventured into the underground palace to seize the celestial emperor's treasures. Leaving the celestial ship deserted, it would be a grave misfortune to forego such an opportune moment to loot the ship. That rascal Bao Yud harbored no good intentions. He deliberately incited me to scavenge among the dead, claiming that any treasures I found would belong to me. Once I truly discover a treasure, he would undoubtedly prevent me from taking it away. His strength far surpasses mine, and should a conflict arise, he would certainly slay me. That in the martial world, it is not uncommon for friends to perish while rivals survive. Thus, Chen Feng dared not believe a single word spoken by Bao Yud. Consequently, he intentionally distanced himself from Bao Yud and stealthily climbed aboard the Jiang family's celestial ship. He grinned, eager to uncover what treasures lay within the vessel of the Jiang family. With a broad smile, Chen Feng began his search, swiftly combing through the celestial ship, true to its prestigious lineage. The ship was laden with an abundance of spirit stones and miraculous elixirs, filling a spatial ring to capacity. Chen Feng was overjoyed, having turned the Jiang family ship upside down, uncovering over 10,000 spirit stones, dozens of spirit herbs, and hundreds of pills, including even 6 great elixirs, which left him elated. This was merely one celestial ship, and there were still several more. What a windfall! After emptying one celestial vessel, Chen Feng promptly transferred to another. He repeated the same operation, draining yet another ship. After a continuous stretch of over 10 times, Chen Feng had thoroughly plundered the ships belonging to the Jiang, Ji, Wang families, as well as those of various wandering cultivators. Filling his spatial rings to the brim, he amassed over 100,000 spirit stones, hundreds of spirit herbs, and several thousand pills. The unexpected bounty had him gleaming with excitement. If this continued, he would be wealthier than entire sects. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Chen Feng dared not linger and swiftly departed the celestial ship. Boom! As he stepped off the celestial vessel, the ground trembled violently, and the underground palace nearby shook as if on the verge of collapse once again. Were they fighting that fiercely? Were they truly risking their lives for the celestial emperor's treasures? Chen Feng's expression shifted slightly. These noble families were already resorting to extreme measures to claim the celestial emperor's treasures. Blood stained the yellow sands, and the ground was littered with corpses in disarray. Chen Feng, where have you been? Bao Yud emerged from the pile of bodies, his robe stained red with blood, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng. Questioning, Chen Feng, you wouldn't happen to be... What wouldn't I happen to be? Chen Feng furrowed his brow and replied sternly, Bao Yud, clarify your words that we have a rule. Half a sentence means half the understanding. Half the understanding. Is there still more? Bao Yud laughed awkwardly, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Feng. You wouldn't have ventured in the underground palace, would you? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful that Bao Yud had not guessed in another direction, nor uncovered his secret foray into the celestial ship. Indeed, I did enter the underground palace, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle, following Bao Yud's line of thought. You are truly impressive, Chen Feng. With the violent battles in the underground palace resulting in so many deaths, how did you manage to emerge unscathed? I truly admire your fortitude. Bao Yud regarded him with a complex expression, compelled to reevaluate Chen Feng. Pray tell, what was the situation inside? This inquiry was a test. Chen Feng was no fool. He could easily discern Bao Yud's intentions. Bao Yud's deliberate questioning about the situation inside was meant to probe whether Chen Feng had genuinely entered the underground palace. If Chen Feng faltered in his response, it would imply that he had not gone to the underground palace, but to another location, likely hiding some secret. However, Chen Feng saw through Bao Yud's thoughts and could not help but chuckle. The Jiang family emerged victorious without changing his expression. Chen Feng replied, the Ji family, the Wang family, and the Tianjin manor, along with those wandering cultivators, were all utterly defeated. By the time I left, the Jiang family was already tidying up the aftermath. Bao Yud's heart sank. Earlier, while scavenging among the corpses, he had noticed that the Ji and Wang families had suffered greater losses, while the Jiang family's casualties were comparatively fewer. This indirectly confirmed Chen Feng's words, compelling Bao Yud to believe that Chen Feng had indeed been in the underground palace. Bao Yud grinned, expressing concern. Chen Feng, I knew it. You are a person of great fortune. How could you possibly perish in the great wasteland? Chen Feng, did you acquire any treasures in the underground palace? To have survived is fortunate enough. To think of gaining treasures? That would be courting death. Chen Feng shot a cold glare at Bao Yud. This rotund Taoist truly had a duplicitous nature. Just earlier, he had proclaimed that Chen Feng was doomed to die. Now, upon witnessing Chen Feng's safe return from the underground palace, he promptly reversed his stance. Claiming Chen Feng was a person of great fortune, unthinkable to perish in such a realm. If only Chen Feng had actually entered the underground palace, how could he have perished inside? Bao Yud, do not harbor delusions about the celestial emperor's treasures within the underground palace. The Jiang family has defeated the Ji and Wang families, and all the treasures inside belong to them, Chen Feng stated, frowning seriously. I merely thought there were so many celestial emperor's treasures in the underground palace. Should the Jiang family be unable to carry them all, I could assist them in safeguarding a few. Bao Yud replied with a bitter smile, lamenting the thought of so many celestial emperor's treasures being seized by the Jiang family. Those were celestial emperor's treasures. If he could obtain even one, it would be immensely beneficial. Alas, his strength was insufficient, and he lacked the qualifications to enter the underground palace to compete for them. As they conversed, beams of golden light erupted from the underground palace, resulting in a violent explosion. It was Wang Xian. Chen Feng focused his gaze that he saw Wang Xian, bloodied and wielding the shaking heaven divine spear, his battle intent terrifyingly fierce. Opposite him stood Jiang Changfeng, proud and unyielding, holding the sealing heaven pot. These two old men were still fighting? Bao Yud's brow furrowed, his expression shifting in the skies above. Jiang Changfeng formed a seal, and the sealing heaven pot trembled violently, unleashing a terrifying golden light as it hurtled towards Wang Xian. Jiang Changfeng, with so many celestial emperor's treasures in the underground palace, you actually wish to monopolize them. You are being excessively greedy. Wang Xian retorted defiantly, swinging the broken shaking heaven divine spear towards Jiang Changfeng. Boom! The two formidable energies collided with tremendous force, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The residual energy swept across the sky, accompanied by a series of deafening sonic booms. Bang! Wang Xian was sent flying, stabilizing himself with great effort, spitting blood, his complexion pale as snow. Jiang Changfeng, do you truly wish to eradicate me completely? Wang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his fierce gaze fixated on Jiang Changfeng. Wang Xian, surrender the sword you took, or I will surely kill you today. Jiang Changfeng, with the sealing heaven pot in hand, exuded an overwhelming presence. his murderous intent directed towards Wang Xian. Earlier, amidst the chaotic battle in the underground palace, Wang Xian had seized the divine sword from the Celestial Emperor's coffin. That sword was the most precious treasure within the Celestial Emperor's palace. A true supreme imperial artifact, the Celestial Emperor's might was on par with the sealing heaven pot. Such a precious artifact could not be allowed to leave Wang Xian's possession so easily. Chen Feng bellowed, "Wang Xian, hand over the divine sword. Do not force me to kill you." "Damn it, Chen Feng, you are being excessively aggressive. Relying on the imperial artifact, the sealing heaven pot, you oppress the multitude of martial artists and occupy the Celestial Emperor's palace. Do you not fear inciting public outrage?" Wang Xian seethed with rage, gritting his teeth as he glared fiercely at Chen Feng. "Silence." Chen Feng scoffed coldly, declaring, "If you do not surrender the divine sword, you are as good as dead." Boom! Chen Feng formed another seal, and the sealing heaven pot erupted with terrifying energy, once more smashing towards Wang Xian. "Chen Feng, you despicable fiend. You want the divine sword? Then go find it." Wang Xian's heart raced. He withdrew a long sword from his spatial ring and hurled it with all his might. The sword, approximately 3 feet in length, shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Etched with countless imperial inscriptions, its hilt shaped like a dragon's head, vivid and lifelike. In a bid to prevent Chen Feng from acquiring the divine sword, Wang Xian exerted all his strength to launch it away. Whoosh! In an instant, a sound of slicing air echoed. The divine sword soared through the air, flying thousands of meters away. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Feng immediately retracted the sealing heaven pot and pursued the divine sword. What a pity! What a tremendous pity! Bayud had been observing the battle intently, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. It was a pity that Chen Feng had failed to eliminate Wang Xian. Otherwise, he could have assisted in retrieving Wang Xian's remains and claiming the treasures he possessed today. Wang Xian was the head of the Wang family, a figure of considerable status and wealth. "Alas, my friend Chen Feng, we have missed a golden opportunity," Bao Yud lamented, sighing deeply with a sense of profound regret. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, he furrowed his brow and glanced back, only to find that Chen Feng had long since vanished. My good friend Chen Feng has mysteriously disappeared again. Where could he have gone this time?" Doubt stirred within Bao Yud, as Chen Feng had a tendency to vanish and reappear unexpectedly, seemingly harboring numerous secrets. At that moment, Chen Feng was sprinting through the vast wilderness, pursuing a divine sword. He had been intently observing the fierce clash between Chen Feng and Wang Xian, when Wang Xian suddenly hurled a sword. Chen Feng charged forward without hesitation, convinced that it was a treasure of the immortal emperor, for Wang Xian would not have acted in such desperation otherwise. That sword was undoubtedly a treasure of the immortal emperor. Chen Feng's ruthless assault on Wang Xian, threatening his very life, was likely for the sake of that blade. "I must obtain it." Chen Feng's eyes blazed with fervor and excitement. The moment the sword was cast away by Wang Xian, Chen Feng dashed forward. Although Chen Feng was swifter, Chen Feng's determination and clear focus on the sword's landing point allowed him to reach it first, as he had started his sprint earlier. Without a moment to admire his prize, he swiftly stowed the sword into his storage ring and bolted away. Chen Feng's gaze turned cold as he noticed Chen Feng. He bellowed, "Who dares to steal the divine sword? Surrender it at once, or face dire consequences." Chen Feng, undeterred, continued his frantic escape. Having finally acquired the sword, he had no intention of relinquishing it. That sword, even Chen Feng referred to it as a divine weapon, must certainly be a treasure of the immortal emperor. Thus, Chen Feng was even less inclined to part with it, especially as he was in dire need of a weapon to elevate his own power. However, Chen Feng pursued relentlessly, soaring through the air in hot pursuit. "You little thief, that divine sword is not meant for you. Hand it over at once." Chen Feng shouted, conjuring a spell that unleashed the formidable power of the sealing pot. Striking towards Chen Feng glanced back just in time to see a beam of golden light hurtling towards him, prompting him to evade to the side. Boom! As he dodged, the golden light crashed into the ground, sending dust and sand billowing into the air. Seizing the opportunity provided by the obscured visibility, Chen Feng sprinted forward, and as he fled, he shouted, Chen Feng, rather than chasing me. You should check if your Jiang family's celestial ship has been thoroughly plundered. I am not acting alone. While you focus on pursuing me, your daughter Jiang Qingyue may be in grave danger. Beware of neglecting one end while pursuing another, or you may regret it for life. His words struck a chord deep within Jiang Changfeng. Curse it, a diversion. Jiang Changfeng ground his teeth in frustration. He could no longer pursue Chen Feng, that if what Chen Feng claimed was true, that he was not acting alone and had accomplices nearby. The situation could turn disastrous. Return, Jiang Changfeng commanded, turning back without hesitation. Compared to a treasure of the immortal emperor, the safety of his daughter, Jiang Qingyue, was paramount. He could not allow any harm to befall her. Having escaped a considerable distance, Chen Feng halted, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat upon witnessing Jiang Changfeng's retreat. Had Jiang Changfeng continued his pursuit, it would not have been long before he caught up. Captured by Jiang Changfeng, his demise would have been inevitable. I deliberately claimed that I was not acting alone, hoping to mislead Jiang Changfeng into believing he had fallen for a diversion, as he cared more for Jiang Qingyue's safety than anything else, prompting his swift retreat. After narrowly escaping, Chen Feng felt a mix of relief and lingering trepidation. However, his expression quickly stiffened as he recalled that Bao Yud was still near the underground palace. If Jiang Changfeng returned and initiated a widespread search, Bao Yud would undoubtedly have no means of escape. Should I go to rescue him? No, it's futile. With my abilities, I would be unable to save him. Even returning would be akin to courting death. As the saying goes, a dead friend is of no concern to a living one. Bao Yud, may you fend for yourself. If you happen to meet your end, I shall ensure your remains are treated with reverence and chant blessings for your afterlife. However, as compensation, I will claim all the treasures you possess. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng abandoned the thought of rescuing Bao Yud. He had already plundered the Jiang family's celestial ship and seized the divine sword. Jiang Changfeng would not let him off easily. Chapter 32, A Blood-Soaked Grudge, a Hatred That Cannot Be Shared. Bao Yud hid behind the celestial ship. Secretly observing his surroundings, he remained fixated on the treasures within the underground palace, hoping to enter and salvage any items that the Jiang family deemed unworthy once they departed. That young man, Chen Feng, is far too impulsive. One must endure solitude to maintain prosperity. The Jiang family will not linger much longer. At that time, I can enter the underground palace and surely find some treasures that the Jiang family overlooks, which are still quite valuable. Bao Yud grinned, feeling that his harvest was indeed plentiful. Conversely, Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly leave empty-handed. Chen Feng was overly restless, vanishing at the slightest provocation. How could he possibly acquire any treasures? Suddenly, a streak of light streaked across the sky. Has Jiang Changfeng returned so soon? Wasn't he pursuing that sword? Bao Yud, concealed behind the celestial ship, dared not even breathe, fearing discovery by Jiang Changfeng. Jiang Changfeng stood proudly, surveying the ground below. Father, we have gathered all the treasures from the underground palace. Did you manage to reclaim the sword taken by Wang Xian? Jiang Qingyue, her brow furrowed, flew over on her sword to join Jiang Changfeng. The divine sword has been taken, but not by that old scoundrel Wang Xian. It was snatched by a sudden intruder. What? A wave of shock surged through Jiang Qingyue. That sword had been placed within the immortal emperor's coffin, accompanying him in burial, its value beyond measured. Think it had been claimed by an unexpected interloper. Father, who is that individual? Is he formidable? Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. If her father was a powerful figure in the void god realm, who could possibly be strong enough to snatch the divine sword from him? That fellow appeared rather unremarkable, at best a mere celestial martial realm cultivator. Jiang Changfeng replied coldly. Yet he was undeniably clever. He informed me that you were in danger, forcing my hand to return. What a cunning tactic to divert attention. Jiang Qingyue shook her head, feeling deep regret over the loss of the divine sword. Father, what shall we do now? To the celestial ship. Jiang Changfeng's countenance darkened as he stepped onto the celestial ship, with Jiang Qingyue following closely behind. Curse it, someone took advantage of our absence to secretly board the celestial ship. Jiang Qingyue scanned the ship and realized it had been thoroughly ransacked. What of the other celestial ships? Jiang Qingyue flew to the other vessels, only to find the same situation. All treasures had been stolen. How infuriating! Who would resort to such despicable means? Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes glinted with cold fury as she declared, "If I find the culprit, I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death." Jiang Changfeng's expression darkened considerably. He had led the Jiang family into the underground palace to seize the treasures of the immortal emperor, only to discover that their celestial ship had been emptied in their absence. "Search! I command you to search!" Jiang Changfeng's face was grim as he recalled Chen Feng's words before his escape. Chen Feng was not acting alone, implying that other martial artists were nearby. Yes, many members of the Jiang family, filled with righteous indignation, began to scatter in search of the other warriors of Kati that moment. Bao Yud, hiding behind one of the celestial ships, felt an ominous premonition as he observed the Jiang family members dispersing in search. Surely they're not looking for me. No, I have merely scavenged from the corpses. I did not steal from the Jiang family celestial ship. Then who could have pilfered the Jiang family celestial ship? Damn it! Ugh! Chen Feng, you scoundrel! Bao Yud suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He realized all at once that it was Chen Feng who had stolen from the Jiang family celestial ship. No wonder Chen Feng had vanished for so long. He had gone to the Jiang family's celestial ship and made off with all their treasures. Bao Yud was filled with seething resentment. Gnashing his teeth at the thought that he had once believed Chen Feng had entered the underground palace, but he wished he could slap himself for being so foolish as to trust Chen Feng's words. The one who had stolen the Jiang family's celestial ship was Chen Feng, and the person who had seized Jiang Changfeng's divine sword was undoubtedly that wretched man as well. Bao Yud was so enraged that he stomped his feet in frustration. At this moment, he realized that Chen Feng had not returned empty-handed. Rather, he had acquired far too much and had no interest in the treasures on the corpse, having pilfered the Jiang family celestial ship. It was likely that the celestial ships of the Ji and Wang families had also been taken by Chen Feng. Now, Chen Feng was akin to a walking treasury, laden with countless spirit stones and elixirs. Moreover, that divine sword was still in Chen Feng's possession. He was indeed overflowing with wealth. How ironic it was that despite having encountered numerous treacherous and despicable individuals throughout his travels, he had never been deceived. Until now, when his illustrious reputation was sullied by that vile Chen Feng, who had ensnared him so thoroughly. Bao Yud's emotions were tumultuous. He had considered himself clever enough to toy with Chen Feng, only to find himself the target of Chen Feng's mockery, that it was possible that he might lose his life here. The Jiang family members were continuously searching, tightening their encirclement, and had already located him nearby. It would not be long before they discovered his whereabouts, leaving him with no escape. Chen Feng, you little scoundrel, just you wait. You will not escape my grasp. The murderous intent in Bao Yud's eyes was palpable, filled with an intense hatred for Chen Feng, who had ensnared him so thoroughly that he might very well perish at the hands of the Jiang family, rather than be found by them. He resolved to step forward and admit his wrongdoing. With clenched teeth, Bao Yud strode out from behind the celestial ship. He was a victim, wronged by Chen Feng, and had committed no heinous acts. He believed the Jiang family would not indiscriminately slay the innocent. There, just as Bao Yud revealed himself, Jiang Qingyue swiftly approached, her demeanor as frigid as frost, filled with fury, brandishing a sharp sword at Bao Yud's neck. Don't kill me." Bao Yud's legs turned to jelly in fear, and he stammered incoherently. His face ashen, he explained, "The one who stole your celestial ship is Chen Feng. It has nothing to do with me." Oh. Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes glinted ominously. "Chen Feng." Bao Yud exclaimed, "The thief of your celestial ship is Chen Feng, not me." He gulped several times, fearing to conceal anything. "I am Bao Yud. I came here merely to help the deceased collect their bodies and recite the rebirth incantation to aid their souls in transcending. The one who stole the celestial ship is Chen Feng, and the one who seized the divine sword is also that scoundrel. I harbor a deep-seated grudge against him. That wretched man has deliberately framed me." Jiang Qingyue furrowed her brow. Not believing a single word Bao Yud uttered, coldly, she retorted, "You foul Taoist, you and that beast Chen Feng are in cahoots, aren't you?" "No, absolutely not." Bao Yud dared not hesitate. promptly replying, I hold a vendetta against Chen Feng, a blood feud. We cannot coexist. If I encounter Chen Feng, I will surely kill him, still daring to lie when death is imminent. You foul Taoist, you truly do not know the meaning of danger. Jiang Qingyue scoffed, swinging her sword to thrust toward Bao Yi. In that critical moment, Jiang Changfeng approached, calmly stating, Qingyue, let him go. What? Father, this foul Taoist has spoken nothing but lies. He is certainly deceiving us. Jiang Qingyue's expression remained frigid as she continued. Such a foul Taoist should be killed. He still has his uses. Jiang Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly regarding Bao Yi, but he solemnly asked, Bao Yi, I will ask you one question. Do you have a way to find Chen Feng? Yes, of course, Bao Yi answered without a moment's hesitation. If even I cannot locate that scoundrel Chen Feng, then it is likely no one will be able to find him. Very well. Jiang Changfeng chuckled lightly. He retrieved a spirit talisman from his storage ring and infused it into Bao Yi's body. This talisman is a binding yuan talisman. Once infused into your body, it will bind your true essence, limiting you to the strength of the heavenly martial realm. You will go find Chen Feng, and Qingyue will accompany you that if you find Chen Feng, you live. If not, you die. What? Bao Yi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Jiang Changfeng's actions. The binding yuan talisman effectively severed any possibility of his escape. What? Do you have a problem? Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened, her gaze sharp as she coldly threatened Bao Yi. Obey, and take me to find Chen Feng, foul Taoist, and you may still have a chance at life. Dare to play tricks with me, and I will kill you on the spot. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Bao Yi forced an awkward smile. He had no idea where to search for Chen Feng. However, faced with the current situation, he had no choice but to comply if he dared to claim ignorance regarding Chen Feng's whereabouts. He would likely be executed by Jiang Qingyue on the spot. Chen Feng, you little scoundrel, I'm truly going to be ruined by you this time. Bao Yi's expression darkened, his hatred for Chen Feng reaching a point where he felt he might shatter his own teeth in rage. Chapter 33. The Severing of the Heavenly Blade's Ultimate Technique. The Remnants of the Demon Blade. Chen Feng swiftly escaped with the divine sword. He unfolded the sheepskin map and noted a marked location labeled Sand Cave, a cavern formed by yellow sand depressions, deemed quite safe. Let's head there. The great wilderness realm was a forbidden area fraught with dangers and ominous signs. Should he inadvertently attract misfortune, death was a distinct possibility. Chen Feng dared not fly on his sword, fearing pursuit by Jiang Changfeng. Instead, he relied on his own legs, sprinting madly through the swirling yellow sand toward the sand cave. Before long, night fell, and Chen Feng gasped for breath. Finally arriving at the sand cave. Upon entering, he discovered a hidden paradise within, spacious and adorned with crystal stones that sparkled and illuminated the cave. This place is truly splendid, while the outside is engulfed in yellow sand. This is a sanctuary. Chen Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closing as he retrieved spirit stones from his storage ring. This time, his harvest was bountiful, with countless spirit stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs. A smile crept across his face as he murmured, just the act of absorbing these spirit stones will take at least half a month. This sand cave is quite discreet. I can hide here to absorb spirit stones and cultivate, while also evading the pursuit of the Jiang family. Thereafter, Chen Feng began to circulate his mixed yuan heavenly art, commencing the absorption of the spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. Chen Feng had completely absorbed over 100,000 spirit stones. At this moment, his skin shimmered, radiating golden light, that he activated his celestial demon body, the golden patterns on his skin clearly visible and remarkably intricate. Compared to before, the number of golden patterns on his skin had increased significantly, densely packed and dazzling. My celestial demon body has grown stronger. It should have reached the second level, Chen Feng remarked with delight. Over 100,000 spirit stones proved extraordinary, enhancing not only his strength, but also fortifying his physical body considerably. In addition to the physical enhancement, Chen Feng's cultivation level had also surged significantly, breaking through from the 4th to the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. 3 minor breakthroughs in half a month left Chen Feng quite pleased. Now was the time to take a look at that divine sword, an imperial treasure of the celestial emperor. a weapon of utmost supremacy. I hope it does not disappoint to acquire the divine sword. Chen Feng had nearly been killed by that old Jiang Changfeng, that he promptly retrieved the divine sword from his storage ring. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its blade gleaming with golden light. Etched with countless imperial patterns, the hilt resembled the head of a dragon, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Chen Feng held the sword in his hand, examining it for a long time, but failing to discern any profound mysteries. Let's test the power of this sword. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened. Since he could not perceive the sword's intricacies, he decided to execute a sword technique and see how this sword could enhance his skills. With the divine sword in hand, Chen Feng emerged from the sand cave, standing amidst the swirling yellow sands of the great wilderness, a sword to cleave the heavens. Chen Feng unleashed the ultimate technique of the Chu Emperor, his true essence surging mightily within him. Boom! Chen Feng swung the sword down with great force. In an instant, a powerful sword aura erupted, cleaving the ground asunder. A fissure measuring 200 meters in length and 20 meters deep appeared on the earth. How terrifying! The power of this sword had increased at least tenfold. Chen Feng was astounded, casting a glance at the divine sword, overwhelmed with shock. Merely by changing swords, the potency of his sword technique had multiplied tenfold. Such terror, truly worthy of being a celestial emperor's treasure. This sword was formidable. Chen Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. In a moment of astonishment, Chen Feng suddenly felt the space around him twist and distort. When he reappeared, he found himself within the Chaos Tower. Young master, it has only been a few days, yet your strength has significantly improved. The voice of Tower Elder resonated. Tower Elder, did you summon me because the soul of the Duantian blade has awakened? Chen Feng inquired, perplexed. Indeed, young master, the Duantian blade has awakened and is ready to impart new supreme skills to you. The elder continued, Duantian blade, the new young master of the Chaos Tower has arrived. Will you not reveal yourself? With a hum, a golden light flickered from a spiritual seat, inscribed with the name Duantian blade. The golden light swiftly coalesced into the form of a middle-aged man. He was tall and robust, exuding an overwhelming aura. His face was chiseled, with rough skin marked by a scar. Are you the new master of the Chaos Tower? He glared at Chen Feng with an air of arrogance and disdain. Indeed, that would be me. Chen Feng replied, his gaze resolute, eyes clear, unflinching as he met the Duantian blade stare. 7th level of the heavenly martial realm. You must have just recently broken through. Indeed, too weak. The Duantian blade scrutinized Chen Feng, easily discerning his realm. Chen Feng's determination in martial arts was unyielding. In the face of the Duantian blade's haughty scorn, he remained calm and composed, choosing to merely smile in response. Duantian blade, when you first became the master of the Chaos Tower, you may not have been stronger than I am now. Ha! The Duantian blade suddenly erupted in laughter, shedding his arrogance and regarding Chen Feng with newfound admiration. Good, good. The Chaos Tower has indeed chosen you wisely as the new master. In the presence of a martial arts supreme, you remain neither servile nor overbearing. Your ability to maintain composure and tranquility in the face of oppression is commendable. Chen Feng, you truly are remarkable. The Duantian blade had feigned arrogance to test Chen Feng's resolve in martial arts. Should Chen Feng have shown fear, he would have been deemed unworthy of greatness. Yet, Chen Feng's steadfastness and willingness to challenge the Duantian blade's authority were unexpected, revealing a rare confidence. The Duantian blade smiled. In your generation, there may indeed be a chance to reconstruct the heavenly path. Ha! Duantian blade, I have long said this lad is exceptional. He will not disappoint you. What do you think of him? The Emperor of Chu laughed heartily, his spirit emerging from the spiritual seat. Indeed, this lad has promise. The Duantian blade nodded, but the road ahead for him is still long. Enough, Duantian blade. Quickly impart your supreme skills. I am eager to witness his growth. The Emperor of Chu's eyes shone with fervor. As the 98th master of the tower, he had once borne the heavy responsibility of reconstructing the heavenly path, only to fail. Now he placed his hopes on Chen Feng, wishing to witness him ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts and restore the heavenly path in the name of chaos. Very well. Chen Feng, I shall now impart to you my supreme skill. which is called the Remnant Demon Three Blades. When mastered, it can sever the heavens. A massive blade materialized in the Duantian blade's hand as he swung it, condensing an overwhelming blade aura, unleashing a terrifying torrent of blade energy. Boom! Accompanying the Duantian blade strikes were ear-splitting sonic booms. Remnant Demon Three Blades. The Duantian blade roared, his aura surging hundreds of times. As he brought the great blade crashing down, the 1,000-foot blade energy slicing through the air with unparalleled sharpness. Boom! This strike was invincible, piercing through space. Fortunately, the Chaos Tower was protected by restrictions, and the destroyed area quickly restored itself. Chen Feng was left in awe, his heart racing. He had not expected the Duantian blade to refine his techniques to such a level. Indeed, he was a supreme martial artist who had entered the path through the blade, and his strength was terrifying. So, Chen Feng, how much of my Remnant Demon Three Blades have you grasped? The Duantian blade asked, a calm smile gracing his features as he fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. Duantian blade, I am a sword cultivator. If I were to learn your Remnant Demon Three Blades, would my sword techniques become unrefined? Chen Feng asked, frowning. He had already memorized the techniques of the Remnant Demon Three Blades. Yet he hesitated to practice them due to his identity as a sword cultivator. Fear not, Chen Feng. My Remnant Demon Three Blades is a supreme skill, ever-changing, as long as your comprehension is sufficient. You can integrate the Remnant Demon Three Blades into your sword techniques. Once you achieve harmony, you may even transform the Remnant Demon Three Blades into the Remnant Demon Three Swords. The Duantian blade explained with a smile. Understanding Chen Feng's concerns. Young master, the Duantian blade speaks true. All methods are rooted in the same origin. Whether sword techniques or blade techniques, all laws of the world can be fused as one. As long as you can attain this understanding, all methods will be at your disposal. The elder's gentle voice echoed within the Chaos Tower, guiding Chen Feng. I understand now. A glimmer of enlightenment shone in Chen Feng's eyes as he grasped the principle of unity in all methods. Duantian blade, I shall begin training in the Remnant Demon Three Blades at once. Should I encounter any difficulties, I hope you will enlighten me. With unwavering determination, Chen Feng grasped his divine sword and began to practice the Remnant Demon Three Blades. In Chapter 34, The Celestial Sword. At this moment, Chen Feng wielded his sword as a blade, executing the techniques of the Remnant Demon Three Blades. The Remnant Demon Three Blades were domineering and fierce. Embodying the essence of extreme might and brightness, as Chen Feng practiced, he felt his blood boiling, his internal energy surging. Swish, 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 Chen Feng swung his divine sword, the great sword acting as a blade, striking fiercely with immense force. Boom! After merely over 100 repetitions, Chen Feng was able to perfectly execute the Remnant Demon Three Blades. Had Chen Feng always been this monstrous? The Remnant Demon Three Blades was a supreme skill, and for him to grasp it after just over 100 repetitions was astounding. Moreover, he was practicing with his sword. Was his martial arts talent truly so extraordinary? The Duantian blade watched Chen Feng's training with shock. Had he not witnessed it personally, he would never have believed anyone could master the intricacies of the Remnant Demon Three Blades in such a short time, especially using a sword. Duantian blade. It seems you have realized, Chen Feng's martial arts talent was indeed exceptional. After absorbing the blood of immortals and demons, he had endured 99 instances of bone reconstitution and 99 rebirths of flesh, awakening the immortal demon body. Not only that, Chen Feng's resolve in martial arts was steadfast and unshakable. Of course, Chen Feng's journey to this point was not solely due to talent. His diligence played a critical role. His commitment and relentless effort far exceeded one's imagination. The Emperor of Chu admired Chen Feng from the depths of his heart, praising him endlessly. Chen Feng had awakened the immortal demon body. The Duantian blade's heart trembled, and a newfound respect shone in his eyes as he regarded Chen Feng. I could see this moment. Chen Feng was drenched in sweat, tirelessly swinging his sword, practicing the Remnant Demon Three Blades again and again. He continued without fatigue, sword rising and falling until his clothes were soaked, his arms numb with pain, finally stopping to gasp for breath. Yet soon, he regained his composure and continued swinging his sword. Unwilling to waste a moment, In his mind, he analyzed the techniques of the remnant demon three blades, seeking to comprehend every move and integrate it into his sword techniques. His swings grew increasingly swift, the techniques taking shape as he unleashed a strike that erupted with divine might, already exhibiting the formidable power of the remnant demon three blades, fierce and unyielding. Practice, continue practicing. Having gained insights into the remnant demon three blades, Chen Feng seized this opportunity to integrate them thoroughly into his sword techniques. His gaze was resolute, refusing to pause as he continued practicing the remnant demon three blades 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Chen Feng tirelessly swung his sword until he was utterly exhausted, his clothes drenched in sweat, arms too weary to lift, gasping for air, exhaling white mist. Remnant demon three swords, despite his extreme fatigue. Chen Feng's eyes remained sharp, fixated on the front. He suddenly swung his divine sword, the domineering sword energy cleaving through everything, crashing forth. Boom! The space was instantaneously torn apart, fissures appearing, and a terrifying explosion echoed. This strike held tremendous power, its sword energy unstoppable, capable of cleaving through all. The might of the remnant demon three swords was not in the slightest inferior to the one sword breaking the heavens that I had practiced. Chen Feng, drenched in sweat, gazed ahead in astonishment. The power of the remnant demon three sword had exceeded his expectations. The remnant demon three swords had evolved from the remnant demon three blades. Chen Feng initially believed that the three swords of the evil demon could unleash only half the power of the three blades of the evil demon. However, the outcome was astonishing. The might of the three swords of the evil demon rivaled that of a sword capable of cleaving the heavens, proving to be no less formidable than the three blades of the evil demon. Chen Feng, you are truly remarkable. What a sight to behold! Exclaimed Duantian Blade, his heart overwhelmed with shock, struggling to regain his composure. In just one day, merely a single day, you have already mastered the three blades of the evil demon and created the three swords of the evil demon. In terms of talent, I cannot compare to you. Duantian Blade, my rapid mastery is entirely thanks to your excellent teaching. Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment upon being praised by Duantian Blade. The teacher opens the door, but the cultivation depends on the individual. If merely teaching well could lead to the creation of the three swords of the evil demon, then I would be exceptionally talented. Duantian Blade laughed heartily, his gaze filled with admiration for Chen Feng. At that moment, Emperor Chu approached, fixating intently on the sword in Chen Feng's hand. Chen Feng, have you changed your weapon? Emperor Chu furrowed his brows. Yes, this sword comes from the palace of the Celestial Emperor. It is a burial item from the Celestial Emperor's coffin and should be an imperial artifact. However, I cannot ascertain which Celestial Emperor it belongs to. Chen Feng replied, shaking his head. Let me see it. Upon hearing it was an imperial artifact and a burial item, Emperor Chu's expression darkened. Chen Feng handed the divine sword to Emperor Chu and inquired, Emperor Chu, do you know the origin of this sword? Taking the divine sword, Emperor Chu examined it closely, particularly the imperial patterns etched upon it, scrutinizing every detail. Such exquisite imperial patterns are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the patterns on this sword are remarkably intact, which is quite precious. A gleam appeared in Emperor Chu's eyes, captivated by the divine sword. This sword's owner must have been an unparalleled celestial venerable in life, possessing transcendent powers. Otherwise, it could not possess such extraordinary qualities. It is the imperial artifact of the Celestial Emperor of Heaven, suddenly interjected Tower Elder, his tone remarkably calm. Just an imperial artifact, it hardly warrants a shift in Tower Elder's emotions. This sword is known as the Sword of Heaven Suppression. Forged with the Celestial Emperor's vital blood, the hilt is fashioned from the head of a dragon, obtained when the Celestial Emperor slew a true dragon, utilizing supreme celestial techniques to refine and forge it. What? The hilt is made from the head of a true dragon. How terrifying! Chen Feng's spirit trembled with shock. The Sword of Heaven Suppression. The blade is forged from the Celestial Emperor's vital blood, and the hilt is the head of a true dragon. How domineering! No wonder Jiang Changfeng treasures it so dearly, willing to risk his life to seize it from Wang Xian. Fortunately, Jiang Changfeng values Jiang Qingyue's life more. Otherwise, this sword would never have fallen into my hands. Chen Feng murmured, his expression grave. This sword was extraordinary. Young master, possessing this sword is both a blessing and a curse for you. Tower Elder's voice resonated again. It is a blessing because this sword is an imperial artifact, infused with the powerful aura of the Celestial Emperor, enabling you to unleash greater strength and slay formidable foes. It is a curse. However, due to its immense value, that a complete imperial artifact with flawless imperial patterns will inevitably stir a storm of bloodshed if it were to come to light. In the martial world, imperial artifacts are regarded as supreme treasures. Who wouldn't want to seize this sword? Young master, with this sword in your possession, you will undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. Hearing this, Chen Feng fell into deep contemplation, aware that Tower Elder spoke the truth. Though the Sword of Heaven Suppression was powerful, it also posed a threat. Given Chen Feng's current strength, he was unworthy of owning the Sword of Heaven Suppression. He could not safeguard it. To possess a jewel is to invite disaster. If word spread of Chen Feng's ownership of the Sword of Heaven Suppression, he would be relentlessly pursued by many martial artists. To that point, despite the vastness of the world, there would be no place for Chen Feng to hide. Tower Elder, what should I do? Chen Feng humbly inquired, needing to find a perfect solution that would neither require him to relinquish the Sword of Heaven Suppression nor worry about being hunted by other martial artists. Young master, if you wish to possess this sword, I can employ a secret pattern to suppress the sword's Celestial Emperor aura, rendering it akin to an ordinary treasure sword. However, by doing so, young master, you will likewise be unable to unleash the sword's full power. Chen Feng pondered Tower Elder's suggestion for a long while before replying. Tower Elder, I shall follow your advice. This may indeed be the best course of action. It will neither expose the sword and invite disaster, nor prevent me from possessing it. Tower Elder, can you use the secret pattern to suppress the Sword of Heaven Suppression to the level of an ordinary low-grade Xiantier sword? Of course, young master. With Tower Elder's words, golden patterns etched upon the walls of the Chaos Tower sprang to life, that a burst of light flickered as the golden secret patterns detached from the tower wall and entwined around the Sword of Heaven Suppression. In an instant, the sword's brilliance faded, the patterns engraved upon it concealed by the golden secret patterns, and the Celestial Emperor aura contained within the sword entirely obliterated. With the Celestial Emperor aura vanished and the imperial patterns gone, the sword now resembled an exceedingly ordinary low-grade Xiantier sword. Emperor Chu frowned and promptly returned the Sword of Heaven Suppression to Chen Feng. Indeed, a low-grade Xiantier sword is what I should possess. Chen Feng solemnly sensed the sword, confirming that the Sword of Heaven Suppression had transformed into a low-grade Xiantier sword. A smile graced his face. Given his current strength, he was indeed unworthy of possessing an imperial artifact. Tower Elder, once I become stronger, I will trouble you to undo the secret pattern. Certainly, young master. Young master, the third spirit position belongs to Chen Danqing, that he is remarkable in both alchemy and martial arts. He is both a supreme human emperor and a seventh-tier divine alchemist. Once Chen Danqing awakens, I will inform you at the first opportunity. Thank you, Tower Elder. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude, then focused his thoughts and departed from the Chaos Tower. Chapter 35. Not killing you would defy the heavens. After leaving the Chaos Tower, Chen Feng returned to the Sand Cave, retrieving pills from a spatial ring and consuming them directly, determined to further break through and elevate his realm. Chen Feng swallowed over 100 pills in one go. The pills dissolved instantly, unleashing terrifying medicinal power as Chen Feng activated the primordial skyard, fervently absorbing the potency. These pills were pilfered from the celestial ship and must not linger. Chen Feng's gaze hardened as he extracted all the pills, swallowing them repeatedly until he had ingested over 1,000 pills. An overwhelming surge of medicinal power erupted, rampaging within Chen Feng's body. As he operated the primordial skyart, he absorbed the medicinal power, his celestial demonic body evolving, his flesh and blood becoming translucent, radiating a resplendent golden glow. The secret patterns on his skin became vividly distinct, multiplying in number, glowing brilliantly. The medicinal power transformed into true essence, flooding into Chen Feng's dantian. Chen Feng felt his dantian brimming with true essence, as though he were on the verge of another breakthrough. Boom! His bones rang in unison. The bones within Chen Feng's body resonated, his flesh aglow, akin to jade. With a fierce roar, Chen Feng exhaled white mist, his eyes sparkling brightly. Break! The terrifying medicinal power coursed through his meridians, purging and refining them. And Chen Feng's true essence reached its limit, his realm surging from the 7th layer of the celestial martial realm to the 8th layer in an instant. With this breakthrough, Chen Feng's dantian expanded, accommodating even more true essence. His aura became profound, transforming him completely compared to before. Finally, I have broken through to the 8th layer of the celestial martial realm. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Over 20 days had passed since the 3-month agreement, leaving just over 2 months. Time was running short. Chen Feng dared not waste any moments. He must seize every second to swiftly break through to the chaos realm. Previously, on the celestial ship, he had also stolen some spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, spiritual herbs cannot be used directly. He is not a divine alchemist and cannot refine them into pills, so those herbs must remain in the spatial ring for now. Once he returns to the Divine Moonsword sect, he can gift those spiritual herbs to Luo Lixue as a token of gratitude. She is a divine alchemist, and those herbs would be beneficial to her. Chen Feng shook his head, realizing he now owed Luo Lixue 2 favors. Throughout history, monetary debts are easily repaid, but debts of gratitude are far more challenging to settle. Chen Feng understood well that if Luo Lixue ever needed his assistance, he would have to comply. Time to practice the sword, with just over 2 months remaining until the competition for the position of the 9th Peak Master of the Divine Moonsword sect begins. I have little time left. Chen Feng slowly rose, drawing the sword of heaven suppression, and continued to cultivate the 3 swords of the evil demon. But just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the sand cave. Are they coming for me? Chen Feng's brows furrowed instantly. Outside the sandy cave, Bao Yud and Jiang Qingwei had already discovered Chen Feng's footprints, along with the terrifying sword mark he left on the ground when he tested his sword. Bao Yud, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes, appeared somewhat disheveled. He snorted coldly and gritted his teeth, saying, "That little wretch Chen Feng has definitely been here." Jiang Qingyue's delicate brows knitted tightly, her hair hanging loosely, her clothes stained with patches of blood, in pursuit of Chen Feng's whereabouts. She and Bao Yud had trekked a long distance to this place. Along the way, they encountered anomalies and some rogue martial artists, engaging in fierce conflicts and brutal battles. Fortunately, her strength was formidable, allowing her to slay the anomalies and those rogue martial artists. However, she had sustained injuries. Thankfully, Bao Yud's cultivation was suppressed by a binding talisman from her father, leaving him only at the heavenly martial realm, in the perilous great wilderness. Bao Yud dared not part from her side. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly take advantage of her injury to escape. "You foul Taoist! My patience has worn thin," she exclaimed. "You had better pray that Chen Feng, that beast, is still here. Otherwise, I shall slay you with a single sword and depart this place." Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze as cold as frost, glaring angrily at Bao Yud. This vile Taoist had spoken not a single truth. It was utterly detestable. To save his own skin, this scoundrel claimed to know how to find Chen Feng. Yet now, over half a month had passed. They had scoured the great wilderness in search of him, finding not even a single hair of Chen Feng. Until today, they had finally come across Chen Feng's footprints and a sword mark. These were related to Chen Feng, but that did not necessarily mean he was still here. Her patience for this foul Taoist had reached its limit. Staying in the great wilderness was far too dangerous. And given her injuries, escaping from danger would be exceedingly difficult. This time, if she could not locate Chen Feng, she would immediately slay this detestable Taoist, abandon the search for Chen Feng, and leave the great wilderness alone. She coldly declared, "Foul Taoist, you had best seek your own fortune. Jiang Qingyue, that little wretch Chen Feng, is certainly here." Bao Yud's eyes gleamed sharply, fixating intently on the nearby sandy cave. He had a premonition that Chen Feng was within. That damned little wretch! Were it not for Chen Feng, how could he fall into such depths? How could he be in such a sorry state? "This is your last chance." Jiang Qingyue regarded Bao Yud with indifference, saying, "You go take a look inside the sandy cave. If If Chen Feng is there, he dies. If Chen Feng is not there, you die. Bao Yud clenched his teeth in anger, loathing Chen Feng to the core. Now, he could only pray that Chen Feng was within the sandy cave. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly meet his end. He moved his body towards the sandy cave. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave with incredible speed. Bao Yud was startled and stumbled back, quickly focusing his gaze. Upon seeing Chen Feng, his expression changed dramatically, and he roared, "Chen Feng, you little wretch, you made me search high and low for you. You dare show yourself? Prepare to die!" Clang, the sound of a sword ringing out echoed. Bao Yud, consumed by rage, drew his sword fiercely, the sharp blade thrusting towards Chen Feng. "Bao Yud, when did I offend you?" Chen Feng bellowed, immediately executing a feigned step and striking with the Zhentian sword. Clang! The clashing of metal rang out, an excruciatingly piercing sound. Chen Feng deflected the attack, furrowing his brows, astonished as he gazed at Bao Yud. "Have you weakened?" Chen Feng was taken aback. Previously, when he encountered Bao Yud, he knew him to be at the yin-yang realm. But now, Bao Yud was merely at the heavenly martial realm. His power diminished significantly. From the heavenly martial realm to the yin-yang realm, Bao Yud had inexplicably regressed, his strength greatly compromised. Now, as Bao Yud swung his sword down fiercely, the force was unremarkable, and Chen Feng easily blocked it. "Have I weakened?" Bao Yud spat. "You little wretch, how dare you speak so shamelessly? I nearly lost my life because of you." Bao Yud was filled with indignation, bloodshot eyes glaring at Chen Feng. For the past half-month, he had lived in torment, trapped in a nightmare of fear. The inability to find Chen Feng had driven him to desperation. For his life was still in Jiang Qingyue's hands, that if he could not locate Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly perish. He did not wish to die. Over the years, he had scavenged from corpses, living a life of humiliation, all for the sake of prolonging his days. This time, he had ventured into the great wilderness upon hearing that the emperor's tomb was opening, hoping to strike it lucky and perhaps acquire a treasure. Who would have thought that this expedition into the great wilderness would turn into a nightmarish journey? Not only did he fail to acquire treasure, but he also nearly lost his life in the process. He had almost been killed by Jiang Changfeng. He had endured all of this, suffering immensely, and the root of all his woes was Chen Feng. His eyes bloodshot, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Chen Feng, had I not weakened, I would have torn you to shreds, leaving you with nothing but a shattered corpse. Bao Yud, do you truly harbor such hatred for me?" Chen Feng feigned ignorance, shaking his head that I left without saying goodbye. "I did not wrong you in any way that I as such hatred truly necessary." "Chen Feng, be silent," Jiang Qingyue interjected. "You little wretch, you know precisely what wrongs you have committed against me. You stole treasures from a Jiang family celestial ship and shifted the blame onto me. Oh, you have no shame. Are you even human? Moreover, that divine sword pursued by Jiang Changfeng was also seized by you. Was it not? You little wretch, you profited in silence while pushing me into the fire. You are truly vile. If I do not slay you today, it would be a travesty of justice." Bao Yud, filled with hatred, unleashed a torrent of curses upon Chen Feng, venting his fury. As for Chen Feng, he remained unperturbed, not taking Bao Yud's words to heart. "Bao Yud, have you finished cursing?" he asked lightly. "Once you're done, allow me to speak a few words. First, I did not steal from the Jiang family celestial ship. Second, the divine sword pursued by Jiang Changfeng did not fall into my hands. Third, I, Chen Feng, have always been upright and honorable, never engaging in thievery or deceit." Having said this, Chen Feng's expression remained calm, his heart steady, as if stating mere facts. Chapter 36. Subduing Jiang Qingyue. Bao Yud scrutinized Chen Feng's expression, noticing his nonchalant demeanor. He fell into contemplation, beginning to doubt whether he had misjudged Chen Feng. If it was not you, then who could it be? Bao Yud furrowed his brow, his expression dark and uncertain, coldly staring at Chen Feng. "I do not know," Chen Feng replied, maintaining his composure. "Bao Yud, if you do not believe me, feel free to search my person. If the divine sword is indeed with me, it will undoubtedly carry the aura of the celestial emperor." Seeing Chen Feng's candor, doubts began to arise in Bao Yud's mind. "Chen Feng, my friend, I apologize, but this matter concerns my life. I must search you. Feel free to search. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. I, Chen Feng, am clear in conscience, unashamed before heaven and earth, and fear no scrutiny. Having concealed the aura of the Zhentian sword with a secret rune, it now appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary low-grade, mysterious sword. As for spiritual stones and elixirs, they had already been consumed by Chen Feng, making them impossible to find. The only concern was the spiritual herbs. However, Chen Feng had already devised an excuse. Those herbs were gathered by him on the Divine Moon Sword Mountain and were unrelated to the Jiang family's celestial ship. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding Bao Yude's search. T.O. confirmed Chen Feng's earlier statements. Bao Yude immediately stepped forward to search him. Chen Feng, my friend, may I see the storage ring on your finger? Of course, I do not mind. Chen Feng smiled, removing the ring from his finger and handing it to Bao Yude. Bao Yude's brows knitted tightly as he released his consciousness to inspect the contents of the ring. Nothing. Bao Yude shook his head. Turning to Jiang Qingwed, I have searched thoroughly. There is neither divine sword nor spiritual stones or elixirs on Chen Feng. Only some spiritual herbs, all of little value. How is that possible? Jiang Qingyue's brows furrowed even more, a flicker of unease crossing her beautiful eyes. She could not believe that the divine sword was not in Chen Feng's possession. Not a single word of what Chen Feng had just said could she trust. Her face was as cold as frost, her gaze sharp and indifferent as she stared at Chen Feng. Strip off your clothes. What do you wish to do? Chen Feng asked, his expression darkening. Jiang Qingwei. I, Chen Feng, am innocent, yet to marry or bear children. Strip. Jiang Qingwei replied coldly that, if you do not comply, I shall immediately kill this foul Taoist. Go ahead and kill him. It matters not to me, for he has no connection to my life. Just moments ago, he sought to take my life that if you eliminate him, it will conveniently rid me of an adversary. Chen Feng smiled faintly, remaining unfazed by Jiang Qingyue's cold threat. Taoist friend Chen, it is all a misunderstanding. What transpired earlier was but a jest. I've devoted my life to virtuous deeds. How could I ever contemplate harming you? Surely, you must have seen through my jest. Bao Yude's face turned awkward, unprepared for Chen Feng's callousness, and he hurriedly attempted to clarify that I did not perceive it as such. Chen Feng replied, his tone stiff. After all, the target of Jiang Qingyue's wrath was Bao Yude. What concern was it of his? Taoist Chen, one should perform good deeds daily, accumulating virtue. As the saying goes, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I implore you, remove your garments and save my life. I would be eternally grateful. Bao Yude was on the brink of tears, nearly begging Chen Feng for mercy. I shall remove my clothes, but you must share with me half of the treasures you collected from those corpses. Chen Feng grinned, already calculating the spoils on Bao Yude's person that hadn't Bao Yude just delivered himself to Chen Feng's doorstep. If he wished for Chen Feng to disrobe, he must relinquish half of his previously acquired treasures. Taoist Chen, your demands are quite excessive. Bao Yude's heart quivered at Chen Feng's greed, taken aback by his immediate request for half the loot. Bao Yude, I disrobed to save you. Reflect upon it. My life in exchange for merely half your treasures. Is that truly unreasonable? Chen Feng scoffed and continued. Since you refuse to share your spoils, then you must fend for yourself. For Jiang Qingyue seeks your life, not mine. Rest assured, once you are slain, I shall ensure your remains are treated with respect, offering prayers for your soul's passage, so that you may not languish as a wandering spirit. Bao Yude's heart raced, unprepared for Chen Feng's ruthless demeanor. Gritting his teeth, he declared, fine, half it is, disrobe, and I will give you half of the treasures. You must first hand over your share, Chen Feng insisted, wary that Bao Yude might retract his promise. Very well, Taoist Chen, I must admit I misjudged you, mistaking you for a friend. Your avarice could very well lead to your demise. Bao Yude gritted his teeth in frustration, retrieving half of the treasures from his spatial ring and presenting them to Chen Feng. Upon receiving the treasures, Chen Feng swiftly stored them away, his smile widening. His gaze fell upon Jiang Qingyue. This woman was indeed a vision of beauty, pure and enchanting, particularly her flawless legs, pale and elongated, stirring one's heart. Yet he found no inclination to admire her at this moment. Is it merely disrobing? What a triviality. I shall oblige. With that, Chen Feng loosened his sash and shed his long robe, leaving only his undergarments. Jiang Qingwei, do you find this sufficient? Shall I remove my undergarments as well for your viewing pleasure? Chen Feng fixed his gaze upon Jiang Qingwei. Her cheeks flushed, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a cold glint. This insolent man dared to tease her. No need to remove your undergarments. I am allergic to caterpillars. She retorted. Caterpillars? Chen Feng's expression stiffened. Were it not for his concern for his own dignity, he would have stripped bare to demonstrate whether such a creature existed. Jiang Qingwei, the divine sword is not in my possession. Nor did I steal the Jiang family's celestial vessel. May I take my leave? Indeed, Jiang Qingwei, the theft of the Jiang family celestial vessel has nothing to do with me or Daoist Chen. All that transpired was a misunderstanding. I kindly request you to let me and Daoist Chen depart. Both Chen Feng and Bao Yud harmonized in their plea, eager to escape Jiang Qingyue's clutches. Despite her injuries, her power remained formidable. She was, after all, of the Yin-Yang realm. You wish to leave? Such foolishness! Jiang Qingyue scoffed, her pride unabated. Chen Feng, though the divine sword is not yours, and the thief of the Jiang family's celestial vessel is not you, you are undoubtedly involved. Both you and Bao Yud must accompany me into the great wasteland to find the divine sword and the thief of the Jiang family's celestial vessel. Otherwise, neither of you shall leave alive. You may choose. Die now or die later. Chen Feng found himself with no choice. Very well, Jiang Qingwei, Bao Yud and I will accompany you to find the divine sword and the thief. But you must treat us with respect and refrain from harming either of us. That is acceptable. Jiang Qingwei laughed lightly, her thoughts betraying her intentions. Humph, treat you with respect. You think you deserve such consideration? Once we retrieve the divine sword and the thief of the Jiang family's celestial vessel, I shall swiftly send you both on your way to... In the midst of her contemplation, a dozen figures descended from the sky, their lethal intent directed squarely at Jiang Qingwei. The leader, a warrior of the Yin-Yang realm, coldly regarded Jiang Qingwei. Jiang Qingwei, your family has committed numerous atrocities, slaying dozens of wandering warriors, seizing the palace of the Celestial Emperor, and claiming the Celestial Emperor's treasures. Your family is tyrannical. Today, we shall act in the name of justice and eliminate you here, avenging our fallen comrades. Chapter 37. The Yin-Yang Mother-Son Sword. Avenge? You think you can? Jiang Qingwei laughed mockingly. You truly overestimate your abilities. Knowing I am of the Jiang family, you dare provoke me. You are courting death. With a playful smile, Jiang Qingwei stepped forward, her formidable aura erupting. Qingyue sword. Come forth. With a grand flourish, she summoned a crystal sword, translucent and radiant like a gem, exuding a soft white glow. The sword whistled through the air, its ringing echoing. The crystal sword, known as the Qingyue sword, was exceptionally sharp, and in Jiang Qingyue's hand, it became a weapon of formidable power, an upper-grade, earth-tier treasure. As expected of a daughter of the Jiang family, she unleashed such a treasure upon her enemies. Empowered by the treasure, Jiang Qingyue's strength surged. Caution was imperative. Let us unite and slay Jiang Qingwei. A dozen wandering warriors, drawn to the great wasteland in search of treasures, had witnessed the collapse of the imperial array and the emergence of the palace of the Celestial Emperor. They had hoped to strike it lucky and procure some celestial treasures. Little did they know the Jiang family was so tyrannical, ruthlessly slaughtering wandering warriors and forcefully occupying the palace of the Celestial Emperor. With dozens of wandering warriors slain, the Jiang family stood as the principal culprit. The Jiang family had committed heinous deeds, and Jiang Qingwei, as their daughter, was a target for vengeance. Moreover, it was well known that Jiang Qingwei possessed celestial treasures. Slaying her would grant them access to unimaginable power. With a flurry of movements, the group launched their attack, led by the Yin-Yang warrior, bearing down upon Jiang Qingwei. You seek death, unfazed by the sudden onslaught. Jiang Qingwei laughed and wielded her sword, engaging in battle with the adversaries. Soon, chaos erupted as clashing iron rang out, sparks flying in all directions. Daoist Chen, should we seize this opportunity to escape? Bao Yud pondered. Observing Jiang Qingwei besieged by the group, Now is the perfect moment to flee. You may run if you wish, but I shall not, Chen Feng replied, his gaze stern. The outcome of this battle is uncertain. If Jiang Qingyue prevails, do you think we can escape? Then I shall heed your counsel, Taoist Chen, Baoyud said with a chuckle, choosing to remain alongside Chen Feng. He had come to realize that with Chen Feng's extraordinary luck, being near him ensured safety. Boom! The sounds of battle erupted. The air was filled with deafening sonic booms, and terrifying explosions ensued. Jiang Qingyue gradually began to falter against the relentless assault, her garments torn, blood seeping from her wounds, gasping for breath, her beauty marred by blood and sweat. The wandering warriors had suffered 3 casualties at Jiang Qingyue's hands, leaving only 12 remaining. Bloodied and battered, she roared, "Those who dare provoke me shall be annihilated." Ha! Jiang Qingyue, you are already injured, and after such fierce combat, your true essence is nearly depleted. Surrender the celestial treasures to us, and we may grant you a swift death. One of them taunted. Otherwise, we shall first incapacitate you, and then take our time with you. Zhang Xiu licked his lips, a lewd grin plastered on his face as he fixated on Jiang Qing. As a practitioner of the yin-yang realm, he was the most formidable among these scattered cultivators. The thought of first violating and then slaying Jiang Qingyue was tantalizing. After all, she was renowned as a celestial beauty. The mere contemplation of such an act filled him with exhilaration. Zhang Xiu could hardly contain his impatience. With a lascivious laugh, he demanded, "Quickly hand over the Emperor's treasure. Jiang Qingyue, I assume you wouldn't want us to subject you to our vile intentions, would you? You beasts! I shall eradicate every last one of you. Especially you, Zhang Xiu, that I know you. And today, I will ensure your demise." Jiang Qingyue's expression was as frigid as ice, and with a fierce shout, she charged towards Zhang Xiu. She wielded the Qingyue sword, its sharp light as cold as frost, aiming directly at him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiu's expression shifted. "You are at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, yet you're injured, while I am at the 4th level that I shall not lose to you." With a thunderous roar, Zhang Xiu lunged forward, brandishing his large blade to strike down upon Jiang Qingyue. Clang! The clash of sword and blade reverberated as their energies collided. Jiang Qingyue was instantly pushed back 10 meters. While Zhang Xiu was only forced back 5, Zhang Xiu laughed heartily. "Jiang Qingyue, you are nothing but mediocre, that I alone can slay you. However, before I kill you, I shall torment and humiliate you. Ha! I will make you wish for death, bringing you to your knees beneath me." With that, Zhang Xiu swung his great blade, its terrifying momentum akin to a raging thunderstorm, crashing down upon Jiang Qingyue. She dared not be careless, meeting the attack with her sword, executing the Jiang family's profound sword techniques with exquisite skill, successfully blocking Zhang Xiu's fierce onslaught. If not for my injuries and the subsequent exhausting battles with this group, depleting my true essence, I could have easily slain Zhang Xiu with merely the Jiang family sword techniques. Spurt. Jiang Qingyue coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling as her delicate form trembled uncontrollably, witnessing her severe injuries. Zhang Xiu's heart swelled with delight that he soared into the air, his sharp blade descending upon Jiang Qingyue. Bang! Jiang Qingyue managed to cross her sword before her, barely deflecting Zhang Xiu's strike. The overwhelming force of the blade crashed against her sword, causing her arms to ache painfully. Puffed. Jiang Qingyue felt her blood surge violently within her, the metallic taste overwhelming her throat, and she could no longer restrain herself, violently spitting blood. Damn it! Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth in fury. To be suppressed by Zhang Xiu was a humiliation of the highest order. As Jiang Qingyue faltered, Zhang Xiu grew increasingly emboldened, his battle fervor intensifying. Die! Zhang Xiu swung his blade in a sweeping arc aimed at Jiang Qingyue's waist. Jiang Qingyue's eyes narrowed, a cold glimmer flashing within them as she leapt to evade. Sizzle! Despite her intricate evasive maneuvers, exhaustion had taken its toll, and in that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiu's blade struck her abdomen. Flesh tore apart, leaving a gruesome gash, blood gushing forth. Jiang Qingyue, the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family, Today shall bow before my feet, Zheng Qiu proclaimed, his face twisted with lustful laughter. He approached Jiang Qingyue, intent on capturing her. Suddenly, the tide turned dramatically. Jiang Qingyue sprang to her feet, her true essence surging forth, unleashing a powerful energy, the Qingyue sword emitting a piercing, shrill wail. Die! Jiang Qingyue executed a swift maneuver, her sword lunging towards Zheng Qiu. Clang! Zheng Qiu raised his blade to block, scoffing, "You are merely a waning flame. Jiang Qingyue, today you shall undoubtedly perish." Yet his laughter was cut short, his expression freezing in shock as he stood motionless. Unbeknownst to him, a gaping wound had appeared at his brow, and behind him, a small, exceptionally sharp, flying sword hovered ominously. Zheng Qiu, how careless you are! Did you truly believe the Qingyue sword was merely an ordinary weapon? Jiang Qingyue swiftly recalled the small, flying sword, her gaze piercing as she fixated upon Zheng Qiu. In that moment, Zheng Qiu's vitality extinguished, the small sword having penetrated his forehead. The other 11 scattered cultivators were taken aback. They had never anticipated Zheng Qiu's demise. Damn it! This woman is truly ruthless, having secretly plotted against brother Zheng Qiu. They shouted in outrage. All of you, attack! We must avenge brother Zheng Qiu. Though they were not as powerful as Zheng Qiu, they were still practitioners of the heavenly martial and chaotic realms. With Jiang Qingyue gravely injured, they believed that as long as they remained wary of the yin-yang sword, they could surely slay her. Aware of her inability to continue fighting, Jiang Qingyue glanced desperately at Chen Feng and Bao Yud. "Chen Feng, you foul Taoist, if you help me through this perilous moment, you will be my benefactor. A benefactor of the Jiang family." At that instant, the 11 cultivators charged. Jiang Qingyue could only defend herself passively, dodging and evading their attacks, her flesh tearing and wounds multiplying. "Chen Feng, what do we do? Should we lend a hand to Jiang Qingyue?" Bao Yud pondered deeply. "Help her." After careful consideration, Chen Feng made his decision to assist Jiang Qingyue. "Jiang Qingyue, remember your words. You owe me a favor." With that, Chen Feng plunged into the fray, wielding the Zhentian sword as he battled the cultivators. "I shall risk my life alongside you, my friend Chen Feng." Bao Yud bit his teeth in determination. After these recent events, he trusted Chen Feng's judgment and followed him into the melee to aid Jiang Qingyue against her assailants. Chapter 38. Crossing Borders in Battle, Slaying the Chaotic Realm. Hence, a mere 8th level heavenly martial practitioner dares to join the fray. How utterly foolish. "You seek death." A peak 9th level heavenly martial practitioner glared viciously at Chen Feng. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. His eyes were sharp and filled with malice as he charged towards Chen Feng, his fists swinging like thunder, violent and domineering. "Allow me to test your sword techniques." The 3 swords of the demon. Facing this formidable foe, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, swinging the Zhentian sword at him. Chen Feng executed the demon's 3 swords, merging swordplay with his blade techniques. With a fierce downward strike, the attacker laughed derisively. "Fool! I have tempered my iron fists, shattering gold and stone, and I shall obliterate you." He bellowed, his fists glowing with golden light as he concentrated terrifying true essence, slamming down towards Chen Feng. Bang! Boom! The iron fist collided with the Zhentian sword, their energies erupting in a violent explosion. The attacker's expression changed drastically as he suddenly felt his arms go numb. Upon glancing down, he discovered his arms had been severed, blood spraying forth. "Aya!" The shrill cry of agony echoed. "Die!" With another strike, Chen Feng maintained his calm demeanor, directly slaying the man. The power of the demon's 3 swords was extraordinary. It cleaved through the 9th level heavenly martial practitioners as if they were mere vegetables. Yet, Chen Feng pondered whether the demon's 3 swords would be sufficient to slay a practitioner of the chaotic realm. His gaze sharpened as he immediately locked onto a practitioner at the initial stage of the chaotic realm. Grasping the Zhentian sword, he charged towards the chaotic realm fighter. "You dare target me? You who barely managed to kill a 9th level heavenly martial practitioner. Now set your sights on me. You seek death." The chaotic realm practitioner reacted swiftly, brandishing a massive mountain-cleaving axe with tremendous force. Before Chen Feng could reach him, he lunged forward, swinging the axe down towards Chen Feng. "Little brat, let me show you the gulf between the heavenly martial and chaotic realms." The mountain-cleaving axe descended with a resounding crash. Chen Feng smirked, positioning the Jintian sword above his head to block the axe. Boom! The clash of metal sparked wildly. The chaotic realm practitioner was taken aback. Astonished that Chen Feng could withstand his attack, he was an initial stage practitioner of the chaotic realm, vastly superior to Chen Feng. Without time to contemplate further, he swung the axe again, his true essence surging as he shouted, "Little brat, taste my axe! Breaking Mountain Charge!" Breaking Mountain Charge was a technique he had cultivated, a high-grade battle skill that suited weapons like the mountain-cleaving axe, emphasizing sheer power. The greater the force, the mightier the strike. He had mastered this technique to the 7th level, cleaving through obstacles with ease, effortlessly dispatching a mere 8th-level heavenly martial insect like Chen Feng. Prepare to die. He swung the mountain-cleaving axe down heavily, unleashing the 7th level of Breaking Mountain Charge. Demon S. 3 swords. Chen Feng did not flinch. He swung his sword with all his might, his powerful sword aura soaring into the heavens. This strike demanded every ounce of his strength. For the opponent was a practitioner of the chaotic realm, whose power dwarfed his own. Swoosh! The sword chi surged forth like an unstoppable tide, slicing through the swirling sands as it struck the mountain-cleaving axe. Bang! Boom! The Zhen Tian sword clashed violently with the Kai Shan axe, producing a series of resounding sonic booms. Kill! Chen Feng bellowed fiercely, his bones resonating as golden patterns surged forth, vividly emerging beneath his garments. Should Chen Feng shed his attire at that moment, onlookers would surely be astounded, for his flesh and blood resembled a precious gem, translucent and radiant, shimmering with brilliance. Chen Feng had unleashed the power of the immortal demon body. His corporeal form erupted with formidable energy. Boom! The initial stage Chaos Realm Warrior immediately felt a terrifying pressure. How could this be? The Kai Shan axe in his grasp trembled violently, his arms quaking uncontrollably. Boom! Suddenly, the Kai Shan axe slipped from his hands, crashing heavily to the ground. "Why you?" The man stood dazed, staring incredulously at Chen Feng. "Die!" At that moment, Chen Feng swept down with his heavy sword, an unstoppable force. The razor-sharp blade cleaving through the man's head, splitting his flesh and blood asunder. The surrounding spectators were left speechless, utterly shocked, their eyes fixed on Chen Feng. If Chen Feng's earlier slaying of a peak 9th layer celestial martial realm warrior had been mere luck, then his execution of the initial stage Chaos Realm Warrior was a definitive testament to his strength. Damn it, we underestimated that beast. He is clearly only at the 8th layer of the celestial martial realm. Yet he exhibits such power. That creature is too sinister. His strength is unsettling, far surpassing that of warriors of the same level, rendering him virtually invincible in his realm, and even capable of slaying those of higher realms. It is not just him. That foul Taoist is equally strange. His combat techniques are exceptionally intricate, his movements enigmatic, and ordinary attacks fail to touch him. 2 have perished at his hands. At this juncture, only 7 scattered cultivators remained. Chen Feng had slain 2, while Bao Yud had also taken 2 lives. Capitalizing on the distraction created by Chen Feng and Bao Yud, Jiang Qingyue swiftly employed secret methods to recover from her injuries, retrieving several precious pills from her storage ring and consuming them. With the aid of secret techniques and elixirs, although Jiang Qingyue had not fully regained her strength, she had recovered more than half and rejoined the fray, unleashing the Jiang family sword techniques without reservation. Swish, 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 she plunged in the crowd, wielding the Qingyue sword, her strikes precise and swift as brilliant sword lights flashed, 3 heads soaring into the air, torrents of blood erupting forth. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. She cast a subtle glance at Chen Feng, her expression a complex mix of emotions. She had witnessed Chen Feng's earlier performance in its entirety, and it was undeniably astonishing. A mere 8th layer celestial martial realm warrior had first slain a peak 9th layer warrior, and then another from the initial stage of the Chaos Realm. Truly incredible. Chen Feng's ability to engage in combat across realms to such an extent was a rarity in the martial world. This young man, though of lower rank, possessed development potential that could not be underestimated. Jiang Qingyue's gaze turned frosty as she silently vowed not to underestimate Chen Feng, for his earlier display was indeed breathtaking. Even those monstrous prodigies she knew, when their realms were suppressed to the 8th layer of the celestial martial realm, might not achieve such feats. Contemplating this, a hint of wariness crept into Jiang Qingyue's eyes when she regarded Chen Feng. Chen Feng sensed the unusual glimmer in Jiang Qingyue's gaze and furrowed his brows. He spoke sternly. Jiang Qingyue, why are you still dawdling? Since your injuries have recovered to a degree, let us press the advantage and annihilate these scoundrels. I understand, Jiang Qingyue replied, suppressing her thoughts, shaking her head secretly. Chen Feng is merely at the 8th layer of the celestial martial realm. Even if he can battle across realms, he is not someone I need to fear. I am at the yin-yang realm. Should I desire, I could crush him as easily as squashing an ant. However, since Chen Feng just saved me, he has rendered me a favor, and I cannot bring myself to harm him. A smile graced Jiang Qingyue's lips, yet her expression turned dark and cold as she regarded the 4 scattered cultivators. You dared to bully me while I was injured. You all deserve to die. Flee. The 4, now terrified, dared not fight back and quickly retreated into the distance. They were merely at the chaos realm, while Jiang Qingyue was at the yin-yang realm. Despite her injuries, her condition had improved significantly, and slaying them would be as simple as child's play. Now they wish to escape? Too late. You cannot evade your fate. All of you shall perish here. Jiang Qingyue's gaze turned icy as she released a small flying sword from the Qingyue sword. This short sword was the child sword that had previously slain Zheng Qiu Ayu this moment. The short sword shot forth, slicing through the air, penetrating one man's skull. Jiang Qingyue murmured incantations, guiding the flying sword with secret techniques towards the remaining 3. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed. The 3 who had managed to flee only 20 meters were struck for the forehead by the flying sword, collapsing onto their backs, blood gushing forth. Dare to offend this young lady, and you shall die without mercy. Observing the carnage, Jiang Qingyue's expression remained serene as she retracted the short flying sword. Chapter 39. The Great Wilderness Oasis. Danger lurks everywhere. Jiang Qingyue, we should not linger here. We must hasten our departure. Chen Feng urged with a frown, concerned that other warriors would soon pursue them. Why? The ones hunting me have all been slain. Chen Feng, what are you afraid of? Chen Feng shot Jiang Qingyue a glare, unwilling to elaborate further. Whether you come or go is of no concern to me. I shall take my leave first with that. Chen Feng turned to depart. The fierce battle that had just unfolded had created quite a commotion. It would not be long before other warriors arrived, making their escape far more challenging. Chen Feng, wait for me. Bao had hesitated for a moment before quickly following Chen Feng. He was unsure of Chen Feng's thoughts, but knew that staying close to him was undoubtedly wise. Jiang Qingyue stood frozen for a moment, struggling internally before ultimately deciding to follow. With a haughty snort, she declared, Chen Feng, foul Taoist, until we locate the divine sword and the thief of the Jiang family's celestial ship. You too shall not shake me off. Jiang Qingyue, Chen Feng replied, if you are to follow me, cease your spoiled princess antics. There is no one here to indulge you. What do you mean by that, Chen Feng? Let me remind you, your suspicions have yet to be cleared. I could eliminate you at any moment. Jiang Qingyue threatened. Oh, Chen Feng retorted, his tone indifferent, showing no concern for her threats. Jiang Qingyue, you would do well to heed Chen Feng's words. We are all friends here. Bao Yud interjected awkwardly, shaking his head. Jiang Qingyue's temper was too fierce, making it difficult to interact with her without constantly catering to her emotions. Foul Taoist, remember your place. I could easily kill you too. Jiang Qingyue replied coldly. Chen Feng chose to ignore her. This Jiang family young lady had been pampered since childhood and had an excessively strong temperament. Chen Feng took out a sheepskin map. Noticing a peculiar symbol marked upon it, likely a designation from his master, Jian Shenzi. This place is strange. I shall head there. Although he did not know what the marked location was, Chen Feng had faith in Jian Chenzi's judgment. The special marking indicated that it was a place devoid of danger. Moreover, it likely harbored opportunities. Chen Feng, where did you acquire that map? Jiang Qingyue inquired, her brow furrowing, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she scrutinized the sheepskin map. She could discern that Chen Feng held the map in high regard, and the items depicted likely related to the Great Wilderness domain, possibly even being a map of that very realm. If it were indeed a map of the Great Wilderness domain, it would be immensely valuable, for the Great Wilderness is fraught with peril, teeming with the bizarre, where even the slightest misstep could lead to death. Having a map as a guide would significantly ease the exploration of the Great Wilderness. Chen Feng shot Jiang Qingyue a glare, questioning, "Why do you want to know? Is it not permissible for this young lady to express concern for you? What if that map is a forgery, directing us into a trap? Concern for me? Not necessary. If you believe the location indicated by the map is a trap, feel free to ignore it." With that, Chen Feng turned on his heel and strode away at a swift pace toward the marked symbol on the map. Bao Yud remained silent, closely following Chen Feng. At this moment, he understood why Chen Feng had been able to avoid dangers and locate such a hidden, safe place as the sand cave. It turned out that Chen Feng possessed a sheepskin map that detailed the Great Wilderness. The map had marked everything, which areas were dangerous, which were safe, and where opportunities might lie. Chen Feng is no ordinary individual. My previous impressions of him were far too superficial. Bao Yud murmured to himself. He believed that as long as he followed Chen Feng, he would undoubtedly gain access to more cultivation resources. Chen Feng, you are insufferable. I lowered myself to accompany you, yet you dare treat me with such indifference. How outrageous! How utterly intolerable! Chen Feng, you and that foul Taoist think you can just shake me off. Dream on. Jiang Qingyue was so enraged that she stomped her feet. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly as her beautiful eyes glared icily at Chen Feng. Observing Chen Feng walking further away without a backward glance, showing no intention of stopping for her, she ground her teeth in frustration and resolutely followed after him. Soon, guided by the sheepskin map, Chen Feng arrived at a verdant oasis. The oasis was lush with flowers and grasses, with a stream meandering through, occasionally accompanied by the melodious calls of birds. It was astonishing to find an oasis in the vast wilderness. Could this place be an illusion? Bao Yud furrowed his brow in concern. It must be an illusion. Jiang Qingyue chuckled lightly, stepping up behind Chen Feng to explain, perhaps it is a mirage, the refraction of light projects distant scenery here. With this declaration, Jiang Qingyue exuded a sense of pride, showcasing her knowledge. However, Chen Feng shot her a disdainful glance, his expression akin to that of someone looking at a fool. Whether it is real or not, we shall find out once we enter, he stated. Jiang Qingyue felt a surge of indignation at Chen Feng's disdain. She gritted her teeth and retorted, "If you wish to go, then go. This is the vast wilderness. The more peculiar a place, the more dangerous it is. That if there truly is something sinister, you will undoubtedly face death." Chen Feng. Understood. Chen Feng replied expressionlessly, displaying remarkable boldness as he walked towards the oasis. Bao Yud cautioned, "Chen Feng, my friend, what Jiang Qingyue just said is indeed correct. The wilderness is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. This oasis stands in stark contrast to the surrounding landscape and may very well be an illusion. Even if it is not, there could be hidden dangers. This place is too strange. While the surroundings are engulfed in swirling sands and dust, here it is peaceful and teeming with life. Perhaps it harbors some terrifying secrets." Based on Bao Yud's years of travel experience, he concluded that the oasis held dangers, for it was thriving with life amidst the barren wasteland. The wilderness is known to be one of the 9 forbidden zones, a battleground for gods and demons, a remnant of their conflict. After countless eons, the wilderness has remained desolate, devoid of any life. Yet now, an oasis exists here. It must either be a trap or an illusion. In any case, this oasis is undoubtedly an ominous place. Chen Feng said, "Bao Yud, if you are so afraid, you and Jiang Qingyue can stay here while I venture into the oasis alone." To Chen Feng. This oasis was deliberately marked on the sheepskin map by his master, Jian Chenzi, which was sufficient assurance of its safety. Compared to Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yude's judgments, he placed greater trust in his master. Indeed, the oasis was peculiar, especially in the midst of vast desert land. However, Chen Feng felt no fear. He firmly believed that fortune and risk coexisted. The greater the risk, the greater the fortune. If one were to cling to life in fear of adventure and challenge, they were unworthy of fortune. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yude, Chen Feng stepped into the oasis. "Chen Feng, my friend, you are being reckless," Bao Yude exclaimed. "This oasis may harbor grave dangers." His brow furrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, he resolved, "Chen Feng, wait for me. I shall accompany you." Bao Yude sprinted towards the oasis, but at that moment, the oasis suddenly vanished, leaving only a sea of yellow sand. Chen Feng was lost to the void, facing certain death. Witnessing the oasis disappear into thin air, Jiang Qingyue's face darkened with gravity. "That I've always said that the wilderness is fraught with dangers. How could there be an oasis here?" Chen Feng disregarded her warnings and insisted on proceeding. If he perished, it would be his own fault. Chapter 40. The Heavenly Empress of Calamity. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, events were unfolding outside that moment. As he entered the oasis, he was enveloped by the sound of a hauntingly beautiful melody, lingering and enchanting. Someone there. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, swiftly drawing his Yun Tian sword. Alert and on guard. "You should not have come here." A gentle and soothing voice resonated from deep within the oasis as the music ceased. "Who are you?" Chen Feng demanded. Buzz. The space trembled violently. A figure materialized out of thin air, clad in a flowing red gown, as vivid as blood, her attire elegantly draped, with hair cascading down to her waist, swaying in the breeze. She gracefully seated herself, resting a long zither on her lap, and began to play quietly. Chen Feng, possessing some knowledge of musical instruments, discerned sadness and boundless sorrow within the melody of the woman in red. "Who exactly are you?" A trace of solemnity crossed Chen Feng's face. This woman possessed unfathomable power, her aura seemingly fused with the very essence of the heavens and earth. "Why does your melody resonate with such lament? What have you endured?" The red-clad woman remained silent, immersed in her playing, lost in the depths of her music. As the final note faded, she slowly rose, cradling the zither, her gaze complex as it fell upon Chen Feng. "Can you understand my music?" "To some extent," he replied, "but unfortunately, I am not him." The woman shook her head with a bittersweet smile, a hint of disappointment evident. "You are not him. You should not be here. Leave." "Who is he? And who are you?" Confusion washed over Chen Feng. The woman's words were shrouded in mystery, leaving him perplexed. "I am the Heavenly Empress of Calamity." "And he?" She hesitated, her tone steady. "You are merely an unrelated individual. These matters are not for you to know. You should leave this place." "Very well." Chen Feng acquiesced. Sensing the Heavenly Empress's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. As he turned to depart, the Heavenly Empress suddenly spoke. "Your arrival here may be due to some fortune. Take this talisman. It may save your life in times of need." With a swift motion, a golden talisman flew towards him, seamlessly merging into his forehead. Chen Feng focused his spiritual energy and immediately began to probe the golden talisman with his consciousness. The talisman was enchantingly intricate, etched with countless secret patterns, radiating a golden glow. Heavenly Empress of Calamity. "What did you just implant in my mind?" Chen Feng's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on the woman in our it is the talisman of the Heavenly Empress of Calamity, she replied with a gentle smile, her figure gradually fading. "You have the fortune to reach this place. We shall meet again in the future." "Where is this?" Chen Feng pressed. "The wilderness," echoed the voice of the Heavenly Empress as it lingered in his ears. In an instant, Chen Feng was expelled from the oasis, returning to the vast wilderness. "Chen Feng, my friend, are you unharmed?" Upon witnessing Chen Feng's sudden reappearance, Bao Yude hurriedly approached him with concern. "That I am fine." Chen Feng reassured him. Shaking his head, he had examined the golden talisman in his mind multiple times. It was indeed remarkably mystical. The talisman posed no harm to him, merely existing within his consciousness. According to the Heavenly Empress's words, This golden talisman could potentially save his life in dire situations. However, he remained uncertain about how to utilize this talisman. Did it activate only when he faced life-threatening danger? Noticing Chen Feng lost in thought, Jiang Qingyue snorted disdainfully. After being gone for so long, I thought you had perished in that oasis. I was gone for merely half a stick of incense. Is that too long? Chen Feng frowned. Half a stick of incense? Humph, Chen Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? You were gone for 3 days. Jiang Qingyue retorted with a huff point. 3 days. If that insufferable Taoist hadn't insisted on waiting here for you, I would have already left you behind, indifferent to your fate. 3 days? Chen Feng was taken aback. He had entered the oasis, first hearing the melody, and then encountering a woman. That woman was the heavenly empress of calamity, who played a piece right before him. Subsequently, she had bestowed upon him a golden talisman for protection. How could all that transpire in just 3 days? Unless time flowed differently there. Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng calmly speculated, it must be that the oasis is named wilderness. Perhaps the true wilderness refers specifically to that oasis, not the entire desert. A glimmer of insight sparked in Chen Feng's eyes. If that is indeed the case, how long has the heavenly empress of calamity existed? Who is she waiting for? Alas, my knowledge is limited, preventing me from uncovering the secrets of the forbidden lands. Chen Feng shook his head, recognizing that the secrets hidden within the 9 forbidden zones were far too numerous, tied to ancient gods and demons. What truly lies within those forbidden lands remains a mystery. But it is undoubtedly something terrifying if the wilderness alone harbors the heavenly empress of calamity. What dread entities might dwell in the other forbidden zones? Chen Feng inhaled sharply, and at that moment, Jiang Qingyue's brows furrowed tightly as she fixed her gaze upon him. Chen Feng, what are you thinking? What mysteries lie within that oasis? If you know the secret, you must share it with us. Actually, I have thought of nothing, Chen Feng replied with a chuckle, continuing, even if I were privy to a secret, I would not share it with you. Jiang Qingyue, it was your fear of death that led you to forego entering the oasis. Now that you see me emerging alive, you desire to share in the secret. Such is the folly of a dreamer. Jiang Qingyue's expression darkened, unable to retort, for Chen Feng's words struck true. It was indeed her cowardice that had caused her to miss the opportunity presented by the oasis. With a disdainful huff, she inquired, Chen Feng, I am merely curious about what you obtained in the oasis. This is not a secret. You should be able to share it. I acquired nothing of worth. Chen Feng shot her a glare. Jiang Qingyue's intentions were evident. She was clearly coveting the fortune he might have found. How could he possibly disclose to her that he had encountered the Empress of Disaster and received a talisman from her that could ensure his survival? You. Chen Feng, your behavior is intolerable. It makes it difficult for me to coexist with you. Jiang Qingyue seethed with resentment. You may leave, Chen Feng declared. Jiang Qingyue, the divine sword is not in my possession, and I am not the one who stole the Jiang family's celestial vessel. Following me serves no purpose. I have come to the great wasteland solely for cultivation. Your quest for the divine sword and the capture of the thief is of no concern to me. Let me be frank. I will neither help you seek the divine sword nor assist you in apprehending the thief. Were it not for your relentless insistence on trailing me, I would scarcely deign to cast a glance in your direction. Jiang Qingyue fell into a stunned silence, her mind a blank slate. Chen Feng's words had wounded her pride deeply. Clenching her teeth, she glared at him with fiery anger and profound hurt. Chen Feng, you have shattered me. Jiang Qingyue fixed her gaze upon Chen Feng and proclaimed, I, Jiang Qingyue, have never endured such humiliation in my life. How dare you insult me so? I shall kill you. Clang. In the next instant, Jiang Qingyue unsheathed her sword. The sharp blade aimed menacingly at Chen Feng. Witnessing this, Baoyud swallowed nervously and quickly interjected, Jiang Qingyue, do not act impulsively. I, along with my friend Chen Feng, saved you earlier. We are your saviors. With an air of haughty disdain, Jiang Qingyue cast a cold glance at Baoyud. Silence, you foul priest. Humph. I am a daughter of the esteemed Jiang family. My status is unparalleled. I will strike down whomever I choose. You think yourselves significant. Even if you saved me, what of it? If I wish, I can end your lives. Boom. Just as Jiang Qingwei finished speaking, a golden spear shot towards her from afar, piercing the very fabric of space with a terrifying sonic boom. Thud! Jiang Qingwei had no time to react. The golden spear surged forth with unstoppable might, brutally penetrating her back and emerging from her chest. Her pupils constricted in shock as she glanced down to see a ghastly wound gushing blood. Before her stood the golden spear, now embedded in the ground, dominating the scene, its shaft stained crimson with her blood. "It is you, Wang Tung." Jiang Qingwei spat blood. Whirling to face the source of her torment, a golden war chariot emerged from the mists, racing towards her with astonishing speed. Atop the chariot stood a strikingly handsome youth, exuding a commanding presence, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, with a proud smile gracing his lips. With an arrogant demeanor, he declared, "Jiang Qingwei, your father has overstepped. He has seized the celestial emperor's palace and taken the emperor as treasures, even daring to harm my father, Wang Xian. Today, I shall slay you and present your head to the Jiang family as a warning." Chapter 41. Killing you would only sully my spear. You dare to kill me. Jiang Qingwei gasped, her face pale from the grievous wound, her body soaked in blood. "Why should I not dare?" Wang Tung retorted with fierce arrogance. He took a step forward, his golden spear trembling with ominous energy. Boom! Suddenly, the golden spear burst from the ground, its formidable force erupting forth. Whoosh! The spear soared into Wang Tung's hand, and in that moment he stood proudly atop the golden chariot, charging towards Jiang Qingwei. "Draw your sword." Jiang Qingwei cried out, blood streaming from her wounds as she summoned her Qingwei sword. Seeing Wang Tung approach with a golden spear aimed directly at her forehead, she could not afford to be careless. She swiftly swung her sword to defend herself. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air as the golden spear descended with overwhelming force, like a tidal wave crashing down. Bang! Jiang Qingwei was sent flying. Her Qingwei sword knocked from her grasp and embedded into the ground. Boom! The golden spear struck her shoulder with unparalleled might, shattering bone and rending flesh. Jiang Qingwei collapsed to the ground, the agonizing pain causing her to grit her teeth. "Wang Tung, should you dare to kill me, my father will not spare you," she cried, blood spilling from her lips. "I have been in seclusion, breaking through to the void god realm. My father is invincible. But soon I shall surpass Chen Feng." Wang Tung exuded an imposing aura, his confidence unshakable. He stepped down from the golden chariot, embodying arrogance. With the golden spear in hand, he stood tall, the sharp tip aimed at Jiang Qingwei. "You have truly broken through to the void god realm?" Jiang Qingwei gasped, her eyes fixed on Wang Tung in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that he had achieved such a feat at merely 19 years of age. A martial artist of such youth, having reached the void god realm, was a rare and formidable existence in the martial world, an unparalleled genius. Wang Tung, renowned since birth for his extraordinary talents, had once been heralded by celestial phenomena. Now, with his breakthrough to the void god realm, he was truly a legend in the making, destined to become an immortal emperor of martial arts. Jiang Qingwei's expression soured, her anxiety palpable. How could you possibly break through to the void god realm? "Ah, Jiang Qingwei, your arrogance in your own talent is misplaced. How pitiful that your martial prowess pales in comparison to mine." Wang Tung scoffed. "You do not even comprehend the vast chasm that separates us. I, Wang Tung, shall lead an era, suppressing all martial artists of this age, claiming supremacy and ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts, becoming an immortal emperor." With a series of triumphant laughs, Wang Tung's demeanor radiated confidence as he advanced towards Jiang Qingwei. His gaze filled with disdain. "You should prepare for your journey to the afterlife. However, before I slay you, I must first deal with those two bothersome ants." Wang Tung's cold gaze fell upon Chen Feng and Bao Yud, and with an air of superiority, he proclaimed, "You two mongrels deserve death. Blame yourselves for following the wrong master. Wang Tung, if you wish to kill Jiang Qingwei, why must you also target me and the priest?" Bao Yud exclaimed, startled, "I have no ties to Jiang Qingwei. I am not her lackey. You need not kill me." Wang Tung's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes sharp and devoid of mercy as he glared at Bao Yud. "Silence! Who are you? Foul priest? I, Wang Tung, owe you no explanations for my actions. With a thunderous roar, Wang Tung brandished the golden spear, its lethal tip glistening ominously, aimed directly at Bao Yud. Bao Yud trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, hands clutching his head in fear of being impaled by Wang Tung's spear. There's a reason for every grievance. If you wish to kill, target Jiang Qingwei. I am not involved. Humph. Coward. Killing you would merely tarnish my spear. Wang Tung retorted with a scornful smile, turning his lethal gaze towards Chen Feng. I shall kill you first. Wang Tung declared coldly, fixating his eyes on Chen Feng, that I in the face of Wang Tung's threat. Chen Feng remained resolute, unyielding in his demeanor. With unwavering conviction, he replied, Wang Tung, I have no connection to Jiang Qingwei. In fact, we are adversaries. Should you choose to strike her down, I will not interfere. There is no need for you to vent your anger upon me. Wang Tung was slightly taken aback. His golden spear was aimed at Chen Feng, who remained remarkably composed, earning Wang Tung's admiration. How audacious for a mere ant at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm to disregard his threats. Was this boldness or sheer ignorance? He sneered, what a bold claim that you won't obstruct me. Ha! Your words suggest you possess the strength to prevent me from slaying Jiang Qingwei. How laughable! A creature as insignificant as you could be obliterated with a single thrust of my spear. Bao Yud, feeling anxious, quickly urged, Chen Feng, my friend, hasten to beg for mercy. He is Wang Tung, renowned as the foremost prodigy, having broken through to the void god realm at merely 19. He could extinguish your life with ease. As if crushing an ant. Plead for mercy swiftly. Perhaps in his good graces, he might spare both you and me. Chen Feng remained unmoved. With a resolute tone, neither servile nor arrogant, he declared, Wang Tung, you are merely a bully of the weak. You seek death, Wang Tung roared, thrusting his spear towards Chen Feng. How dare this insignificant creature speak so arrogantly? To spare him would be to forfeit his own standing. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom erupted as Wang Tung unleashed his spear with formidable force. Its overwhelming momentum sweeping towards Chen Feng, unstoppable and devastating. Realizing there was no escape, Chen Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the secret of the Chaos Tower and summon its divine power to subdue Wang Tung. However, recalling the talisman bestowed upon him by the Empress of Calamity, he decided to test its might. According to her, in dire moments, the talisman could safeguard his life. Wang Tung, today I shall see how you intend to slay me. Chen Feng boldly provoked, unafraid of Wang Tung's full force. Insanity. My friend Chen Feng has truly lost his mind. That is Wang Tung. Not only does he refuse to kneel and beg for mercy, but he dares to provoke him. Does he truly fear death so little? Bao Yud exclaimed in shock. What is this young man planning? Jiang Qingyue's brows furrowed in concern. Wang Tung's true target was her. Had Chen Feng simply begged for mercy, he could have saved himself. Yet now, instead of yielding, he mocked Wang Tung. Was this mere bravado to vent his frustration for her? But the cost seemed too great. Offending Wang Tung would surely lead to Chen Feng's demise. Jiang Qingyue could hardly bear to watch. Wang Tung, consumed by rage, swung his golden spear towards Chen Feng's brow. That strike could shatter Chen Feng's skull. Empress of Calamity, I am now wagering my life upon you. Faced with the imminent strike of the golden spear, Chen Feng's expression shifted ever so slightly. Boom! In an instant, Wang Tung's golden spear descended, aimed at Chen Feng's brow. Die! Wang Tung bellowed, envisioning the gruesome sight of Chen Feng's head exploding. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from Chen Feng's body. Chapter 42. Enlightenment Fruit? Bang! In an instant. Wang Tung felt his blood surge, thrown back by that force. The golden spear slipped from his grasp and plunged into the earth. Damn it! Wang Tung's eyes burned with malice as he fixed an incredulous stare upon Chen Feng. You possess the protection of an immortal emperor? Impossible! How could a wretch like you earn the favor of an immortal emperor? Wang Tung gritted his teeth, agony coursing through his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not daring to linger, he swiftly rose, retrieving his golden spear from the ground and leaping onto his golden war chariot. In a disheveled state, He stood upon the chariot, coldly gazing down at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I shall remember you. When next we meet, I will surely slay you. With a swish, Wang Tong drove his golden chariot away, swiftly vanishing into the vastness of the world. A.S. Wang Tong departed. Chen Feng gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he truly believed he was doomed, for the golden spear was terrifying, its divine might overwhelming. A practitioner of the void god realm was immensely powerful. Fortune favored him. In the critical juncture between life and death, the talisman of the Empress of Calamity had suddenly unleashed its terrifying divine power, shielding him from Wang Tong's lethal strike. Otherwise, he would have perished. Chen Feng focused his divine sense to inspect the talisman within his mind. That moment, he discovered that the talisman had developed a crack at this rate. It could only protect him from 2 more attacks before it would cease to exist. 2 opportunities remain. I must cherish them. Encounters like Wang Tong's must not arise again. Without the Empress of Calamity's protection, that strike would have certainly claimed my life. Even having survived the crisis, Chen Feng felt a lingering dread. Wang Tong, a formidable practitioner of the void god realm, at merely 19, was truly terrifying. Wang Tong, he is the genuine martial arts genius, destined to become the supreme martial artist of the future, Chen Feng murmured to himself. Wang Tong was only 3 years his senior, yet his realm was vastly superior. In just 3 short years, he had no assurance of catching up to Wang Tong. Currently, he stood at the 8th level of the heavenly martial realm. Vastly inferior in comparison, Chen Feng shook his head. The heavenly martial realm, the chaos realm, the yin-yang realm, and only then the void god realm. How could he bridge the gap of 3 major realms? With a sigh, a flicker of desolation crossed his eyes. That moment, Bao Yud approached him, saying, Chen Feng, there is no need to despair. The fact that you were able to withstand a strike from Wang Tong is already astonishing. Given time, you may well surpass him, even subdue him. Bao Yud, understanding Chen Feng's disheartenment and the near-fatal encounter with Wang Tong, still recognized Chen Feng's extraordinary abilities. A smile crept onto Bao Yud's face as he regarded Chen Feng thoughtfully. Chen Feng, Wang Tong mentioned you possess the protection of an immortal emperor. What does that mean? Chen Feng shot Bao Yud a glare, aware that he was probing into his fortunes. My ancestors once had an immortal emperor. Is it so strange that I have the protection of one? Impressive. Which immortal emperor was your ancestor? Bao Yud's heart raced, realizing why Chen Feng, despite being at the heavenly martial realm, dared to venture into the wilderness in search of opportunities. His ancestral connection to an immortal emperor granted him such protection. Jiang Qingwei furrowed her brow, intrigued by Chen Feng, an ancestor who was an immortal emperor. Could such an unremarkable martial artist truly have such a lineage? She laughed lightly. Chen Feng, since your ancestor was an immortal emperor, which one was it? Why not enlighten us, so I may broaden my horizons? Why should I disclose which immortal emperor my ancestor was? I have no obligation to tell you. Chen Feng snorted, unwilling to divulge more for fear of being exposed. Bao Yud, Jiang Qingwei, I shall delve deeper into the wilderness for cultivation. Let us part ways here. With that, Chen Feng turned to leave, not wishing to remain in their company. The more people around, the greater the danger. First, it was those rogue martial artists, and now Wang Tong. If this continued, it would not be long before Chen Feng truly met his end in the wilderness. Thus, he opted to distance himself from Bao Yud and Jiang Qingwei. My friend Chen Feng, you are truly a singular spirit. Bao Yud mused, contemplating as he watched Chen Feng's receding figure. Where should I seek you in the future? The Great Zhou Dynasty, the Divine Moon Sword Sect. Having answered Bao Yud's inquiry, Chen Feng quickened his pace and departed hastily. Thank you. Bao Yud expressed his gratitude. He turned to Jiang Qingwei and said coolly, Jiang Qingwei, I shall take my leave. May fate allow us to meet again. After bidding Jiang Qingwei farewell, Bao Yud swiftly vanished into the swirling sands. The Great Zhou Dynasty, Divine Moon Sword Sect? Humph. Chen Feng, I shall remember this place. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Qingwei's beautiful eyes. We shall meet again. Having shaken off Bao Yud and Jiang Qingwei, Chen Feng followed the guidance of the parchment map, plunging deeper into the wilderness until he arrived at a chasm known as the Silver Valley. The depths of the valley extended 200 meters, covered with a layer of silver sand that shimmered under the sunlight. According to his master's map, within this valley's depths lay a peculiar tree. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Standing at the valley's edge, gazing into its depths, he murmured, "Regrettably, my master did not specify what kind of tree it is, only mentioning it to be enigmatic and perhaps ominous. The more ominous the place, the more opportunities may arise. Had my master enter the valley, he would have certainly marked what type of tree it is that I intend to take the place of my master and venture into the depths of the chasm to investigate that tree." With a swift motion, Chen Feng leaped down into the chasm, arriving at its core. Suddenly, he halted, for sounds ahead caught his attention. It seemed as though someone was whispering. The enlightenment tree is finally on the verge of bearing fruit. It should happen within the next 2 months. Indeed, after such a prolonged wait, we are about to reap the rewards. The enlightenment tree sprouts once every 30 years, flowers every 30 years, and bears fruit every 30 years. To harvest an enlightenment fruit, one must wait at least 90 years. Fortunately, our luck has favored us. We have only waited 3 years to witness the tree's fruition, as long as we consume the enlightenment fruit. We are certain to break through into the chaos realm. Chen Feng crouched behind a pile of sand and stones, concealing his presence and remaining motionless. Upon overhearing the discussions of the 3 individuals, a smile crept across his face, igniting a spark of ambition within him. The enlightenment fruit? What a splendid treasure! It could assist me in transcending the chaos realm. Chen Feng was resolute in his desire to claim the enlightenment fruit. In the distance, the 3 stood beneath a tree adorned with silver leaves, exuding an extraordinary aura, and upon the silver tree hung 3 silver fruits. Each silver fruit appeared tender and unripe, etched with intricate patterns resembling down markings. The enlightenment tree, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, is indeed remarkable, especially as the wilderness realm is a remnant of deities and demons, rife with ominous energy and permeated by the terrifying aura of celestial emperors. The enlightenment tree, having absorbed this celestial energy and the spiritual power of deities and demons, is truly exceptional, harboring the might of the Tao and yielding fruits imbued with the karma of celestial beings and demons. The 3 individuals were all at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm, 2 men and 1 woman, certainly not to be underestimated. The enlightenment fruits will not ripen for another 2 months. Therefore, I shall remain here for 2 months, waiting for the fruits to mature before I seize them. Chen Feng furrowed his brow as he crouched behind the stones, stealthily observing the trio. Chapter 43. Breaking through the chaos realm. 2 months later, the enlightenment tree emanated a rich fragrance of fruit. The 3 silver fruits hanging from the tree had now transformed into a golden hue. Golden and radiant, their aroma was intoxicating. After such a long wait, the enlightenment fruits had finally ripened. Chen Feng, having waited behind the stones for 2 months, beamed at the sight of the fully ripened fruits. Meanwhile, the 3 martial artists standing beneath the enlightenment tree were already fidgeting with anticipation, eager to pluck the fruits. Sun Ning's heart raced with excitement as she exclaimed, "3 enlightenment fruits, 1 for each of us." She immediately lunged toward the fruits. However, at that moment, a sharp sword pierced through her chest. Sun Ning coughed up blood, turning abruptly with disbelief etched across her face. "Zhang Wu." Sun Ning glared at the other 2, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "I'm sorry, Sun Ning, but you are unworthy of the enlightenment fruit." Zhang Wu sneered mockingly, continuing, "We spared you for 2 extra months simply because my brother found it amusing to have a woman fulfill certain needs. Now that the enlightenment fruits have matured, Sun Ning, you hold no further value." Zhang Wu's expression darkened as he swung his sword down, decapitating Sun Ning. "Well done, Zhang Wu. A wretch like Sun Ning, who only shared our bed for a few months, dares to covet an enlightenment fruit. She is truly deluded." Zhang Wen scoffed, adding, "3 enlightenment fruits, we brothers shall split them evenly." "Agreed, I shall retrieve them," Zhang Wu promptly affirmed, plucking the 3 golden fruits from a tree. Yet suddenly a large blade descended, cleaving through Zhang Wu's neck. Thud! Zhang Wu's head fell to the ground, blood spraying forth, his eyes still flickering with life. Zhang Wen, I am your own brother. Zhang Wu lamented, his voice filled with despair as he realized his fate. Zhang Wen kicked the severed head of Zhang Wu, watching as his brother perished in defiance. Your brother? What of it? Zhang Wen's gaze sharpened, filled with malice as he declared, compared to the enlightenment fruits. I would slay my own father without hesitation. All 3 enlightenment fruits are now mine. Zhang Wen's heart surged with joy as he maniacally laughed, clutching the 3 fruits in his hands. Was it worth it to kill the woman who shared your bed and your own brother for the sake of 3 enlightenment fruits? Chen Feng emerged from behind the stones. He had anticipated that these 3 would turn on one another. After all, with only 3 fruits available, the death of one would mean 1 less competitor. Yet he had not expected Zhang Wen to be so ruthless, willing to slay his own brother for a mere fruit. Was it truly worth it? Zhang Wen's expression darkened, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. You dare covet my enlightenment fruits? Zhang Wen furrowed his brow, brandishing his blade, eyes fixed on Chen Feng. That I will take 1. You take 2. We can avoid conflict. Chen Feng's demeanor remained calm. He sought the enlightenment fruits solely to transcend the chaos realm. If Zhang Wen was willing to part with 1, then there was no need for a deadly struggle. After all, Zhang Wen was a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. And though he had taken Zhang Wu by surprise, his strength was not to be underestimated. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Feng wished to avoid a life-and-death battle with Zhang Wen. You little wretch, an enlightenment fruit is of immeasurable worth. To claim an extra fruit, I would not hesitate to slay my own brother. You bastard, dreaming of taking a fruit for yourself. Zhang Wen licked his lips, glaring at Chen Feng with malice. That's so. There's nothing to discuss? Chen Feng responded with a light chuckle. You shall die. Zhang Wen roared, his visage twisted in rage. In a flash, he lunged forward, raising his blade against Chen Feng, unleashing the full force of his 9th level heavenly martial prowess. Heavenly slash, as Zhang Wen's massive blade came crashing down. Chen Feng showed no fear, thrusting his Zhun Tian sword forward, executing the supreme technique of the Chu people. Heavenly slash, aimed straight at Zhang Wen. Clang! A resounding clash echoed. Ferocious sword energy howled. Zhang Wen felt a sharp pain in his arm as he staggered back 3 steps, staring at Chen Feng in shock. You little brat. Who are you? Zhang Wen's expression soured as he realized that Chen Feng was no ordinary opponent. 3 swords of a demon. Chen Feng wasted no time on idle chatter, once more unleashing his supreme technique. The great sword driving forth with force, crashing down upon Zhang Wen's head. Zhang Wen's pupils constricted, refusing to be careless. He swiftly raised his blade to block. Crash! The sword and blade collided violently. Zhang Wen was sent flying. His face pale, a trickle of blood staining his lips, he coughed heavily, lamenting. Damn it! Who are you? I offered you a chance to live. Regrettably, you failed to appreciate it. Chen Feng's gaze turned frigid as he approached Zhang Wen, plunging his sword into him. Had Zhang Wen been willing to offer him an enlightenment fruit earlier, Chen Feng would not have taken his life. Chen Feng let out a cold snort, observing Zhang Wen's lifeless body as he activated the primal heaven technique, consuming the essence and true energy from the corpse until it was reduced to a desiccated husk. Subsequently, he collected the 3 enlightenment fruits and made his way to the bodies of Zhang Wu and Sun Ning, employing the primal heaven technique to drain their essence as well. It was a pity that with Jiang Qingyue trailing behind earlier, he was unable to consume the essence of those wandering martial artists. Had he done so, his strength would have surged. Chen Feng couldn't help but shake his head. Without having consumed the essence of those wandering martial artists, he felt a pang of regret. However, now, by absorbing the essence of 3 9th-level heavenly martial practitioners and acquiring 3 enlightenment fruits, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for Chen Feng. With only a few days remaining until the previously agreed-upon time, he needed to hasten his consumption of the enlightenment fruits, break through the chaos realm, and then return to the Shun Yu Sword sect. Chen Feng's gaze darkened. Obtained the 3 enlightenment fruits. He had waited 2 months, and considering the time wasted previously, only 1 week remained until the promised 3-month period. He immediately sat cross-legged, placing all 3 enlightenment fruits into his mouth. Utilizing the primal heaven technique to absorb the fruits, He aimed to cleanse his meridians and surge into the chaos realm. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with determination, glimmering with intensity as he refused to squander a moment. The enlightenment fruits dissolved upon entry, revealing secret patterns that surged across Chen Feng's skin. A powerful force flooded through him. Akin to a spring bursting forth, a volcanic eruption, rushing into Chen Feng's body. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, his dantian brimming with true energy. Ha! Chen Feng unleashed a primal roar as he channeled the primal heaven technique to refine that power. Bang! 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 The sounds of thunderous explosions resonated within him, his bones ringing as if a storm of clashing forces raged inside. Breaking through, Chen Feng let out a mighty roar, his essence and blood surging forth. Instantly breaking through to the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm. Nourished by the formidable energy of the enlightenment fruit, Chen Feng's flesh radiated a brilliant golden light, while the power within him continued to surge, causing his dantian to expand once more. Break. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled like lightning, emitting a dazzling golden brilliance as he surpassed his previous limits. At long last, Chen Feng took a crucial step, shattering the shackles within his body and breaking through the bottleneck of his realm. Ascending from the 9th level of the heavenly martial realm to the chaotic realm, overcoming the barriers of cultivation. It is time. I must return now, back to the Xinyue sword sect. A smile crept upon Chen Feng's lips. His gaze burned with intensity as he resolutely declared, Li Wentian, prepare to meet your end. The day we compete for the position of the 9th Peak's master will be your day of demise. Chapter 44. The Overbearing Chen Feng. After 3 months, Chen Feng returned to the Xinyue sword sect, clad in a black robe, moving stealthily through the night. In the dead of night, the moon hung high in the sky. Seizing the opportunity of the bright moonlight, Chen Feng reached the 9th peak. That moment. Within a room, Lu Shuyao was startled awake and rushed out of her chamber. Su Yaqing, her expression grave, followed closely behind Lu Shuyao and inquired, Lu Shuyao, what is it? There's an intruder. Lu Shuyao said, her vigilance heightened as she scanned the surroundings. It is I. Lu Shuyao, how did you come to be here? Chen Feng emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Lu Shuyao was overwhelmed with joy and tears streamed down her face. She wiped away her tears and exclaimed, Chen Feng, you have returned alive. I merely went out for 3 months of training. What made you think I was dead? Chen Feng replied, a peculiar expression on his face. Su Yaqing approached, her eyes reddened. She had assumed Chen Feng was deceased and had mourned for many days. Seeing him alive filled her with overwhelming emotion. Senior brother, after you left, Shunlinger came to the 9th peak, boasting that you had perished, for there was no trace of you on the Xinyue Sword Mountain. Moreover, she even revealed that the one who killed you was the Grand Elder. Initially, I did not believe it, but later Lu Shuyao and I visited the Xinyue Sword Mountain several times in search of you, but found no sign of you. I wailed, Senior brother, I thought you had died on the Xinyue Sword Mountain. I even prepared your spirit tablet. So that is how it is. Little junior sister, I never even went to the Xinyue Sword Mountain. How could you and Lu Shuyao possibly find my trace there? Chen Feng chuckled lightly, offering reassurance. Do not worry, for I have returned now. You need not fret any longer. Lu Shuyao furrowed her brow. Chen Feng, did the Grand Elder truly send someone to kill you? Indeed, the Grand Elder is exceedingly ruthless. He dispatched Wang Xin to assassinate me, but I turned the tables and killed him instead. Chen Feng's expression darkened, the Grand Elder being a vile creature, cunning and petty. Previously, after Chen Feng had rebutted him a few times, he had sent people to hunt Chen Feng down. For Chen Feng, the Grand Elder was an adversary that could not be spared. It was shocking that the Grand Elder could be so malicious, appearing virtuous in public, while being as vicious as a serpent in private. Even disregarding the lives of disciples of the Xinyue Sword sect, it was utterly despicable. Lu Xiao's face hardened as she gritted her teeth in indignation, feeling unjust for Chen Feng. Lu Xiao, you need not involve yourself in this matter. I will deal with the Grand Elder personally. Chen Feng stated solemnly, not wanting to entangle Lu Xiao, as it could lead to peril for her. Chen Feng, have you made a breakthrough? Lu Xiao's brows knitted tightly. a glimmer of brilliance igniting in her beautiful eyes. She continued, Chen Feng, tomorrow at noon, the Xinyue Sword Sect will officially select the master of the ninth peak. The event will be grand. It is said that the selection will take place at the main peak's Xinyue Square, presided over by the sect master, Yu Qili. At that time, all 8 peak masters will be present, accompanied by 5 elders. Even the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty will come to spectate. Upon hearing Lu Shuyao's description, Chen Feng's brows furrowed slightly, his surprise evident. The Xinyue Sword Sect was an independent sect, never participating in courtly disputes. The empress held a prestigious position, being the head of the royal family and a symbol of the Great Zhou dynasty. With no ties to the Xinyue Sword Sect, why would she attend the selection of the peak master? Chen Feng was filled with confusion. I am also uncertain. Lu Shuyao shook her head. Perhaps it is because Li Wentian is participating in this peak master selection. Li Wentian is from the royal Li family, with familial ties to the empress. Now that he is competing for the peak master position, his momentum is formidable. It is said that the Li family is taking it very seriously, sending 2 chaotic realm warriors and an Yin-Yang realm supreme to assist him. Chen Feng, you may face a fierce battle tomorrow. What is your level of confidence? 10 out of 10. Chen Feng replied earnestly, his confidence unwavering. The position of a 9th peak master was his to claim. That is good to hear. Chen Feng, I will also participate in the peak master selection tomorrow. I will fight for you and do my utmost to weaken Li Wentian's strength. However, Li Wentian's prowess far surpasses mine. I am uncertain how much I can diminish his power, but I will certainly give it my all. Lu Xiao gazed deeply at Chen Feng. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Lu Xiao, you have endured much in these 3 months. If I am elected as the 9th peak master, I will surely repay you in the future. Let us not speak of this. Lu Xiao smiled gently. You have just returned. Rest well tonight, and we shall meet tomorrow. All right, Chen Feng agreed, seeing Lu Xiao off before returning to his chamber to rest. He closed his eyes and sat in meditation, while Su Yaqing sat quietly beside him, not daring to disturb him. The next day at noon, at the main peak, Xinyue Square, the vast square was filled with thousands of martial artists from the 8 peaks. The crowd buzzed with discussions, all centered around the upcoming peak master selection. That little bastard Chen Feng has reportedly been missing for 3 months. He is probably long dead. There is no point in selecting a peak master. Just make Li Wentian the master of the 9th peak. Indeed, this peak master selection seems to be merely a formality. That little beast Chen Feng will not show up. How could a dead man appear? Enough. Lower your voices. The sect master has arrived. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the sky. It was Yu Qili. Behind her, 5 elders followed closely, arriving at Xinyue Square. 5 elders, please take your seats on the high platform. Yu Qili exuded an imposing presence as she took her place at the highest point. Thank you, sect master. The 5 elders expressed their gratitude in unison, smiling as they seated themselves below the platform. Senior sister Luo Lixue has also arrived. A voice of excitement rang out. All eyes turned towards the distance, filled with envy. The master of the first peak, He Jingtian, accompanied by Luo Lixue, ascended the high platform. The master of the second peak has arrived, and here come the masters of the 3rd and 4th peaks. My heavens, the beautiful master of the 5th peak, Ruan Hongling, has come as well. Behind her is the sword genius Lu Shuyao, who has come along. The master of the 6th peak has also arrived. The master of the 7th peak, Li Wentian's mentor, Jun Xiaoyao, is here too. The master of the 8th peak, Bad Knife, who rarely shows his face, has also come. The crowd erupted in excitement. For a long time, the 9 peaks of the Xinyue Sword Sect had each performed their duties, and the 9 peak masters had never appeared at the same time due to their busy schedules. Yet this time, for the selection of the 9th peak master, all 8 peak masters had made their presence known. This underscored the significance of the selection event. This peak master selection was truly a grand occasion. Yu Qili sat on the high platform, her heart filled with satisfaction as she observed the scene before her. All 8 peak masters have gathered. How rare indeed. The sect master jests. If there were no pressing matters, why would all the peak masters need to be present? Ruan Hongling chuckled lightly and continued. The former master of the 9th peak, Jianshinzi, has been dead for 3 years that we are all gathered here today to select the new master of the ninth peak to succeed Jianshinzi. For such an important matter, we naturally must be present. Yu Qili nodded in agreement, smiling. There are 4 individuals participating in this selection for the ninth peak master, all of whom are extraordinary martial talents of the Xinyue sword sect. Sect master, your words are not entirely accurate. There are indeed 4 contenders for the position, but among them, only 3 are true martial geniuses. The other is an overly self-important mediocre, and that mediocre is the direct disciple of Jianshinzi. The useless Chen Feng. The Grand Elder let out a cold snicker, his words dripping with disdain towards Chen Feng. Yu Qili shot a sharp glare at the Grand Elder, well aware of his narrow-mindedness and jealousy towards Chen Feng. She could hardly be bothered to reprimand him. She proclaimed, the 4 individuals participating in the selection for the position of Peak Master are Lu Shuiyao from the 5th peak, Li Wentian from the 7th peak, Kuang Dao from the 8th peak, and Chen Feng from the 9th peak. To aspire to become the Peak Master of the 9th peak. The foremost condition is to break through the Chaos Realm. Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, Kuang Dao, Chen Feng, please ascend the stage immediately. Now, I shall personally verify your realms. Should you fail to meet the requirements, you shall be disqualified from this selection. With a whoosh, 3 figures soared into the air simultaneously. Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, and Kuang Dao, who promptly landed upon the high platform. Yu Qili smiled and nodded, her admiration evident as she regarded Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, and Kuang Dao. One is still missing, Chen Feng. If you do not make your presence known, you shall forfeit your chance to compete for the position of Peak Master. Yu Qili's gaze swept coldly across the surroundings. It seems that the little bastard Chen Feng lacks the courage to show up. Breaking through the Chaos Realm is no trivial matter. That beast Chen Feng is merely at the heavenly martial realm. In just 3 months, how could he possibly achieve such a breakthrough? So, has Chen Feng opted to forfeit? Or has he perhaps met his demise outside, unable to appear? Need I say more? That little bastard Chen Feng is probably already dead. Shun Linger sneered ominously. Her face darkened as she stoked the flames of mockery alongside the crowd, reveling in the derision aimed at Chen Feng. The Grand Elder chuckled coldly, stating sternly, Sect Master, it must be that little bastard Chen Feng. He has not broken through the Chaos Realm and dares not show himself. Grand Elder, I fear you may be disappointed. Not only has he returned alive, but he has also long since broken through the Chaos Realm. Suddenly, a figure stepped through the air, landing firmly on the high platform. It was none other than Chen Feng. He bore a massive golden sword on his back, standing proudly with an imposing demeanor. He cupped his hands in respect towards Yu Qili and smiled, saying, Please, Sect Master, assess my realm of cultivation and determine whether I am qualified to participate in this election for the position of Peak Master. Chapter 45. One sword to kill you. Boom! Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as his true essence erupted within him, revealing his true realm. A powerful force surged forth. Chen Feng, in the early stage of the Chaos Realm, qualified to take part in this election. Yu Qili furrowed her brow slightly, taken aback, though her surprise was fleeting, quickly returning to calm, for she recalled the words spoken by Luo Lixue in the main hall. Chen Feng was not a waste, but a genius. Alas, what a pity for Chen Feng. What does it matter if he is a genius? In this selection for Peak Master, Li Wentian will surely kill him, and Li Wentian has likely already reached the 3rd or even 4th level of the Chaos Realm. Yu Qili couldn't help but shake her head. Seeing Chen Feng had indeed broken through the Chaos Realm, the Grand Elder's expression darkened significantly. He coldly remarked, What of it if you have broken through the Chaos Realm? Chen Feng, your breakthrough merely satisfies the first condition to become a Peak Master. Do not forget, there is a second condition. You must defeat your competitors. Your opponents include Lu Shuiyao, Li Wentian, and Kuang Dao. I shall see how you intend to defeat them with your mere abilities. The Grand Elder wore a mocking expression. Chen Feng's rapid breakthrough within a mere 3 months was certainly beyond the Grand Elder's expectations. However, such a swift advancement must have resulted from some special secret method. He was merely hastening growth. Chen Feng's foundation is unstable. Once battle commences, he will undoubtedly reveal his shortcomings and face certain defeat. Grand Elder, as an elder, why must you mock a younger generation? Ruan Hongling chuckled lightly. The Grand Elder shot a venomous glare at Ruan Hongling, his anger simmering within. Let the selection officially commence. The first match will be Lu Xiuyao against Li Wentian. The second match will be Quang Dao against Chen Feng. The victors shall advance. Now, let us proceed with the first match, Lu Xiuyao versus Li Wentian. You two ascend to the wind and cloud platform. Yu Qili commanded from the high platform, waving her hand as the wind and cloud platform slowly rose. Yes, Sec Master, Lu Xiao replied, stepping forward and soaring into the air, landing upon the wind and cloud platform. But in that moment, she cast a complex glance at Chen Feng. She whispered, Chen Feng, I will do everything in my power to weaken Li Wentian's strength. I hope you can achieve your wish and become the peak master of the ninth peak. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute as he met Lu Xiuyao's eyes, reminding her, be careful. Whoosh at that moment. Li Wentian leapt into the air, exuding arrogance as he landed on the wind and cloud platform. He arrogantly declared, Lu Xiuyao, you are no match for me. Retreat at once. Kill, without a shred of hesitation. Lu Xiuyao summoned her azure sword, its radiant glow cold and piercing. Her movements were intricate and mysterious as she advanced, swinging her great sword towards Li Wentian. Seeking death, Li Wentian roared, unleashing his black killing sword with a fierce slash. Clang! The azure sword clashed violently with the black killing sword. In an instant, sparks flew. The two forces collided, causing the entire wind and cloud platform to rumble. Boom! The powerful sword energy surged. Lu Xiuyao was forced back 5 steps. While Li Wentian remained utterly unshaken. Lu Xiuyao, I have no intention of killing you. Li Wentian stood with his sword resting on his shoulder, surrounded by swirling sword energy, his gaze cold. He continued, if you persist in this manner, I shall show you no mercy. That last strike was delivered with only 70% of my strength, without employing any combat techniques. Chen Feng is not worth you risking your life for. Lu Xiuyao, today, the one I intend to kill is Chen Feng. You are of no concern to me. Despite Li Wentian's persuasion, Lu Xiuyao remained unmoved. She steadied her breath and once more charged towards Li Wentian with her sword drawn. With a flash of azure light, Lu Xiuyao cried out, unleashing her combat technique as her true essence erupted forth, transforming into azure radiance that enveloped the wind and cloud platform. Within that azure light lay countless sharp sword energies. Deadly and fierce. Good, Lu Xiuyao. To do this for Chen Feng, you leave me no choice but to show no mercy. Li Wentian's expression darkened. Black kill devour. His gaze turned frosty as he invoked his combat technique. The black killing sword radiating a dark glow in an instant. The black light surged, engulfing the azure radiance and swallowing it toward Lu Xiuyao. Lu Xiuyao was consumed almost entirely by the black light. Emitting a chilling scream of agony on the high platform, Ruan Hongling was on edge. Lu Xiuyao was her cherished disciple, and now she was being mercilessly tormented by Li Wentian, causing her immense heartache. Xiuyao, is this the path you choose, to fight to the death for Chen Feng? Ruan Hongling sighed softly. She glanced at Chen Feng, who bore a pained expression, tormented by anguish. Lu Xiuyao, you should not have to go this far for me. He murmured, I will avenge you, I promise. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated from the wind and cloud platform. A figure like a kite severed from its string was flung from the platform. It was Lu Xiuyao. Chen Feng instinctively reached out to catch her, but Ruan Hongling beat him to it. Ruan Hongling caught Lu Xiuyao, her heart aching this moment. Lu Xiuyao was covered in blood, her delicate skin marred by countless sword wounds, her complexion ghostly pale, and her breath weak. Xiuyao, take this pill. Ruan Hongling retrieved a red pill from her storage ring and placed it into Lu Xiuyao's mouth. Lu Xiuyao, heavily injured and lacking strength, managed to swallow the pill with great effort. Chen Feng rushed forward, panic etched across his features as he asked, Xiuyao, are you all right? I'm fine, Lu Xiuyao replied weakly. Chen Feng, you must persevere. Do what you must. She forced a tragic smile and added, do your best and leave the rest to fate. Chen Feng's heart ached profoundly. Xiuyao, what fate is there? If there is fate, then I shall be its master. My life is determined by me, not by fate. With a fierce gaze, Chen Feng looked intently at Lu Xiao. I will avenge you. Ruan Hongling shot Chen Feng a glare, scolding, avenge. With what strength do you intend to do so? Anyone can boast. If you wish to help Xu Yao take revenge, then display your abilities for her to see. Otherwise, you will only cause her worry and perhaps even lead her to her demise. As Xu Yao's master, Ruan Hongling could only hope that Chen Feng would not drag Xu Yao down with him. With that, she shook her head and carried Lu Xiao onto the high platform to recuperate. The first match concluded with Li Wentian as the victor. Yu Qili furrowed her brows and announced. Li Wentian stood atop the Fengyun platform, his demeanor haughty, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chen Feng. Subsequently, with a mocking countenance, Li Wentian made a gesture across his throat towards Chen Feng. What a pity. Chen Feng, your adversary is Guangdao. I cannot slay you myself, but I shall relish the sight of you being subdued by him. Alas, what a tremendous loss. With that, Li Wentian leapt down from the Fengyun platform. Looking down on Chen Feng with contempt, do not worry. I shall not falter, nor shall I perish. Chen Feng fixed his unwavering gaze upon Li Wentian and replied, I will triumph over Guangdao and confront you directly. Personally ending our enmity with a swift motion, Chen Feng, bearing a magnificent golden sword, soared into the air and landed steadily upon the Fengyun platform. Soon after, Guangdao rushed in with a fierce howl, accompanied by a chilling aura of blade energy. Exuding an overwhelming dominance, towering at approximately 2 meters, Guangdao wielded a massive black blade, radiating an imposing pressure, and his swordsmanship was both ferocious and formidable. At this moment, he fixed his serious gaze on Chen Feng and declared, Chen Feng, I harbor no grudge against you. Blame only yourself for offending the Grand Elder. I am commanded to eliminate you, and I hope you will not hold this against me in this duel. I shall strike thrice. Should you survive my 3 strikes, I shall concede defeat. Chen Feng shook his head with a light chuckle. Unfazed by Guangdao's intimidation, he boldly retorted, Very well, Guangdao. I shall deliver but a single strike. If you survive this blow, I shall accept defeat. Chapter 46. The Decimation of Guangdao. 1 strike to slay me. Ha ha. Chen Feng, you truly possess a remarkable audacity. Prepare to meet your end. Combat technique. Azura blade technique. Guangdao laughed heartily before violently swinging his massive black blade toward Chen Feng. In an instant, the air was filled with a chaotic dance of blade energy. The fierce and tyrannical aura of his blade cleaved through the air, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Guangdao is at the 3rd level of the Chaos Realm. With his strength, Chen Feng is destined to perish. The Grand Elder grinned ominously. Luo Lixua stood atop the high platform, her delicate brows knitted together, her heart racing in her throat, tension coursing through her being. Guangdao's power vastly exceeded that of Chen Feng. Moreover, this strike was an embodiment of Guangdao's profound combat technique. Its might immeasurable, Chen Feng was in grave peril. Luo Lixua's expression darkened considerably. In this battle, Chen Feng was undoubtedly doomed. How unfortunate it was that she could not personally slay Chen Feng, nor deliver him the humiliation he deserved. Li Wentian shook his head. Below the high platform, Shen Linger cackled with unrestrained glee, her visage fierce and unyielding. Little wretch, waste of space. Chen Feng, may you perish in this manner. Shen Linger harbored an intense loathing for Chen Feng. Yet upon the Fengyun platform, as Guangdao unleashed his powerful combat technique, the lethal blade energy surged forth. Chen Feng remained unmoved, gazing at it all with an air of tranquility. That I declare that I shall strike you down with a single sword. With a sudden chill in his eyes, Chen Feng unleashed his great sword, a torrent of formidable sword energy erupting forth. Die. Chen Feng charged headlong into the fray, directly confronting Guangdao as the latter's massive black blade came crashing down. Chen Feng met the assault with a tremendous slash of his golden sword. Clang, boom! The clash of blade against sword erupted in a shower of sparks. Guangdao's countenance shifted dramatically, sensing an overwhelming wave of sword energy crashing towards him. Curse be this! In a moment of frantic thought, Kwang Dao felt the tremors of impending death. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, he darted aside, attempting to evade the strike. However, Chen Feng's sword energy relentlessly pursued him, akin to a parasite, leaving Kwang Dao with no avenue of escape. No matter how he tried to evade. Die. Chen Feng declared coldly. How infuriating! Why is this happening? Kwang Dao fumed. Unwilling to accept his fate, he was at the third level of the Chaos Realm, his realm far superior to that of Chen Feng. Yet, it was Chen Feng's swordsmanship that imposed a terrifying suppression upon him. There was no time to dodge. Kwang Dao swung his massive black blade in a desperate attempt to block the strike. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his throat, as a blade pierced through. Kwang Dao, in this life-and-death struggle, your fear and trepidation have sealed your fate. The golden sword in Chen Feng's grasp had already penetrated Kwang Dao's throat. In that moment between life and death, had Kwang Dao not succumbed to fear and attempted to flee, Chen Feng would not have seized the opportunity to strike him down so effortlessly. Kwang Dao was utterly astonished. His gaze fixated on Chen Feng, unable to comprehend the reality before him, that he wished to roar, to lament, but no sound escaped his lips, for his throat was filled with blood, rendering him mute. He had lost. As Chen Feng observed the despairing look in Kwang Dao's eyes, his expression remained indifferent as he withdrew his sword. With a splatter, as the golden sword was pulled free, a torrent of blood gushed forth from Kwang Dao's throat. With a final thud, Kwang Dao fell lifeless upon the Fengyan platform, his mind forever plagued by the question of how he had been vanquished by Chen Feng, how he had been slain by a single strike. Silence enveloped the surroundings, a profound stillness. Yu Qili gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene, her heart struck by an overwhelming shock. He is dead. Yu Qili appeared momentarily dazed. However, she soon regained her composure and broke into a smile. In the second contest, Chen Feng emerges victorious. With Yu Qili's definitive proclamation, the outcome was irrevocably sealed. Kwang Dao was dead, and Chen Feng had triumphed. The Grand Elder's face twitched, his expression more grotesque than if he had consumed a ton of excrement. How can this be? That little wretch Chen Feng. How could he possibly slay Kwang Dao? The Grand Elder was in disbelief, struggling to reconcile what he had just witnessed. Grand Elder, mind your language. Chen Feng is a disciple of the Xinyue sword sect. Yu Qili frowned and admonished. What decorum is it to refer to Chen Feng as a little wretch? My apologies, sect master. My words were indeed inappropriate. The Grand Elder forced an awkward smile. He then coldly glared at Chen Feng and continued. Sect master, this lad must have employed some underhanded means. Otherwise, it is inconceivable for him to have defeated Kwang Dao. Grand Elder, are you implying that you question the fairness of this election? Ruan Hongling stepped forward, her countenance dark as she scrutinized the Grand Elder. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's victory, having slain Kwang Dao with a single strike, Ruan Hongling's heart surged with emotion. After all, her beloved disciple, Lu Shuiao, had always harbored feelings for Chen Feng. To aid him, Lu Shuiao had risked her life to weaken Li Wentian's power. As her mentor, Ruan Hongling felt a sense of injustice, believing Chen Feng unworthy. Yet now, Chen Feng's decisive strike against Kwang Dao had proven his strength. This prompted Ruan Hongling to reassess her view of Chen Feng, realizing that Lu Shuiao's choice had been astute. Thus, witnessing the Grand Elder's challenge of Chen Feng, Ruan Hongling promptly stood forth. Grand Elder, the sect master is present today, as are the 8 peak masters, to ensure the selection's fairness. You claim that Chen Feng employed unscrupulous tactics, yet none of us have perceived such. Do you imply that we are blind? Ruan Hongling's words were sharp, placing the Grand Elder in opposition to the assembly. Ruan Hongling, what do you mean by that? The Grand Elder gnashed his teeth in anger, bellowing, I merely question whether Chen Feng utilized underhanded methods. I have not cast doubt upon the integrity of this election. Humph, silence. Ruan Hongling retorted icily. Here, we have the sect master, the 8 peak masters, and 4 additional elders. Your insinuation that Chen Feng employed dubious tactics while we remain oblivious amounts to an accusation of our blindness. Grand Elder, if I am indeed blind, then I failed to see Chen Feng resort to underhanded means. He Jingtian interjected mockingly. The Grand Elder's expression soured considerably, becoming the target of collective scorn. Enough of this quarrel. Grand Elder, particularly you, should refrain from speaking further. Yu Qili glared coldly at the Grand Elder. She then turned to Ba Dao, inquiring, Ba Dao, as the master of Kuang Dao and the Eighth Peak's leader, do you have any objections to this battle? None whatsoever. Ba Dao, a towering figure with a notable scar across his face, was known for his forthrightness and integrity, never engaging in deception. He had witnessed the duel firsthand, recognizing Chen Feng's superior swordsmanship and deeming Kuang Dao's loss as just. Furthermore, Chen Feng had vanquished Kuang Dao in a fair manner. There was no need for Ba Dao to seek vengeance on behalf of Kuang Dao. A warrior ascends the Fengyun platform. Their life and death are dictated by fate. This has been the tradition of the Shenyue sword sect for centuries, Ba Dao asserted. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are ordained by the heavens that Kuang Dao's inadequacy in skill, his lack of mastery, has led to his demise at Chen Feng's hands. He is no one to blame but himself. With Kuang Dao's death, neither Chen Feng nor anyone present bore any responsibility. What a grand perspective on the Fengyun platform. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, regarding Ba Dao with astonishment. The Eighth Peak's master, Ba Dao, was renowned for his unparalleled swordsmanship and formidable strength. It became evident that Ba Dao possessed not only remarkable sword skills, but also a broad-minded outlook. Well said, Ba Dao. Yu Qili nodded in appreciation, her smile brightening as she stated, Ba Dao, since you acknowledge this outcome, then the victor of this battle is Chen Feng. The third contest will feature Li Wentian against Chen Feng to determine the ultimate champion. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile emerged at the corner of Li Wentian's mouth. A splendid performance is finally set to commence. Chapter 47. A Grievous Retribution. Li Wentian stepped forward, descending upon the Fengyun platform. He stood there with an air of arrogance, gazing down upon all, utterly domineering. He proclaimed, Chen Feng, ascend the stage and meet your demise. In that moment, Li Wentian, standing atop the Fengyun platform, exuded an unparalleled flamboyance and arrogance. Wielding the black kill sword with a cold demeanor, once Chen Feng ascended the platform, he would be ready to strike him down with a single sword. Chen Feng stood below the stage, fixated on Li Wentian. He had awaited this day for far too long at last. He could exact his vengeance, to slay Li Wentian and relieve the hatred that had festered within him. He coldly declared, Li Wentian, there will indeed be casualties, but it shall not be I. Rather, it will be you. With a swift motion, Chen Feng leapt onto the Fengyun platform, wielding a magnificent golden sword, his expression one of solitary pride. Confronting Li Wentian, Ha! Do you truly think you can slay me? How laughable, truly laughable. Chen Feng, do you believe that by defeating the Mad Blade you could defeat me as well? Let me be frank. The Mad Blade and I are not of the same caliber. He is merely at the third level of the Chaos Realm. And while your swordsmanship may indeed vanquish him, I am altogether different. I am at the fifth level of the Chaos Realm. Boom! Li Wentian burst into raucous laughter, suddenly unleashing a surge of formidable true essence. In an instant, the entire Fengyun platform trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Tremble in fear. Chen Feng, you shall ultimately kneel at my feet, meeting a tragic end beneath my sword. The overwhelming sword aura soared skyward. Li Wentian surveyed all with disdain, his arrogance palpable as the black kill sword erupted with fierce sword light, poised to strike at Chen Feng at any moment. Fifth level of the Chaos Realm. In merely 3 months, Li Wentian's progress has been astounding. Yu Qili frowned slightly. She had initially thought that Li Wentian would at most break through to the 4th level of the Chaos Realm. Yet she had not anticipated his extraordinary prowess in surpassing to the 5th level. This rendered the battle even more devoid of suspense. Chen Feng was undoubtedly destined to fail. What a pity. Chen Feng truly was a pity. Had he not crippled his own cultivation 3 years ago, had he not destroyed his own Dantian, he would likely have already reached the pinnacle of the Chaos Realm by now. Yu Qili shook her head, lamenting the 3 years wasted by Chen Feng. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder, brimming with excitement, gazed with a dark and piercing expression. You little bastard, let us see if you live or die this time. Li Wentian had unexpectedly surpassed the 5th level of the Chaos Realm. Chen Feng was no match for him. The Grand Elder sneered mockingly. Chen Feng, you are in grave danger. I believed Li Wentian to be at the third level of the Chaos Realm, where Chen Feng might have a chance to overcome him, but now seems that Chen Feng possesses not a shred of hope for victory. Luo Lishua's face turned ashen. Lishua, do not panic. He Jing Tian furrowed his brow and said, look at Chen Feng's demeanor. He appears remarkably calm, suggesting he may have a hidden card yet to play. He may indeed surprise us. Surprise? I hope it is not a shock. Luo Lishu murmured anxiously, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of turmoil. Beneath the high platform, Shun Linger wore a fierce smile, malevolently declaring, Brother Wentian, slay him. Humph, that little bastard, sever his head and leave him without a complete corpse. Shun Linger was already exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the sight of Chen Feng's head being severed, witnessing his tragic demise upon the Fengyun platform. Upon the Fengyun platform, Li Wentian unleashed a powerful sword aura, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Chen Feng, an oppressive, murderous intent suffocating in the air, locking on a Chen Feng's form. Kill! Li Wentian charged forth with his sword, employing the technique Black Kill Devour. The moment he attacked, it was a thunderous display of might. The black light surged towards Chen Feng, a voracious consumption. Remnant Demon 3 Swords. Chen Feng executed an incisive sword technique, manifesting the supreme art of the broken sky blade. Kill. Chen Feng swung the golden greatsword, delivering a series of relentless strikes toward Li Wentian. Bang! 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 Li Wentian parried with his sword, directly blocking Chen Feng's assault. Neutralizing his offensive, give up, Chen Feng. Haha, you are no match for me. Surrender to your fate. Li Wentian's derisive laughter echoed. He brought down his great sword, the sharp black kill sword, striking mercilessly at Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Chen Feng raised his sword to defend, successfully blocking Li Wentian's strike, his gaze sharp and resolute as he bellowed. Remnant Demon 3 Swords. Once more, he unleashed a formidable sword technique. Chen Feng's sword moved like a thunderbolt, swift as lightning. This strike was executed with such speed that it reached Li Wentian in the blink of an eyl. Li Wentian was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly leaping to evade. Sizzle. The sharp blade grazed Li Wentian's sleeve, cutting into his arm. A trickle of blood flowed forth. Li Wentian's expression turned as frigid as ice, his voice laced with malice. I underestimated you. He glanced at the wound on his arm, then fixed his venomous gaze upon Chen Feng, growling. Chen Feng, this is the first time you have wounded me, and it shall be the last time in your life. I was careless earlier and did not evade. That is why you succeeded in your ambush. From now on, I shall unleash my full power and show you no mercy. As a 5th-level Chaos Realm powerhouse, it was a profound disgrace for Li Wentian to have been injured by Chen Feng. With his strength, this should not have occurred. Sword technique, Black Kill Heaven Charge. Li Wentian roared loudly, the black kill sword in his hand emanating a terrifying black light. The formidable sword energy soaring into the heavens. Kill, Chen Feng die. Li Wentian swung his sword down, unleashing a 100-foot arc of black light, the power erupting violently. Boom! The entire Fengyun platform shattered, the air filled with a series of sonic explosions. As Li Wentian's sword struck down, the Fengyun platform was cleaved in twain. The space was torn apart, revealing ghastly fissures, and that very sword was aimed directly at Chen Feng, descending mercilessly upon him. Is this truly the extent of Li Wentian's strength? Yu Qili stood upon the high platform, her brows furrowed in astonishment as she beheld Li Wentian. The Black Kill Sword is a mid-grade, Xian-tier weapon. Though its rank is not exceptionally high, it possesses unique qualities. For the Black Kill Sword is an evolving weapon. Its rank is not fixed, and as the number of enemies slain or the amount of martial artist blood consumed increases, the sword's might and rank escalate correspondingly. This moment, the Black Kill Sword in Li Wentian's grasp had already transformed into a top-grade Xian-tier treasure. It was evident that during these 3 months, Li Wentian had undoubtedly slain numerous martial artists, soaking the Black Kill Sword in their blood. In this battle, Chen Feng was doomed. Li Wentian intended to use the blood within Chen Feng to saturate the Black Kill Sword. In doing so, he would not only exact vengeance, but also elevate the rank of the Black Kill sword. Yuchili's brow furrowed as she surmised Li Wentian's intentions. Chen Feng, you must win. You must triumph over Li Wentian. Luo Lixue was on edge, her nerves taut, scarcely daring to breathe. She could not afford to be distracted, her gaze fixed intently upon the Fengyun platform, waiting for the outcome of the confrontation between Chen Feng and Li Wentian. This battle was a life-or-death struggle. One would live, and the other would perish. Only one of them could leave the Fengyun platform alive. How could Luo Lixue not be anxious? How could she not be fearful? Should Chen Feng lose, his demise would be inevitable. On the Fengyun platform, upon witnessing Li Wentian unleash his most powerful technique, Black Kill Heaven Charge, Chen Feng, unafraid, instead laughed, a smile gracing his lips. It is time to bring this to an end. To conclude this tiresome game, Li Wentian, it seems you are not as formidable as you claim. What does being at the 5th level of the Chaos Realm matter? I, Chen Feng, shall strike you down without fail. Chen Feng's demeanor was commanding, his tone calm and self-assured, his eyes sharp and cold as he fixed his gaze on Li Wentian, swinging his golden greatsword with fervor. Sword technique. One sword shatters the heavens. Chapter 48. The victorious live, the defeated die. Boom. The golden greatsword descended. 100-foot sword aura erupted with a tremendous force. This strike exuded unparalleled elegance. The Fengyun platform was cleaved asunder by the resplendent golden light. The immense energy rampaged uncontrollably. Bang! In an instant, the dazzling golden light clashed violently with the terrifying black light. They grappled and collided fiercely. Boom! The explosive sounds echoed continuously, deafening and relentless. Boom! The entire Fengyun platform was obliterated, sending countless stones and dust soaring into the air. Chen Feng and Li Wentian were suddenly engulfed by a cloud of dust, vanishing from the Fengyun platform without a trace. That moment. Atop the high platform, Yuchili, Luo Lixue, and the others were tense, their hearts lodged in their throats, anxiously awaiting the outcome of this battle. The Grand Elder chuckled coldly, his voice dark and foreboding. That wretched Chen Feng is as good as dead. Below the high platform, Shen Linger sneered ominously, saying with malice, "That little bastard Chen Feng has likely been torn to shreds by Brother Wentian's sword. Haha, he will be left in a pitiful state, utterly annihilated. Chen Feng, this is the fate you deserve. Shen Linger, I fear you shall be disappointed." Suddenly, a powerful shout resonated from the Fengyun platform, echoing all around. It was Chen Feng. Shen Linger's expression darkened. Astonished, no, this cannot be. He should be dead. How can he still be alive? Below the high platform, Yuchili, Luo Lixue, and the others also heard that resounding shout. It was undoubtedly Chen Feng. Luo Lixue, filled with anticipation, smiled and said, "Chen Feng, you must defeat Li Wentian and fiercely slap those who once underestimated you in the face." As all eyes were fixed upon him, the dust on the Fengyun platform gradually settled. A figure slowly emerged, standing proudly with a golden greatsword in hand, exuding an air of solitude. Beneath him lay another figure. As the dust dispersed, the two silhouettes became clearer. Shen Linger held her breath, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly, fixated on those two figures. Damn it! She cursed angrily, gritting her teeth. The one standing must be Brother Wentian, while the one lying down is definitely that little bastard Chen Feng. On the high platform, Yuchili had already risen, intently observing the scene. Who would win and who would lose? Yuchili furrowed her brow. Even need to ask. It is undoubtedly Li Wentian who will emerge victorious. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly, deeming the question utterly foolish. Li Wentian was at the 5th level of the Chaos Realm, while Chen Feng was merely at the early stage. In a life-and-death struggle between the two, Li Wentian was assuredly the victor. At that moment, the two figures on the Fengyun platform, one standing and one fallen, served as the best proof. The one standing is Li Wentian, and the one down is certainly Chen Feng. Grand Elder, why do I feel that Chen Feng has won? Ruan Hongling's brows knitted slightly. Then she smiled and asked, "Shall we place a bet?" "What kind of bet?" The Grand Elder snorted coldly. "If Li Wentian wins, I shall give you 10,000 spirit stones. Conversely, if Chen Feng wins, You will owe me 10,000 spirit stones. What do you say? Ruan Hongling grinned, her gaze fixed on the Grand Elder. Ruan Hongling, 10,000 spirit stones is your annual salary. Do you truly wish to gamble such a hefty sum? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. What? Are you afraid? Ruan Hongling revealed a cold smile. Humph. Why would I refuse to accept spirit stones that you wish to gift me? The Grand Elder stood proudly, snorting coldly, then said, Let us make the bet. Very well. Then let us have the sect master as a witness. Lest you deny it when you lose. Ruan Hongling turned to Uchili and said, Sect master, please serve as a witness. Certainly. Uchili replied with a smile. 10,000 spirit stones is no trivial amount. This is Ruan Hongling's annual salary. She did not expect Ruan Hongling to have such faith in Chen Feng. Perhaps due to Lu Xiao, we shall wait and see. Ruan Hongling smiled slightly, her gaze unwavering, calmly observing the Fengyun platform. Ruan Hongling, prepare those 10,000 spirit stones. I never extend credit, the Grand Elder declared, exuding confidence as if victory was assured. Just then, as the dust on the Fengyun platform cleared, the two figures gradually revealed their outlines, their appearances becoming increasingly distinct. Who stands and who falls? Who has triumphed and who has failed? The onlookers wore solemn expressions, instinctively holding their breath, awaiting the revelation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment, Chen Feng has won. The voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. As the dust completely dissipated, everyone finally discerned the situation on the platform. Chen Feng stood proudly, wielding the golden greatsword. Yet, a chilling sword wound marred his chest, deep enough to expose bone. However, it had not struck at the core of his being, allowing him to maintain his standing posture. In stark contrast, Li Wentian lay bloodied on the platform. His abdomen pierced, a copious amount of blood flowing from him. Cough, cough. Li Wentian's face turned pale as he coughed heavily, blood spilling from his mouth. He lamented, Chen Feng, you shall die. Chen Feng's gaze was icy as he looked down at Li Wentian, his voice cold and resolute. Li Wentian, you have lost? Ha, ha, ha. Li Wentian laughed, even as he spat blood. He mocked. Chen Feng, even if I lose today, so what? I am a son of the Li family. Though not of the direct bloodline, even as a branch, I am not someone like you. An orphan without parents, who can compare? Ha! Chen Feng, what does your victory matter? You cannot kill me. You do not dare to kill me. Li Wentian laughed arrogantly. Indeed, Brother Wentian is a scion of the Li family, while Chen Feng, that little bastard, has no father or mother. Even if he wins, what of it? He would not dare to kill Brother Wentian. Shen Linger revealed a cold smile. Chen Feng has won, but what does it matter? In this world, apart from strength, family background is equally crucial. Li Wentian is a son of the Li family in the Imperial City, a status of utmost nobility. Just on the basis of this identity, Chen Feng would not dare to kill him. Li Wentian, you claim I do not dare to kill you? Ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. If I choose to kill you today, what can you do about it? Chen Feng's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Chen Feng, you have won this battle, Uchili said, her brow furrowed. However, as long as you gain the recognition of the other 8 peak masters, you shall become a master of the 9th peak. AS for Li Wentian. Since he has already lost, you should show mercy and spare his life. Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. He raised his head, his expression somewhat dazed as he looked at Uchili atop the high platform. Spare his life? Sect master. What a noble sentiment. Chen Feng let out a bitter laugh. But how can I spare him? In the next moment, Chen Feng's gaze darkened, and he swung the golden greatsword down towards Li Wentian. You seek death. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky, 2 warriors of the Chaos Realm and 1 formidable expert of the Yin-Yang Realm. One of the Chaos Realm warriors struck out with a palm, crashing into Chen Feng's shoulder, sending him flying 10 meters and crashing heavily to the ground. Chen Feng's face turned ashen as he spat several mouthfuls of blood, glaring at the Chaos Realm warrior and shouting, I have a life and death battle with Li Wentian. The victor lives, the loser dies. Now that I have won, what is wrong with me killing Li Wentian? Li Xian, brimming with arrogance, coldly snorted, his eyes disdainfully fixed on Chen Feng. He said, You little beast, what is your status compared to Li Wentian? The so-called life and death battle means that if you lose, you must die, while if Li Wentian loses, he must not die. Chen Feng laughed heartily, his chest wound reopening, blood spilling forth. He questioned, "Is this fair?" He then gazed at Uchili atop the high platform, as well as the 5 elders and 8 peak masters that he shouted, "Is this fair?" Uchili remained silent. The 5 elders wore somber expressions, and the 8 peak masters lowered their heads. The grand elder scowled, admonishing, "Chen Feng, is winning not enough for you? Not enough." Chen Feng's gaze was resolute, his martial heart unyielding. He was drenched in blood, his garments stained red, exuding a tragic aura. He declared, "In a life and death battle, the victor lives and the loser dies. I have a blood feud with Li Wentian. In this battle today, only one of us shall leave the Fengyun platform alive. Humph, you little beasts seek death." Li Xian stepped forward, a terrifying pressure erupting, crashing down upon Chen Feng. He spoke coldly, "Unaware of your own mortality, since in this battle, you and Li Wentian can only have one survivor. Then, little bastard, you shall die." With that, Li Xian drew his long sword, sharp as a razor, and aimed it at Chen Feng's heart. "Even if I perish, I must slay Li Wentian and avenge my grievances." Chen Feng's gaze was fiery, unbowed and unafraid. As he fixed his eyes on Li Xian, he suddenly let out a mighty roar, brandishing the golden greatsword, charging towards Li Wentian, determined to strike him down before Li Xian could kill him. Bang! However, Li Xian's speed was too swift, his sword flicking Chen Feng away. Chen Feng crashed to the ground, now bearing another wound, in a pitiful state. "You shall die." Li Xian's killing intent surged forth, his voice menacing. Swish! He swung his long sword, fiercely stabbing towards Chen Feng. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Chen Feng's path. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. A figure emerged, wielding a Dao sword, deflecting Li Xian's strike with remarkable ease. "Chen Feng, my friend, it seems your divine moon sword sect has proven quite elusive," Bayud remarked with a sly grin, swinging his great sword and sending Li Xian hurtling away. He then approached Chen Feng, helping him to his feet, and with a cheerful demeanor, said, "Chen Feng, have I arrived at an inconvenient moment?" Chapter 49, Slaughter. "How could you be here?" Chen Feng's heart raced. He had believed his end was nigh. Yet Bayud's timely intervention had saved him. Heh. Chen Feng, in times of peril, this is no moment for reminiscing. Bayud chuckled. "Let us converse once I have dispatched these ruffians. Who dares to obstruct me, a member of the Li family from the imperial city?" "You are audacious." Li Xian, having been thrown back and spitting blood, cursed vehemently. "You seek death," Bayud retorted with a cold snort. Armed with a broken Dao sword, he launched himself at Li Xian with blistering speed. "Kill!" Li Xian roared in fury. He was at the peak of the Chaos realm, not to be underestimated. A thunderous clash ensued as their weapons met. Li Xian felt a sudden, sharp pain in his arm. His sword slipped from his grasp. Before he could react, he sensed an icy chill at his throat as a blade pierced his windpipe. You are in the Yin-Yang realm." Blood gushed from his throat as he faced his demise, unwilling to accept defeat. "All of you attack! Kill him!" Li Shan and Li Qiao exchanged glances, then simultaneously drew their swords, charging at Baoyao. Li Qiao was in the early stages of the Yin-Yang realm, while Li Shan stood at the pinnacle of the Chaos realm. Together, they unleashed a thunderous assault upon Bayud. "You are overestimating yourselves." Bayud smiled, his eyes glinting with determination. Battle skill, great sword shattering mountains. Bayud invoked a formidable technique, wielding the broken Dao sword with devastating might. The great sword descended, sweeping across the land. With a single slash, 100-foot sword aura shot skyward, utterly overwhelming. As Li Qiao and Li Shan struck simultaneously, their great swords crashed down. Boom! An explosion of energy erupted. Li Qiao and Li Shan were flung away in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Bayud cleaved down, vanquishing both Li Qiao and Li Shan. Witnessing their deaths, Li Wentian finally succumbed to panic. This foul Taoist. How can he be so powerful? How could that wretched Chen Feng be acquainted with such a formidable being? He swallowed hard, his face pale with dread. On the high platform, Uchili furrowed her brows. coldly observing Bayud. This Taoist had appeared from nowhere, and with a single stroke had slain 3 martial artists, 2 from the Chaos realm and 1 from the Yin-Yang realm. What on earth was his background? Did he not know of the Li family from the Imperial City? To slay 3 of their martial artists without mercy would surely escalate matters. Yu Chili closed her eyes momentarily, sighing, knowing that this incident could not end quietly. Luo Lishue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she contemplated Bayud. This Taoist was no ordinary figure. He likely hailed from another continent. Chen Feng was indeed extraordinary to have forged an alliance with such a powerful warrior. How would this day ultimately conclude? Would Li Wentian be slain? Or would Chen Feng meet a tragic end? Luo Lishue chuckled softly, already anticipating the unfolding drama on the Fengyan platform. Bayud approached Li Wentian, who appeared frantic and terrified. I am a son of the Li family. If you dare to kill me, the Li family will undoubtedly retaliate, and you will meet a dreadful fate. In this insignificant corner, what can the Li family do? Your threats bear no weight against me. Bayud replied with a smile. I spare you only for Chen Feng's sake. Chen Feng, my friend, one word from you, and I shall swiftly execute this scoundrel. I will handle him. Chen Feng stepped forward, staunching his wounds, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Li Wentian. Li Wentian, is it true that you conspired with Shen Linger to seize my Qiyang pill? Chen Feng, you despicable cur, do you wish to publicly judge me? Li Wentian gritted his teeth, his countenance dark as he glared at Chen Feng. Silence. Li Wentian. Chen Feng's demeanor was imposing as he demanded. I ask you only this. Is what I just stated true or false? If it is true, then what of it? Shen Linger has fallen for me and no longer wishes to follow you. What wrong is there in this? As for the Qiyang pill, you, a mere waste, are unworthy of its use. You deserve to be betrayed. Li Wentian roared in fury, his rage consuming him on the high platform. Yu Chili closed her eyes, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao, Li Wentian's master, wore a grim expression, bellowing, Li Wentian, you ungrateful wretch, you are truly beyond redemption. Wan Hongling, He Jingtian, and others shared in the outrage, astonished that Li Wentian, who appeared so refined, could be so despicable and shameless. Below the platform, Shen Linger bowed her head, wishing only to disappear into the earth. This Shen Linger is truly a woman of no virtue. Indeed, Chen Feng treated her well, yet she colluded with Li Wentian to seize his Qiyang pill. Such a shameless woman deserves punishment. The disciples expressed their anger, calling for her to be punished severely. Shen Linger felt utterly humiliated, unable to lift her head for fear of inciting the crowd's wrath on the Fengyan platform. Chen Feng's gaze was indifferent as he continued. Li Wentian, you and Shen Linger have acted in a vile manner. 3 months ago, did you not attempt to kill me in my master's tomb? Is that true or false? Chen Feng, must you pursue this matter? Li Wentian's teeth ground together, his severe injuries rendering him too weak to fight back. Otherwise, he would have risen to tear Chen Feng apart. Li Wentian, answer me immediately. Was what I just stated true or false? Chen Feng's expression was devoid of emotion as he judged Li Wentian. If it is true, then what of it? Li Wentian's face twisted in rage as he howled. It was Shen Linger who ambushed you. What does that have to do with me, Li Wentian? If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with that treacherous woman. Hearing Li Wentian's words, Shen Linger felt her heart sink. She raised her head, glaring at Li Wentian, and shouted, Li Wentian, you have betrayed me. You cast all blame upon me. Are you even a man? This vile woman is Shen Linger. She possesses some beauty, yet her heart is as venomous as a serpent's, destined for a grim fate. Indeed, after today, Shen Linger will be infamous. She shall find no sanctuary within the divine Moon Sword sect. The disciples regarded Shen Linger with cold indifference, hurling insults at her. This woman, who betrayed others, would be reviled by all. Shen Linger gritted her teeth, feeling immense shame, wishing only to survive. Chen Feng, it is true, I sought the Qiyang pill, but the plot to kill you was Li Wentian's idea. Him to seize control of the 9th peak. Shen Linger, you lie. Li Wentian glared at her, roaring, it was you, you treacherous woman, who wished to kill Chen Feng out of spite. Are you two now at each other's throats? Chen Feng observed the unfolding drama with a cold demeanor. Shenlinger, I have treated you sincerely, yet you failed to appreciate it, colluding with Li Wentian to commit treachery. Today, I shall first slay Li Wentian, then deal with you. At this declaration, Li Wentian's heart plummeted. Chen Feng still intended to kill him? Chen Feng, I am the son of the Li family. If you dare to kill me, the Li family will ensure you meet a terrible end. If the Li family dares to threaten me, then I shall annihilate them without hesitation. Chen Feng declared boldly, Li Wentian, you shall perish without fear. Chen Feng swung his golden greatsword, delivering a thunderous strike. Seize! Li Wentian's head fell, blood spraying forth as Chen Feng remained expressionless, coldly observing the aftermath. If I do not slay you, what justice remains? What of humanity? With Li Wentian's demise, Yu Qili's expression darkened to an extreme. In contrast, the Grand Elder wore a sinister grin, his face clouded with malevolence. He remarked, Chen Feng's public execution of Li Wentian will not be forgiven by the Li family. No one will be able to save him. No sooner had he spoken than a bronze war chariot hurtled from the heavens. You insolent wretch, Chen Feng! You dare to slaughter my son. If you do not perish today, it would be a travesty of justice. A middle-aged man controlled the chariot, descending upon the divine Moon Sword sect with a commanding presence. His gaze was fierce and disdainful as he locked eyes with Chen Feng. He exuded an overwhelming aura, having reached the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was Li Hao, the head of the Li family. Li Wentian was merely a child born of a concubine, not a legitimate son, and his status was far from supreme. To everyone's astonishment, the death of Li Wentian prompted Li Hao to personally make an appearance. Yu Qili furrowed her brow, her beautiful eyes quivering slightly, as she felt a profound shock within her heart. Chapter 50. I, Chen Feng, need only myself die. With a single stroke of his sword, Li Hao, exuding an overwhelming aura, stood atop the bronze battle chariot, sword in hand. With a mighty swing, a formidable sword chi coalesced into a blade's intent, impossibly sharp, slicing directly towards Chen Feng. It was the sword's momentum. Bao Yud immediately gasped in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation, and rushed forward. Chen Feng, my friend, I come to lend you a hand. With the combat technique, great sword shattering the heavens. Boom! Bao Yud's expression darkened as he let out a fierce roar, instantly summoning the breaking path sword to counter the immense sword momentum from Li Hao, striking out with his own blade. This strike was immensely powerful, an unstoppable divine might. Bang! Li Hao's great sword, like a rainbow, crashed against the breaking path sword, causing energy to surge. Boom! Bao Yud was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. This old man is far too strong. With blood staining his lips, Bao Yud exclaimed, Chen Feng, my friend, we must flee. I am but a mere 4th stage in the Yin-Yang realm, while this old man is at the 8th stage. If we continue to linger, it is likely that both of us shall perish here. If you have any hidden cards, now is the time to reveal them. That, if not, I shall take you away. I am confident I can ensure your escape. The choice to fight or flee rested solely in Chen Feng's mind. To confront would mean certain death, while to flee offered a glimmer of hope. Chen Feng's brow furrowed as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Hao atop the bronze battle chariot. He indeed possessed hidden cards. The Chaos Tower was in his possession, and utilizing its power could undoubtedly annihilate Li Hao. However, doing so would equate to complete exposure, drawing forth even greater troubles. Chen Feng exhaled deeply. Directing his gaze towards the high platform, he questioned, Sect leader, do you truly intend to remain a passive observer? Yu Qili remained silent. Her expression was devoid of emotion as she stood upon the high platform, watching Chen Feng with an indifferent gaze. Chen Feng continued, I, Chen Feng, am a disciple of the 9th peak, under the tutelage of Jian Chanzi of the Shenyue Sword sect, that I have suffered persecution from treacherous individuals. And now, in my quest for vengeance, and to claim the position of 9th peak master, inheriting my master's legacy, I have slain Li Wentian, only to be pursued and persecuted by the Li family. What wrong have I committed? Why does the Shenyue Sword sect stand by idly, unwilling to act on behalf of its disciple? Sect leader, you reside high above, do you intend to watch your disciple perish? These words poured forth from Chen Feng's heart. He was originally a disciple of the Xinyue sword sect, now suffering persecution from the Li family of the imperial city, while the sect turned a blind eye. What kind of justice was this? We should intervene. He Jintian's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. Chen Feng has already proven his worth. Protecting him would bring benefits, and perhaps the future of the Xinyue sword sect may hinge upon him. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. The Grand Elder stepped forward, letting out a cold snort. He declared, "Sect leader, the Li family of the imperial city is immensely powerful and has ties to the Dezhou royal family. Today, to offend the Li family for a mere Chen Feng would undoubtedly bring endless troubles." The Grand Elder's gaze was sharp, filled with hatred for Chen Feng. This little beast deserved to die. How could he have survived this long? But now, with Li Hao personally taking action, Chen Feng was certainly doomed. The Grand Elder had no desire to see Yuchili assist Chen Feng. He wished to witness Chen Feng's demise at the hands of Li Hao. He continued, "The Li family of the imperial city wields enormous power. Their ranks are filled with formidable individuals. If the Xinyue sword sect offends the Li family, how will our disciples venture to the imperial city in the future?" At this moment, Yuchili's feelings were incredibly complex, plunging her into deep silence. Assisting Chen Feng would equate to offending the Li family of the imperial city. Not helping him would mean losing a martial arts genius. After a long pause, Yuchili's beautiful eyes shifted slightly. Ultimately, reason prevailed. She spoke sternly. "Chen Feng, this matter is solely your doing. I've already warned you that Li Wentian must not be killed. It cannot be done. Yet you, in your arrogance, insisted on pursuing personal grudges, bringing the Li family's vengeance upon yourself. You cannot blame others for this, nor can you hold the Xinyue sword sect accountable." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng felt as though his heart had turned to ash. He understood that Yuchili was distancing herself. The Xinyue sword sect would not offend the Li family for his sake. The subsequent events would be faced solely by him. The threat from the Li family would be his burden alone. A wave of desolation washed over him as he questioned, "Sect leader, is it truly so for the Xinyue sword sect?" Yuchili's expression was chilling, her silence speaking volumes. This silence was the most poignant answer. Ruan Hongling's brows furrowed deeply as she could no longer bear to watch. She said, "Sect leader, Jian Chanzi once contributed greatly to the Xinyue sword sect, and Chen Feng is loyal and righteous, even willing to self-destruct his cultivation to guard Jian Chanzi's grave for 3 years. Now, Chen Feng has proven his capability. He deserves to be the master of the 9th peak. His slaying of Li Wentian was a matter of necessity. It was purely Li Wentian's own doing. Chen Feng is guiltless. Is it not too cold-hearted for the Xinyue sword sect to stand by and watch him die? Indeed, sect leader, while Chen Feng may not have achieved great deeds, he has also committed no wrong. Does the Xinyue sword sect truly wish to watch the Li family of the imperial city kill Chen Feng without intervening? Luo Lishue let out a cold snort and immediately stood up. Her expression frosty as ice. "Sect leader, the Xinyue sword sect cannot stand by idly." He Jintian frowned. "Sing? To stand by while another perishes, would that not dampen the spirits of the other disciples?" Silence. Yuchili's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of frost. She rebuked, "Am I the sect leader, or are you? If you do not adhere to my decree, feel free to leave the Xinyue sword sect." Ruan Hongling, Luo Lishue, and others were cold expressions at a loss for words. On the Fengyun platform, Chen Feng stood alone in desolation, while Li Hao, atop the bronze battle chariot, looked at him coldly, a sneer on his face, exuding arrogance. "Yuchili, your choice is remarkably wise." Li Hao laughed heartily. Then continued, "Regardless of whether you intervene to assist Chen Feng, he shall undoubtedly perish today. He should never have killed my son. Li Wentian, he deserves to die." Li Hao, sword in hand, pointed the blade directly at Chen Feng. Pronouncing his death, Chen Feng immediately laughed. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of despair, but more so a profound sorrow. He shook his head and said, "It is the Xinyue sword sect that has abandoned me. Not I who have betrayed the Xinyue sword sect. After today, I shall be the master of the 9th peak. The 9th peak shall stand independent from the Xinyue sword sect, no longer subordinate to it." Ha ha! On the high platform, Yuchili burst into laughter. What grandiose words. Chen Feng, putting aside whether you can survive today, even if you do, you shall never achieve independence with a ninth peak, after her laughter faded. Uchili's expression darkened, cold as frost as she glared at Chen Feng. According to the sect rules, as long as I become the master of the ninth peak, I have the right to be independent. Chen Feng's gaze blazed as he brought forth the sect rules to pressure Uchili, continuing, Uchili, before the 5 elders and the other 8 peak masters, you wouldn't dare forsake the sect rules. Would you? Chen Feng, if you wish to discuss the sect rules and the independence of the ninth peak, let us speak of it after you survive today. Uchili's eyes turned sharp. Initially, she had held a shred of goodwill towards Chen Feng. But after he mentioned the independence of the ninth peak and invoked the sect rules to coerce her, she harbored no kindness left. I could see this moment. She only wished for Chen Feng's demise. She spoke harshly, Li Hao. Chen Feng has committed a great offense. You must execute him. Li Hao chuckled lightly and said, Uchili, I need not your prompting to kill Chen Feng, as long as you do not intervene. This little brat is assuredly doomed today. Chen Feng, my friend, we must leave. Seeing Li Hao's murderous intent, Bao Yude's face turned pale as he attempted to take Chen Feng away. The ninth peak was established by my master. No matter what, I must inherit my master's wishes and strengthen the ninth peak, that I cannot allow it to perish in my hands. Chen Feng's eyes were resolute as he said solemnly, Bao Yude, your kindness in saving my life, I, Chen Feng, shall remember in my heart. If there is an opportunity, I will surely repay you. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave first, even if there are thousands. I shall face it alone. I, Chen Feng, need only myself to confront all of this. As soon as his words fell, a hearty laughter echoed from afar. In this critical moment, it seems I must rely on myself. Chen Feng, you wretched Taoist, how can you possibly withstand these foes? Watch this, everyone! A beam of sword light sliced through the heavens. Within that sword light, a figure stood upon a flying sword, soaring towards them. It was none other than Jiang Qingwei. Chapter 51. Combat Technique, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Old man, you wish to kill Chen Feng. You must first pass through me. With a great sword ascending, the sharp sword Qi surged forth. Vast and overwhelming, cleaving towards the bronze battle chariot. Where did this little girl come from? Seeking death, Li Hao let out a furious roar, his massive sword sweeping through the air as the true essence within him surged forth in a violent eruption. With a single strike, he cleaved downwards, condensing a terrifying amount of true essence to unleash a formidable wave of sword energy. Boom! The clash of 2 sword energies resonated through the air, tearing apart the surrounding space. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly, the bronze war chariot shaking violently as cracks began to form. Damn it! This girl is extraordinary! Li Hao exclaimed in shock, immediately leaping from the chariot and landing on the Fengyan platform. At the very moment he jumped out, the bronze war chariot exploded into fragments. Jiang Qingyue's lips curled into a smile as she gracefully descended onto the Fengyan platform, wielding the Qingyue sword. Chen Feng, it has been a long time, as I mentioned when we parted, we would meet again. Jiang Qingyue's charming eyes sparkled with mirth as she approached Chen Feng. Jiang Qingyue, what brings you here? Chen Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Those of the Jiang family are permitted to venture out for cultivation upon turning 16. Now that I have reached that age, I have chosen this place to come. Jiang Qingyue replied with a gentle smile that on the high platform, Uchili's brows were tightly knitted, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Qingyue. Another one. Chen Feng has spent 3 years guarding the tomb of the Shunyu Sword sect. How could he possibly know these individuals? Uchili's heart brimmed with bewilderment. To her surprise, Chen Feng had become quite the sought-after figure, with an increasing number of women around him. Luo Lishua's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of astonishment flickering in her beautiful eyes. Counting them, there were already 4 enchanting women by Chen Feng's side. Su Yaqing, Luo Lishua, Lu Xiao, and Jiang Qingyue. Each one of them possessed an otherworldly beauty, unparalleled in their allure. Any one of them would attract countless admirers. Yet, they seemed indifferent to the advances of other men, drawn together solely for Chen Feng. Luo Lishua's heart stirred as she smiled, remarking, "My competition is growing ever more formidable. Lishua, Chen Feng will surely be safe this time. He seems to know such powerful allies." He Jingtian couldn't help but exhale in relief, a gratified smile gracing his face. "Master, if Chen Feng truly becomes the leader of the Ninth Peak and establishes its independence from the Shinyu Sword Sect, I wish to leave the First Peak and join the Ninth Peak." Luo Lishua said with a sweet smile, "I cannot bear to see Chen Feng taken by another woman. Of course." He Jingtian chuckled, saying, "Lishua, you left your father's side to join the First Peak solely to learn the art of alchemy. Now, you have already absorbed at least 90% of my knowledge. Remaining by my side, I cannot impart any more alchemical techniques to you. Chen Feng possesses the most exceptional talent for alchemy. It won't be long before his skills surpass mine. Being close to him is a fortunate opportunity. Proximity brings advantage. The more closely you are to him, the greater your chances of winning his heart." He Jingtian smiled benevolently, not placing any obstacles in Luo Lishua's path that a woman of marriageable age cannot remain unwed. Since Luo Lishua has set her heart on Chen Feng and wishes to follow him, He Jingtian would naturally support her decision. "Thank you, Master, for your support." Luo Lishua expressed her gratitude, her aspiration for the pinnacle of alchemical mastery hinging solely on Chen Feng's assistance. Damn it all. Why has that little brat Chen Feng not perished yet? Why does he always have someone aid him? The Grand Elder seethed with indignation, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chen Feng's continued existence poses a threat. He had previously dispatched Wang Xian to hunt Chen Feng, and now he had thoroughly offended him. Once Chen Feng assumes the role of Ninth Peak's leader, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. "Li Hao, will you not avenge Li Wentian's death at Chen Feng's hands?" The Grand Elder could no longer contain himself. His face contorted in rage as he bellowed. "The Sect Master has already declared that Chen Feng's actions are rebellious. You are permitted to slay him." Li Hao, with a cold demeanor, shot a glare at the Grand Elder. What does this old fool understand? Does he think he alone desires to eliminate Chen Feng? However, the young girl standing before him possesses formidable strength. Judging by her age, she is merely 16 or 17, yet she is already a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm warrior. At such a tender age to wield this level of power, she must hail from some prestigious family. Li Hao felt a twinge of apprehension towards the young girl. He spoke in a grave tone. "Little girl, today's matter has nothing to do with you. Why must you interfere? I, Li Hao, am the head of the Li family in the Imperial City, willing to overlook past grievances and befriend you. Should you ever visit the Imperial City, I shall treat you with the utmost courtesy." Jiang Qingyue's beautiful eyes shimmered with disdain as she fixed her gaze upon Li Hao. She coldly laughed, retorting, "Overlook past grievances to befriend me? Li Hao, you are truly laughable. Do you genuinely consider yourself a remarkable martial arts sovereign? What do you think you are? You presume to be worthy of befriending me." As her words echoed through the air, the crowd fell into stunned silence, utterly astounded. How could Jiang Qingyue dare to publicly humiliate Li Hao? It was simply inconceivable. Li Hao was the head of the Li family, which had ties to the royal family. Jiang Qingyue's insult was tantamount to belittling the Li family, showing utter disregard for them. This was an immense affront to Li Hao. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Qingyue's remarks, Li Hao's expression turned frigid, his gaze filled with venomous fury as he glared at her, and he growled fiercely, "Damn it! What a little brat! You refuse to drink the wine of friendship and instead choose the wine of punishment. If that is the case, I shall kill you alongside him, and no matter what power supports you, it will not save you today." With that declaration, Li Hao's face contorted with ferocity as he swung his sword towards Jiang Qingyue. "You shall die," Li Hao roared, unleashing a powerful strike with his great sword. The momentum fierce and unyielding. His swordplay was extraordinarily profound, complemented by his agile movements, making it exceptionally refined. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He unleashed a flurry of several hundred sword strikes, a dense swarm of sword shadows converging in a deadly assault. Battle technique. Mirage. Jiang Qingyue revealed a hint of a smile, her beautiful eyes glimmering with clarity as hundreds of sword shadows hurtled towards her. A spark ignited within her gaze. She formed a golden seal with her left hand, while her right hand swung the Qingyue sword with force. In an instant, beneath her feet bloomed a crystal lotus. Boom! The crystal lotus erupted, energy surging forth as 7 petals unfurled. Each petal was translucent, resembling precious jade, intricately carved with countless patterns. These were the patterns of the Tao. Buzz! The blossoming crystal lotus suddenly converged, its open petals gathering together to transform into a lotus bud. Jiang Qingyue, a vision of grace, was perfectly enveloped by the lotus bud. Bang, bang, bang. Li Hao's several hundred sword strikes, razor sharp, landed upon the lotus bud, producing a deafening explosion, yet all the lethal sword shadows were thwarted by the petals of the bud. Witnessing this scene, Li Hao's heart trembled, astonished. You actually comprehended the Tao patterns. Chen Feng is under my protection. Jiang Qingyue smiled, standing proudly within the lotus bud, her laughter light as she said, "Old man, do you understand?" Li Hao's expression darkened significantly, having not anticipated that Jiang Qingyue would attain comprehension of the Tao patterns. Although she was merely a 5th-level yin-yang realm warrior with the power of the Tao patterns, her strength was comparable to that of an 8th-level yin-yang realm warrior, allowing her to battle beyond her realm. Even he, in a life-or-death struggle, could not be entirely certain of defeating Jiang Qingyue. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, puzzled as he inquired, "Bao Yud, what exactly are Tao patterns?" Chapter 52. Her Majesty the Empress. Tao patterns are a unique manifestation, representing a warrior's insight into the Tao. Bao Yud explained, "Most warriors spend their entire lives without ever comprehending Tao patterns." "I see." And oh wonder Li Hao appeared so shocked. Perhaps even he himself has not grasped the Tao patterns. Chen Feng furrowed his brows, suddenly pondering something. "Bao Yud, when can a warrior first comprehend Tao patterns?" "That is uncertain. Each warrior possesses different qualities and talents, and the timing of their enlightenment regarding Tao patterns varies. Take Wang Teng, for instance. He is a prodigy destined to dominate an era, and he comprehended Tao patterns during the Chaos Realm, shocking the martial world. As for me, I am currently in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm and have yet to grasp the Tao patterns." Bao Yud shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment. Not yet comprehending Tao patterns left him somewhat disheartened. Enlightenment of Tao patterns is a prerequisite for a warrior to break through to higher realms. Throughout history, which sage or mighty being has ever achieved greatness without comprehending Tao patterns? After hearing Bao Yud's words, Chen Feng fell into contemplation that he mused. "When I use the immortal demon body, the patterns that emerge in my flesh are the Tao patterns. Does that mean I've already comprehended the Tao patterns in the Tianwu realm? The matter of comprehending Tao patterns is of great significance. Yet Chen Feng's current realm is too low for him to dare expose it." Li Hao stood on the shattered Fengyun platform, his expression darkening to an extreme. He found himself in a precarious situation, unable to advance or retreat. To eliminate Chen Feng, one must first contend with Jiang Qingyue. Jiang Qingyue, having comprehended the intricacies of the Tao patterns, possesses formidable strength, and Li Hao lacks the absolute confidence to subdue her. If Chen Feng remains alive, what dignity will the Li family have? Can he allow his son, Li Wentian, to be slaughtered by that little wretch, Chen Feng? Curse be Chen Feng, that little beast. Where did he manage to befriend such a warrior? Li Hao ground his teeth in frustration. Were it not for the interference of Bao Yud and Jiang Qingyue, he would have long since severed Chen Feng's head. "Li Hao, what do you fear? With Wen Tian slain, do you intend to let this matter rest?" Suddenly, an aged figure, weathered by time, tore through the void, descending upon the heavens above the Shenyue sword sect. "Ancestor!" Li Hao was taken aback. The death of Li Wentian had even stirred the family patriarch. He said, "Ancestor, slaying Chen Feng is not difficult, but he has powerful allies aiding him." Li Sheng's expression remained impassive, yet a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered across his aged, wrinkled face, his gaze as frigid as ice. Fell upon Yu Qili as he asked, "Yu Qili, do you intend to assist Chen Feng?" "So, she has finally come." Yu Qili's countenance darkened. "I am asking you a question." Li Sheng's tone was domineering as he hovered in the air. Coldly staring at Yu Qili, in an instant, a terrifying pressure surged forth, crushing down upon her. Yuchili felt the weight of overwhelming dread, causing her spirit to tremble. Her face turned ashen as she spoke. Ancestor of the Li family, Chen Feng is utterly defiant. Should you wish to kill him, I, the sect master, will not impede you. So, the allies of Chen Feng are not from the Xinyue sword sect? Li Sheng's eyes narrowed sharply, revealing a killing intent. He then coldly addressed Jiang Qingwei, stating, Chen Feng must die today. Wen Tian was the most valued in my younger generation, and he was heinously slain by that wretch Chen Feng. It is utterly intolerable. How could I not take his life today? If you dare obstruct me, I shall eliminate you as well. Virtual divine realm. Jiang Qingyue's heart quaked. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she fixed her gaze upon Li Sheng. A being of the virtual divine realm dwells in such a small place. She bit her lip and resolutely declared, Old man, I have already stated that Chen Feng is under my protection. Should you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me. Jiang Qingyue, it is time to cease this folly. Do not involve yourself in what is to come. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he solemnly stated, I shall forever remember your kindness. He could see that Li Sheng was determined to kill him today, and Jiang Qingyue alone could not thwart him. If Li Sheng were provoked, Jiang Qingyue would be in grave danger. Chen Feng, what nonsense are you uttering? Jiang Qingyue huffed proudly. You have saved me. How could I stand by and watch you perish? You are overestimating your own strength, Li Sheng replied coldly, raising his hand to deliver a crushing blow. Unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. Boom! This strike was unrivaled in its dominance as it hurtled towards Jiang Qingyue. Mirroring the ethereal beauty of a dream, Jiang Qingyue wielded the Qingyue sword, conjuring crystalline lotus flowers around her. Her corporeal form was enveloped by the lotus bud, forming a crystal barrier. Rumble! In the next moment, the terrifying palm imprint crashed down upon the lotus bud. Bang! The crystalline lotus bud shattered into fragments. Jiang Qingyue was sent flying. Thud! She crashed to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth, her youthful face turning pale on the high platform. Luo Lixue wore a worried expression. She had initially believed that Jiang Qingyue could protect Chen Feng, but it was evident now that she alone could not safeguard him. Must I step forward myself? Luo Lixue murmured, realizing that revealing her identity at this moment was somewhat untimely. However, to protect Chen Feng, she feared she had no choice. Amidst her hesitation, Li Sheng's thunderous voice boomed. Who dares to obstruct me from executing Chen Feng today shall face my wrath without mercy. Do not bring ruin upon yourselves. Do not compel me to unleash a massacre today. Witnessing Li Sheng's murderous intent, Bao Yud was filled with anxiety. He urged, Jiang Qingyue, Chen Feng, we must flee quickly. There is no time left. Chen Feng sensed an overwhelming murderous aura. Li Sheng had locked onto him, and no matter where he fled, Li Sheng would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Damn it! If only my father were here. With a mere gesture, he could obliterate this old wretch. Jiang Qingyue gritted her teeth. You, mere ants, shall all perish, Li Sheng bellowed, his inner essence surging. Unleashing a formidable force, he gathered a palm imprint, shrouded in black light, infused with boundless murderous intent. This strike, when unleashed, could annihilate any martial artist present in the Yin-Yang realm. Chen Feng's heart sank to the depths of despair as he muttered, In dire circumstances, I must resort to the Chaos Tower. This Li Sheng is of the virtual divine realm. Aside from utilizing the Chaos Tower, I have no other recourse. Chen Feng was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Between life and death, he must employ the Chaos Tower. Just then, in the distant heavens, a crimson radiance emerged, akin to red silk, spreading across half the sky, cascading down to Fengyun Terrace. A grand palanquin, adorned with exquisite jewels, shimmered with dazzling red light, gliding through the sky towards Fengyun Terrace. Bang! The palanquin landed on Fengyun Terrace, and the 8 maidens carrying it immediately knelt upon the ground. We humbly invite Her Majesty the Empress, a figure of exquisite grace, slender as a willow, and alluring in her demeanor. Emerged from the palanquin. She wore a veil and a flowing crimson gown, her gaze icy yet proud. Her enchanting eyes, like clear waters, sparkled with charm as she smiled. She raised her head, gazing playfully at Li Sheng, and spoke casually, "Ancestor of the Li family, why must you treat these younger generations with such ruthless tyranny? I have met Her Majesty the Empress." A flicker of surprise flashed in Li Sheng's eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile, and respectfully bowed to the woman. "I have met Her Majesty the Empress." Yu Qili's heart trembled as she, along with 5 elders and 8 peak masters, bowed to the woman. Confusion washed over her. This empress had, days prior, sent word to the Xinhua sword sect regarding the selection of the 9th peak's master. Yet, she had not made an appearance until now. Just as Chen Feng had slain Li Wentian and was facing retaliation from the Li family, at which point she finally chose to reveal herself. How peculiar! She did not arrive early or late, but precisely when Chen Feng was on the brink of being killed by Li Sheng. To assert she was not here for Chen Feng would be hard to believe. "Please rise. There is no need for formalities in my presence," the woman said with a gentle smile, waving her hand to signal everyone stand. Immediately, her eyes flickered, radiating a soft and captivating light. She turned to Chen Feng, smiling sweetly, and inquired, "Are you Chen Feng? Were you the one who slayed Li Wentian and claimed the position of the 9th peak's master?" "It is her." Zhou Meyer. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the woman before him as Zhou Meyer, the very one he had encountered while cultivating on Xinhua Sword Mountain. Back then, while he rested in the ice fire spring, Zhou Meyer had accidentally stumbled into it, sustaining injuries from cold. Fortunately, he had managed to save her in time. Subsequently, a conflict had arisen between them, leading to their parting ways. Why has she suddenly appeared here? Surely she does not seek vengeance against me. Chen Feng's mind raced with thoughts. He had never anticipated that Zhou Meyer was the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, or else he would never have dared to offend her. Chapter 53. Death by 1,000 cuts. "I inquire of you. Why do you not respond?" Zhou Meyer gazed at Chen Feng with a radiant smile. "Indeed, I am Chen Feng." Chen Feng replied, maintaining his composure. "Li Wentian was slain by my hand, and according to sect rules, I am rightful to the position of the 9th peak's master." What an audacious Chen Feng, daring to speak to Her Majesty the Empress without kneeling. "You deserve to die." The Grand Elder bellowed, his eyes filled with malice, seeking to take this opportunity to eliminate Chen Feng. Chen Feng shot a cold glare at the Grand Elder, his expression one of disdain, as if looking at a fool. "It is not your place to speak when Her Majesty has yet to reprimand Chen Feng. You shall sever an arm as a form of punishment." A hint of coldness flickered in Zhou Meyer's eyes. "What? Me? Sever an arm?" The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Chen Feng had been disrespectful first, yet it was he who was commanded to mutilate himself. What sort of logic was this? He protested, "Your Majesty, I have committed no wrong. Why must you punish me? I believe you are mistaken. You think you are blameless, you dare to claim you are not at fault." Zhou Meyer let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharp as she turned towards Yu Qili. She questioned, "Yu Qili, do enlighten us. Does he bear any fault?" "Grand Elder, your belief in your innocence is your greatest folly. Her Majesty commands you to sever an arm. Yet you hesitate to comply. Do you wish to compel me, the sovereign, to take matters into my own hands?" Yu Qili's expression remained impassive. The Grand Elder's gaze dimmed, his heart enveloped in desolation, his demeanor exceedingly complex. He raised his right hand and, in a sudden motion, struck down fiercely upon his left arm. The sound of slicing echoed. Using his hand as a blade, he severed his own limb. A series of piercing screams erupted. The Grand Elder, racked with pain, turned pale, blood gushing from his severed arm. Yu Qili cast a cold glance and reprimanded, "Will you not withdraw to staunch the bleeding?" The Grand Elder lowered his head, silently retreating, casting a reluctant glance at Chen Feng as he departed. "You little beast, await your reckoning." He vowed that I shall not rest until you are dead. The Grand Elder's eyes brimmed with resentment as he hastily left the high platform to seek treatment for his wounds. Below, the onlookers were left speechless, aghast at the Grand Elder's plight. Merely uttering one wrong word had led to the Empress's command to sever his arm. A most unfortunate fate. This woman must have an illicit connection with Chen Feng. Otherwise, why would she show him such favoritism? Shunlinger whispered conspiratorially. However, these words fell upon Zhou Meyer's ears, who regarded Shenlinger with a smile. So, you are Shenlinger? Indeed, I am, Shenlinger replied, her heart racing. Hastily kneeling with utmost reverence. The Empress recognized her. Surely, Brother Wentian must have mentioned her name to the Empress. Otherwise, a figure of her stature would not know of her existence. Now that Brother Wentian has been slain by that little rascal Chen Feng, perhaps I can appeal to the Empress, seeking justice through her hand to eliminate Chen Feng. With this thought, a smile crept onto Shenlinger's face. Your Majesty, I am Shenlinger, the dual cultivation partner of Li Wentian. Chen Feng is cold-blooded and merciless, a habitual killer, having slain Li Wentian before the public. I beseech your Majesty to take action and grant death to Chen Feng, avenging Li Wentian. In that moment, Shenlinger knelt in self-satisfaction, reveling in her own cleverness to leverage the Empress's power to eliminate Chen Feng. What a brilliant scheme! Chen Feng is doomed. Shenlinger, do you truly wish for me to grant death to Chen Feng? Zhou Meyer inquired, her brows slightly furrowed. Your Majesty sees through all, Shenlinger proclaimed. Chen Feng is a remorseless and heinous rebel, a traitor to his master and ancestor. Allowing him to live is an affront to humanity, to justice, to celestial order. I implore your Majesty to grant his death to rectify the moral compass. Shenlinger knelt, her gaze fervent. Her words rang out with conviction, each syllable a precious gem. He must be put to death. You say Chen Feng is beyond redemption? Zhou Meyer's expression turned frigid. Grant death to Chen Feng, to restore celestial order, Shenlinger exclaimed excitedly, hissing as she cast a venomous glare at Chen Feng. You little wretch, you shall die today. Chen Feng's expression grew grave. This vile woman, distorting the truth, is she truly seeking to use this opportunity to eliminate me? Chen Feng furrowed his brows at that moment. Zhou Meyer smiled broadly, her face aglow with sweetness. Chen Feng, was what Shenlinger said true or false? The truth is in the hearts of men. Chen Feng's gaze remained steadfast as he replied earnestly. If your Majesty believes her, then it is true. If your Majesty does not, then it is false. Zhou Meyer's smile brightened, clearly pleased with Chen Feng's response to, I wish to know your answer. Is her claim true or false? False, Chen Feng declared. Your Majesty, justice resides in the hearts of men. Throughout my life, I have acted without shame before heaven and earth, without shame before my loved ones and friends. Well said. Zhou Meyer regarded Chen Feng with admiration. In that case, I shall decree death. Zhou Meyer's smile vanished, replaced by an air of authority and dominance befitting a sovereign. She coldly directed her gaze at Shenlinger, announcing, Shenlinger, as you wished, I decree your death. Hearing these words, Shenlinger exhaled in relief, finally able to witness Chen Feng's demise. She laughed with glee, exclaiming, Thank you, your Majesty, for your divine grace. You need not thank me just yet, Zhou Meyer replied coldly. I am indeed to grant death, but not to Chen Feng, rather, to you. Shenlinger's expression changed abruptly. I have done no wrong, your Majesty. Why do you decree my death? Silence. Zhou Meyer's expression remained impassive as she regarded Shenling. Her voice was frigid as she said, I have lived many years and encountered many kinds of people. Yet, I have never seen anyone as shameless as you. Shenling, you were once Chen Feng's partner. Yet you consorted with Li Wentian, committing acts of infidelity, betraying humanity. This is your first crime. You seized Chen Feng's Qiang Dan. This is your second crime. You conspired with Li Wentian to plot his murder. This is your third crime. And just now you deliberately distorted the truth, attempting to use my hand to eliminate Chen Feng. This is your fourth crime. Shenlinger, you bear 4 heinous crimes and still dare to speak with such bravado. Utterly unrepentant, today I shall fulfill your wish and decree your death. 1,000 cuts. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The Empress had spoken, and her decree was absolute. Shenlinger would endure the agony of 1,000 cuts before perishing. No, Shenlinger cried, kneeling and weeping profusely. Thud, thud, thud. She repeatedly bowed her head, blood streaming from her forehead, pleading, I beseech your Majesty, please show mercy and spare my life. Go plead with Chen Feng. If he forgives you, I shall spare you, Zhou Meyer replied with a faint smile. Chen Linger panicked, seizing upon this lifeline. Crawling toward Chen Feng in a pitiful state, she prostrated herself, her face awash with tears, her martial spirit nearly shattered. Sobbing, Chen Feng, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Please, I beg you, intercede for me. Chen Feng could not help but chuckle, coldly regarding Shenlinger. Shenlinger, you do not regret your actions. You simply realize your life is forfeit. Go and seek rebirth. Strive to be a good person in your next life. As for this life, let it be. You should obediently accept your fate. Shenlinger's heart sank. Despair clouded her eyes as she screamed. Chen Feng, you little wretch, may you meet a miserable end. After I die, I shall become a vengeful spirit, haunting you endlessly, filling your nights with nightmares. Witnessing Shenlinger kneeling in despair and rage brought Chen Feng amusement. Zhou Meyer's brows knitted tightly as she commanded, "Seize Shenlinger and execute her with 1,000 cuts." The 8 maidservants accompanying Zhou Meyer immediately sprang into action, capturing Shenlinger, no matter how she screamed or struggled. She could not break free. The 8 maidservants brandished sharp daggers, slicing into Shenlinger's flesh. Your Majesty, the woman bears 2,100 cuts. She has already been executed with 1,000 cuts. They continued until all her flesh was severed, leaving behind a bloodied skeleton, at which point they ceased. The scene left the onlookers aghast, their scalps prickling with horror. Fear flickered in their eyes as they regarded Zhou Meyer. Chen Feng mused inwardly. No wonder this woman wields such supreme authority. Li Sheng observed with a cold gaze, his expression dark and uncertain. Your Majesty, this farce should come to an end. It is time to deal with Chen Feng. That little wretch has slain Li Wentian. He deserves death. Chapter 54. Joining the royal family, obeying orders but not decrees. Li Sheng, Chen Feng is innocent. Why must he die? Zhou Meyer replied with a graceful smile. What innocence is there? Before all, he killed Wentian. How can we say he is innocent? Li Sheng's expression turned icy. Today is the selection for the 9th Peak's leader. It is a selection. Life and death are determined by fate. If Chen Feng had lost today, would Li Wentian have spared him? Zhou Meyer furrowed her brows, and of course he would kill him. However, Chen Feng is but a commoner, his life as insignificant as an ant. Wentian, on the other hand, is a son of the Li family, a family known for its valor, who has rendered great service to the late emperor. What value does Wentian's life hold? How can we equate Chen Feng's life with Wentian's? That is simply unfair. Li Sheng's pride soared, his self-importance evident. In his eyes, it was entirely reasonable for Li Wentian to kill Chen Feng. Yet for Chen Feng to kill Li Wentian was an abominable act. Zhou Meyer let out a cold snort and rebuked, in the great Zhou dynasty, although we exalt martial prowess and honor the strong, we ultimately govern the realm through law. A person without integrity cannot stand, and a country without law cannot endure. Li Sheng, as a member of the Li family, do you think you could transcend the laws of the land? Upon hearing these words, Li Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Li Hao's expression darkened as he murmured, Ancestor, the matter of eliminating Chen Feng is not urgent. In due time, when Chen Feng makes his way to the imperial city, we can deal with him then. Li Sheng, brimming with suppressed fury, shot a frosty glare at Li Hao. Let us depart. With a grand gesture, Li Sheng tore through the void, instantly vanishing from the skies above Feng Yun platform. Hao offered an awkward smile. Your Majesty, the Li family certainly cannot place themselves above the law. We shall let today's incident pass. As for Chen Feng, if he does not leave the Xinyue Sword sect, my Li family will refrain from taking further action against him. However, should he ever depart from the Xinyue Sword sect and venture into the imperial city, my Li family shall seek vengeance without mercy. With a harsh remark left behind, Li Hao turned and soared away on his sword. Disappearing into the distance, Zhou Meyer furrowed her delicate brows and turned to Chen Feng, revealing a sweet smile. Chen Feng, did you catch what Li Hao said before he left? Yes, I heard it clearly. If one day I go to the imperial city, the Li family will be my sworn enemies. Chen Feng responded. Chen Feng, I can protect you once, but I cannot guarantee your safety a second time. Zhou Meyer smiled and continued. Now that you have become the master of the Ninth Peak and intend to make it independent from the Shunyue Sword sect, I present you with two choices. First, you may lead the Ninth Peak on your own, free from any external influences. Second, you may lead the Ninth Peak to join the royal family, becoming a force of the imperial lineage. To put it plainly, I wish to recruit you, to have you as a member of the royal family. What benefits would joining the royal family bring me? Chen Feng frowned. You would enjoy the privileges of a royal member. Zhou Meyer smiled slightly, continuing. As for the specific advantages, once you become a member of the royal family, you will understand just how much this identity can benefit you. Can you help me eliminate the threat posed by the Li family? I cannot. Once is enough. I have already aided you in dealing with the Li family's threat. Chen Feng, should you set foot in the imperial city in the future, the Li family will still seek revenge. The imperial city is not mine alone. If you wish to establish yourself there, you must diligently enhance your strength. As long as you are formidable enough, who would dare to provoke or offend you? Zhou Meyer's expression was as calm as water. She gazed at Chen Feng with a smile, adding, joining the royal family, becoming a member of the imperial lineage, is an opportunity that countless people dream of. Now, I present this opportunity to you, and I hope you cherish it, that I can join the royal family. Chen Feng's gaze darkened as he spoke solemnly. However, I have one prerequisite. Speak. Once I join the royal family, I will heed orders but not summons. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhou Meyer frowned slightly and fell into silence. Heed orders but not summons? This implies that Chen Feng would only respond to assignments but could refuse to attend royal meetings. The royal family could request Chen Feng to handle matters, but he could choose to decline invitations to royal gatherings. Chen Feng would possess independent autonomy. Such a privilege is reserved for royal attendants, who are supreme martial artists with the strength to warrant such status. Yet, Chen Feng, being merely at the initial stage of the Chaos Realm, is far too weak to qualify. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Meyer smiled faintly, stating, I can grant you the privilege of heeding orders but not summons, but in return, you must achieve first place in the national war within 6 months. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than death. I accept your terms. I will secure first place in the national war in 6 months. Chen Feng's eyes were resolute, his gaze unwavering. Are you that confident? Zhou Meyer chuckled lightly. You know what the national war entails. I do not know, and I do not need to know. Regardless of what the national war is, I will certainly claim victory in 6 months. Chen Feng asserted earnestly he understood that if the national war were exceedingly difficult, leaving him with no chance of victory, Zhou Meyer would not invite him to participate or promise him such privileges. Very well. Zhou Meyer smiled approvingly, her beautiful eyes glimmering. What I admire most about you is your unwavering determination to win. Chen Feng, take this token. It symbolizes your identity as a member of the royal family. Chen Feng accepted the token and glanced at it. It was forged from pure gold, inscribed with the character for royal and adorned with intricate patterns to prevent counterfeiting. Once you receive this token, you will be a member of the royal family, and betrayal will not be tolerated. Should you dare to betray us, you will face relentless pursuit, life after life. Understood, Chen Feng acknowledged. Having chosen to join the royal family and become a member of the imperial lineage, he had no intention of betraying them. Now, as the master of the Ninth Peak, he was poised to lead it independently from the Shunyue Sword sect. For the future development of the Ninth Peak, he needed to align himself with a powerful force, and Zhou Meyer's offer was indeed fortuitous. He would lead the entire Ninth Peak to join the royal family, severing ties with the Shunyue Sword sect. Subsequently, Chen Feng turned his serious gaze toward Yu Qili. Sectmaster, please allow me this final moment to address you as such. I, Chen Feng, shall inherit the aspirations of Jian Chanzi and assume the position of master of the Ninth Peak. I hereby declare the Ninth Peak's independence from the Shunyue Sword sect. From this day forth, the Ninth Peak shall have no further relations with the Shunyue Sword sect. Henceforth, the Ninth Peak will join the great Zhou royal family as an independent entity. Chen Feng's declaration rang out with resounding clarity, imbued with an undeniable conviction. From the moment he became the master of the Ninth Peak, he held the right to extricate it from the Shunyue Sword sect. establishing its independence. His pronouncement was not a request for Yu Qili's approval, but rather a notification to her. From today onward, the fate of the Ninth Peak was no longer entwined with the Shenyue Sword sect. On the high platform, Yu Qili closed her eyes slightly, her expression a tapestry of complexity. She had previously held Chen Feng in high regard, yet at this moment, she wished for nothing more than his demise. A forced smile adorned her face, her countenance shifting unpredictably, her gaze fixed malevolently on Chen Feng, a hint of coldness flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Heh, then I shall extend my congratulations to you, Master Chen Feng. However, Master Chen Feng, your ninth peak, apart from you, has only Su Yaqing as a disciple, correct? Without the Shenyue Sword sect as support, how could her ninth peak possibly attract disciples?" Just as she finished speaking, a gentle voice suddenly chimed in. "Disciple Luo Lixue, from this day forth, officially departs from the Shenyue Sword sect's first peak. From now on, I, Luo Lixue, shall join the ninth peak as an independent entity." Chapter 55. The National War. The crowd erupted in astonishment. A wave of disbelief swept over them as they questioned if they had misheard. Luo Lixue, the most beautiful maiden of the Shenyue Sword sect, had achieved the status of a third-tier alchemist at the tender age of 17, possessing unparalleled alchemical talent and an unfathomable family background. Moreover, she was the direct disciple of He Jingtian, the master of the first peak. Now, she was forsaking everything, leaving the first peak and the alchemist pavilion to join the ninth peak. The onlookers exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend the gravity of what they had just heard. Yu Qili furrowed her brows tightly, equally perplexed. Had she misheard? She frowned deeply, turning around to stare blankly at Luo Lixue. With a tone laden with skepticism, she asked, "Little girl, what did you just say?" "Disciple Luo Lixue, from this day forth, officially departs for the Shenyue Sword sect's first peak. From now on, I, Luo Lixue, shall join the ninth peak as an independent entity." Unfazed by Yu Qili's inquiry, Luo Lixue replied calmly, "Are you out of your mind?" Yu Qili's complexion changed dramatically, while others might be oblivious to Luo Lixue's true identity. She was well aware. Luo Lixue was the biological daughter of the famed Danwang Luo He, such a noble identity and status, had it not been for the desire to repay Jianshenzi. Luo Lixue would never have ventured to the Shenyue Sword sect, nor would she have joined the esteemed First Peak's Divine Pill Pavilion. Luo Lixue's status is far too illustrious. She could easily affiliate herself with a more prominent platform. Yu Qili permitted Luo Lixue to sever ties with the first peak of the Shenyue Sword sect, yet she forbade her from joining the ninth peak. This was because Luo Lixue's actions would effectively undermine the value of the Shenyue Sword sect, potentially inciting unrest among its disciples. Yu Qili's brows knitted tightly as she inquired coldly, "Luo Lixue, have you sought your father's counsel regarding your departure from the Shenyue Sword sect to join the ninth peak?" "Since I've already left home to pursue my cultivation, why should I seek my father's permission for every matter?" Luo Lixue replied with unwavering resolve, her demeanor serious. "My decision to leave the first peak of the Shenyue Sword sect and join the ninth peak independently is one I can make on my own." Her words left Yu Qili momentarily speechless. Unable to counter, "Is it truly your intention to proceed in this manner?" Luo Lixue, the ninth peak, under Chen Feng's leadership, offers neither cultivation resources nor the inheritance of techniques. Your choice to join the ninth peak is tantamount to self-sabotage, a grave misstep. Yu Qili's expression was as frigid as ice. "The disciple's mind is made up. I asked the sect master to honor my decision." Luo Lixue stated, her expression unyielding. "Very well. If that is your wish, I, the sect master, grant you permission to withdraw from the Shenyue Sword sect." Yu Qili seethed with barely contained rage, her teeth clenched tightly. She fought to suppress her fury, exclaiming, "Luo Lixue, as for your joining the ninth peak, I cannot make that decision. You must seek Chen Feng's approval." Luo Lixue smiled sweetly. She leaped gracefully from the high platform and approached Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, I wish to join the ninth peak. I seek your permission." "Luo Lixue, you are being utterly foolish." Chen Feng gazed at her with a complex expression. He had not anticipated that she would make such a significant sacrifice to assist him. Luo Lixue was a true genius alchemist, her future prospects boundless. Yet now, she willingly chose to abandon the Xinyue sword sect to join the Ninth Peak. Such a decision required immense courage. Luo Lixue. You still have a chance to reconsider. You need not take this step, Chen Feng urged. What? Chen Feng, do you think I'm being foolish or jesting? Luo Lixue replied with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Chen Feng, my choice to leave the Xinyue sword sect and join the Ninth Peak is a decision I have pondered deeply. I, Luo Lixue, have no regrets. Life is like a game of chess. Once a move is made, it cannot be undone. Should there come a day when you truly betray me, I shall still be at peace with my conscience. Look how proactive she is. Chen Feng. How can you refuse her? Jiang Qinghua scoffed, playfully patting Chen Feng's shoulder. You should hasten to welcome her into your harem. Oh no, I mean your ranks. Haha. Chen Feng, my friend, you are indeed fortunate. Baoyu chuckled heartily. I am truly envious. Since you are resolute, Luo Lixue, I grant you permission to join the Ninth Peak. Chen Feng said with a smile. Yu Qili's teeth ground together in frustration, her eyes ablaze with fury. Yet, she was powerless to prevent Luo Lixue from joining the Ninth Peak. Cursed be it, I must devise a way to eliminate Chen Feng. Yu Qili seethed inwardly. Zhou Meyer smiled slightly, her beautiful eyes glinting as she discerned Yu Qili's thoughts. Yu Qili, a national war will be held in 6 months. This matter concerns the fortune of our nation, that I do not wish for any mishaps to befall Chen Feng during this period. Heed the Empress's words. Yu Qili's expression turned cold as she contemplated Chen Feng's fate. Regardless of what Zhou Meyer said, she was determined to eradicate Chen Feng once and for all. Chen Feng, after I depart, you must devote yourself to your cultivation, that I look forward to your performance in the national war 6 months hence. Zhou Meyer remarked with a gentle smile, exuding charm and allure. Before turning and departing, her steps light as she returned to her palanquin. 8 maidens promptly lifted the palanquin, treading upon the crimson twilight that enveloped half the sky, vanishing from the sight of the Xinyue sword sect. Once Zhou Meyer had left, Yu Qili inhaled deeply, her gaze icy to the core. Were it not for the sake of appearances, she would have acted against Chen Feng without hesitation. She murmured under her breath. Has this farce finally reached its conclusion? At that moment, a feeble voice rang out. I, disciple Lu Xiao, hereby officially withdraw from the 5th peak of the Xinyue sword sect, and from this day forth, I, Lu Xiao, shall join the 9th peak as an independent disciple. Yu Qili's expression shifted abruptly. She spun around, her eyes sharp and piercing, fixating on Lu Xiao. At that moment, Lu Xiao lay injured, still resting in Ruan Hongling's embrace. She coldly admonished, Ruan Hongling, keep a close watch on your disciple. Sect Master, while Xiao is my disciple, she is now of age and possesses the right to make her own choices if she wishes to leave the Xinyue sword sect and join the 9th peak. I have no objections, Ruan Hongling replied with a chuckle. Yu Qili was infuriated, exasperation boiling within her. Did these insufferable individuals conspire to rebel? Is there anyone else? Speak now. Who else wishes to withdraw from the Xinyue sword sect to join the 9th peak? Yu Qili's voice turned cold. Seeing no one respond, Yu Qili let out a sigh of relief. Only 2 individuals had chosen to leave the Xinyue sword sect for the 9th peak, which would not significantly impact its strength. Although one was a genius alchemist, and the other a prodigy of the sword, what of it? Throughout history, martial geniuses had been as numerous as the fish in the river, countless in number. How many of those illustrious martial talents ultimately achieved eternal supremacy? While Luo Lixue and Lu Xiao were indeed gifted, it did not guarantee their ascendance. Their decision to leave the Xinyue sword sect for the 9th peak would surely be their gravest mistake. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yu Qili's eyes. It would not be long before Chen Feng met his demise. Once he was dead, the 9th peak would surely disband. Chen Feng, I too shall join the 9th peak. You have no objections, I trust? Jiang Qinghua declared haughtily, embodying the demeanor of a proud lady. Welcome aboard. Chen Feng replied with a smile, pleased by Jiang Qinghua's decision to join the 9th peak. Chen Feng, I too intend to join the 9th peak. I shall follow your lead, Baoyu added with a grin. Welcome aboard. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. With Jiang Qinghua, and Bao Yud joining the ninth peak. Its strength had significantly increased, alleviating concerns of being bullied. A.S. Uchili observed Jiang Qingwei and Bao Yud's decision to join the ninth peak from the high platform. She clenched her teeth in fury, her anger reaching a boiling point. How could this wretch Chen Feng befriend such formidable martial artists? He was nothing but a lowly wretch, unworthy of associating with such powerhouses. Witnessing the camaraderie and joy shared among Chen Feng and the others only fueled her rage. Chen Feng, cherish your remaining days. Yu Qili sneered. You know not what a national war entails, yet you dare to promise the Empress that you will secure first place. Truly, you overestimate yourself with your strength. Participating in a national war would lead to your certain demise. Cherish these final 6 months, for they shall be your last. Chapter 56. Forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. Yu Qili, you needn't concern yourself with matters pertaining to this peak, master. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Continue to be arrogant, Chen Feng. Your hubris shall not last long, Yu Qili replied with a mocking expression, coldly observing him. This sect master is feeling fatigued. Everyone may disperse. With that, she turned and left the high platform, followed closely by the 4 elders. The 8 peak masters departed in succession. As Ruan Hongling passed by Chen Feng, she entrusted Lu Xiao to him. You must take good care of Xiao, otherwise I shall not spare you. She warned sternly, Sect Master, rest assured, Xiao is my dear friend, and I shall certainly look after her, Chen Feng assured her. Ruan Hongling smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing over the women beside Chen Feng, each one more stunning than the last. Possessing the allure to captivate nations, they never lacked suitors. Yet now, they willingly gathered around Chen Feng, even forsaking their futures to join the ninth peak. Ruan Hongling couldn't help but shake her head, laughing softly. If only I were 20 years younger, I might also consider leaving the Xinyue Sword sect to join the ninth peak. Sect Master, in my heart, you shall forever be 18. Chen Feng replied with a smile. As long as you wish, the ninth peak shall always welcome you with open arms. Such sweet words. No wonder so many young ladies are drawn to you, wanted to stay by your side. Chen Feng, you must cherish them. They have made great sacrifices for you, Ruan Hongling remarked with a gentle smile. Since they have joined the ninth peak, as the peak master, I shall certainly take good care of them. Chen Feng promised earnestly. Now, let us depart. Chen Feng, your journey is fraught with challenges. Should you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me at the 5th peak. Ruan Hongling waved her hand and turned away, making her way towards the 5th peak. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely. He felt an immense appreciation for Ruan Hongling. He then turned to Luo Lixue and the others, stating, Let us return to the 9th peak. Of course, wherever you go, we shall follow. Luo Lixue and Jiang Qingwei smiled sweetly, their laughter blooming like flowers, stirring one's heart. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Luo Lixue and Jiang Qingwei, 2 extraordinary women, resembled thorny roses. Competing for his attention, with 2 women, it was a performance. With 3, a drama. And with 4, a quarrel. Holding Lu Xiao in his arms, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly, foreseeing the nature of the days to come. Surrounded by so many women, each possessing breathtaking beauty and a proud demeanor, how could they coexist peacefully? Chen Feng, my friend, you are indeed fortunate, Zizi exclaimed. Such fortune is truly enviable. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, labor becomes less tedious. With both genders cultivating together, life becomes exceedingly comfortable. I envy you greatly, Bao Yud remarked, gazing at Chen Feng with admiration. With so many beautiful companions, the days ahead would surely be anything but dull. Is this fortune truly yours? Chen Feng shot a glare at Bao Yud, finding the plump Taoist insufferable for his glee. I shall abstain from desires. Such fortune is beyond my reach, Bao Yud replied. Grinning widely, I can't be bothered to entertain you. Chen Feng scoffed lightly, turning to leave, cradling Lu Xiao as he headed towards the 9th peak. Chen Feng, do slow down. Wait for me. You must not forget your friends in the presence of beauty. Having a wife should not make you forget me, Bao Yud called out with a hearty laugh, quickening his pace to follow Chen Feng at the 9th peak. Su Yaqing was restless, her complexion pale, anxiously awaiting in her room. Hearing a commotion outside, she hurriedly rose and strode towards the door. Upon seeing Chen Feng, her beautiful eyes glistened with tears, and she burst into sobs. She threw herself into Chen Feng's embrace, clutching his arm tightly against her chest. "Big brother, you have won. You truly have won. Do you know, I was so nervous, so terrified, I couldn't bear to look. I feared you might perish there, with our master gone. Big brother, you are my only reliance in the Shen Yu sword sect." Su Yaqing cried, her words punctuated by sobs, her eyes red and swollen. There, little junior sister, it is all over now. Li Wentian has been slain by my hand." Chen Feng reassured her with a gentle smile. "Lu Shuyao has sustained injuries. I shall lay her down on the bed for her to recuperate, and we can discuss matters later." Su Yaqing nodded, releasing Chen Feng's arm and rushing into the room to prepare the bed. Quickly, big brother, place Sister Shuyao on the bed. Chen Feng complied, laying Lu Shuyao gently upon the bed. "Rest now, Shuyao. You must take care of your health." He instructed that I understand, Lu Shuyao replied softly, her complexion pale, a faint smile gracing her lips before she succumbed to slumber. "Big brother, is Sister Xiao all right?" Su Yaqing inquired with concern. "She is fine. Little junior sister. These three will be joining the 9th peak. Allow me to introduce you." Chen Feng stepped out of the room, gesturing to Luo Li Xue and Jiang Qingwei. "Little junior sister, this is Luo Li Xue, formerly a disciple of the first peak of the Shen Yu sword sect. You have encountered her twice before. She should be familiar to you." "Familiar? Of course. Sister Luo Li Xue is renowned as the most beautiful in the Shen Yu sword sect, a genius alchemist of great repute." Su Yaqing replied with a sweet smile, her sparkling eyes fixed on Luo Li Xue. She held a favorable impression of Luo Li Xue. Despite her proud nature, Luo Li Xue had saved Chen Feng twice, thus earning Su Yaqing's gratitude. "Little Yaqing, you are truly charming. Here, take this pill. You may find it beneficial," Luo Li Xue said, retrieving a high-quality third-grade elixir from her storage ring and generously offering it to Su Yaqing. "Sister Yaqing, make sure to cultivate diligently henceforth." "Thank you, Sister Li Xue," Su Yaqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she accepted the third-grade elixir. "Luo Li Xue, you are spoiling my little junior sister with such a generous gift. Don't make her too accustomed to such luxuries," Chen Feng admonished, casting a stern look at Luo Li Xue. "Chen Feng, I have joined the 9th peak. Su Yaqing is your little junior sister, but she is also mine," Luo Li Xue replied playfully, her tone tinged with pride. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly and continued, "Little junior sister, this is Jiang Qingwei. She's a friend I met in the great wilderness, and though she possesses a somewhat haughty temperament, she is fundamentally a good person." "Humph," Jiang Qingwei snorted dismissively, casting a cold glare at Chen Feng, as if to say, "How dare you call me haughty?" However, her expression softened as she turned to Su Yaqing, offering a smile. "Little junior sister, accept this spirit fruit. It will serve you well. It was a Yuan Ling fruit, infused with potent spiritual energy, its market value exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. The sheer generosity of Jiang Qingwei left Su Yaqing astonished. "Thank you, Sister Qingwei," Su Yaqing replied gratefully, her heart soaring as she accepted the Yuan Ling fruit. "Jiang Qingwei, don't spoil my little junior sister. Such a valuable gift should not be given so freely. If you have so many resources, why not share some with me instead?" Chen Feng furrowed his brow, concerned that Jiang Qingwei might indulge Su Yaqing too much. "You wishful thinker." Jiang Qingwei rolled her eyes in response. Chen Feng sighed and continued his introductions. "Little junior sister, this is Bao Yud. Like Jiang Qingwei, he is a friend I met in the great wilderness. Though he has an affinity for wealth, he is not lecherous. Overall, he is quite a decent person. Greetings, Brother Bao," Su Yaqing chirped sweetly. "Little junior sister, I may not be as affluent as the two of them. I only possess 10,000 spirit stones, but consider it a gift for our first meeting," Bao Yud declared, producing a brocade pouch containing the spirit stones and presenting it to Su Yaqing. Receiving the pouch, Su Yaqing beamed. "Thank you, Brother Bao." Bao Yud nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Chen Feng, your little junior sister has a much sweeter tongue than you. She is far more likable. You all spoil her. You'll ruin her before long. Chen Feng warned, shaking his head. He then turned serious, fixing his gaze upon Luo Lixue. Luo Lixue, what exactly is the national war? He inquired earnestly. You are indeed unwise to have promised Her Majesty the Empress to participate in the national war, Luo Lixue replied, her brows furrowing and a hint of gravity crossing her exquisite features. The national war refers to the battle for national fortune, a contest wagering the fortunes of an entire nation. The Qinyuan continent is home to 32 nations, with the Great Zhou dynasty being merely one among them. To prevent conflict, these 32 nations have reached a consensus. Every 10 years, a national fortune war is held, with each nation offering a city as a wager. The top 5 nations in the national fortune war will divide these 32 cities, with the first place claiming 10. Thus, every nation regards the national war with utmost seriousness, as it pertains to territorial integrity, national fortune, and the welfare of the common people. Upon hearing Luo Lixue's explanation, Chen Feng's understanding deepened. What are the specific rules of a national war? He asked. Each nation sends forth a warrior of less than the void spirit realm to participate in the national fortune war. This is a battle of life and death. Participants bear full responsibility for their lives. 32 nations, 32 warriors. Only those who place within the top 5 may proceed. Luo Lixue continued. In the last national fortune war, the Great Zhou dynasty finished precisely in 5th place. Chen Feng, can you guess who represented the Great Zhou dynasty last time? I cannot guess. Chen Feng shook his head. It was Li Aoyan, Luo Lixue replied, her brow furrowing. He is the brother of Li Wentian and the legitimate heir of the Li family, destined to become the next head of the family. When he initially participated in the competition, he was already 29 years old, having attained the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Now, a decade has passed, and it is likely that Li Aoyan has already entered the void god realm. Otherwise, there would be no reason for the Great Zhou dynasty not to send him in a battle for this national fortune war. A sudden shock surged through Chen Feng's heart. T29, achieving the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Li Aoyan's talent is evident. Although he cannot be compared to top-tier geniuses like Jiang Qingwei, he is undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy within the Great Zhou dynasty. Li Aoyan has certainly broken through to the void god realm. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Feng's eyes as he inquired, is Li Aoyan still in the imperial city? He should not be. Luo Lixue replied. As far as I know, Li Aoyan has already joined the martial academy. However, he might return for this national war because you killed his brother and he will not let you off easily. Chen Feng, in my opinion, it would be best for you to forego this national war. With your current strength, even if you possess remarkable talent and manage to break through to the yin-yang realm in just 6 months, you will still be unable to contend against other martial artists, let alone win first place. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng fell into a long silence. After a moment, he lifted his head, his eyes bright and glinting with a sharp brilliance that he declared, I will not abandon the national war. Although it is fraught with danger, it is also an opportunity. If I win the national war, I will obtain the privilege of listening to orders without declaration, receive the rewards of this national fortune war, and allow the 9th peak to gain renown across the world, truly establishing our foothold. Chen Feng, my friend, I support your participation in the national war. No matter how formidable the other martial artists may be, we will conquer them. Bao Yud grinned, continuing, with 6 months until the national war, we have ample time that we can venture into the great wilderness realm once more. Perhaps we might even encounter the tomb of the immortal emperor. We cannot go to the great wilderness realm. Jiang Qingwei chuckled, adding, the great wilderness realm has been sealed off by several prominent families. Those prominent families are truly detestable. Bao Yud snorted, relying on their profound backgrounds and sheer numbers. They always engage in such oppressive acts against wandering martial artists, sealing off the great wilderness. It's utterly loathsome. Jiang Qingwei rolled her eyes and scolded, rascal Taoist. Who are you cursing? Jiang Qingwei. I am, of course, cursing those shameless families like the Ji and Wang clans, and it has nothing to do with the Jiang family. Bao Yud replied with an awkward smile. The Jiang family acts with integrity and is truly commendable. That's more like it. Jiang Qingwei smiled proudly. Even if the great wilderness realm were not sealed off, we would still not go there. Chen Feng's expression suddenly darkened. The great wilderness realm is too perilous. And dealing with martial artists from different continents can easily lead to conflicts and invite calamity upon ourselves. Jiang Qingwei, Baiyud, now that both of you have joined the ninth peak, you must heed my commands when going out. Remember, do not act recklessly. I understand. Jiang Qingwei replied haughtily. I comprehend. Baiyud nodded in agreement. Chen Feng is the master of the ninth peak, and since they have chosen to join, they must obey his orders, even though they're not disciples. Jiang Qingwei, Baiyud, although you must follow my instructions, we are friends, equal in our relationship, with no hierarchy among us. Chen Feng declared, his gaze intense. Whether it is Jiang Qingwei, Baiyud, or Luo Lixue and Lu Xiuyao, they all joined the ninth peak as independent individuals, resembling a cooperative team rather than a master-disciple dynamic. Chen Feng continued, the ninth peak has now become independent from the Shen Yu Sword sect. We lack resources and martial arts techniques, both of which are crucial. Little junior sister, tomorrow morning, take Jiang Qingwei and Bao Yud to Shen Yu Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts. The beast cores obtained can be exchanged for resources. Yes, senior brother. Su Yaqing responded with sparkling eyes, fully compliant with Chen Feng's orders. So soon to work. I'd hope to rest for a few more days. Jiang Qingwei, look at how delicate you are. If you do not wish to hunt demon beasts, then the little junior sister and I will go, and you can stay here to rest. Rascal Taoist, shut your mouth. Is it not permissible for me to complain a little now? Jiang Qingwei glared at Bao Yud, finding him intolerably annoying. Then it is settled. Chen Feng instructed, little junior sister, you are responsible for leading Jiang Qingwei and Bao Yud to Shen Yu Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts and acquire beast cores for resource exchange. Chen Feng, what about you and Luo Lixue? Jiang Qingwei asked with a slight frown that Lu Xiuyao is injured and resting in bed. She does not need to work at I along with Bao Yud and the little junior sister. We'll go to Shen Yu Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts. What will you and Luo Lixue do? Humph, you two are a man and a woman alone together, easily igniting flames. At this point, Jiang Qingwei displayed a look of discontent, feeling it unfair that Luo Lixue could enjoy the privilege of being with Chen Feng without any obligation. Oh, Jiang Qingwei, you, a young lady from a prestigious family. Where did you learn such foul language? Chen Feng shook his head, continuing, I, Chen Feng, am an upright individual. What man and woman alone together would I ever engage in such behavior? You all go to Shen Yu Sword Mountain. Luo Lixue and I will head to the Imperial City. Really? What do you plan to do in the Imperial City? Jiang Qingwei asked curiously. Of course, to visit the Tianji Pavilion and purchase some martial arts techniques for inheritance and training. Chen Feng chuckled, slightly exasperated. Chen Feng, Li Hao previously mentioned that as long as you dare to step into the Imperial City, the Li family will not rest until one of you is dead. A hint of solemnity crossed Luo Lixue's beautiful eyes. She continued, going to the Imperial City's Tianji Pavilion might bring us trouble. And no worries, as long as we take some precautions and act discreetly. The Li family won't discover us, Chen Feng replied with a smile. The Tianji Pavilion is located in the Imperial City. I cannot allow the Li family's threats to dictate my actions for a lifetime. Nor can I refuse to set foot in the Imperial City. Indeed, you are right, Luo Lixue agreed. When shall we depart? Tomorrow morning. Chen Feng responded, at tea that time, Jiang Qingwei and the others will set off for Shen Yu Sword Mountain. While we will head to the Imperial City's Tianji Pavilion, A.S. for Lu Xiuyao, let her rest in bed for now. With Li Wentian dead, the ninth peak should not face any danger. Chapter 58, An Ambush on the Road. As dawn broke, a pale light appeared in the eastern sky, and a beam of light tore through the thick clouds, cascading down upon the ninth peak. Chen Feng and the others diligently executed their respective duties. Following the original plan and proceeding in groups, he and Luo Lixue headed towards the Imperial City's Tianji Pavilion to purchase some precious artifacts and martial arts techniques. Su Yaqing, Jiang Qingwei, and Bao Yud set off for Shen Yu Sword Mountain to hunt demon beasts. Not long after Chen Feng and Luo Lixue departed from the ninth peak, a figure hurriedly entered the main hall of the peak. Master, Chen Feng has left the ninth peak, accompanied by Luo Lixue. Where are they headed? It seems they're going to the Imperial City, knowing full well the tiger lies ahead, yet still choosing to venture into its lair. How audacious of Chen Feng! Do they not fear the Li family's vengeance? Very well. I shall send him off on his way. Let him meet a gruesome end within the confines of the Imperial City. You go and relay this information to the Grand Elder, and then pass it along to Li Hao in the hall. Yuchili stood with her hands clasped behind her, her exquisitely beautiful face as cold as frost, bearing a fierce expression. Chen Feng must not be allowed to live. After experiencing the selection of the Peak Master, Chen Feng dares to lead the ninth peak to independence from the Shen Yu Sword sect. It is utterly detestable. For this reason alone, he must not be spared, and I will do whatever it takes to eliminate him. Of course, such a small matter as dealing with Chen Feng is beneath her status, and she cannot personally take action, but she can use the Grand Elder and the Li family to eradicate Chen Feng. In the Shen Yu Sword sect, only I, the Master, have the final say over life and death. Chen Feng, you are destined to die. A hint of coldness glimmered in Yuchili's eyes, amidst the clouds and mist. Chen Feng soared through the sky on his sword, with Luo Lishue tightly embracing him from behind, both perched upon the Zhentian sword. The sword light sliced through the heavens, flying at breakneck speed towards the Imperial City. Chen Feng, there are pursuers behind us, Luo Lishue whispered sweetly, her soft breath brushing against Chen Feng's ear. Yes, they are from a Shen Yu Sword sect. They are either Yuchili's people or the Grand Elders. Who else from a Shen Yu Sword sect would send someone to hunt me? However, they arrived far too quickly. We have only just left the ninth peak, and they're already on our trail. This indicates that our every move is being closely monitored. Chen Feng's brows furrowed in concern. Indeed, we're certainly being watched. Luo Lishua's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she inquired, "What shall we do now? Kill? Annihilate them all?" Luo Lishua, hold on to me tightly. Ahead lies the valley, and I am preparing for an emergency landing. Chen Feng, consumed by a murderous intent, maneuvered the Zhentian sword, directing it towards the valley below. That beast has suddenly altered its course. The Grand Elder said it was heading for the Imperial City. Why has it changed direction? We have been exposed. Quickly pursue it. Do not let that beast escape. The Grand Elder issued a death order, insisting that this time it must be exterminated without fail. The three Chaos Realm warriors immediately braced themselves, flying swiftly towards the valley. The leader, named Lin Long, was at the 7th level of the Chaos Realm, specifically summoned by the Grand Elder as an assassin. The other two, Lin Hu and Lin Bao, were at the 6th and 5th levels of the Chaos Realm, respectively. At this moment, they had already entered the valley. Searching for Chen Feng's whereabouts, suddenly, a sharp sword light erupted from behind a rock, aimed directly at Lin Bao. "Third brother, be careful." Lin Long's expression changed dramatically. But at that instant, a furious roar resounded, a sword that shatters the heavens. Chen Feng burst forth from behind the rock with incredible speed, the Zhentian sword slicing through the air with unstoppable force, unleashing a tremendous sword energy aimed directly at Lin Bao. "You little bastard, seeking death, my realm surpasses yours. I will crush you." Lin Bao glared ferociously at Chen Feng, swinging a massive blade towards him. Clang! The clash of sword and blade sent sparks flying. Boom! A surge of powerful energy penetrated the blade, slamming heavily into Lin Bao. PFF! Lin Bao felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out blood, his face turning pale and ghastly. He collapsed to the ground, the blade slipping from his grasp. Staring fixedly at Chen Feng. "You little beast! How could you?" Lin Bao could hardly believe it. With just one strike, he'd been severely injured by Chen Feng. Lin Long's demeanor shifted to one of ruthless authority, an overwhelming pressure bearing down on Chen Feng. "You dare to kill my third brother? I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Long's menacing visage was apparent. "Chen Feng, release my third brother, and I will spare your life today." Lin Hu growled angrily. "Chen Feng, you little scoundrel, will you not release him at once? Do you wish to die without a complete corpse?" Lin Bao roared with fury. "You little scoundrel, despicable and shameless. If it were not for your sneak attack, how could I have fallen into your hands?" Chen Feng laughed disdainfully. With a single sword strike, he had shattered Lin Bao. Now, with Lin Bao at his mercy, he could easily obliterate him with another stroke. Hearing the threats from Lin Long and Lin Hu, Chen Feng remained unfazed, a mocking glint in his eyes. Die with a single sword strike. Lin Bao's head was severed. His head, spewing copious amounts of blood, rolled away from his neck. You think you can make me die without a complete corpse? Huh. You three brothers lack the capability, since you have come. You shall all perish. Chen Feng's expression was cold. Ah, you little scoundrel, having killed my third brother, I will rip you to shreds. Lin Long's eyes turned blood red. Big brother, let's attack together and slay this beast. Subjecting him to slow torture. Lin Hu's malicious intentions were evident. Boom! Boom! Following this, Lin Long and Lin Hu, wielding their massive blades, charged fiercely at Chen Feng. You little scoundrel, my brother and I, both of higher realms, will ensure your demise today. Lin Long's movements were swift and ruthless as he soared into the air, his sharp blade aimed at Chen Feng's head. 3 blades of the wicked demon. Chen Feng growled fiercely. A golden sword cleaved through the air. This strike was powerful and domineering, the terrifying true essence coalescing into formidable sword energy, striking towards Lin Long Bang. The sound of explosions echoed, deafening. The sonic booms rang incessantly. The two forces clashed, sending Chen Feng staggering back 10 meters, while Lin Long was pushed back 5 meters, his arms sustaining deep gashes, blood flowing freely. This beast's swordsmanship is so ferocious. If not for my vastly superior realm, I would undoubtedly be defeated in this battle. Lin Long's heart raced with alarm. Swish, swish. Lin Hu's blade descended with incredible ferocity, one strike after another aimed at Chen Feng. Steadying himself, Chen Feng recognized the threat and did not dare be complacent. A sword that shatters the heavens. Chen Feng focused his true essence, steadying his mind, and swung the golden sword fiercely. Clang. The energy exploded. Bang! The ground beneath Chen Feng shattered, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. As for Lin Hu, he too was shaken, his arms splitting and blood flowing profusely. Brother, this little scoundrel is not right. Lin Hu's face turned grim. Indeed, this little scoundrel, despite being in the early stages of the Chaos Realm, should not possess such strength. Lin Long frowned, analyzing. Perhaps this little scoundrel has cultivated some secret technique, allowing him to amplify his strength several times in a short period. Lin Long's eyes darkened, his gaze fixed malevolently on Chen Feng. This beast must not be allowed to live. Today he must be killed, or else it will be a perilous future. He spoke harshly. Second brother, we must sandwich him and ensure his demise. Understood, Lin Hu replied, his face revealing a fierce expression as he charged towards Chen Feng with his blade. Lin Long's gaze was razor sharp, and both launched their assault on Chen Feng simultaneously. Fight! Chen Feng, wielding the golden sword, was undaunted, his fighting spirit surging forth as he faced the encroaching Lin Long and Lin Hu, actively employing his battle techniques in response. Luo Lixue, hiding behind a rock, smiled sweetly as she watched Chen Feng engage in battle with Lin Long and Lin Hu. Miss, should we lend him a hand? A figure, ethereal and indistinct, followed closely behind Luo Lixue. Not yet. I know Chen Feng well. His confidence indicates he must possess hidden cards, she continued, with Jiang Qingyue and Bao Yud absent. No one can assist him. This is a perfect opportunity to test him and see what his hidden cards truly are. Observing Chen Feng's gallant demeanor in battle, Luo Lixue felt her heart flutter, revealing an appreciative smile. Chapter 59. The celestial demon body reveals its might. Boom! Boom! The fierce clash continued. Chen Feng faced 2 opponents, standing undefeated with merely 2 battle techniques. My current limit is the 7th level of the Chaos Realm. Previously, I was somewhat outmatched by Li Xian, simply because he was at the 8th level of the Chaos Realm. However, I have yet to activate the celestial demon body or evolve the Dao patterns. If I utilize the celestial demon body and evolve the Dao patterns, perhaps I could ascend to a new height. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed with clarity, having tested his strength through this battle. This beast's swordsmanship is exquisite. It is likely that the secret technique he cultivated pertains to a certain sword style. Lin Long swung his blade fiercely at Chen Feng. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Lin Long's blade was once again parried by Chen Feng. Gritting his teeth in fury, he bellowed, "Second brother, do not kill this beast just yet. Leave him alive to extract his sword technique." Understood. Lin Hu's face grew serious. He had pushed his blade technique to the utmost limit, attacking Chen Feng multiple times without inflicting any harm. He too realized that Chen Feng's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Otherwise, he could not possibly be this formidable. Big Brother is at the 7th level of the Chaos Realm. I am at the 6th level, and this beast is facing the two of us with his swordsmanship, which speaks volumes about the prowess of his cultivation. Lin Hu licked his lips, his eyes greedy, coveting Chen Feng's sword technique. With your mere capabilities, you dare to covet my sword technique? How utterly laughable! Chen Feng's gaze was icy as he sneered. Celestial demon body. Activate! Boom! Chen Feng's body trembled violently, his bones ringing with a thunderous sound. At this moment, if one were to peel back Chen Feng's clothing, they would clearly see golden patterns emerging on his skin. An ineffable marvel, Dao patterns. Moreover, Chen Feng's corporeal form became translucent, radiant with a rosy hue, akin to a piece of exquisite jade, utterly mystical. Lin Long and Lin Hu's expressions changed dramatically, realizing that Chen Feng's body had undergone a transformation. A wave of terrifying pressure surged forth. Lin Long and Lin Hu's hearts trembled as they sensed an intense threat of death. Damn it! What has this beast just done? Was he suppressing his strength before? No, that is not right. This little scoundrel's realm has shown no change at all. Lin Long and Lin Hu's gazes were locked onto Chen Feng. Kill! Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng moved with blinding speed, wielding the golden sword as he struck at Lin Long and Lin Hu. Together, Lin Long's heart raced, not daring to underestimate Chen Feng. Die, you scoundrel! He unleashed the battle technique, earth-shattering dragon. He swung his massive blade, aiming to cleave Chen Feng in two. The powerful blade aura slicing through the air, creating an explosive sound. The sharp blade, fierce and unyielding, descended towards Chen Feng's head. Battle technique, earth-shattering tiger. Lin Hu's gaze was piercing. And alongside Lin Long, they simultaneously unleashed their profound battle techniques. Boom! Boom! The two hefty blades descended with a thunderous crash, their blade aura exuding an overwhelming dominance, a chilling intent to kill. In the valley, the deafening roars reverberated loudly. The surrounding cliffs rumbled ominously, with rocks tumbling down. Battle technique, a sword shattering the heavens. Battle technique, 3 swords of the demon slayer. Chen Feng roared with wild fury. In an instant, his true essence surged within him, robust and vigorous, erupting with formidable force. He wielded the golden great sword, crashing down with an earth-shattering slice. This strike, infused with 2 powerful battle techniques, was a manifestation of 2 unparalleled imperial arts. Exuding an invincible divine might, the sword energy was grand and magnificent. As Chen Feng's golden great sword cleaved downwards, a dazzling golden sword light tore through space, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun. An unstoppable force. Lin Long and Lin Hu screamed in desperation, frantically countering with their profound battle technique's swordplay. The two felt blinded by the resplendent golden light, soon followed by an overwhelming aura of deadly intent. Bang! Boom! The sound of iron shattering echoed. Lin Long's heart trembled, his great sword shattering in his grip, an unbelievable sight. Suddenly, Lin Long felt a chill piercing through his heart, as if a sharp blade had pierced through it. Spurt! He coughed up blood. Instinctively, he glanced at Lin Hu, only to discover Lin Hu had already collapsed to the ground, his body drenched in a pool of blood. Second brother, Lin Long wailed in despair. Meanwhile, Lin Hu's heart had been pierced, a gaping wound leaving him devoid of life. Dead. The golden great sword thrust fiercely, piercing through Lin Long's heart. Spurt. Chen Feng was utterly domineering, withdrawing the Zhen Tian sword as blood sprayed into the air. Mixed Yuan heavenly skill. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he activated a secret method, devouring the essence blood of the Lin brothers for his own transformation. In no time, the bodies of the Lin brothers withered and shriveled, turning into 3 desiccated corpses. Behind the rocks, Luo Lishua witnessed this harrowing scene, her delicate brows furrowing in distress. Miss, this individual is extraordinary. The secret method he cultivates likely originates from a forbidden realm. Devouring the essence blood of others for transformation, refining his own true essence to enhance his power. Such ancient deities and demons possessed such means, with exceedingly harsh cultivation conditions. Just now, this person's body trembled suddenly. His realm showed no change, yet his power surged several folds. He likely possesses some form of sacred body, which not only strengthens the flesh but also amplifies power. Miss, throughout history, sacred bodies have been exceedingly rare. One in tens of millions. A shadowy figure materialized, ethereal and indistinct, his voice deep and grave. Is it a sacred body? Ing Sha, can you ascertain which type of sacred body Chen Feng possesses? Luo Lishua's beautiful eyes flickered. I apologize, miss. There are numerous types of sacred bodies, and this individual is too deeply concealed for me to discern. Ing Sha replied, clad in a flowing black robe, his form flickering in and out of existence. Understood, Luo Lishua said with a slight frown. She came to realize just how terrifying Chen Feng's hidden cards were. He not only cultivated the forbidden arts from Forbidden Realm, but also possessed a mysterious sacred body, unfathomable in depth. Ing Sha, you may withdraw for now. He has returned, and you must not be discovered. Luo Lishua instructed, her brow furrowed. Rest assured, miss, I am commanded to protect you, and I shall not be detected by him. Ing Sha vanished abruptly. That moment, Chen Feng approached, his expression complex, his gaze strangely fixed upon Luo Lishua. He cautioned, Luo Lishua, what transpired just now must not be divulged. What? Chen Feng, do you not trust me? A ripple appeared in Luo Lishua's beautiful eyes. It is not a matter of trust, but rather the unpredictability of human nature. Chen Feng shook his head, then continued, Luo Lishua, you have shown kindness to me in the past. I believe you will not disclose it. The events that transpired are vital to my secret, and should they be revealed, they could bring about my demise. He chuckled softly. Luo Lishua covered her mouth. Laughing lightly, her enchanting eyes sparkled, and she sweetly replied, Chen Feng, are you entrusting your life and fortune to me? Indeed. Chen Feng's gaze hardened. Speaking earnestly, my intuition tells me that you are worthy of trust. Then, Chen Feng's expression subtly shifted, and he changed the subject. Who were you speaking with just now? Luo Lishua was momentarily startled, thinking, has Chen Feng discovered Ing Sha? No. He should have noticed. Ing Sha was sent by my father to protect me. He excels in concealment. With Chen Feng's abilities, he could never detect him. Realizing this, Luo Lishua pursed her lips, revealing a smile. Chen Feng, everyone harbors secrets. If I were to say that I was merely talking to myself and not conversing with anyone, would you believe me?